Chapter 88. Acquiring a New Skill. EV Scorpion Tail, Mingyu alone made an astounding 127 passes, and astonishingly, his passing accuracy stood at an impressive 90. Except for a few through balls or crosses intercepted by the opponent, Mingyu committed nearly no errors. Over 80 of these passes occurred in the opponent's half, with his individual tally nearly equaling half of the total passes made by the opposing team. With a possession rate of 82, it goes without saying that the entire match was predominantly dominated by Barcelona's offensive play. Mingyu's performance in his new position left the Spanish media in a state of astonishment. Every Spanish football fan is aware of the pivotal role Xavi played during Spain's triumphant run of 3 consecutive championships in the European Cup and the World Cup. Consequently, the Spanish fans began to look forward to the upcoming World Cup qualifiers with great anticipation. However, before the qualifiers, Barcelona faced their final opponent at home, the tormentors of the previous season, Atletico Madrid. In the first 2 matches, both Barcelona and the Madrid Giants secured consecutive victories, with Atletico Madrid sitting in 3rd place due to a lower goal difference. On the scoring chart, Mingyu led with 4 goals, while Erling Haaland from Real Madrid followed with 3, and both Zlatan Ibrahimovic from Atletico Madrid and Lionel Messi shared 3rd place with 2 goals each. On October 5, 2021, after 3 days of rest, Barcelona welcomed the formidable Atletico Madrid to their home ground. In the player tunnel, the towering Ibrahimovic and Messi engaged in lighthearted banter. Despite his unhappy time at Barcelona, Ibrahimovic held a genuine fondness for Messi. He is famously known for his admiration of the Argentine, once stating in an interview that Messi ranked first, followed by a less capable Messi, and then himself. Having just celebrated his 40th birthday on October 3rd, Ibrahimovic continued to demonstrate that age had not diminished his prowess on the field. This renowned football tyrant had played for 11 clubs throughout his career, having tasted victory in every major league except for the Bundesliga. Sadly, it seems to be a curse that, despite his numerous championships, he has never claimed a UEFA Champions League title, nor has he led the Swedish national team to glory in international tournaments. While chatting with Messi, Ibrahimovic sensed someone observing him and turned to find Mingyu scrutinizing him. Mingyu quickly flashed a friendly smile, holding Ibrahimovic in high regard as a player deserving of respect. Messi, noticing Mingyu's gaze, chuckled and remarked, "Zlatan, this is our team's most formidable player, the remarkable Lee, who is even more impressive than I am." Ibrahimovic shook his head in playful disbelief, responding, "Is that so? Then let us see it on the pitch." He shot Mingyu a provocative look. At 40 years old, Ibrahimovic was only a few years younger than Mingyu's father, Li Jinfei. Although Mingyu respected Ibrahimovic, he was not one to back down, nodding in acceptance of the challenge. As they entered the iconic Camp Nou, the summer of Spain felt particularly prolonged. Despite being in October, the temperatures showed no signs of decline, with La Liga matches often scheduled for the late afternoon. At 1700 hours, the temperature outside the stadium soared to around 35 degrees Celsius, while the conditions inside were even hotter as the fervor of the fans ignited the arena. In anticipation of Atletico Madrid's challenge, not only were the players prepared, but the fans were also on high alert. Last season, Barcelona had snatched the championship trophy from Atletico Madrid in the final moments, and it was common knowledge that Atletico would not relent easily in this match. The players from both sides stood poised on the field, ready for the referee's whistle to commence the battle. Referee Trujillo glanced at his watch and finally blew his whistle, officially signaling the beginning of this highly anticipated encounter. Atletico Madrid kicked off, with Ibrahimovic sending the ball back to his half before striding forward into Barcelona's territory. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Camp Nou, acquiring Zlatan Ibrahimovic's special skill, Scorpion Tail. As the referee's whistle echoed, a system notification rang in Mingyu's ears. He immediately felt an enhancement in the flexibility of his legs. The Scorpion Tail, a unique maneuver on the football field, is typically unattainable for most, requiring extraordinary flexibility to execute it seamlessly during a heated match. Ibrahimovic, a master of Taekwondo, possessed an unparalleled agility that defied expectations, making it hard for many to fathom such flexibility in someone of his stature. Observing Ibrahimovic as he brushed past, Mingyu wore a subtle smile, embodying the philosophy of reciprocity. With Suarez still serving his suspension, Atletico Madrid experienced some internal changes following last season's defeat. Ibrahimovic, having recently joined, had yet to fully integrate into the team's tactics. His 2 goals in the past 2 matches were solely a testament to his exceptional individual talent. In the opening 15 minutes, both teams exercised caution in their attacks, with defenses proving impenetrable. Mingyu's orchestration from midfield frustrated Atletico's players, akin to a slippery eel evading capture, causing discomfort for the defenders. His sudden bursts of speed left 3 Atletico defenders with verbal warnings from the referee. Sitting on the ground, Mingyu adjusted his shin guards, casting a wry smile at the visibly agitated opponents. In their efforts to stifle Mingyu's contributions to the team, Atletico's players resorted to destructive defensive tactics. He had already been brought down 3 times, but due to the covert nature of their actions, primarily using their hands, the referee showed no intent to issue cards. Nevertheless, Mingyu's latest foul awarded Barcelona a prime opportunity for a free kick, positioned perfectly to face the goal from about 30 meters away. Both Messi and Mingyu stood over the ball, whispering strategies to each other. Typically, Messi would take such free kicks, yet Mingyu had successfully executed a surprise strike against Real Madrid in the previous season's derby. This time, he positioned himself near the ball, ready to strike once more. On the other side stood Messi, flanked by Mingyu, each positioned beside the football. At that moment, the most anxious individual was Jan Oblak, the goalkeeper for Atletico Madrid. Oblak meticulously directed his defensive wall, which consisted of 7 players, effectively blocking nearly all shooting angles. He found himself in a dilemma, uncertain of his optimal position. With such proximity, if the ball were to pierce the wall, the goalkeeper would have no time for evasive maneuvers. Typically, the wall would cover one side, while the goalkeeper protected the other. However, with both Mingyu and Messi standing in front of the ball, the options for the free kick multiplied exponentially. Ultimately, Oblak placed his faith in Messi taking the shot and shifted slightly to his left, as Messi had frequently aimed in that direction during previous free kicks. The referee persistently instructed Atletico Madrid players to retreat a sufficient distance of 9 meters. Yet, whenever the referee prepared to step away, the Atletico players would surreptitiously inch forward. The referee, left with no choice, swiftly exited the penalty area after one final warning and blew the whistle. Mingyu and Messi sprang into action. The Atletico players were fully concentrated. Mingyu dashed past the ball, serving as a mere decoy. Simultaneously, Messi appeared in front of the ball, swinging his left foot as if to shoot. The wall began to advance as Mingyu ran, and by the time Messi touched the ball, they had encroached nearly half a meter beyond the prescribed distance. Remarkably, the referee made no indication of a foul. At the moment Messi's left foot made contact, he abruptly withdrew his power, deftly flicking the ball to the right flank, where Mingyu awaited. It was a tactical free kick. Atletico Madrid had not anticipated such a clever maneuver, leaving them momentarily flustered. With a 7-man wall, their defensive resources were severely stretched. The player on the left edge of the wall lunged toward Mingyu, attempting to thwart his shot. However, Mingyu had no intention of shooting. Instead, he simply nudged the ball forward with the instep of his foot. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the other side of the Atletico wall, unleashing a swift shot that slipped past Oblak's armpit and nestled into the net. Pedri joyfully sprinted toward the sidelines, beckoning Mingyu and Messi to join in the celebration. The trio embraced in exuberance. Their tactical collaboration born from training sessions had unexpectedly borne fruit. It is noteworthy that the success rate of tactical free kicks is generally low, requiring not just precise passing and movement, but also the opponent's cooperation. Today, Atletico Madrid's compliance, combined with the pressure exerted by Mingyu and Messi standing over the ball, compelled them to erect a 7-man wall, resulting in a critical shortage of defenders for other players. Following Messi's pass, all attention shifted to Mingyu, leaving Pedri completely unmarked on the opposite flank. Coach Koeman on the sidelines was jubilantly pumping his fists, marveling at the brilliance of the free kick. Meanwhile, Simeone's expression darkened, muttering in frustration about the unexpected tactical free kick. In the 18th minute of the first half, Barcelona, through a tactical free kick, saw Pedri score, taking a 1-0 lead over Atletico Madrid. The stalemate was broken, and both sides intensified their offensive efforts. Although Ibrahimovic was now 40, His superhuman physical prowess allowed him to thrive in Barcelona's defense, consistently creating opportunities. ATL Tico's midfielder Llorente had matured further since last year, displaying sharper offensive skills. In the 30th minute of the first half, Llorente intercepted a pass intended for the advancing Alba, feigned past the encroaching Pedri, and embarked on a long sprint into Barcelona's backline. Ibrahimovic, too, surged forward toward Barcelona's penalty area, with Mingyu positioned centrally. He could only chase Llorente from about 10 meters behind. Despite his towering stature, Ibrahimovic's athleticism remained world-class, and at 40, he matched Mingyu's speed remarkably well. In the backline, Pique shouted for CL meant Lenglet to block Llorente's path. Responding promptly, Lenglet rushed out to try to contain Llorente outside the penalty area. However, Llorente was not easily subdued. As he sensed Lenglet closing in, Llorente executed a series of deft touches on the ball, performing a bicycle kick that threw off Lenglet's defense, allowing him to glide past. On the sidelines, Koeman could not suppress his frustration. This defensive lapse from Lenglet had rendered him the most unstable component of Barcelona's defense. In previous matches, Barcelona's center-back pairing had been Pique and Garque, but with Lenglet being a costly acquisition and having shown promise in training, Koeman had decided to start him in this crucial match. Little did he know that this poor defensive display would irrevocably damage Lenglet's standing in Koeman's eyes. Chapter 89. Mingyu versus Ibrahimovic. After maneuvering past Lenglet, Llorente entered the penalty area and cut in from the sideline, creating a shooting angle. Pique, neglecting Ibrahimovic beside him, rushed forward to block Llorente's shot. As Llorente prepared to shoot, he deftly switched his footwork, using the outside of his right foot to pass the ball to the center where Ibrahimovic awaited. However, Ibrahimovic's positioning was slightly advanced, causing the ball to reach a behind. A mispass. Just as Mingyu, who was closing in on Ibrahimovic, felt a surge of joy, he witnessed Ibrahimovic lean forward dramatically, his right foot arcing back like a scorpion's tail, striking the ball with ferocity. The ball sailed toward Barcelona's net on a bewildering trajectory. Ter Stegen stood frozen like a statue, watching as the ball grazed the goalpost and found its way into the net. The infamous scorpion kick, a hallmark of Ibrahimovic's artistry. Mingyu, witnessing this masterful display of skill up close, felt a profound respect for Ibrahimovic. After scoring, Ibrahimovic clenched his fists tightly and let out a resounding roar. Scoring against Barcelona was one of his greatest pleasures. The spectators, momentarily stunned by his astonishing goal, soon erupted into a chorus of boos upon witnessing his provocative celebration. Despite having spent a year at Barcelona, neither he nor the fans regarded him as a true member of the club. Nevertheless, Ibrahimovic remained unfazed by the jeers. After decades in the football arena, such trivial disdain was mere routine for him. With the score leveled at 1-1, Ibrahimovic skillfully executed a scorpion kick, equalizing for ATL Tico Madrid. As the ball was kicked from the center circle, Barcelona's approach became markedly more cautious. Having been caught off guard moments earlier, the reckless play of fullback Alba had dealt a significant blow to the team. Mingyu, demonstrating composure in midfield, orchestrated the game with precise passes, compelling Atlantic Tico Madrid's players to tirelessly chase the ball, gradually exhausting their stamina and defensive resolve. In the 45th minute, the fourth official raised a board indicating a single minute of stoppage time. Given the lack of interruptions during the first half, the added time was minimal. Typically, this moment is when teams tend to relax the most. Upon receiving a back pass from Messi, Mingyu relayed the ball to De Jong, providing a brief respite for ATL Tico Madrid's players. It appeared that Barcelona intended to play conservatively to conclude the final minute. Even the referee seemed to share this sentiment, placing the whistle to his lips and glancing at his watch, ready to signal the end of the first half. However, they overlooked the gesture Mingyu made when passing to De Jong. This signal, learned during Barcelona's training sessions, indicated an impending surprise attack. Upon receiving the ball, De Jong did not stop it. Instead, he sent it back to Mingyu. Suddenly, he pivoted, and Barcelona surged forward. However, it was not easy for the relaxed ATL Tico Madrid players to regain their focus. At 45 minutes and 30 seconds, Mingyu accelerated unexpectedly, opting to dribble the ball rather than pass, charging through two opposing players. Griezmann and Messi, intuitively understanding his intentions, provided protection, drawing away two defenders. Throughout the first half, Lee Mingyu had refrained from using his speed to penetrate Atlético Madrid's defense, nearly causing them to forget his formidable abilities from the previous season. Like a swift steed, he embarked on a long sprint of approximately 30 meters from near the center circle, leaving the Atlético Madrid players stationary as they were bewildered by his sudden burst of speed and sharp change of direction. Upon entering Atlético Madrid's penalty area, he found himself face-to-face with the goalkeeper, Oblak. In a one-on-one situation, Lee Mingyu cleanly bypassed the defensive line, encountering no hindrance from the 5 defenders. Oblak could only watch in awe as Lee Mingyu surged into the box, rushing toward him with outstretched arms, attempting to obstruct the angle of the impending shot. With such a golden opportunity at his home ground, Lee Mingyu was determined not to let it slip away. With a series of feints to the left and right, he toyed with Oblak, who, like a pendulum, could only curse as he committed to one direction, ultimately watching as Lee Mingyu deftly maneuvered the ball past him. In the dying moments of stoppage time, Lee Mingyu struck the ball fiercely into Atlético Madrid's net. The score was now 2-1, and with the goal, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Conceding a goal at the last moment of the half was a heavy psychological blow for Atlético Madrid's players. Ibrahimovic observed Lee Mingyu's jubilant sprint toward the stands and couldn't help but smirk. This kid was quite intriguing. Lee Mingyu returned to the locker room, embraced by his teammates. "Damn it, you're just envious of my glorious locks. Look at your receding hairlines. It's truly a sight to behold," he quipped, adjusting his disheveled hair. Back in the locker room, he received particular praise from Koeman, not only for his goal and assist that helped the team lead Atlético Madrid, but also for his adept organization of the team during the first half. Seated nearby, Messi patted Lee Mingyu on the shoulder in agreement. With Lee Mingyu's presence, Messi was liberated from the responsibilities of orchestrating the team's play, allowing his offensive prowess to flourish. In the first half, Messi's touch had been slightly off, hitting the woodwork twice, which had unnerved Atlético Madrid. However, it was evident that Messi's desire to attack was intensifying, posing an increasing threat. After Xavi's departure, Messi had assumed the mantle of orchestrating the attack, which had resulted in a decline in his goal tally, albeit an increase in assists. Now liberated by Lee Mingyu, Messi seemed to have returned to his frightening form reminiscent of 2012, the year he scored an astonishing 91 goals. The 15-minute halftime break quickly elapsed, and both teams returned to the pitch. The 2-1 scoreline rendered Barcelona's players notably relaxed. Neither coach made adjustments to their lineups. As the second half commenced, Barcelona kicked off. Messi passed the ball to Lee Mingyu, who, confronted by the advancing Ibrahimovic, did not falter. He delivered a cross to the flank for Pedri. Immediately, Atlético Madrid launched a fervent pressing attack in Barcelona's half. The two coaches on the sidelines wore grave expressions as they observed the unfolding scenario. Koeman shot a cold glance at Simeone, smirking, "This old fox intends to catch us off guard at the start of the second half." Koeman and Simeone had long been rivals, not only as coaches of Barcelona and Atlético Madrid in recent years, but also as players representing their respective teams in earlier confrontations, affording them a profound understanding of each other's temperaments. During halftime, Koeman had repeatedly emphasized the need for vigilance against Atlético's pressing at the start of the second half. This time, Barcelona's players did not repeat past mistakes. They commenced the second half with heightened focus, effectively neutralizing Atlético Madrid's fervent pressing. 5 minutes into the half, Atlético Madrid's high press began to wane. After all, they were not machines and could not maintain such intense efforts indefinitely. Lee Mingyu astutely seized upon the moment of Atlético's relaxation, quickly accelerating the pace of the match. After receiving a pass from Busquets, Lee Mingyu feigned past Llorente, propelling himself into Atlético's half with determination. At that moment, all the midfield players of Atlético Madrid surged towards Lee Mingyu. Llorente was positioned behind him, flanked by two Atlético Madrid players swiftly closing in on either side, while in front, the team captain and defensive midfielder Koch stood ready. This meticulously crafted encirclement left Lee Mingyu in a precarious position. Messi and Griezmann occupied the left and right flanks, respectively, but both were marked by defenders, leaving no passing options for Lee Mingyu. As he seemed on the verge of being ensnared by the four-man trap, Koeman furrowed his brow and glanced at Simeone, who wore a sly smile on the opposite side. "Is this your strategy? To stifle Lee Mingyu and halt Barcelona's attack?" After observing the first half, Simeone was astonished to realize that this season's Lee Mingyu was a different player altogether compared to the last. The entire operation of Barcelona now revolved around Lee Mingyu. In the first half, Atletico Madrid's defensive strategy faltered, remaining fixated on Messi, which allowed Lee Mingyu to seamlessly orchestrate the team's play. Therefore, during halftime, Simeone's instructions were straightforward. Sever the connection between Lee Mingyu and the forwards, preventing him from delivering direct passes. Facing the four-man blockade, Lee Mingyu remained unperturbed, having sensed the opponent's heightened focus on him since the start of the second half. Even while sprinting at high speed, he did not lower his gaze to the ball at his feet. Instead, he swiftly glanced left and right, maintaining control of the ball despite his significant movements. After acquiring an exceptional touch under Zidane's tutelage, Lee Mingyu's ball control had reached the level of top-tier stars. Following a summer of rigorous training, his control now rated an impressive 93, placing him among the elite midfielders currently. Lee Mingyu's vision was remarkably expansive, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a player in a red and blue jersey making a rapid advance from his right rear. He made a feint to the left, causing the four defenders to shift their weight in that direction. With a deft touch, he struck the ball with his left heel, sending it soaring out of the encirclement and directly to the feet of the oncoming Pedri. The crowd erupted in astonishment at Lee Mingyu's flamboyant maneuver, a dazzling feint followed by a backheel pass that toyed with the Atletico defenders. After releasing the ball, Lee Mingyu lunged forward with great strides. The four Atletico players were momentarily paralyzed by confusion. Who would pursue Lee Mingyu? How many would follow him? Who would defend against Pedri? But Pedri was not one to wait for them to resolve their dilemma. Upon receiving the ball, he unleashed his speed. Though not as swift as Lee Mingyu, the absence of defenders in front of him made this opportunity ripe for attack. Pedri dashed down the flank as if propelled by rockets, while Messi and Griezmann had already begun to reposition themselves upfield. Two of the defenders split off to chase Lee Mingyu, while the other two pursued Pedri. Yet, it seemed unlikely that they could catch up. Messi and Griezmann's cross runs had already thrown Atletico Madrid's defense into disarray. Suddenly, Lee Mingyu appeared at the edge of the penalty area as Pedri swiftly delivered the ball. Lee Mingyu advanced to meet it, prompting the opposing center-back Augusto to abandon Griezmann in a desperate bid to intercept. As Lee Mingyu approached the ball, he lifted his right foot, but Augusto had effectively closed off all possible angles for a shot, making a direct attempt at goal quite challenging. Augusto's experience was vast. He understood that Lee Mingyu's kick was likely a feint, so he remained vigilant, wary of being deceived by a trick. As anticipated by Augusto, Lee Mingyu did not strike directly, but instead allowed the ball to pass through his legs. A moment of disbelief washed over Augusto as he turned to watch the ball slip by, caught off guard and unable to react in time. He stood frozen as Lee Mingyu dashed past him. In a moment of brilliance, Griezmann found himself unmarked and faced with the advancing goalkeeper. He lifted his right foot, aiming for the lower left corner of the net. However, Atletico Madrid's goalkeeper, Oblak, the second Spaniard to win the Zamora Trophy for 4 consecutive years, was a formidable presence. The Zamora Trophy, established by Marca in 1958 in honor of legendary goalkeeper Ricardo Zamora, is awarded to the goalkeeper with the highest efficiency in La Liga for a single season. Fans affectionately dubbed it the Father Award of La Liga, as the goalkeeper is often seen as the backbone of the team. Since 2016, Oblak had claimed the Zamora Trophy for 4 consecutive years, underscoring his immense skill. Griezmann's one-on-one effort was thwarted by Oblak's outstretched foot, the ball grazing the post before rolling out of play for a corner kick to Barcelona. Griezmann, in disbelief, cradled his head in his hands, exclaiming that such a shot could be saved. Oblak's spectacular save left Atletico's defenders feeling a mix of relief and exhilaration as they rushed to embrace and congratulate him. Particularly Augusto, who had been left reeling from Lee Mingyu's previous feint, felt his heart race. Oblak, equally elated, bellowed in triumph. In that moment, he silently thanked his long legs for saving the day, knowing that without them, the ball would have surely found the net. Lee Mingyu observed an exasperated Griezmann and shook his head in resignation. If only Griezmann had opted to pass the ball to him, the likelihood of a successful shot would have increased significantly. However, given Griezmann's status as the second highest paid forward on the team, it was understandable that he chose to shoot upon seeing Lee Mingyu in a better position. One could hardly fault him. After all, as a forward, Shooting in such scenarios is often deemed the right choice. As Barcelona took the corner kick, Oblak leapt high to claim the ball with both hands. Barcelona's defensive organization was commendable, with players tightly marking their opponents to prevent any elegant counterattacks. The moment Oblak gained possession, he surged out of the 6-yard box, searching for a counter opportunity. Yet, upon finding none, he had to retreat, keenly observing his surroundings, only to discover Mingyu lurking in his blind spot. Inching closer with a contemplative expression, Mingyu cast a sly smile towards Oblak as he sprinted towards the midfield. This kid is truly cunning. Oblak, watching Mingyu's retreating figure, felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, he had glanced back. Otherwise, he might have been caught off guard. The fans in the stand spontaneously applauded Mingyu's subtle antics. Oblak delivered a powerful kick, sending the ball soaring into Barcelona's half. The players on both sides began to scramble for possession. To the astonishment of the spectators, the ball remained airborne for nearly a minute without touching the ground. It was not that Oblak had sent the ball into outer space. Rather, both teams used headers to keep the ball aloft. Those watching on television momentarily believed they were witnessing a fixed match. Is this La Liga? This surely resembles the Premier League. The players were fiercely contesting the ball, and the fans were thoroughly entertained. Such a display of aerial prowess was indeed a rarity in La Liga, where teams typically relied on ground passing rather than headers. At last, the ball flew out of bounds amidst the players' tussle, bringing this aerial contest to an end. The score of 2-1 held firm until the 72nd minute of the second half, when the coaches finally began to make adjustments. The lackluster Griezmann was once again substituted for Agüero. Griezmann exited the field looking utterly dejected, having squandered 2 golden opportunities thwarted by the outstanding Oblak. Agüero entered, partnering with Messi as dual strikers. Defender Garcia came on, replacing Busquets, while De Jong returned to a defensive midfield role. Atletico Madrid's formation shifted from 4-1-4-1 to 3-4-2-1, with Ibrahimovic leading the attack, supported by Lamar and Llorente, strengthening their midfield presence to contest possession against Barcelona. Mingyu felt an immense burden, and Messi, compelled to assist, retreated to the midfield to help orchestrate the attack. In the 75th minute of the second half, after receiving the ball, Messi elegantly dribbled past 2 defenders and delivered a precise through ball into Atletico's penalty area. Agüero rushed in, but under pressure from the opposing center-back, he failed to make solid contact, producing a weak shot that Oblak easily collected. On the sidelines, Koeman's expression was one of frustration. Barcelona's forward line was now devoid of viable options. Griezmann had gradually lost Koeman's trust, and the newly arrived Agüero had yet to showcase his scoring prowess from his time at Manchester City and the Argentine national team. Messi's touch was also lacking today. He had already hit the woodwork thrice without finding the net. Mingyu, now at Barcelona, bore the heavy dual responsibilities of orchestrating the offense and scoring goals, shouldering a weight far beyond his years. Oblak launched a powerful throw-in to Llorente in midfield. Llorente deftly controlled the ball, flicking it past the advancing Pedri, who lost his defensive position. Instead of continuing his run, Llorente passed to the forward Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic's touch was slightly heavy, taking the ball away from his body. Seeing an opportunity, De Jong charged in, prepared to clear the ball. Suddenly, Ibrahimovic's long legs appeared in front of the ball, and De Jong, gritting his teeth, swung his leg, making contact with the ball. In a shocking moment, the 2 players collided, and De Jong stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, losing his defensive position. Ibrahimovic, unfazed, continued his advance. At this juncture, Ibrahimovic approached the edge of the penalty area and raised his right foot, preparing for a powerful shot, causing Peak, his defender, to rush forward in an attempt to block. Agüero's effort was unfortunate. Under Augusto's interference, he failed to strike the ball cleanly, allowing Oblak to comfortably secure it. Without wasting a moment, Oblak quickly initiated a counterattack. Llorente executed a beautiful dribble, skillfully flicking the ball, causing Pedri to miss his tackle. Llorente then threaded a pass to Ibrahimovic. Alas, Ibrahimovic's first touch was too heavy, pushing the ball beyond his control, allowing De Jong to close in for clearance. In a breathtaking moment, De Jong collided with Ibrahimovic, as if striking a wall, nearly falling to the ground while Ibrahimovic appeared unaffected, displaying an almost superhuman physicality. Ibrahimovic maintained possession, advancing towards the penalty area. He prepared to shoot, but instead executed a feint, leaving Peak off balance. Not only did Peak fall for the ruse, but even the camera operator seemed bewildered as the camera slightly swayed when Ibrahimovic performed his feint. Ibrahimovic then brought the ball into the center, taking 2 steps to adjust his angle before unleashing a left-footed shot. Oh my, another feint. Garcia, who attempted to recover defensively, was also deceived by Ibrahimovic's skillful moves. With a deft touch using his right foot, Ibrahimovic executed 2 consecutive feints, finally causing Garcia to lose his balance. Meanwhile, Alba rushed into challenge, attempting to slide tackle Ibrahimovic, but Ibrahimovic gently nudged the ball past Alba's outstretched foot and leaped over him with grace. Peak regained his defensive position. As Ibrahimovic lifted his foot to shoot, Peak lunged in a desperate tackle, only to find Ibrahimovic had once again feigned, leaving Peak sprawled on the ground and confusing Ter Stegen, Barcelona's goalkeeper, who knelt helplessly. Ibrahimovic then punctuated the moment with a left-footed poke, shattering Barcelona's defenses. What a spectacular goal. This moment was reminiscent of Ibrahimovic's early career at Ajax, when he scored a stunning goal after evading multiple defenders. The magnificent Ibrahimovic had once again replicated his iconic strike, an extraordinary feat. After scoring, Ibrahimovic raised his head proudly, fists clenched, roaring in triumph. The terrifying Ibrahimovic showcased his remarkable physical attributes, formidable strength, and incredible agility, accomplishing what seemed nearly impossible. Barcelona's entire defensive line appeared utterly helpless in the wake of Ibrahimovic's exquisite display. Peak lay on the ground, despair etched on his face as he gazed at the 40-year-old man, utterly incredulous. Not only had Barcelona's defense been humiliated, but even the television director wore a look of dismay. The authenticity of Ibrahimovic's feints had bewildered the camera crew, leading to erratic camera movements that struggled to capture the brilliance of Ibrahimovic's goal. As this remarkable goal unfolded, Mingyu remained near the midfield, witnessing the extraordinary events from afar. He did not engage in defensive maneuvers, as the entire backline was already in position and the opposing side had but a solitary Ibrahimovic. It seemed unlikely that any counterattack could materialize. Who could have anticipated that one Ibrahimovic would suffice? Mingyu held a profound respect for Ibrahimovic. Truly, he was deserving of the title Great Fengxian, remarkably formidable even at the age of 40, capable of executing such exquisite movements. Standing near the midfield, Mingyu observed Ibrahimovic's recent actions with keen interest. Each feint led him to believe that a shot was imminent, yet he was deceived time and again. How impressive! With the score tied at 2-2, Atletico Madrid, thanks to Ibrahimovic's 2 goals, valiantly equalized the match on their opponent's turf. The recent goal had significantly uplifted the spirits of Atletico's players, while the morale of Barcelona's team dwindled, particularly among the defenders, who felt humiliated by Ibrahimovic's theatrical goal amidst the jeers of their home crowd. Mingyu and Messi found themselves at a loss for words to console them. The recent goal had indeed dealt a severe blow. Upon resuming play, Mingyu and Messi sought to invigorate the team through their actions, executing a series of brilliant 1-2s in the attacking third, with AG Aero frequently assisting. The trio posed a substantial threat in Atletico's defensive zone, causing their previously soaring morale to wane. The clock ticked away, yet the score remained at 2-2. For Atletico Madrid, this result was quite acceptable. Securing a point at Barcelona's home ground was commendable. Thus, in the 85th minute of the second half, Simeone made a substitution, replacing the exhausted Ibrahimovic, who at 40 had already shown remarkable endurance after over 80 minutes of play. Ibrahimovic's departure signified Atletico's intent to defend their hard-earned point. However, Barcelona would not acquiesce to a mere stalemate on their home ground. Koeman replaced Piku with a young Dest, further bolstering their attacking options down the flanks. Mingyu advanced the ball into Atletico's 30-meter zone, with the players huddled closely together, compressing their defense to a flat line, leaving no room for penetrating passes. After his substitution, Ibrahimovic chose not to return to the bench, but instead stood beside the head coach, intently observing every movement on the field. This match held great significance for Ibrahimovic. It marked his return to La Liga, facing Barcelona once more, even if victory eluded him. His 2 splendid goals would surely overshadow those of Messi and Mingyu. For Ibrahimovic, that was enough. The 4th official signaled for 3 minutes of stoppage time. Mingyu continued to attempt forward movements in Atletico's penalty area, Yet their resolute defense left little opportunity for passing. Resolute in his determination, Mingyu decided against passing. He would take matters into his own hands. Near the edge of the penalty arc, he suddenly spotted a small opening. Unleashing a long-range strike aimed at the top right corner of the goal. ATL Tico's goalkeeper, Oblak, remained acutely focused despite the crowd of players surrounding him. He sensed the impending danger the moment Mingyu struck the ball. Oblak saw the ball soar from the throng, heading for his upper left corner. He swiftly moved 2 steps to the left and executed a graceful leap, using his right hand to deflect the ball. It grazed the crossbar before going out of play. The crowd responded with a chorus of disappointed boos. Time and again, when facing Atlantic Tico, this exceptional goalkeeper thwarted Barcelona's offensive efforts. Thus, if Barcelona fans were to name the most despised player in La Liga, Oblak would undoubtedly claim the top spot. ATL Tico's players approached Oblak, celebrating his remarkable save. Mingyu shook his head in disbelief. Could this match truly end in this manner? In the second minute of stoppage time, Barcelona earned a corner. Due to Oblak's commanding presence, De Jong opted to take the corner from a more distant position. Near the penalty spot, players from both sides became embroiled in a chaotic tangle. Pedri, lying on the ground, raised his hand, signaling to the referee that he had been pulled down, a clear penalty. Yet the opposing players vehemently accused Pedri of diving. The referee remained indifferent. His vantage point had provided a clear view of the incident. Although there was some pulling from the opponent, Pedri was no innocent party either. Both players had committed fouls. In such a pivotal match, at such a critical moment, the referee was reluctant to be the one to make the contentious call. Thus, he opted to disregard their pleas. Amid the chaos, Messi unleashed a shot towards the goal, but due to the congestion of bodies, a defender managed to block it within the 6-yard box. The ball ricocheted towards the edge of the penalty area, where Mingyu stood, albeit in a somewhat advanced position. At this moment, even if he were to attempt a bicycle kick, it would be too late, for the ball was at chest height. Should Mingyu attempt to control the ball with his chest, he would likely lose the initiative as the covering defender was closing in. The ball sailed past him, and just 3 meters behind, ATL Tico's Llorente was poised, ready to seize the opportunity and charge into Barcelona's half to score the winning goal. The mere thought sent shivers down Llorente's spine. The moment of heroism had arrived. Henceforth, he would be hailed as the great hero, Llorente. Yet suddenly, Llorente's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape as he witnessed an incredible turn of events. Like a coiled spring, Mingyu leaped into action after the ball passed him, forcefully swinging his right leg back. His powerful leg struck the ball with the precision of a scorpion's tail, sending it hurtling back into the penalty area. Oblak's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the ball rebound towards him, propelled by Mingyu's acrobatic maneuver. He had no time to react. Merely gazing in awe at this splendid goal, the net rippled as the ball struck it. After a moment of stunned silence, the referee signaled that the goal was valid. Mingyu sprang to his feet, overwhelmed with emotion, tore off his jersey, and hurled it aside as he dashed towards the stands, shouting in exhilaration. On the sidelines, Koeman momentarily abandoned his composure, expressing his excitement with a fervent slide kneel at the edge of the pitch. In contrast, Simeone covered his forehead in anguish, muttering curses about that pesky player once again. Beside him, Ibrahimovic watched the exuberantly celebrating Mingyu with gleaming eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This young man is truly fascinating. The recent scorpion kick executed by Mingyu showcased a physical prowess that even Ibrahimovic found astonishing. Although the scorpion kick is not exclusive to Ibrahimovic, many players have performed it. Only his version leave a lasting impression, largely due to his background as a taekwondo expert. Beginning his training at the tender age of 5, Ibrahimovic had attained a black belt by his teenage years. In 2008, Italian taekwondo athlete Samiento, who won a silver medal in the men's 80 kilograms category at the Olympics, remarked that Ibrahimovic often trained with them, nearly reaching a 5th-degree black belt level, asserting that many professional taekwondo practitioners could not match his skill. Ibrahimovic's extraordinary movements on the football field are often beyond imitation by other players, attributed to his taekwondo foundation. Yet, even he was taken aback by Mingyu's scorpion kick. At 40, Ibrahimovic developed a keen interest in Mingyu. Naturally, Lee's exuberant shirtless celebration earned him a coveted yellow Diamond Warrior card, a worthy prize for such a priceless goal. Shortly after ATL Tico Madrid kicked off, The referee blew the final whistle, concluding the match as Barcelona narrowly triumphed over Atletico Madrid with a score of 3-2 at their home ground, Camp Nou. Mingyu contributed with 1 assist and 2 goals, guiding his team through a perilous encounter. After the match, Ibrahimovic approached Mingyu. "You did exceptionally well. Shall we exchange jerseys?" Mingyu was taken aback. It was the first time someone had proposed a jersey exchange with him. "Of course," he replied, quickly removing his jersey to trade with Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic draped Mingyu's jersey over his shoulder, shook his hand, and said, "I look forward to our next encounter." Inspired by Ibrahimovic's competitive spirit, Mingyu nodded vigorously, responding, "I am looking forward to it as well." Ibrahimovic smiled slightly and turned to leave the pitch. Watching his departing figure, Mingyu also smiled faintly. After 3 rounds of the league, Barcelona emerged victorious in all 3, securing the top position, while Real Madrid also achieved 3 wins, but fell to second place due to a lesser goal difference. Atletico Madrid, having suffered a loss, had dropped to 9th place. Mingyu, with 6 goals, firmly held the top spot in the scoring charts, closely followed by Haaland and Ibrahimovic, both with 4 goals. On October 6, 2021, as the international match day approached, Mingyu arrived a day early at the Los Rosas training base in Madrid to join the new national team for practice. This iteration of the national team was significantly supported by Barcelona, with 5 players, Mingyu, Busquets, Alba, Pedri, and Eric Garcia, selected. In contrast, Real Madrid had only Ramos and Asensio called up. Coach Enrique's selection style had shifted over the past 2 years, focusing more on current form rather than reputation or experience. Those in good form were favored to join the new bullfighting squad. For instance, 20-year-old left-footed winger Bryan Gil, who had been loaned from Sevilla to Eibar, shone brightly despite Eibar's relegation, notably scoring twice in a crucial match against Barcelona that almost dethroned them from the championship. However, Mingyu's brilliance overshadowed many, including the young talent. This season, Bryan Gil returned to Sevilla as a core player, displaying impressive offensive statistics of 2 goals and 1 assist in the first 3 matches, thus earning a spot in the new national team under Enrique. Upon joining the national team, Mingyu felt no discomfort, having previously participated in youth national competitions and being familiar with teammates like Busquets. During training, Enrique positioned Mingyu as a left winger, pairing him with Manchester City's young midfielder Ferran Torres for a dynamic offensive duo. The central forward was Juventus's Morata, while the midfield comprised Busquets as the defensive anchor, with Atletico Madrid's rising star Marcos Llorente and Barcelona teammate Pedri as attacking midfielders. The defense featured Barcelona's Eric Garcia alongside Real Madrid's Ramos as center-backs, with Alba and Pedro Porro, who was on loan from Manchester City to Sporting Lisbon, occupying the flanks. The goalkeeper remained Manchester United's David De Gea. Back on the wing, Mingyu experienced no challenges, as the Spanish national team was predominantly structured around Barcelona's core, making him feel right at home. On the sidelines, Enrique observed Mingyu's frequent creation of scoring opportunities, whether by driving into the opponent's penalty area or setting up teammates. This infusion of dynamism brought a refreshing change to the new national team. Having served both Barcelona and the Spanish national team during his playing career and subsequently coaching them, Enrique held a profound appreciation for Barcelona's system, particularly after last season, when Barcelona rejuvenated their campaign to clinch the La Liga title. Enrique was delighted. Most gratifying for him was the emergence of Barcelona's superstar Mingyu, which inspired new aspirations for the Spanish national team. On October 7th, the Spanish national team traveled to Greece to compete in the second leg of the UEFA World Cup qualifiers at the Karaiskaki Stadium. In the first leg, Spain had settled for a draw against Greece at home. Presently, Spain ranked 3rd in their group with 2 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, facing a precarious situation. The qualification process for this year's World Cup European qualifiers was particularly ruthless, with the top team from each of the 10 groups advancing directly, while the second-place teams and 2 UEFA Nations League winners would contest for 3 additional spots. 12 teams were divided into 3 groups of 4, competing in a straightforward knockout format. The winners would then face off for a chance to qualify for the World Cup. Thus, if Spain failed to secure the top spot in their group, they would be subjected to the harsh single-elimination rounds, risking their absence from next year's World Cup. In a pre-match interview, a Spanish journalist approached Mingyu, inquiring, "Lee, as a newcomer to the Spanish national team, what are your thoughts?" Lee Mingyu nodded and replied, "The atmosphere within the team is wonderful. I really enjoy being here." The Spanish journalist, evidently with ulterior motives, provocatively inquired, "What are your particular feelings towards Ramos?" This question was rooted in the controversy from the previous season's El Clasico, during which Ramos had made racially charged remarks towards Lee Mingyu. Consequently, the Spanish Football Federation imposed a 10-match suspension on him following the game's conclusion. During that match, Ramos had attempted to injure Lee Mingyu, only to inadvertently suffer a severe injury himself when Lee Mingyu inadvertently stepped on his ankle, resulting in a torn Achilles tendon and sidelining him for the entire season. A significant blow to Real Madrid's subsequent matches. Despite a summer of recovery, Ramos remained suspended for the first 3 league matches and was at risk of missing out on this national team selection. Upon entering the national squad, Ramos exhibited no kindness towards Lee Mingyu, yet Lee Mingyu remained unfazed by his demeanor, as Barcelona players constituted a majority within the team. With a faint smile, Lee Mingyu addressed the journalist, stating, "Mr. Ramos is a captain worthy of respect. He embodies the spirit of the team." Observing Lee Mingyu's diplomatic response, the journalist inwardly scoffed, bemused by the young player's seasoned eloquence. Then, the journalist posed a pressing question, given the current state of the Spanish team. "Do you have confidence in leading them to the World Cup?" After a moment's contemplation, Lee Mingyu replied with a smile, "Our situation is quite favorable. As long as we win our next 4 matches, we shall qualify for the World Cup, shall we not?" With that, he exited the interview area, his words igniting a considerable stir. Chapter 92. A tribute header against Greece indeed. Lee Mingyu's assertions were impeccably valid. Should the Spanish team triumph in their upcoming fixtures, they would secure the top position in their group, ensuring direct qualification. However, they found themselves in Greece, preparing to face the formidable Greek team at the renowned Karaiskaki Stadium. Known for its daunting atmosphere, this stadium serves as both the home ground for the national team and for Olympiakos, Greece's most illustrious club. Karaiskaki Stadium, often hailed as one of Europe's most intimidating venues, has rightfully earned its reputation. Teams, whether they be titans of the top 5 European leagues or national powerhouses, seldom leave this arena unscathed. In their initial 4 matches, Greece had triumphed over Sweden, led by Ibrahimovic with a narrow 1-0 victory, marking Sweden's sole defeat in that round and providing a glimmer of hope for Spain. This was Lee Mingyu's inaugural visit to Greece, and even from the away team's locker room, he could hear the fervent roars of Greek supporters, truly embodying the essence of a hellish home ground. In this match, Lee Mingyu was granted a starting position, alongside 5 key players for Barcelona. Enrique addressed his players solemnly. "The current situation is not particularly optimistic for us. Securing first place in our group is our best possible outcome. I do not wish to engage in 2 single elimination matches to earn our qualification, as that will be far too uncertain." Surveying the determined faces of his players, Enrique felt a surge of satisfaction. "Now, let's claim victory in this match." Scholte Hermes, the captain of the Spanish team, extending his right hand as the players gathered around, placing their hands atop one another and roaring in unison, "Spain, we shall prevail." Good evening to our viewers on Tencent Sports. Tonight, we present a match from the European qualifying rounds for the World Cup, featuring Spain against Greece. The 2 teams had drawn in their first encounter, each accumulating 7 points, yet Greece held a slight edge in goal difference, placing them second and Spain third respectively. This match was crucial for both teams, as the European qualifiers were particularly fierce this year, with no one wishing to settle for second place and face elimination. Thus, this encounter promised to be a thrilling spectacle. Let us examine the lineups. Greece maintained their familiar 4-5-1 formation, focusing on counterattacks. Spain's lineup appeared quite formidable, built around the core of Barcelona's starting players, presenting a robust structure. Leading the front line was Morata, who had been performing admirably at Juventus, flanked by Barcelona's rising star Lee Mingyu and Manchester City's young midfielder Ferran Torres. Due to Fatty's injury, Enrique had to reposition Lee Mingyu back to the left-winger role, despite his recent success as an attacking midfielder for Barcelona. In midfield, Barcelona's Busquets remained steadfast in the defensive role, supported by Atletico Madrid's promising talent Marcos Llorente and Barcelona's young midfielder Pedri. The defensive line consisted of Barcelona's Eric Garcia and Real Madrid's Ramos partnering at center-back, with Alba and Pedro Porro, currently on loan at Sporting CP from Manchester City, occupying the flanks. In goal stood Manchester United's David De Gea. This new iteration of the Spanish squad was remarkably youthful, averaging just 7 years of age, with a bench boasting several, even younger players, reflecting Enrique's commendable efforts in rejuvenating the team. Now, as the players took to the field, the match was on the verge of commencing. Mingyu stood at the center of the pitch, absorbing the electric atmosphere. Around him, Greek fans adorned with national flags waved inflatable sticks, vociferously cheering for their team. With the referee's whistle, Mingyu's debut match for the national team began. Congratulations to the host for signing in at Karaiskaki Stadium. Acquiring the talent of Greek legend Angelos Charistias, super aerial dominator. Angelos Charistias' talent, super aerial dominator, standing at 191 meters. Charistias possessed exceptional heading ability and a keen sense of timing for aerial balls, coupled with remarkable jumping prowess that allowed him to dominate defenders in front of the goal. Angelos Charistias is undoubtedly one of the greatest players in Greek football history, revered as a national hero. In the 2004 European Championship, Greece achieved the pinnacle of their footballing journey by clinching the title. Charistias scored 3 crucial goals, the most significant being the sole goal in the final, securing Greece's first European Championship victory. Notably, all 3 of his goals were headers, forever etching his name in the memories of fans. Greece initiated the match, with their center back delivering a long pass aimed at the forward players. The moment the ball was struck, Mingyu felt an instinctive awareness, predicting its landing spot with uncanny accuracy. A formidable ability indeed. Mingyu's eyes sparkled with realization. He had not anticipated that the heading prowess bestowed by Angelos Charistias could possess such an auxiliary function. If this skill were to be granted to a center forward, it would undoubtedly become a lethal weapon. Although Mingyu stood at approximately 185 centimeters, his physique was rather slender, and he did not relish the prospect of competing in the penalty area against those muscular opponents. Consequently, even after acquiring the incisive heading ability from Zamorano, he seldom ventured into the box to contest aerial duels. However, with this newfound capability, he now felt a surge of confidence regarding his aerial challenges within the penalty area. In truth, heading is not excessively complex. The most challenging aspect lies in discerning the trajectory of the ball. If one can accurately predict where the ball will descend, and then combine that knowledge with their superior heading ability, scoring becomes a matter of simply meeting the ball with one's head. During the initial 5 minutes, both teams exhibited vigorous competition. The Greek team primarily relied on long passes, attempting to leverage the robust physiques of their players to create opportunities. In contrast, the Spanish team maintained a focus on ground attacks, frequently employing short passes to penetrate the Greek defense, exploiting the vulnerability of their towering backline to through balls. Nevertheless, the Greek team's formation was highly centralized, neglecting the flanks and concentrating their forces in the middle. Mingyu, positioned on the wing, hesitated to launch a high ball, mindful of the imposing Greek center backs, realizing that Morata lacked significant height advantage. By the 15th minute of the first half, Mingyu unleashed a long-range shot from the periphery, which deflected off a center back's foot and went out for a corner kick, Spain's first of the match. Pedri approached the corner flag as his teammates converged into the Greek penalty area, continuously shifting positions. However, the Greek players paid little heed, as they believed Spain's corner would not pose a serious threat given their height advantage. Typically, Mingyu refrained from entering the penalty area unless in critical moments, preferring to remain near the edge of the box to safeguard the second ball and assess opportunities for long-range strikes. Yet this time, he boldly entered the Greek penalty area. At 185 centimeters, Mingyu was hardly conspicuous among the towering figures in the box. Pedri felt a tinge of anxiety, for the pre-match strategy dictated that Mingyu should be available for a tactical corner. However, whether due to forgetfulness or lack of awareness, Pedri saw no one responding to him. The referee's whistle had already sounded, leaving Pedri no choice but to execute a quality corner kick using his right foot. The corner was delivered swiftly and low, swiftly entering the Greek penalty area. Chaos ensued within the box, yet the referee remained unresponsive. The ball landed between the penalty spot and the 6-yard box, positioning the Greek goalkeeper in an uncomfortable predicament, forcing him to remain stationary and focus intently on the ball. Fortunately for the goalkeeper, his center back stood resolutely in position, effectively blocking Morata from advancing. Morata, visibly frustrated, recognized the exceptional positioning of the opposing center back, who quickly anticipated the ball's descent, restricting Morata's ability to leap for a header. Center back Papadopoulos, a key defender for Hamburg, was renowned for his excellent positioning and heading skills. As the corner was taken, he adeptly gauged the ball's trajectory, ensuring Morata remained pinned behind him, denying any opportunity for an aerial attempt. Just as he prepared to leap and clear the ball with a header, Papadopoulos was startled to find a head suddenly appearing before him, merely 20 centimeters away. With a magnificent leap, Mingyu executed a powerful header, sending the ball hurtling toward the Greek goal. Papadopoulos watched in horror as the ball sailed past him, while the Greek goalkeeper stood like a statue, frozen in place, turning his head to behold the ball bouncing across the goal line. The player who had just scored, upon witnessing the ball's success, raised his arms in jubilation and sprinted toward the corner flag, exuberantly celebrating. Thus, number 24, Mingyu, achieved his first official goal for the national team. The corner opportunity for Spain had initially seemed daunting, given the Greek player's considerable height advantage, leading many to assume the ball would be directed toward the periphery. Yet, Pedri executed a direct and high-quality delivery. Alas, Morata was firmly obstructed by Papadopoulos, seemingly signaling another failed Spanish attack. What was that? Did I just see the ball go in? It's Mingyu. My goodness. He scored with a header right in front of Papadopoulos. Let us examine the slow-motion replay. Initially hovering at the back post, the moment Pedri struck the ball, it appeared as though Mingyu instinctively understood the ball's trajectory. He deftly maneuvered around two defenders and a teammate, and just as Papadopoulos attempted to clear the ball, Mingyu executed a splendid header, depositing the ball into the Greek net. The Greek goalkeeper, Vlachodimos, had no time to react. It was all too sudden. Observing from this angle, Mingyu's goal exemplified his acute awareness in front of the net. His running path indicated an uncanny instinct for the ball's trajectory, devoid of hesitation or unnecessary movement. It was simply exquisite, a goal that delighted the eye. Let us extend our congratulations to Mingyu for the inception of his national team career with this inaugural goal. The moment Mingyu scored, the Karaiskaki Stadium fell into a hushed silence. However, witnessing his exuberant celebration incited fury among the Greek fans, who responded with a cacophony of jeers that resonated throughout the stadium. Nevertheless, Mingyu remained undeterred. This was his first match representing the national team, and to score so swiftly and so spectacularly was a profound honor. Indeed, as soon as Pedri struck the ball, Mingyu had already discerned its landing point, swiftly dodging the defenders to position himself for the opportunity. However, Papadopoulos had already claimed the most favorable position. This illustrates his remarkable judgment. Yet, due to a moment of complacency, Papadopoulos chose to remain stationary rather than advancing toward the ball, inadvertently granting Mingyu a once-in-a-lifetime chance to intercept. With the acquisition of Aniello's Karistras' heading ability, Mingyu discovered not only a newfound clarity in judging the trajectory of high balls, but also an enhancement in his jumping prowess. It was this augmented leaping ability that enabled him to outpace Papadopoulos and connect with the ball before it could be cleared. Chapter 93. A deceptive strategy and long pass guidance on the sidelines. Coach Enrique, upon witnessing the goal, exuberantly waved his arms, his face alight with surprise. During the match against Greece, he had insisted on executing tactical corner kicks. Yet unexpectedly, Pedri took the corner swiftly, and just as Enrique felt a hint of displeasure, he realized the ball had found the net. One can never predict whether a goal or an unexpected event will unfold first. Mingyu's splendid goal shattered the deadlock on the field. Greece could no longer afford to maintain a compact defense, and their attempts at probing attacks opened greater opportunities for the Spanish team. In the 35th minute, Ramos successfully intercepted the ball in the attacking third and promptly passed it to Busquets. With a deft turn, Busquets evaded the pressing opponent, delivering a sweeping pass to Mingyu. Spain launched a rapid counterattack, prompting Greek players to frantically chase back. Mingyu, on the left flank, activated his speed, sprinting forward with vigor. The opposing defenders were left trailing, unable to devise a solution as they watched Mingyu charge towards their penalty area with the ball. Morata and Ferran Torres had already positioned themselves, creating a 3-on-3 scenario in Greece's half. Morata accelerated past the defender, yet Mingyu chose not to pass, instead cutting inward. However, Morata's sudden intrusion caused confusion among the defenders, and as Mingyu prepared to shoot, two defenders rushed towards him, attempting to obstruct his angle. Yet, in a moment of brilliance, Mingyu feigned a shot, then deftly nudged the ball through the gap between the two defenders. Offside? The Greek defenders raised their arms in protest. Indeed, Morata was in an offside position. However, Mingyu's pass was not intended for him. Ferran Torres appeared like a specter on the opposite side of the Greek penalty area. His pass was directed at Torres. Three Greek defenders and the goalkeeper signaled for offside. Yet the assistant referee kept his flag firmly against his thigh, showing no intent to raise it. The main referee remained silent as well. What followed was straightforward. Ferran Torres faced the goalkeeper one-on-one. As the keeper advanced, Ferran executed a low shot, leaving Vlachodimos helpless as the ball rolled into the net. This goal incited considerable dissatisfaction among the Greek players, who rushed towards the referee, demanding a reasonable explanation, insisting it was clearly an offside. The referee was cautious, refraining from making a quick judgment. After the goal, the referee did not signal its validity immediately, but communicated via headset with the assistant and video assistant referee. As the Greek players grew increasingly agitated, the referee gestured for a video review. Ferran Torres, poised to celebrate, felt unease as the referee had yet to signal the goal's legitimacy. Mingyu approached him, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry. When I passed, you were definitely onside." Upon hearing Mingyu's words, Ferran felt a slight sense of calm. Morata approached, expressing discontent. "I was in a better position. Why didn't you pass to me?" Mingyu, momentarily taken aback, thought, "Just because you're in a good position, I must pass to you? Who do you think you are, Ronaldo?" Nevertheless, he smiled and replied, "All right, I promise to pass to you next time." Morata, a veteran in the Spanish national team, was someone Mingyu preferred not to offend. Morata, visibly displeased, shrugged and turned his gaze towards the referee. Despite his frustration over the non-pass, he recognized the significance of the goal. After all, the difference between a score of 1-0 and 2-0 is monumental in the realm of football. The referee approached the sidelines, scrutinizing the moment of Mingyu's pass from various angles through video replay. From every perspective, it was evident that at the instant of Mingyu's pass, a distant defender lagged behind, causing the three defenders not to press simultaneously. Ferran Torres was clearly positioned half a body length behind the last defender at that moment. As the video replay confirmed, after two reviews, the referee removed his headset and, under the watchful eyes of all, signaled the goal's validity. Ferran Torres jubilanti abraça Mingyu. And although the decision arrived somewhat late, he was nonetheless ecstatic. Coach Enrique let out a sigh of relief. This goal was critical, not only amplifying the psychological pressure on Greece, but also allowing more flexibility in his tactical arrangements. On the opposite side, Greek coach Anastasiadis furrowed his brow. The Spanish national team he faced now was a stark contrast to the one he had held to a draw 6 months prior. His gaze fell on the young man at the center of the celebration, number 24, Mingyu. The recent goal showcased Mingyu's remarkable skill. First, he maneuvered past two defenders on the flank, then executed a feint to draw the attention of Greece's backline before delivering a discreet through ball that set Ferran Torres free to score. From his swift sprint to the deft movement in front of the penalty area, culminating in the pass, his composure and judgment seemed more befitting of a seasoned player than a mere 19-year-old. As the match resumed, Greece intensified their offensive, yet Spain did not retreat entirely, instead engaging in fierce battles around midfield. The Greek players continued to leverage their physical advantage, launching into close-quarter skirmishes with the Spanish team. Time swiftly slipped away, and neither side managed to make further breakthroughs in the first half. With the referee's whistle, the first half concluded, and at Karaiskakis Stadium, Spain held a temporary 2-goal lead over Greece. During the halftime break, Coach Enrique praised Mingyu's performance in the first half. Mingyu had grown more confident since his debut. With a 2-goal advantage, Enrique made slight adjustments to the tactics for the second half. Return to the attacking midfielder position. You will orchestrate our attacks in the second half. Do not let Greece seize opportunities in midfield, Enrique instructed. Mingyu nodded, replying, "Rest assured, sir, leave it to me." 15 brief minutes of rest passed, and the players re-entered the pitch. The Greek fans, having taken a brief respite, resumed their fervent support. Unlike the seemingly relaxed Spanish players, the Greek team members wore grave expressions, clearly aware of the match's significance. Should Spain manage to secure 3 points on their home turf, Greece's chances of advancing from the group would diminish significantly, possibly eliminating their opportunity to even contest for second place in the knockout stages. Thus, at the onset of the second half, the Greek players launched a fervent assault on Spain's half. However, Spain's midfield proved to be a formidable barrier. During defensive plays, Mingyu's speed exerted considerable pressure on the Greek players, often forcing them into hurried passes, thereby complicating their accuracy and execution. Indeed, in a swift confrontation between Mingyu and 2 Greek players, one was compelled to misdirect a pass under pressure from Mingyu's rapid pursuit, which was promptly intercepted by Busquets. Observing this, Mingyu immediately repositioned himself, signaling for the ball. Having collaborated with Busquets for several months, a deep trust had developed between them. Recognizing Mingyu's request, Busquets deftly nudged the ball toward him with the arch of his foot. Upon receiving the pass, Mingyu quickly pivoted and noted that Morata had already surged forward, racing towards the opponent's penalty area. Positioned in his own half and still far from the center circle, Mingyu was approximately 40 to 50 meters away from Morata. Meanwhile, Pedri was preparing to offer support on the other side. However, noticing Morata's advantageous position with the defenders seemingly oblivious to him, Mingyu executed a delicate flick with his right foot, striking the ball's right side. The football soared with an impressive arc, hurtling towards Morata. Even Morata was taken aback by the exquisite nature of Mingyu's pass from such a position. The precision of Xavi Alonso's long ball was indeed no mere exaggeration. It reflected the skill Mingyu had honed during his previous season at Real Sociedad's Anoeta Stadium. The ball, akin to a guided missile, sailed over the heads of the opposing central defenders, descending just as Morata entered the penalty area. Morata expertly cushioned the ball with his chest, relishing the moment as such a pass was a true delight. As the main striker for Juventus, he maintained his composure in front of goal, executing a stunning volley that pierced the net. With the score at 3-0, the Spanish team, playing at the Karaiskakis Stadium, had established a commanding lead over Greece. Following his goal, Morata exuberantly dashed towards the stands to celebrate, only to find himself somewhat awkwardly alone, as none of his teammates joined him. His rapid sprint left the forward line devoid of Spanish players, save for Ferran Torres, who, upon witnessing the goal, promptly returned to the center circle. Meanwhile, all the Spanish players had congregated around midfield, embracing Mingyu, who had raised his arms in triumph. It was evident to all that a significant portion of the credit for the goal belonged to Mingyu. Morata sheepishly returned and exchanged a high five with Mingyu, exclaiming, that was a brilliant pass." Despite his pride, Morata recognized the exceptional quality of Mingyu's assist. Any forward would dream of partnering with such a gifted playmaker. Just 5 minutes into the second half, Greece suffered another crushing blow. This goal was a devastating setback for the Greek team. In their impatience, they reverted to a strategy of long balls. However, Enrique quickly adapted his tactics following the goal, positioning Morata alone up front while directing the rest of the team to bolster their defense. With Spain's already solid defensive line enhanced, Greece's aerial assaults became increasingly ineffective. Furthermore, having witnessed Mingyu's lethal long pass, the Greek players developed a psychological apprehension, leaving 2 defenders closely shadowing Morata to prevent a repeat of the previous counterattack. In the 70th minute, both coaches began to make substitutions. Greece replaced a defender with the towering striker Mitroglou, determined to mount a desperate comeback. Meanwhile, Enrique substituted Ferran Torres with Manchester City's defensive midfielder Rodrigo, pairing him with Busquets to fortify Spain's defense. Morata, having scored, was also placed on the bench, making way for Sevilla's young talent Bryan Gil, whose youthful exuberance was hoped to further pressurize Greece's defense. However, it was evident that Greece either underestimated Gil or felt compelled to launch an all-out attack. After Gil's introduction, only a single defender remained stationed. Greece's aggressive offensive strategy posed significant challenges for Spain. Although Spain had numerical superiority within the penalty area, defending against aerial threats had never been their strong suit. In the 75th minute, Greece earned their 5th corner of the half. In a moment of suspense, Greece executed a high-quality corner, and Mitroglou, fresh on the pitch, outjumped Ramos to deliver a powerful header, scoring for Greece. Mitroglou, once on the verge of being cast aside by his national team, found his height advantageous amidst the contemporary game's increasing emphasis on possession and ground play. His previous struggles were overshadowed by this impactful moment on the field. With Greece narrowing the score to 3-1, they glimpsed hope for a potential equalizer or even a lead. However, following the kickoff, Mingyu commenced his own display of brilliance. Eager to regain possession and continue their offensive, the Greek players were left bewildered by Mingyu's movements, passes, and orchestration in midfield. The 5 Barcelona players on the pitch executed swift, precise passes, reminiscent of their training sessions, as the melody of their teamwork resonated throughout the stadium. Observing the Greek players, exhausted and unable to touch the ball, a chorus of boos gradually enveloped the air of the Karaiskaki Stadium. Leaving the source of the discontent uncertain, was it directed at the Spanish team or the Greek squad? As time trickled away, the stamina and patience of the Greek team gradually waned under the incessant passing of the Spanish team. In the 85th minute, the score remained unchanged. Upon receiving a pass from Busquets, Mingyu noticed a sudden change in Busquets' expression, who shouted something urgently. Realizing that something was amiss, Lee summoned all his strength and leaped high into the air. Indeed, as he ascended, Lee saw a cleat-clad foot beneath him, sending a chill of cold sweat down his spine. The Spanish team had completely seized control of the match. The players from Barcelona exhibited an extraordinary synergy, their constant short passes bewildering the Greek players, who flailed about like headless flies, with time slipping away, barring any unforeseen events. It seemed certain that the Spanish team would secure victory. I noted that Spain's coach, Enrique, was preparing to make substitutions. A prudent decision given the upcoming match against Georgia just a week later. Georgia, having triumphed over Greece in the previous round, had nearly toppled the Spanish team by scoring first in their encounter, proving they were no mere pushovers. Busquets passed the ball to Mingyu, but then, out of nowhere, Greek midfielder Boxtes fouled Lee from behind with a disgraceful act. The players from both sides erupted into a fierce confrontation. How could such a thing occur? The Greek players seemed unable to accept defeat. Let us review the replay. It was evident that Boxtes had aimed for Lee rather than the ball. Fortunately, Lee's quick reflexes saved him, as Boxtes' foot only brushed against him, causing no significant harm. The referee intervened, separating the players before brandishing a red card, expelling Boxtes from the field, while also issuing yellow cards to Busquets and Greek player Fotunis for their overly aggressive behavior during the chaos. Mingyu sat on the ground, adjusting his shin guards, appearing to be unscathed. However, Boxtes' action had been perilously reckless. Had he not reacted swiftly, the consequences could have been dire. Enrique's face paled at the thought of losing Lee to injury. Such a loss would be catastrophic not only for the Spanish team, but also for Barcelona. Indeed, witnessing Boxtes' reckless tackle had nearly sent Enrique into a panic. Lee's significance to the Spanish team was abundantly clear. His contribution of 2 assists and a goal in this match spoke volumes. His importance to Barcelona was equally undeniable, solidifying his role as a pivotal midfielder. Before the referee could make any further decisions, Enrique waved for the team doctor to assess Lee's condition. Were another player, Enrique would undoubtedly have rushed to the 4th official to condemn the act as attempted murder. However, his concern for Lee's injury overshadowed any thoughts of retribution. When he saw the team doctor signal that Lee was fine and witnessed him sit up and move his foot, Enrique finally breathed a sigh of relief. Enrique immediately signaled for Coke from Atletico Madrid to replace Mingyu. Lee felt a lingering unease. Had he not reacted in time, that kick could have ended badly for him. As the match resumed, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The Greek fans were rendered mute by the recent foul. The malicious act left them incredulous. Despite trailing in score, witnessing such a blatant foul was disheartening for all. Football should maintain a level of purity. With one less player, the Greek team appeared hesitant in both attack and defense, while the Spanish team rallied together with a shared resolve. Especially the Barcelona players Busquets and Mingyu had both been substituted, leaving Eric Garcia, as a center-back, uninvolved in the attack. Meanwhile, the other 2, Alba and Pedri, charged forth like enraged lions, relentlessly assaulting the crumbling Greek defense. In the 88th minute, Alba and Pedri executed a brilliant 1-2 on the flank, leading to a cross. Sevilla's young talent, Bryan Gil, received the ball in the center and passed it back, allowing Pedri to unleash a powerful shot that pierced the Greek goal once more. Ultimately, in this European World Cup qualifying match, the Greek team succumbed to the relentless Spanish bullfighters, with a score of 1-4 on their home turf. The aftermath of the game ignited considerable debate. Lee Mingyu's performance garnered the highest rating on the team, and his exceptional debut for the national team instilled confidence among many fans regarding Spain's prospects. In an immediate response, Boxtes took to social media to apologize to Lee Mingyu, asserting that he had not intended to injure him. However, his apology fell on deaf ears, and fans unleashed their fury upon him, even dredging up previous footage of his malicious fouls at the club level, presenting them as evidence of a troubling pattern. The following morning, FIFA issued a ruling. Boxtes was suspended for 3 matches and fined €100,000. This suspension meant that Boxtes would miss crucial upcoming World Cup qualifiers, exacerbating the already precarious position of the Greek team, currently languishing in 3rd place in their group. With Sweden and Kosovo set to clash that evening, Spain, having secured 10 points from 3 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, found themselves at the top of the group, albeit temporarily. Spain's next match was scheduled for a week later, where they would host Georgia. In their first encounter, Georgia had nearly defeated the Spaniards at home, boosting their morale and subsequently overcoming Greece. Now, with 2 wins and 2 losses, they occupied the 4th position. As anticipated, Sweden triumphed over Kosovo with a score of 3-0 that evening, with Ibrahimovic contributing 1 assist and 2 goals, showcasing his formidable attacking prowess. The Swedish team, boasting 4 wins and 1 loss, reclaimed the top spot in the group, relegating Spain to relinquish their brief hold on 1st place. Upon returning to Madrid's Las Rosas training base, the Spanish team resumed closed-door training. Given the current situation, Spain needed to secure victories in all remaining matches to ensure their position at the top of the group. Thus, they could not afford to take any match lightly before facing the Ibrahimovic-led Swedish team in their final round. A week later, Spain arrived at their home ground, the Santiago Bernabéu, to face the visiting Georgian team. This iteration of the Spanish team featured only 2 players from Real Madrid, Ramos and Asensio, giving it a somewhat sparse appearance. Lee Mingyu returned to the Santiago Bernabéu for the 2nd time, the first being during El Clásico, where he remarkably scored 5 goals, leaving Real Madrid in a state of disgrace. The majority of Spanish fans support either Real Madrid or Barcelona, and upon seeing Lee Mingyu, they felt a mix of admiration and resentment. This time, playing at home, Lee Mingyu resumed his position as an attacking midfielder. Throughout the match, he completed a staggering 135 passes, once again breaking his own record. The possession ratio of 83-17 showcased the formidable control of the Spanish national team. The final score was 3-0, with Lee Mingyu contributing 1 goal and 1 assist, marking a perfect conclusion to his debut in the national team. With 2 matches played, he had scored 2 goals and provided 3 assists, dazzling everyone with his extraordinary performance. No player has ever delivered such glamorous statistics during their debut for the national team. Upon returning to Barcelona, Lee Mingyu felt the discomfort brought on by the international break, as he had never experienced playing abroad before. Although the time difference was minimal, the consecutive flights left him feeling physically and mentally exhausted. Furthermore, he had played around 80 minutes in both matches, a testament to Enrique's demanding approach. Upon arriving back in Barcelona, he did not return to the La Masia training ground, but instead took a day to rest, adhering to the customary practice after international fixtures. After a day of rest, when he returned to the La Masia training facility, it was evident that the international break had taken its toll on the team. Many players appear to have lost their form, with even Messi struggling to maintain his usual finesse while dribbling. This is the daunting aftermath of the international break, which is loathed by nearly all top teams, yet there is little one can do about it. 2 days later, Barcelona faced Getafe at the Alfonso Pérez Stadium. Despite having 2 days to recuperate, it was clear on the pitch that many Barcelona players lacked spirit. Lee Mingyu felt as though his legs were laden with lead, rendering him incapable of executing many movements smoothly. Consequently, the match ended in a 0-0 draw, with Getafe holding Barcelona to a stalemate at home. After the 4th round of matches, Barcelona was dethroned from the top position in La Liga by Real Madrid, who triumphed over Espanyol in a commanding victory, boasting 4 consecutive wins. Atletico Madrid also secured a victory at home, climbing to 4th place. Meanwhile, Barcelona not only lost their top position, but, due to Sevilla's perfect record, found themselves relegated to 3rd place. Such is the ever-changing landscape of football. Following this match, all attention shifted away from domestic leagues, as the UEFA Champions League was set to commence the following week. Mingyu was particularly exhilarated, as Barcelona's first match would see them host Chelsea. Over the past 2 years, Chelsea had not clinched the Premier League title and had failed to reach the Champions League final. Their last appearance in the final was during the 2011 to 2012 season, where they battled Bayern Munich for 120 minutes without a victor and ultimately triumphed in a penalty shootout, securing their first Champions League trophy. Since then, Chelsea had not had the opportunity to touch the Champions League trophy again, rarely even making it to the semifinals. Thus, their current UEFA ranking was modest, placing them in the third pot. However, Chelsea's strength is indisputable, and no one would underestimate this resilient team. Consequently, the upcoming Champions League group match between Barcelona and Chelsea drew significant attention, with a particular focus on whether Mingyu, the new orchestrator, could maintain his formidable momentum on this grand stage. Chapter 95. Mingyu's first Champions League match against Chelsea on October 20th, 2021. The UEFA Champions League officially commenced. The group stage matches took place on this day. At 1800 hours local time in Spain, the Camp Nou was filled to capacity, with a cacophony of voices in the air. The iconic stadium, which accommodates 100,000 spectators, was alive with fervor. Barcelona had not reached the Champions League final in 6 years, with their best achievement being a single semi-final appearance. For a club of Barcelona's stature, this was utterly unacceptable. This reality was one of the primary criticisms levied against Messi and the club in recent years. However, with the emergence of Mingyu, Barcelona's fortunes appeared to be revitalized, rekindling hopes among the fans for a Champions League title. Since Ronaldo's departure from Real Madrid, no Spanish club had laid claim to the coveted trophy. In the home team's dressing room, Koeman was delivering his final pre-match instructions. Mingyu's expression was serious. This was his first foray into the Champions League. Although he had excelled in the league and received accolades for his performance with the national team, the Champions League was the true litmus test for a player. Observing Mingyu's seriousness, Messi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said with a smile, "Lee, don't be nervous. The Champions League isn't as daunting as it seems. Just play normally." Mingyu nodded in response, internally acknowledging that he was not nervous but rather exhilarated. This was the pinnacle of European football. Good evening, viewers of Tencent Sports. Thank you for tuning in to the UEFA Champions League match of the 2021 to 2022 season. Tonight marks the first day of the group stage, featuring 8 matches. The match we are broadcasting is one of the most anticipated encounters. Barcelona, hosting the resolute Chelsea from the Premier League at the Camp Nou. Both teams are established powerhouses in the Champions League, yet both have struggled to achieve favorable results in recent years. Chelsea has not reached the semi-finals in 7 years, while Barcelona has not made it to the final in 6. This season, Chelsea has been in formidable form, winning all 4 of their matches and currently sitting atop the Premier League standings, propelled by the outstanding performance of their main striker, Havertz, who has netted 3 goals and provided 1 assist, placing him at the top of the Premier League scoring chart. Meanwhile, Barcelona, affected by the international break, regrettably drew their last match and relinquished their top position to Real Madrid, now occupying 3rd place in the league. However, the young Chinese talent, Mingyu, despite not scoring in the last match, remains at the top of the scoring chart with 6 goals, ahead of Haaland with 5. Uncertain of whether Mingyu has managed to adjust his state, this match marks his inaugural appearance in the Champions League. For him, this encounter is of paramount importance. With Chelsea standing as a formidable adversary, one can only hope he showcases his true capabilities in today's contest. The camera pans to the stadium, revealing the Camp Nou, which accommodates 109,815 spectators, filled to capacity. The stands are awash in a sea of red and blue, a testament to the excitement radiating from the Barcelona fans. The players from both teams have taken to the field. Let us examine their lineups. The home team, Barcelona, has retained their familiar 4-2-3-1 formation, with the young goalkeeper, Ter Stegen, guarding the net. The defensive line comprises Alba, Eric Garcia, Piku, and Dest. The 2 defensive midfielders, Busquets and De Jong, anchor the midfield, while the talented Mingyu occupies the central attacking midfielder role, flanked by Messi and Pedri, with Griezmann leading the attack. This assembly exhibits a well-rounded balance of offense and defense. Since transitioning to a deeper role, De Jong has displayed his tenacious defensive prowess, and coupled with the experienced Busquets, they create a formidable partnership. Although Busquets has lost some of his youthful agility, the energetic De Jong compensates admirably, introducing fresh tactical concepts to Barcelona's midfield. Chelsea, competing away from home, has made minimal alterations to their established 3-4-2-1 formation. The towering goalkeeper Mendy, standing at 198 meters, commands a goal. The defensive trio consists of Azpilicueta, Thiago Silva, and Rudiger. The wingbacks, Reece James and Chilwell, support the midfield duo of Jorginho and Kovacic. Up front, Havertz leads the line, flanked by Mount and Werner. Chelsea's lineup has proven incisive in the Premier League, netting 10 goals over 4 matches, with no opposition, yet managing to breach Mendy's defenses. As the players take their positions on the pitch, the match is on the verge of commencing. Mingyu stands just outside the center circle, gazing at the ball at Chelsea's feet, his heart racing with anticipation. Champions League, here I come. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Camp Nou, thereby acquiring the long-range shooting prowess of Barcelona legend Xavi. Xavi's shooting? Many may not associate him with being a long-range shooter, as he is predominantly remembered for his passing and ball control. However, Xavi was indeed a skill marksman, having executed remarkable long-range strikes in crucial matches for Barcelona. Yet, within Barcelona's system, long-range shots were not always necessary. Delivering the ball closer to the opponent's goal was often more desirable. With a sharp whistle from Austrian referee Kovac, Mingyu's debut in the Champions League officially commences. Havertz initiates the play, sending the ball into Chelsea's half, and Barcelona's players surge forward with the ferocity of a tiger descending the mountain. Right from the outset, Barcelona exhibits extraordinary aggression, catching Chelsea off guard. Havertz's back pass reaches Jorginho, who, under Griezmann's relentless pressure, can only revert the ball. Griezmann continues his pursuit, darting past Jorginho to chase the ball. Pedri and Messi swiftly converge from both flanks, leaving the opposition defenders with little opportunity to progress the ball, forcing a clearance into Barcelona's half. Havertz tracks the ball's descent, sprinting forward, but Mingyu arrives a moment earlier, executing a headed pass to a teammate. Upon receiving the ball, Dest immediately recognizes Mingyu's advantageous position and delivers a precise pass, then advances forward. After receiving the ball, Mingyu feints, evading Havertz's challenge, and plays a short pass to Dest, who quickly relays the ball to the retreating Messi. Messi, now in possession within the 40-meter area, draws Chelsea's defensive attention. Kovacic, Chilwell, and Werner rapidly converge upon him. Undeterred by their approach, Messi deftly maneuvers the ball, evading 2 defenders before executing a lateral pass into the center of the pitch. Mingyu arrives just in time, exploiting a significant gap in Chelsea's defense, which has been stretched thin by Messi's influence. Upon receiving the ball, Mingyu takes a step forward and prepares to shoot, positioned approximately 35 meters from goal. This distance typically presents a challenge for most players lacking the requisite power for a threatening long-range shot. However, Mingyu's long-range abilities have significantly improved after acquiring various skills from football legends, and with Xavi's long-range shooting prowess now at his disposal, his capabilities have reached new heights. With a powerful strike, Mingyu's left foot connects forcefully with the turf, the ankle visibly twisting in the process. His right leg arcs backward, akin to a whip, before striking the rolling ball. The football soars like a missile, tracing an exquisite arc towards the upper left corner of the goal. Despite Mendy's impressive height, as the ball approaches, he realizes it is too late to intercept. In mid-air, Mendy watches helplessly as the ball glides past his fingertips and crashes into the net. Both Mendy and the ball land simultaneously, and, as he gazes at the ball rebounding from the net, disbelief washes over him as he turns to Mingyu in the center. The referee signals the goal is valid, igniting an eruption of jubilation throughout Camp Nou. In a mere 1 minute and 27 seconds, Mingyu has secured an early lead for Barcelona against Chelsea, an astonishing start to the match. Coach Koeman, having just settled onto the bench, is met with a thunderous cheer. His substitute players erupt in ecstatic celebration, rushing onto the field. Koeman is enveloped in a tight embrace from his assistant, and in that moment, he realizes his team has scored. Unbelievable. The match has barely begun, and they are already ahead. What a delightful start. Fans watching from home, perhaps having just turned on their televisions, are greeted by the sight of Barcelona players racing towards the stands in exuberant celebration. Incredible. A goal so soon? Why did I even step away for a moment? After his goal, Mingyu exuberantly sprints to the edge of the stands, leaping high and proudly displaying his shirt number to the audience. The audience at the venue fervently chanted Mingyu's name, brimming with excitement. In 1 minute and 27 seconds, Mingyu scored his first goal in the UEFA Champions League. Although it was not the fastest goal in the history of the tournament, it was undoubtedly a significant achievement for a player making his Champions League debut, warranting a place in the annals of the competition. The stunning long-range shot that struck Chelsea early on was certainly a blow to their morale. Mendy retrieved the ball from the net, flung it angrily towards the midfield, shaking his head in frustration and spitting to the side. Chelsea's captain, the stalwart Azpilicueta, continuously clapped to refocus his teammates, reminding them not to let the earlier goal disrupt their game plan. A seasoned veteran, Azpilicueta has been with Chelsea since 2012, marking his 10th season with the club. Known for his indispensable defensive prowess, he has achieved 110 clean sheets during his tenure, a remarkable feat in Azpilicueta's view. Mingyu's goal was largely a matter of luck, so he did not dwell on it. Such long-range strikes are rare, with some players only managing to pull one off in their entire careers. As the match resumed, Chelsea's players were mentally prepared for Barcelona's relentless pressing, spreading their formation wide to avoid the initial predicament. Chelsea's technical skills were commendable. The Premier League has evolved from the crude long ball tactics of over a decade ago to a more refined style, emphasizing coordination and short passes. The global football landscape has been reshaped by Spain's triumphant run in the European Championship and World Cup. The ensuing 20 minutes saw Chelsea and Barcelona exchanging attacks. Despite Barcelona's early lead, it did not significantly affect Chelsea's players. Chelsea's manager, the German Thomas Tuchel, is known for his open and aggressive coaching style. He had previously defeated Bundesliga giants Bayern Munich while managing Mainz. Tuchel was dismissed by Paris Saint-Germain on December 29, 2020, and joined Chelsea on January 27, 2021. After the club parted ways with their legendary player and manager, Frank Lampard, who had led the team to a dismal record of 1 win, 1 draw, and 3 losses, leaving Chelsea languishing in 11th place. Under Tuchel, Chelsea embarked on an unbeaten streak of 10 matches, achieving the best managerial record in the club's history and guiding them back to the Champions League stage. Chapter 96. The Super Falling Leaf, exceptional. Tuchel successfully reintegrated the squad, and the 800 million team finally showcased their true potential. The season began with a 4-match winning streak, igniting the fans' chance for reclaiming the Premier League title. In the 35th minute of the first half, Chelsea orchestrated a brilliant combination. From a throw-in, Jorginho received the ball, executed a feint to evade Pedri's challenge, and delivered a precise through ball to Mount. Mount, a promising star from Chelsea's youth academy, quickly caught the attention of Tuchel after signing with the club last season. Tuchel views Mount as the core forward for the next decade, given his exceptional talent. Mount has been impressive, starting all 4 matches this season, scoring 2 goals and providing 2 assists, solidifying his position as a key player. Upon receiving Jorginho's pass, Mount executed a stunning bicycle kick to evade Busquets, who, in a moment of desperation, pulled Mount down, conceding a direct free kick from approximately 40 meters. Busquets, utilizing his experience, was aware that a foul in that position would likely prevent a direct shot on goal, and the referee would typically refrain from issuing a card. As anticipated, the referee merely offered a verbal warning to Busquets before granting Chelsea a free kick opportunity. Due to the distance, only Busquets stood close to the ball, while other players resumed their defensive duties. Mount positioned himself behind the ball, taking a few steps back, observing his teammates' movements in the penalty area, seemingly preparing to deliver a pass. Almost everyone expected Chelsea's free kick to result in a pass, given the distance was not ideal for a direct shot, especially from 40 meters with a challenging angle. The referee blew the whistle to signal the kick, and Mount took small, measured steps toward the ball. Busquets suddenly realized that Mount's intentions did not align with expectations. He hastily advanced a couple of steps, only to hear a resounding crack as Mount unleashed a powerful shot, causing Busquets to turn away in an attempt to shield himself. The ball zipped past Busquets, hurtling toward the goal. Barcelona's goalkeeper, Ter Stegen, was caught off guard by Mount's unexpected strike. As he scrambled to react, the ball struck the post and ricocheted back into play. In the ensuing chaos, before Ter Stegen could regain his footing for a second attempt at defense, a foot emerged from the crowd, guiding the ball into the net behind him. Havertz burst forth from the throng, roaring in triumph as he rushed toward the substitutes bench, embracing the ecstatic tuchel. The score was now 1-1, as Chelsea valiantly equalized in the 37th minute of the first half. Pedri, staging, visibly frustrated, retrieved the ball from the net and hurled it toward the midfield. This goal was a result of Barcelona's underestimation of their opponents. Mount's direct free kick was entirely unexpected, of high quality, forcing Ter Stegen into a desperate save that left him unable to respond to the subsequent goal. On the sidelines, Coach Koeman seethed with anger. Such a goal was indeed infuriating. Meanwhile, Chelsea's substitutes erupted in joyous celebration, with Mount and Havertz enveloped by their teammates in a jubilant embrace. This goal alleviated the tension for Chelsea, leveling the playing field once again. Messi stood in the center circle, visibly agitated as he observed the jubilant Chelsea players celebrating. Throughout the opening 30 minutes, Messi had found little space to operate, with his touches on the ball being markedly limited. His only contribution thus far had been assisting Mingyu's goal, and he had scarcely participated in Barcelona's attacking efforts. Today, he had not yet taken a shot, an unusual occurrence for the iconic player. Mingyu gazed at Messi's silhouette, a hint of perplexity evident on his face. Today, he had passed the ball to Messi multiple times, only for Messi to swiftly return it each time, showing little enthusiasm in his movement. One could only wonder what the cause might be. As the ball was reintroduced into play, Messi delivered it to Mingyu and sauntered toward Chelsea's forward line. Upon receiving the ball, Mingyu opted not to advance, but instead turned to pass it back to De Jong. Given that Chelsea had just scored and were riding a wave of momentum, it was necessary to temper the pace of the game. De Jong, equally perceptive, calmly distributed the ball to the flanks, finding Dest. Barcelona's fluid passing at the back continued to dazzle, leaving Chelsea's players scrambling in vain. After establishing Mingyu's pivotal role in the attack, Koeman had intensified Barcelona's training focus on ball control and positioning, striving to revive the enchanting style reminiscent of the legendary Dream Team. Although the current approach lacked purity, with Mingyu orchestrating from the center, Barcelona's offense began to take shape impressively. In the 42nd minute of the first half, Mingyu seized the ball once more in the midfield, executing a deft nutmeg on the approaching Kovacic. Under the close watch of Jorginho, he fell to the ground and delivered a surgical through ball, threading it between Thiago Silva and Rudiger. Witnessing a promising offensive opportunity, the referee overlooked Jorginho's foul on Mingyu, signaling for an advantageous play. At that moment, Mingyu spotted Messi, who had finally begun to move, and sent a perfectly timed pass behind the defenders. Messi, in a position where he had scored countless goals before, faced Chelsea's towering goalkeeper and opted for a low shot aimed at the far corner of the net. Unfortunately, his attempt lacked power and was easily deflected by Mendy, resulting in a corner kick. Observing such a miss, Koeman was filled with frustration, kicking a nearby water bottle in anger. Even I could have scored that. Koeman acknowledged Messi's lackluster performance today, but still believed in his ability to self-correct. After squandering the opportunity, Messi lowered his head, contemplatively inspecting the turf, as if searching for a divot that had caused his feeble shot. The fans expressed their disappointment, but soon erupted into thunderous applause to encourage their superstar. Mingyu, stunned by Messi's miss, crouched on the ground, cradling his head in disbelief. Griezmann shook his head in resignation from the opposite side. This miss took a toll on the team's morale. Their superstar was out of form, missing a golden opportunity. Chelsea, having narrowly escaped disaster, experienced a surge in confidence. Mendy shouted vociferously for his defenders to maintain focus, urging them not to allow the opposition to penetrate the box so easily. The once formidable center-back, Thiago Silva, glanced nervously at Messi, recalling how flawlessly Mingyu had delivered the ball, exploiting the slight gap between him and Rudiger. Had Messi's shot not been so weak, Silva would have undoubtedly borne the brunt of the blame. De Jong stood at the corner flag, preparing to take Barcelona's first corner of the match, which had already seen over 40 minutes of play. This time, Mingyu remained outside the penalty area, approximately 25 meters away. Barcelona's players engaged in a tussle with Chelsea's defenders inside the box, prompting the referee to halt the game and issue verbal warnings. However, once he stepped away, the grappling resumed. With no option left, the referee blew the whistle to resume play. Barcelona's players began darting around the penalty area, attempting to stretch Chelsea's defensive line. In a moment, chaos ensued within Chelsea's box, while Mingyu found himself without a single Chelsea player within a 3-meter radius. De Jong's eyes lit up upon spotting Mingyu raising his hand outside the box, and he delivered a curling pass toward him. The Chelsea players, observing the ball's trajectory, initially found it peculiar as it appeared to veer off course, heading toward the outer edge of the penalty area. Yet, upon noticing Mingyu poised to strike, their expressions shifted dramatically. A few Chelsea players rushed toward him in a desperate attempt to block the shot, but there was no time to spare. From the moment the ball was kicked to Mingyu's strike, scarcely a second elapsed. With a powerful swing of his right foot, Mingyu executed a stunning curving shot that rocketed toward the goal like a cannonball. Despite the presence of numerous players in the box, by a twist of fate, none managed to intercept the ball's path. Chelsea's goalkeeper, Mendy, made a valiant effort to save, but the ball's velocity proved too much. It deflected off his right hand and into the net. As the first half neared its conclusion, Mingyu's remarkable strike once again put Barcelona in the lead, 2-1. The Camp Nou erupted in jubilation. Mingyu's shot was nothing short of divine. With a swift, precise motion, he launched himself into the air, sending the ball hurtling into Chelsea's net. He raced toward the stands, proudly displaying his name to the fans. The crowd roared his name, reverently celebrating him. Each of his 2 goals was a masterpiece in its own right, one a powerful long-range shot, the other a breathtaking volley. Mingyu unveiled a different facet of his talent to the ecstatic supporters. Although Messi had struggled today, witnessing his young compatriot score such a spectacular goal filled him with exhilaration, prompting an embrace between them. On the Barcelona bench, Koeman clutched his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Oh my God!" During training, Mingyu rarely attempted long-range shots, and even among his numerous goals, the long-range strikes were few. It was a surprise to see him deliver 2 exquisite long-range efforts today, helping the team reclaim the lead. With the referee's whistle marking the end of the first half, the score stood at 2-1 in Barcelona's favor on their home turf. As they returned to the locker room, Mingyu and Messi walked side by side, the fans chanting Mingyu's name. He eagerly waved back at the adoring crowd, eliciting even more cheers. Observing the affection Mingyu received from the fans, Messi smiled and remarked, "Lee, do you see this? You have earned this honor." Mingyu chuckled and replied, "Leo, what's wrong with you today? Are you feeling unwell?" Messi shook his head and, with a hint of resignation, remarked that he might be too fatigued. After all, he had recently traveled to South America during the international break to participate in 2 pivotal World Cup qualifying matches. In the first match against Paraguay, Messi played the entire game and, in the dying moments, secured a dramatic victory for his team. The second match, facing Peru, saw Messi again completing the full 90 minutes, leading his team to a 2-0 triumph. Currently, Argentina's qualification prospects are exceedingly bright, boasting a record of 10 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, amassing 31 points, placing them at the top of the South American zone. With 6 matches remaining, they hold a commanding 15-point lead over the 5th-place team, meaning a single victory would guarantee a direct qualification spot in the top 4. Messi's efforts in these 2 matches were nothing short of heroic, as he devoted himself entirely. Yet the grueling travel and back-to-back high-intensity games left him mentally and physically exhausted. Even with a week's rest, he found it challenging to fully recuperate, realizing that he is no longer the sprightly young prodigy he once was. At 33, Messi felt for the first time the weight of age. Chapter 97, Glory at Camp Nou. Mingyu's Champions League quartet, 15 minutes of halftime passed in the blink of an eye. The players returned to the pitch, ready for the second half. From the outset, Chelsea exhibited a fierce desire to attack, unwilling to accept defeat in their inaugural Champions League group match of the season. Youngster Mason Mount shone brightly, using his individual skill to disrupt Barcelona's defensive line. Within 5 minutes, Busquets had already committed 2 fouls against him, and after the second, the referee brandished a yellow card as a caution. This was troubling, as the main defensive midfielder now faced disciplinary scrutiny, foreshadowing potential vulnerabilities in Barcelona's defense. Coach Koeman, observing the situation, furrowed his brow but retained faith in Busquets' adaptability. He noted that De Jong had opted to swap positions with Busquets, a strategic maneuver to provide protection for his teammate. In Barcelona, Busquets' role is indispensable, although De Jong can perform admirably in that position. The 13 years of experience Busquets possesses far outweighs De Jong's in terms of game awareness and tactical insight. Busquets' fouls granted Chelsea an excellent free kick opportunity, approximately 35 meters from goal, directly facing the net, a considerable challenge for any goalkeeper. Ter Stegen, not one to underestimate the situation, instructed his players to form a wall. Standing at 185 meters, Mingyu was typically included in the wall, and this occasion was no exception. He positioned himself at the near post, turning his back to the ball while facing the goalkeeper. Ter Stegen, vocally directing Mingyu to adjust his stance, waited until the ball was obscured from Mingyu's view before allowing him to turn around, shielding his vital areas and focusing intently on the approaching ball. The Chelsea player responsible for the free kick was none other than Mount, renowned for his exceptional set-piece ability, making him the second Englishman to score a direct free kick for Chelsea. Following in Lampard's footsteps, Mount scrutinized the gaps in Barcelona's wall, and Ter Stegen's positioning before the referee's whistle prompted him to exhale and commence his run-up. Mount's approach was brief, spanning just 3 or 4 steps, before he struck the ball with precision using the inside of his right foot. The ball arced beautifully through the air, sailing over the Barcelona wall and plummeting towards the goal. The quality of Mount's free kick was outstanding. After surpassing the defenders, it descended rapidly. Ter Stegen had anticipated that Mount's shot would target the far post, so he positioned himself slightly outside the goal. Upon witnessing the ball soar over the wall, panic surged within him, prompting a hurried adjustment towards the near post. In an audacious leap, Ter Stegen felt the faintest brush of the ball against his fingertips, a moment of elation washing over him as he turned to follow its trajectory. However, his heart sank as he realized that despite his touch, the ball's sheer force had not altered its course, and it nestled into the net behind him. Ter Stegen and the ball both landed on the ground, but while he fell outside the goal line, the ball crossed within. The once vibrant atmosphere of Camp Nou fell into an eerie silence, akin to a graveyard. Yet Chelsea's players paid no heed, celebrating wildly alongside Mount in front of the stunned Barcelona players and fans. The score was now 2-2, equalized by Chelsea just 5 minutes into the second half. The unexpected nature of the direct free kick goal shocked all. On the sidelines, the contrasting expressions of the two coaches were palpable, Tuchel's exuberant celebration starkly juxtaposed against Koeman's despair. As the game resumed from the center circle, Messi kicked the ball backward, rallying his spirit as he surged towards Chelsea's half. Mingyu, receiving the ball, took a moment to assess Chelsea's defensive formation rather than rushing a pass. The recent exuberance had left Chelsea's players somewhat overzealous, most notably their goalkeeper, the towering 198-meter Mendy, who remained near the edge of the penalty area instead of retreating to his goal line. With keen perception, Mingyu recognized Mendy's advanced position, and seizing the opportunity, he nudged the ball forward gently before swiftly swinging his right leg to strike the ball's underside. The ball soared upward at remarkable speed towards Chelsea's goal. Was that a mistake? Many wondered, as Griezmann and Messi were only just entering Chelsea's half. Yet Mingyu's strike appeared destined to land within the penalty area. Mendy, caught off guard by the sudden strike, realized too late that the ball had already passed his final defender, now mere meters from the goal. Upon assessing the ball's trajectory, Mendy understood that its height was beyond his reach, prompting a desperate sprint back to the net. However, how could one outrun a ball? Mendy's height, while an advantage, became a liability as he stumbled in his frantic turn. Before he could reach the 6-yard box, the ball descended from the heavens like a shooting star, crashing onto the goal line and into the net. Mendy's legs buckled, and he sank to the ground. The ball had utterly bewildered him. Even the spectators were momentarily stunned. The atmosphere in Camp Nou erupting like a volcano. What a divine goal. It was a shot that spanned half the field. Mingyu, positioned just outside the center circle, received the kickoff from Messi, took a step forward, and from the edge of the center circle, launched a stunning 60-meter lob that found its mark. Even Mingyu was taken aback by the success of his audacious attempt. Initially intended to catch the opponent off guard, yet it fortuitously hit its target. Within a minute of Chelsea equalizing, Mingyu's remarkable lob restored their lead. This goal struck Chelsea with devastating force. The feeling of plummeting from heaven to hell was akin to riding a roller coaster. Just a minute earlier, spirits were high, but now, a cold wave of despair washed over them, leaving their hearts heavy. Mount, witnessing Mingyu surrounded by Barcelona players, felt a pang of bitterness. Having just scored a splendid free kick for his team, he found his joy fleeting as the opponent responded with an even more spectacular half-field lob, breaching their defenses once again. Could they truly not overcome their rivals? This sentiment was not confined to Mount alone. After equalizing twice, they were swiftly countered by Mingyu's quick strikes, leaving Chelsea players with a sense of perpetual pursuit. yet eternally falling short. Mingyu's goal invigorated his Barcelona teammates, while Chelsea's equalizers intensified the pressure on them. It was as if the leading runner was relentlessly pursued by a close follower, unable to shake them off, with the constant threat of being overtaken looming large. However, Mingyu's goal dispelled the unease among Barcelona's players. In his debut Champions League match, he had achieved a hat-trick, becoming only the second player after Haaland to accomplish such a feat in their first appearance. After basking in the admiration of his Barcelona teammates, Mingyu composed himself and let out a jubilant shout. The coaches on the sidelines experienced a whirlwind of emotions. Just a minute prior, Tuchel had been elated. Now he stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, questioning his very perspective. Meanwhile, Koeman, who had been seething with anger, cradled his head in astonishment, gazing at Mingyu, recognizing him as a divine gift to Barcelona. The contrasting expressions of both coaches became fodder for post-match banter. How genuine. Following the kickoff, Chelsea players appeared somewhat shaken by Mingyu's extraordinary lob, leading to numerous passing errors. Barcelona seized complete control of the match. Among Chelsea players, only the young Mount seemed unaffected, tirelessly chasing down the ball for Barcelona. Yet, effort does not always yield favorable outcomes. Mount's relentless pursuit failed to awaken his teammates, instead draining his energy. By the 75th minute, he was cramping, a shocking development for him. Although not an Iron Man, Mount was accustomed to playing the full 90 minutes without cramping. The fact that it occurred with still 15 minutes to play indicated he was operating beyond his limits. This was the prowess of Barcelona. They once could exhaust opponents solely through their possession play. Often, adversaries would barely touch the ball, yet by the match's end, they would be utterly fatigued. More often than not, Barcelona's formidable ball control led to opponents conceding without a fight. Mount wished to continue, but the medical staff recognized he was spent and alerted Tuchel to substitute him, lest he risk injury. Reluctantly, Tuchel replaced his key player with Pulisic. This forced substitution significantly impacted Chelsea's offense. Barcelona now dictated the game's rhythm, leaving Chelsea to struggle in their wake. Pulisic, freshly introduced, engaged actively in defense, somewhat stifling Barcelona's attack. However, playing at Camp Nou, Mingyu's form remained impeccable, consistently moving and orchestrating plays, leaving Chelsea in a state of constant exertion. In the 80th minute, during a pull in the midfield, Mingyu finally exploited a gap in Chelsea's defense. After a wall pass with Messi, he received a pinpoint through ball, bearing down on Chelsea's goalkeeper one-on-one. Mingyu was unrelenting, executing his signature pendulum dribble, leaving Mendy bewildered as he slipped past him and scored effortlessly. 4-2. This goal virtually sealed the match's fate. Many Chelsea players, witnessing this strike, slumped dejectedly to the ground, gasping for breath. Competing against Barcelona was utterly exhausting. With an astonishing 4 goals, Mingyu had achieved a remarkable feat in his first Champions League match, becoming the first player in history to score 4 goals on debut. Additionally, at the age of 19 years and 239 days, he became the youngest player to achieve such a milestone. This goal also lifted the heavy burden from Barcelona's players. Following this strike, Koeman began to shuffle his lineup, substituting Mingyu for defender Araujo, signaling a desire to maintain their lead in the closing moments. Replacing Mingyu was also a protective measure. In his first Champions League appearance, he had accomplished the extraordinary feat of 4 goals, ensuring his name resonated throughout the football world. As Mingyu acknowledged the substitution, he walked toward the sidelines, where fans rose in unison, offering thunderous applause and tribute to their new darling of Camp Nou. Neither Chelsea's players nor the referee urged him to hurry, for this was a moment of honor he rightfully deserved. At that instant, Mingyu once again basked in the glory of Camp Nou. Chapter 98. Facing Juventus, Mingyu's debut against Rome. As the 90 minutes of play concluded, the referee blew the final whistle. 4-2. Barcelona triumphed over the visiting Chelsea in their inaugural UEFA Champions League match of the season, marking an auspicious beginning to their campaign. The conclusion of this match reverberated throughout Europe. In 2019, a mere 19-year-old Norwegian player made headlines by scoring a hat-trick in his first Champions League appearance, captivating the football world. This prodigy is none other than Erling Haaland, who has since joined Real Madrid. 2 years later, another 19-year-old, a Spanish-Chinese player, shone even brighter in his Champions League debut, astonishingly netting 4 goals. thus aiding his team in overcoming a formidable opponent. It is noteworthy that only 15 players have achieved such a feat in Champions League history, with Lionel Messi being the only one to have done so twice, including a remarkable 5-goal performance. This list comprises some of the most illustrious stars in global football. From today onward, this list will include yet another youthful talent. However, it is foreseeable that this young player will not be a mere one-time entrant on this roster. Previously, whether it was Mingyu's stellar performances in La Liga or his dazzling displays in the European qualifiers, none garnered as much attention as this Champions League quadruple. After all, the allure of the Champions League is unmatched in the realm of global football, perhaps only rivaled by the World Cup. In an instant, Europe's elite clubs turned their gaze towards Barcelona and Mingyu. Nevertheless, Mingyu's staggering release clause of $2.5 billion has deterred many teams from pursuing him. Only a select few financially robust clubs have not given up their pursuit. However, Mingyu remains unfazed. In his heart, his childhood dream is to remain at Barcelona and fight alongside Messi. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he aspires to emulate Messi's loyalty to the club. Following the match, Barcelona received some unfortunate news. Messi, suffering from muscle fatigue, would require at least 2 weeks of rest. His absence exacerbated Barcelona's already precarious situation. In the upcoming league match, Barcelona traveled to the Estadio Benito Villamarín to face Real Betis. Although Mingyu did not score in this match, he delivered a stunning long pass from the back, which Antoine Griezmann converted effortlessly. Ultimately, Barcelona managed to secure a narrow 2-1 victory, acquiring crucial points on the road. However, due to Mingyu's lack of goals and Haaland's hat-trick for Real Madrid, who has scored 8 goals in 5 matches, the latter now leads the scoring charts with an undeniable presence. Haaland's brilliance seems to overshadow Mingyu. Prior to 2021, Haaland and Kylian Mbappé were hailed as the successors to Ronaldo and Messi. Yet, after Mingyu's extraordinary performances in the first half of 2021, he was included among their ranks, transforming the duo into a triumvirate. Nevertheless, Haaland and Mbappé, having already proven themselves on the Champions League stage, do not consider Mingyu a threat. The footballing landscape is replete with superstars who dominate domestically but falter in Europe, without proving themselves in the Champions League. One cannot be deemed a true superstar. Both Haaland and Mbappé possess their own proud legacies. On the Champions League under-21 scoring list, Haaland leads with 20 goals, followed closely by Mbappé with 19, while Karim Benzema trails with just 12 goals and Messi has 8, with Ronaldo not scoring prior to turning 21. Yet, it is often said that early success does not guarantee lasting legacy. Ronaldo and Messi currently occupy the top 2 spots on the Champions League scoring list. In the first round of the Champions League, Juventus secured a victory over Turkish powerhouse Beşiktaş at home. Ronaldo failed to score in this match, keeping his Champions League tally at 134, while Messi remained at 120, making it a daunting challenge for him to catch up to Ronaldo. Ronaldo's scoring efficiency is nothing short of terrifying, having netted 134 goals in 175 Champions League appearances, an astonishing feat despite Haaland and Mbappe's current brilliance. The true measure of a star's worth lies in the longevity of their careers. To succeed Ronaldo and Messi, one must first accumulate sufficient goals and honors on the Champions League stage. Following their victory over Real Betis, Barcelona's next 2 matches are highly anticipated. One is a pivotal clash against Juventus at the Allianz Stadium, and the other is a weekend encounter at the Santiago Bernabéu for the El Clásico against Real Madrid. Both matches hold immense significance for Barcelona. A victory over Juventus could position them favorably for the knockout stages, while the match against Real Madrid is crucial for the potential outcome of La Liga. If Barcelona can overcome Juventus, they may well secure the top spot in their group, leading to a more advantageous draw in the round of 16. The encounter with Real Madrid is paramount, especially as they have begun the season with 5 consecutive victories and a prolific scoring record. Haaland, newly integrated into the team, has seamlessly filled Ronaldo's role, propelling Real Madrid to ascendancy, with aspirations for the league title this season. Should Barcelona fail to defeat Real Madrid, even a draw may leave them trailing in the league standings. The primary objective of this match is to quell Real Madrid's formidable momentum. However, the immediate concern remains the absence of Messi due to muscle strain, likely sidelining him for both critical matches, placing the entire burden on the shoulders of the 19-year-old Mingyu. The young player finds himself bearing a weight of responsibility far beyond his years. Soon, the midweek match arrives, with Barcelona flying to Turin, the capital of the Piedmont region in Italy, home to Juventus. Turin, Italy's third-largest city and an industrial hub, is renowned as a major automotive center and boasts a rich historical heritage, preserving a wealth of classical and Baroque architecture. Juventus, one of Italy's oldest football clubs, boasts an extraordinary collection of honors, having won the Serie A title a record 36 times. Juventus stands as the first club in history to achieve the prestigious treble of major European trophies: the European Cup, the UEFA Cup, and the now-defunct European Cup Winners' Cup. The latter, which was contested by clubs that won the premier domestic cup competitions across Europe, concluded its run in 1999, with Lazio securing the final title, thereby retaining the trophy permanently. Juventus has played a pivotal role in the European football landscape, and upon entering the Allianz Stadium in Turin, Mingyu experienced an unparalleled football atmosphere. The ambience of Italian football contrasts starkly with that of Spain. The once revered Italian league, now eclipsed in the global sphere, maintains its traditional style, characterized by pragmatic offensive strategies intertwined with a lineage of robust defensive tactics. This makes it challenging for possession-oriented Spanish teams to execute their fluid combinations when facing Italian opposition. During last season's Champions League group stage, Barcelona found themselves in the same group as Juventus. Unfortunately, in the opening match, Ronaldo sustained a muscle injury, preventing him from facing Messi for the first time since departing Real Madrid. Coincidentally, this season, the two teams were once again drawn together, raising questions of fate or orchestrated design. Remarkably, Ronaldo confirmed his participation in this encounter, while Messi, burdened by muscular fatigue, would miss the match. The much-anticipated duel between these two footballing icons has now been thwarted on two occasions. Despite Messi's absence, the match attracted considerable attention, particularly with Mingyu, a rising star among the trio of contemporary football luminaries alongside Mbappe and Haaland. In a pre-match interview, Ronaldo dismissed the notion that these young talents posed any pressure, asserting that they should first match his Champions League accolades and goal tally before engaging in such discussions. The audacity of these 20-somethings aiming to challenge his legacy was, in his view, absurd. Nevertheless, Ronaldo prepared himself thoroughly for Barcelona's challenge, even as Mingyu's recent quadruple goal achievement weighed heavily on his mind. While Ronaldo has scored prolifically in the Champions League, he only managed a quadruple against the weaker Malm team during the 2015 to 2016 group stage. Achieving such a feat against a seasoned side like Chelsea would undoubtedly prove to be a monumental challenge. Not only Ronaldo, but also Juventus head coach Andrea Pirlo recognized the significance of this match. The absence of Messi alleviated some pressure, for it was Messi who had been the true thorn in their side. The Allianz Stadium, a landmark in Italian football history, is the first stadium dedicated solely to a club, spanning an impressive 350,000 square meters, nearly equivalent to the Vatican. Its playing area covers 90,000 square meters, while the commercial zone encompasses 340,000 square meters, including 64 luxury boxes, 275 press seats, and various amenities, accommodating 41,000 spectators. The towering 86-meter steel mast, adorned in the tricolor of the Italian flag, stands as a symbol of the venue. The initial design featured green at the apex, but red was ultimately positioned atop to comply with the requirements of Italian aviation navigation services, as green is less discernible at altitude. The new stadium design also eliminated the track between the stands and the pitch, fostering a closer connection between spectators and players. As the Barcelona players departed their hotel and arrived outside the Allianz Stadium, the atmosphere was electric. It was approximately 1500 hours, with the match set to commence at 1700 hours local time. Outside the stadium, throngs of Juventus fans donned their zebra-striped jerseys, singing and celebrating. Though their actions were not overtly hostile, their roars resonated through the thick glass of the team bus, clearly audible to Mingyu. This encapsulates the brutal reality of away matches. It feels as though one is alone in an unfamiliar territory surrounded by unfriendly faces, a situation where even the most illustrious stars can falter. Mental fortitude is indeed a critical component of superstars' repertoire. Wearing headphones and clad in a black tracksuit, Mingyu descended from the bus with an inscrutable expression as he entered the players' tunnel and made his way to the visiting team's locker room. The Allianz Stadium is undeniably a modern marvel, with even the away team's facilities feeling less claustrophobic than those in other venues. Once all players gathered, Coach Koeman commenced the pre-match briefing. Messi, unable to join the team in Turin, remained at his villa in Barcelona, awaiting the live broadcast of the match. Compounding Messi's frustration was the fact that his eldest son, Thiago Messi, despite praising Mingyu's talents, remained an ardent Ronaldo supporter, donning Ronaldo's Juventus jersey and playfully taunting his siblings during the Juventus versus Barcelona encounter. Meanwhile, Messi's second son, Matteo Messi, initially a fan of his father, swiftly shifted allegiance to Mingyu after witnessing his brilliance. The youngest, 3.5-year-old Siro Messi, looked on in bewilderment as his brothers debated who was superior, Ronaldo or Mingyu. Sighing, Messi embraced his wife, Antonella, lamenting, "Not a single one of my sons admires me." Antonella gently kissed Messi, assuring him, "I admire you." Chapter 99. The indomitable Ronaldo seeks to prove himself. While the Allianz Stadium may not boast the highest capacity, its thoughtful architectural design brings fans remarkably close to the action. As Mingyu emerged from the players' tunnel, he could almost feel the breath of Juventus supporters echoing in his ears. Such proximity to the fervent crowd presents immense pressure for any visiting player. As one of the most pivotal clashes in the group stage, this match captured the attention of football fans worldwide. Ronaldo, heralded as the most formidable attacker in Champions League history, holds a record for the most titles won by an active player, with 5 Champions League victories, 1 with Manchester United and 4 with Real Madrid. He is also the first player to have won the Champions League title with 2 different clubs. Moreover, Ronaldo is among the select few to achieve a treble of consecutive Champions League titles, a feat accomplished by Real Madrid in 2016, 2017, and 2018, with Ronaldo serving as a crucial driving force in this unprecedented achievement. His remarkable tally of 134 Champions League goals casts a long shadow over those in pursuit. However, the man who is destined to be etched in the annals of Champions League history does not appear to be in the best of spirits today. In the previous match against the weakest team in the group, Beckenbauer, Ronaldo played the full game but failed to score. The team only managed to secure victory at home through a header by the Spanish forward Morata. Currently, after 5 rounds of the Serie A, Juventus has surprisingly achieved only 2 victories, with the remaining 3 matches resulting in 1 draw and 2 defeats. This has left Juventus languishing in 9th place, a position their fans find intolerable. Ronaldo has netted just 1 goal in 5 matches, and that was from a penalty. As if the once prolific striker has misplaced his shooting boots and forgotten how to score. Juventus's coach Pirlo also appeared troubled, having received an ultimatum from management: lose to Barcelona, and he would face dismissal. Last season, Juventus finished 3rd in the league, a result that infuriated fans, particularly as Inter Milan continued to rack up victories while Juventus stumbled against weaker teams. Numerous issues within the squad have come to light, with Ronaldo desiring the tactics to revolve around him. However, at the age of 36, he is not the future of Juventus, rendering the discord between him and the club irreconcilable. Currently, Ronaldo's 30 million Champions League salary has become a burden for Juventus. The club took a gamble on the Champions League, spending over 100 million to bring Ronaldo from Real Madrid, but this investment has not yielded the desired returns, as they have been eliminated by underdog teams for 3 consecutive years and missed the quarterfinals for 2. Many believe that Ronaldo's departure from Juventus this summer would be beneficial for both parties. However, Juventus's most significant contract this summer was a 2-year renewal with Ronaldo. Eager to prove himself once more at Juventus, he chose to accept a pay cut for the renewal. Yet, the start of this season has left the club's hierarchy and fans, who still held hope for him, profoundly disappointed, including his 2 matches for the national team. Ronaldo has scored just 1 goal in 8 matches this season. Standing on the pitch, listening to the Champions League anthem, Ronaldo's expression was grim, his eyes filled with determination. He yearned to demonstrate his prowess with a goal in this match. Although Barcelona no longer has Messi, the emerging star Mingyu is also a formidable adversary. After the coin toss, the referee handed the ball to Juventus, who kicked off the first half. Ronaldo stood in the center circle, his gaze coldly fixed on Barcelona's half, specifically on the spirited young player, Mingyu. In him, Ronaldo seemed to see a reflection of his younger self. With the referee's whistle, this crucial group match officially commenced. Good evening to all viewers of 10 Cent Sports. Today marks the third match day of the Champions League group stage, featuring a highlight clash between Juventus, led by Ronaldo, and Barcelona, captained by Mingyu. Today, due to a muscle strain, Messi was unable to attend. A twist of fate echoing last season's group stage when Juventus and Barcelona were also drawn together and Ronaldo was absent due to a similar injury. Truly, it seems that even the reasons for their injuries mirror one another. However, although the anticipated duel between Messi and Ronaldo is absent today, Mingyu is no unknown player. His current form surpasses that of many stars, and I believe he is a frontrunner for this year's Golden Boy Award. Both teams have now entered the field. Let's take a look at the starting lineups. Juventus, playing at home, has opted for their standard 4-4-2 formation, with 30-year-old Polish goalkeeper Wojciech SNY for defenders, Quadrado, De Ligt, Chiellini, and Danilo for midfielders, Kulusevski, Rabiot, and Chiesa, with the two familiar forwards Morata and Ronaldo. This season, Juventus' performance has been disappointing. They have fallen behind the leading teams in the league, and in their last Champions League match, they narrowly defeated the weak Besiktas by a single goal. The lack of attacking prowess has left Coach Pirlo in a quandary, with reports suggesting his position is precarious. This match could be seen as a redemption opportunity for both Pirlo and Ronaldo. Barcelona's lineup has seen minimal changes, with the defense comprising Alba, Eric Garcia, Piqué, and Dest, while De Jong and Busquets continue to shield the backline. The playmaker remains the well-known Mingyu, flanked by Pedri and Braithwaite, who is stepping in for the injured Messi, while Griezmann leads the attack. Messi's absence has significantly weakened Barcelona's offensive capabilities, and Braithwaite has yet to see playtime this season. So it remains to be seen if he can seize this opportunity to earn more minutes. The players have now taken to the field, and with the referee's whistle, this crucial group stage clash officially begins. Mingyu was taken aback, casting a glance towards the man on the Juventus bench, a bearded figure with a pensive gaze, seemingly on the verge of dozing off. Pirlo, an indispensable midfield core for Juventus, possesses exquisite footwork and comprehensive technique, whether delivering precise long passes or intricate short ones. His accuracy is unparalleled, complemented by his remarkable free-kick skills that have left many goalkeepers in awe. With the whistle signaling the start of the match, Ronaldo kicked the ball back to himself and strode into Barcelona's half. He brushed past Mingyu, glancing back at the young player's silhouette. The number 11 jersey, once worn by Demel, now adorned Mingyu, who, due to the season's commencement, initially played on the left flank to compensate for Dem's departure. Little did anyone know that Mingyu would showcase exceptional playmaking abilities, prompting Koeman to reposition him as a central playmaker. Ronaldo suddenly felt a sense that this young man would undoubtedly become his most formidable rival in the future. Recently, an interview with the Juventus legend published in the Turin newspaper suggested that Ronaldo's presence in the team has disrupted the squad's chemistry. To this day, Juventus has yet to find its identity, and the club's inherent fighting spirit is gradually waning. Such remarks have further aggravated the already struggling Ronaldo. However, Ronaldo's temperament remains unyielding. He seeks to counteract the incessant and irritating criticisms through his performance in this match. Juventus displayed a remarkably swift style of play, and soon, the ball found its way to Ronaldo's feet. Receiving the ball on the flank, he executed an extravagant bicycle kick to elude Busquets, his longtime adversary, whom he knows intimately. Yet, Busquets, equally astute, promptly tugged at Ronaldo, thwarting his momentum with a deft pull. The referee's whistle sounded sharply in response. Ronaldo, dissatisfied, raised his arms in protest, hoping to apply pressure on the official. With an expressionless demeanor, the referee signaled for an indirect free kick, showing no leniency towards Busquets for what was merely a minor infringement so early in the game. Frustrated by the unyielding nature of the situation, Ronaldo disdainfully raised his right arm, exhibiting a look of contempt. Nearby, Mingyu observed the irate Ronaldo with a furrowed brow, unable to empathize with his current state of mind. The location of Busquets' foul was astutely calculated, rendering it impossible for Juventus to mount a direct offensive from the indirect free kick. Chiesa took the free kick, passing it to Arthur, while Barcelona's players vigorously contested in their half, denying Juventus any breathing room for an attack. Ronaldo once again sought the ball, and Arthur, with a deft push of his right foot, delivered it to Ronaldo. This time, Ronaldo eschewed feints, using his robust physique to push past the defender and break through. However, his solitary efforts had little impact on Barcelona's defensive structure, and he soon found himself ensnared in their trap. Faced with overwhelming opposition, Ronaldo opted not to pass back, but instead forced a shot, which was deflected by a Barcelona defender, lacking the power needed to challenge Ter Stegen, who comfortably gathered the ball. On the opposite side, Morata shrugged his shoulders in resignation, realizing that Barcelona's defensive focus had entirely shifted to Ronaldo's side. Had Ronaldo released the ball sooner, Morata's opportunity would have been far more promising. Yet, Ronaldo remained unresponsive to Morata, glaring defiantly at Piku, who had just nudged him during the shot. The altercation between Ronaldo and Piku drew the ire of Barcelona's players, while only a few Juventus players approached to intervene. The fans in the stands, witnessing such disunity among their players, erupted in boos. Since last season, Juventus locker room had witnessed several player conflicts, with raised voices echoing after losses to lesser teams. Accusations flew among players, and head coach Pirlo, a novice in his role, found himself unable to rein in a superstar like Ronaldo. Ronaldo's self-aggrandizement bred discontent among his teammates. Acquiring Ronaldo had been a gamble for Juventus management, but it appeared that the stakes were not in their favor. Nevertheless, Juventus president Andrea Agnelli, akin to an unyielding gambler, continued to believe that Ronaldo could bring the coveted Champions League trophy to the club, especially since Juventus, as the most iconic team in Serie A, last claimed the title in the distant year of 1996. This belief in Ronaldo was the primary reason for Juventus' audacious gamble. The referee approached Ronaldo and Piku, dispersing the other Barcelona players before summoning the two closer. "Gentlemen, please refrain from causing trouble. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy in issuing red cards." Référé LP, with a distinct personality, showed no regard for their status, clearly asserting his authority as the sole arbiter of the match. Piku shrugged and replied, "Of course, referee. I have no objections to your decision, but I cannot speak for Mr. Ronaldo." Ronaldo, not one to be outdone, coldly retorted, "Certainly, had others not engaged in such petty antics, I would have had no reason to respond." The referee nodded, signaling for a return to the match. As play resumed, with no stoppage prior, the ball was contested. Ronaldo graciously kicked the ball out of bounds, conceding possession back to Barcelona, prompting scattered applause from the crowd. Juventus fans were deeply frustrated. Their team faced numerous issues, with players appearing disconnected, the coach resembling a mere mascot lacking authority, and the club president exemplifying obstinacy. Juventus, where do they go from here? Barcelona launched an attack through a series of short passes, reaching the midfield and finding Mingyu, who had dropped back. Ronaldo also retreated to midfield, and upon seeing Mingyu with the ball, he sprinted forward, poised to intercept. However, Mingyu did not linger. Upon receiving the ball, he swiftly passed to the nearby Pedri, darting past Ronaldo, and then receive a return pass from Pedri, executing a beautiful 1-2 that opened up a promising opportunity. After his initial attempt to intercept, Ronaldo ceased his pursuit, standing behind Mingyu with a somewhat dazed expression. The name Xavi surfaced in Ronaldo's mind, reminiscent of his early days at Real Madrid, where he had always lived in Barcelona's shadow. After Ronaldo joined Real Madrid, the club secured only one league title and one Champions League trophy. However, following Xavi's departure from Barcelona, it seemed as though both Ronaldo and Real Madrid had been rejuvenated. While they still struggled against Barcelona's dominance in the league, they achieved a historic three-peat in the Champions League after its restructuring. Mingyu's playing style and his head movements while surveying the field reminded Ronaldo of that formidable man. Although in recent years, the Ballon d'Or had been predominantly shared between Ronaldo and Messi, both understood that the true deserving recipient was the understated man who always ran alongside them. The notion of owing Xavi a Ballon d'Or was a sentiment deeply felt by all his fans. While Pedri's recent foray did not pose a significant threat, Mingyu's organizational play had captured Juventus midfield's attention. Throughout the ensuing match, a Juventus player would consistently shadow Mingyu, impeding his ability to receive and distribute the ball with ease. Nevertheless, Mingyu's control and passing had reached a world-class level, making it clear that mere marking would not suffice to hinder him. Juventus' attacking efforts faltered as Morata's reception was thwarted by Barcelona's defenders. Ronaldo, visibly displeased, shook his hands in frustration, yet Morata chose to ignore him. Barcelona seized the opportunity for a counterattack. Mingyu received a short pass from De Jong, executing a turn reminiscent of Xavi that left the defender trailing in his wake. Mingyu surged forward with the speed of a cheetah, skillfully dribbling the ball from the left flank. Upon entering Juventus half, he executed a rapid lateral head movement, mentally mapping the positions of all players ahead of him. Just before the opposing midfielder could close in, Mingyu delivered a beautifully executed through ball towards the left side of the pitch. Braithwaite was perfectly positioned to receive it, and all he needed to do was make a swift run. Upon receiving the ball, Braithwaite faced Cuadrado's defense without a hint of trepidation. Decisively cutting inside to take him on, Cuadrado, caught off guard by Braithwaite's determination, reacted sluggishly, and as Braithwaite deftly maneuvered past him, Cuadrado's foot only appeared in front of Braithwaite after the fact. Consequently, Braithwaite fell to the ground. Cuadrado quickly raised his hand to signal that he had not committed a foul. The situation was perilous, as they were approximately 25 meters from the goal, slightly to the left, but ideal for a right-footed player. The referee blew the whistle and hurried over, indicating a direct free kick, while producing a yellow card to reprimand Cuadrado for his reckless challenge. Typically, Lionel Messi would take Barcelona's free kicks, but in his absence, Griezmann was the next in line. However, as Griezmann positioned himself over the ball, Mingyu approached him and whispered a few words. Griezmann was taken aback, for Mingyu wished to take the shot himself. Although the conversion rate for free kicks is not as high as that of penalties, it presented a decent scoring opportunity for Griezmann, one he would not easily relinquish. Yet, within the current Barcelona squad, Mingyu occasionally held a higher priority in the attackers' minds than Messi, considering that Mingyu had assisted more goals than Messi. Nonetheless, Griezmann found himself puzzled, as he had never witnessed Mingyu take a free kick in training over the past 6 months. He had never even seen Mingyu practice free kicks. After a moment of contemplation, Griezmann cleverly remarked that it was acceptable for Mingyu to take the shot, but he expected an assist in return. Mingyu looked at Griezmann with a hint of exasperation, thinking, "Do you really believe assisting you is that simple? Make sure you don't squander my pass." If Ronaldo were to overhear this, he might just lose his temper. Mingyu could only smile wryly, urging Griezmann to position himself aptly so as not to waste his pass. Griezmann, somewhat sheepish, acknowledged that he had previously squandered a splendid through ball from Mingyu, which could have altered the scoreline. Although it was decided that Mingyu would take the free kick, Griezmann continued to feign his importance by standing a short distance behind the ball, pretending as if he were the one to take the shot. Juventus, while not overly familiar with Mingyu, was aware that he was not particularly adept at free kicks. It appeared that throughout his career, most of his goals had come from open play, with no penalties to his name. Some media outlets had even circulated information suggesting that Mingyu was most uncomfortable with set pieces, especially penalties. During Barcelona's internal penalty training, he had performed poorly, almost as if he were a shadow of himself. However, whether this information was a deliberate smokescreen for Barcelona remained uncertain, as it seemed implausible that such a prolific attacker would struggle so with penalties. Mingyu thought to himself, "Is it so wrong that I'm not good at penalties?" Juventus formed a 6-man wall, tightly sealing off the angle near the goalpost. Ronaldo was positioned at the far edge of the wall, his placement crucial. Juventus' attention was entirely fixated on the poised Griezmann, while they dismissed Mingyu, standing just 2 steps from the ball, as merely a decoy. Only Ronaldo, sensing something amiss, regarded Mingyu with unease. As a master of free kicks, he could distinctly feel the difference in focus between Mingyu and Griezmann. It is essential for the free kick taker to be in a state of complete concentration to execute a quality shot. However, in Ronaldo's eyes, Griezmann seemed distracted, occasionally glancing at Mingyu, who, despite being so close to the ball, appeared relaxed. Yet, in Mingyu's eyes, there was a glimmer of determination. Suddenly, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling that Barcelona could take the free kick. All eyes turned to the action. Griezmann began to move slowly, but fans familiar with Barcelona and Griezmann furrowed their brows. This did not resemble the typical free kick stance of Griezmann. Every free kick expert adheres to precise measurements regarding distance from the ball, stride length, and even their breathing, functioning like a finely tuned machine that allows no room for error. What was Griezmann doing? Even Koeman on the sidelines wore a frown of concern. Across the globe, only Griezmann and Mingyu were aware that Mingyu would take the kick. Ronaldo had merely speculated about this possibility. He did not glance at Griezmann, his focus entirely on Mingyu. As anticipated, the relaxed demeanor of Mingyu suddenly vanished, revealing the intensity of a drawn sword. He took 2 quick strides forward, swung his right leg, and struck the ball with precision, sending it soaring towards the wall. with the wall's attention solely on Griezmann. Shock registered on their faces as Mingyu struck the ball. By the time they attempted to leap to intercept, it was far too late. Ronaldo leapt high, straining to reach the ball, but it had been launched over the wall's center. Thankfully, he could tell by the height of his jump that the ball was rising too high. At this distance, with such a height, the ball would struggle to descend quickly, meaning the best outcome would likely strike the crossbar. The most anxious individual was undoubtedly the Juventus goalkeeper, who, due to his position, could not see the ball. The wall completely obstructed his view. His reference point was, in fact, Griezmann, and he was mentally calculating Griezmann's pace and the trajectory of his free kick, only to be astonished to see the football emerging from above the wall. How could this be? Griezmann hadn't even reached the ball's position yet. How did it come soaring towards them? Was it the wind? Who could it be? Wojciech Szczesny, the Polish goalkeeper, stood rooted in place, paying homage to the ball, unable to move his body. Nevertheless, like Ronaldo, he discerned the ball's trajectory and assumed it would sail over the crossbar or strike it. Thus, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, both Ronaldo and Szczesny's expressions changed dramatically when the ball, after clearing the wall, suddenly altered its path, evoking the image of a leaf swept down by a gust of wind. As it neared the goal, the football plummeted rapidly. In the astonished gazes of all present, the ball descended like a falling leaf into Juventus net. A magnificent free kick. After scoring, Mingyu, exhilarated, dashed toward the cameras, shouting loudly to release his pent-up excitement. Griezmann was equally overjoyed, astonished that Mingyu had executed such an exquisite free kick. It was truly splendid. Griezmann mused that even if he were to take 100 shots, he might never replicate such a goal. The most disheartened was undoubtedly Ronaldo in the wall. Although he had anticipated the initial strike, he could not foresee the outcome. Having witnessed the free kick, he had the clearest view among all players. A world-class leaf kick had even sparked a sense of admiration within Ronaldo. As a master of free kicks, he understood the immense difficulty of such a strike. Throughout the history of world football, only a handful have managed to execute such a beautiful leaf kick. Ronaldo's gaze drifted towards the sidelines, landing on his bearded coach, Pirlo. The recent free kick had evoked the shadow of Pirlo in him. Pirlo felt a similar sensation, although he hadn't seen all of Mingyu's movements as Ronaldo had. The moment Mingyu shot, a gleam sparked in Pirlo's eyes. The resemblance in their actions was uncanny. If Mingyu were to don flowing hair, a bushy beard, and Juventus kit, he would be a mirror image of Pirlo's younger self. Regardless of the boos from the crowd or the displeasure of Juventus players, Mingyu's brilliant free kick reshaped the score to 0-1, granting the visiting Barcelona lead. Chapter 101. The master remains the master. Mingyu broke the deadlock with a stunning leaf kick, altering the score. Observing Mingyu's jubilant celebration, Ronaldo's expression soured. He hadn't anticipated that the opponent would take the lead in such a manner. Upon resuming play, Ronaldo's desire to attack intensified. At 36 years old, his vigor showed no signs of waning. His methodical training regimen had preserved his physical condition at peak levels. The Barcelona defenders were acutely aware of the threat posed by this formidable man. Nonetheless, Ronaldo's power was not easily contained. In the 15th minute of the first half, after receiving a through ball from Rabiot, he executed an elegant 1-2, cleanly bypassing Busquets. Busquets was no longer the professor of yesteryears, at 33. He was 3 years younger than Ronaldo, but appeared to be 3 years older, his sluggish turn leaving him powerless to halt Ronaldo's advance. Busquets could only resort to pulling Ronaldo down again. The referee's whistle sounded, and without requiring Ronaldo's protest, the approaching referee produced a yellow card to penalize Busquets for his foul. Busquets could do nothing but shrug, expressing his helplessness. Ronaldo, with a stoic expression, stood up, placed the ball carefully, took a few steps back, and assumed his iconic stance, legs spread apart, fixating intently on the Barcelona goal. This was the quintessential posture of Ronaldo during free kicks. The Juventus fans in attendance erupted with cheers, hoping Ronaldo would unleash a spectacular free kick with his powerful right leg to equalize the score. As a current master of free kicks, Ronaldo's elevator kick was unparalleled. Ter Stegen also shouted loudly, directing the wall into position. Ironically, in the previous instance, it was Mingyu taking the free kick while Ronaldo formed the wall. This time, Ronaldo would take the free kick, and Mingyu stood within the wall. All the Barcelona players in the wall were tense, fully aware of the impact of Ronaldo's free kicks. If struck, the experience would be anything but pleasant. Mingyu shielded his mouth with his right hand and covered his vital area with his left, keenly watching Ronaldo's movements. Once the referee confirmed the wall was in place, he retreated outside the penalty area and blew the whistle. Upon hearing the signal, a spark of determination ignited in Ronaldo's eyes as he swiftly approached the ball, his left foot firmly planting beside it, and his right foot lifted high before crashing down, striking the ball with tremendous force. The football emitted a strange sound, akin to a cannonball being fired, hurtling toward the wall. In an instant, the ball soared above the wall. Although aware of Ronaldo's powerful shots, all the Barcelona players leaped with resolve, attempting to block the ball with their bodies. However, Ronaldo's free kick miraculously threaded through the narrow gap between two Barcelona players, Piqué and Busquets, whose heads nearly collided, yet they could not prevent the ball from penetrating the wall. Ter Stegen remained intensely focused. As the ball breached the wall, he was not overly startled, for he had encountered such situations numerous times. Assessing the ball's trajectory, he shifted his weight, preparing to punch the ball away. Few goalkeepers dare to catch Ronaldo's powerful shots directly, as the risk of error was too great. However, as Ter Stegen adjusted his position, he was horrified to see the ball's trajectory shift, as if it had suddenly wobbled in midair. Ter Stegen's expression darkened in such a brief span. He could not recalibrate his balance, and could only leap desperately, raising his foot in hopes of making contact. Yet, the ball sped past Ter Stegen's foot and into the net. A magnificent elevator kick. Ronaldo, with his signature move, equalized the score for Juventus. The entire Allianz Stadium in turn erupted as if a ladle of cold water had been poured onto a boiling pot of oil. Following the goal, Ronaldo, in a fit of exhilaration, dashed to the sidelines, executing his signature celebration. He leaped high into the air, then forcefully sliced his hands downward, striking a pose of formidable defiance. His Juventus teammates swiftly converged around him, their earlier disputes momentarily forgotten, united in the thrill of equalizing the score. On the sidelines, Pirlo roared in elation, recognizing the significance of such a timely goal. Indeed, Ronaldo remained the most dependable figure within the team. Mingyu, observing Ronaldo's strike, couldn't help but smirk. The difficulty of a ladder shot surpasses that of a leaf shot because, while the ladder descends rapidly without any potential for trajectory alteration, a well-placed goalkeeper can easily thwart it. In contrast, a ladder shot, though lacking the same velocity, possesses the capacity to change direction just before reaching the goal, thereby misleading the goalkeeper. Many times, ladder shots barely skim past the goalkeeper's fingertips and into the net, often appearing to take a less challenging angle. Only upon slow-motion analysis can one appreciate the multiple trajectory changes that occur in mid-air, rendering it nearly impossible for the goalkeeper to accurately predict the ball's landing spot, relying instead on instinct and luck. Ronaldo's recent ladder shot exemplified this, as two successive changes in trajectory left Ter Stegen utterly bewildered, leading to a desperate, yet futile, attempt to save. With a resigned expression, Ter Stegen retrieved the ball from the net and hurled it back toward the center of the field. Such goals are the most exasperating for goalkeepers. There can be no blame, only impotent fury. Under the referee's advisement, the Juventus players reluctantly ceased their celebrations, fully aware of the goal's significance. Following the equalizer, the Juventus players' spirits soared, and upon resuming play, they launched a frenzied press that caught Barcelona somewhat off guard. As Mingyu passed the ball to Pedri, the latter, confronted by relentless pressure, faltered, leading to a costly error that allowed Juventus to capitalize on a counterattack. Mingyu attempted to reclaim possession, but was thwarted by an impressive long pass, approximately 35 meters, directly landing at Ronaldo's feet. Ronaldo deftly controlled the ball, its smoothness suggesting it was an extension of his foot. Faced with two Barcelona defenders, Ronaldo had no intention of passing. Instead, he executed a feint before nudging the ball aside, creating a sliver of space. With a powerful swing of his right leg, he struck the ball, sending it soaring in a magnificent arc into the Barcelona net. Ter Stegen stood like a statue, dumbfounded, as the ball slipped past him into the goal. The shot was so unexpected that the two defenders obstructed Ter Stegen's view, leaving him no time to react. After scoring, Ronaldo, embodying a warrior's spirit, rolled up the leg of his shorts, revealing his muscular thigh, and pointed to his bulging muscles while roaring triumphantly. The television cameras seized the moment, capturing the scene that left many enamored viewers spellbound. Within a mere 2 minutes, Ronaldo had scored twice, propelling Juventus into the lead. Mingyu, still near midfield, sighed in resignation, acknowledging the sheer power of a superstar. One could never predict when their formidable prowess would manifest. Ronaldo's goal transformed the Allianz Stadium into a sea of jubilation, with Juventus fans chanting his name in reverence. Upon witnessing the goal, Pirlo returned to his position with a sense of relief, exhaling deeply. In the Juventus box, Chairman Agnelli smiled and raised his glass of red wine in a toast to Barcelona's President Laporta, exclaiming, "My apologies." Laporta, ever gracious, raised his own glass in return, remarking, "Indeed, Ronaldo remains a formidable adversary, whether at Real Madrid or Juventus. Alas, my Messi is injured today." Agnelli's eyes sparkled with mischief as he replied, "No worries. There are many matches ahead. Last season, in our first encounter, Ronaldo was also injured, and you triumphed. In that initial clash, Barcelona had emerged victorious. However, in the return leg, Ronaldo's return and 2 goals had led Juventus to a decisive victory, securing first place in their group." Laporta, catching the implications in Agnelli's words, chuckled, "Although we lack Messi, our Lee is not to be underestimated." Agnelli regarded Mingyu with admiration as he prepared to restart play, noting, "Lee's talent is indeed enviable. A player of Chinese descent with such physical prowess and football intelligence is rare. I wonder if Mr. Laporta would consider parting with him?" Laporta's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he stated resolutely, "Lee is not for sale. He is the backbone of Barcelona for the next decade, and I will not let him go." A smirk crept onto Agnelli's lips. Both were club chairmen, well aware of the realities of football economics. Not for sale? That merely indicates the offer hasn't met expectations. As Agnelli savored his wine, he focused intently on Mingyu on the field, envisioning the profound benefits that would arise if he could bring him to Juventus. The prospect of both Ronaldo and Mingyu donning the Juventus jersey filled him with hopeful ambition. The match resumed with a kickoff from the center circle. Mingyu, receiving a back pass, exercised caution, mindful that Juventus had scored following a similar interception. Although Pedri had lost possession, Lee bore part of the blame. Had his pass been executed with greater precision, the situation might have been avoided. In the ensuing minutes, Mingyu showcased his remarkable midfield control and passing skills, maintaining possession firmly within Barcelona's grasp. The exuberance of Juventus soon led to inefficient exertion, draining their stamina. After several unproductive challenges, Ronaldo vocally urged his teammates to halt their high-energy pressing, retreating back into their defensive half. The expressions of both coaches on the sidelines were a study in contrasts. Pirlo had long recognized Barcelona's fatigue strategy, yet his vocal cues went unheeded by his players. Despite Ronaldo's limited influence in the Juventus locker room due to his temper, on the pitch, his teammates were still eager to heed his words, as his prowess commanded their respect. Meanwhile, Koeman's expression grew increasingly grave. Mingyu's previous ball control was a deliberate ploy to entice Juventus players into pressing, making them believe that Barcelona's possession play was trivial. Should they regain possession and score again, Barcelona might very well crumble. Yet, Mingyu's ball control and positioning had already captured the essence of Xavi's style, and he surpassed Xavi with his speed, allowing him to reach optimal receiving positions more swiftly, thus providing his teammates with more comfortable passing options. With complete dominion over the midfield, Barcelona initiated their familiar high-pressing offensive strategy. However, Juventus's defense was not to be underestimated, unlike those of teams in La Liga. They also had to remain vigilant against rapid counterattacks following any loss of possession. Ronaldo prowled near the midfield like a cheetah poised to strike, a sword hanging over Barcelona's heads. In the 102nd chapter, a free kick led to a brace for Messi. The only 19-year-old, Mingyu, confidently dictated the rhythm of the game in the final third, deftly evading Juventus's pressing attempts and nearly creating a significant opportunity. Griezmann kicked the ground in frustration and turned to give Mingyu a thumbs up, impressed by the young man's elegant feint that had torn open a fleeting gap in Juventus's defense, followed by a precise pass that sliced between 2 defenders. Griezmann's late reaction meant he could only watch as the ball rolled past him and was gathered by the opposing goalkeeper. Such opportunities are scarce in a match. If one fails to capitalize on them, chances are unlikely to arise again, especially in high-stakes encounters between elite teams. The pass had left Juventus's defenders in a state of cold sweat. Observing the regretful expression on the young player's face, the Juventus defenders were momentarily stunned. That pass, requiring at least a decade of experience to execute with such subtlety and threat, left them questioning how he had accomplished it. On the sidelines, Koeman was seething with anger, as Griezmann had squandered 2 golden opportunities. His faith and patience in Griezmann were waning. As the team's second highest earner, Griezmann's performances had yet to justify his salary. Had the squad not been so depleted, Koeman would have substituted him long ago. Since Dembele's departure and Fati's injury, Barcelona's attacking line had become threadbare. Now, with Messi also injured, Koeman found himself at a loss for how to arrange his lineup. Juventus' attack soon found its way to Ronaldo, but this time, Barcelona's defense denied him a chance to shoot, as 3 players closed in, forcing him to relinquish possession. Frustrated, Ronaldo fell to the ground, waving his arms in exasperation. The referee remained unperturbed, having clearly observed that while Barcelona's defense exhibited minor fouls, their footwork was clean. Busquets had deftly extracted the ball from Ronaldo's feet. The other Juventus players lacked the time to press the referee, as Barcelona launched a counterattack. Upon regaining possession, Busquets delivered a precise pass to Mingyu near the center circle. With a swift pivot, Mingyu evaded the ball, causing the defender behind him to be momentarily deceived, before he executed a sudden stop and turn, leaving the defender behind. This non-contact dribble drew gasps from the crowd, a perfect manifestation of footballing intelligence. Crossing into Juventus' half, with their players having pressed high, Barcelona found themselves in a 4v5 situation. Though outnumbered, the opportunity was too precious to ignore. Mingyu charged forward without hesitation, with Rabiot closely trailing him, attempting to disrupt his advance. However, Mingyu's pace rendered Rabiot unable to apply effective pressure, forcing him to follow closely, awaiting support from teammates for a double team. Noticing Rabiot's inability to impede Mingyu, center-back De Ligt halted his retreat, firmly positioning himself in the path of Mingyu's advance. Upon spotting De Ligt, Mingyu deftly nudged the ball past him, but felt a sudden tug that threw him off balance, resulting in a fall just outside the penalty area, 28 meters from goal. The referee quickly blew his whistle, signaling a foul, and promptly issued a yellow card to De Ligt as a show of respect. De Ligt had no retort, as he knew that in his position, allowing Mingyu to pass was not an option, necessitating a tactical foul to halt his progress. However, with only 30 minutes played in the first half, 2 of Juventus' defensive stalwarts had already received yellow cards, foreshadowing potential defensive issues ahead. Mingyu unhesitatingly placed himself in front of the ball, while Griezmann stepped back into the penalty area, poised for a potential rebound. Observing the positioning of the opposing goalkeeper as he organized the defensive wall, Mingyu noted that this free kick was more advantageous than the first, offering a wider range of angles for his shot. Szczesny, wary after witnessing the previous curling effort, attentively directed his wall, ensuring he blocked half of the goal with his right hand. Szczesny contemplated his position, adjusting slightly closer to his left side, and motivated himself with a few claps. The referee had already instructed the Juventus wall to retreat the required distance, yet they continued to inch forward. Mingyu repeatedly complained to the referee about their encroachment. With a stern expression, the referee approached the Juventus wall, warning them that any further movement would result in an immediate yellow card. This time, the Juventus wall remained still, as their previous movements had merely aimed to disrupt Mingyu's rhythm and psyche. However, Mingyu's mental fortitude was unshakable. He would not be swayed by such tactics. Upon hearing the referee's whistle, Mingyu took a deep breath, advanced 2 steps, and struck the ball with precision in the wall formed by Juventus. Every player shielded their vulnerable areas, leaping as high as possible in a valiant attempt to obstruct Mingyu's powerful free kick. Nevertheless, Mingyu's strike elegantly circumvented Juventus' human barrier, soaring towards a goal. Szczesny reacted swiftly the moment he saw the ball glide over the wall. He discerned that it was aimed at his right side and hastened to shift in that direction, leaping into the air. Yet, suspended mid-flight, Szczesny's face reflected despair. For although the ball indeed flew toward his right, its trajectory was so pronounced that even stretching his arm would not suffice to prevent it from finding the net. Both Szczesny and the ball descended simultaneously, but while he landed outside the goal, the ball nestled within it. In the aftermath of the goal, Mingyu exuberantly waved his arms and rushed towards the Barcelona substitutes bench, embracing his teammates in celebration. The Juventus supporters, seemingly frozen in time, fell into a hushed silence. Two free-kick goals left the Juventus fans shaking their heads in resignation. Typically, the efficiency of goals from set pieces is quite low. Yet, Mingyu astonishingly converted two free kicks with a precision reminiscent of penalty shots. By the 30th minute of the first half, thanks to Mingyu's splendid free kick, Barcelona resiliently equalized the score on their opponent's turf. In the VIP box, Laporta could not suppress a triumphant smile as he remarked, "Mr. Agnelli, my apologies." Young Agnelli managed a somewhat forced smile, his tone tinged with bitterness as he replied, "Mr. Laporta, your Barcelona is indeed fortunate, first with a player like Messi, and now another in Lee. Is it that divine favor shines upon your club?" Laporta raised his glass of red wine, smiling modestly as he said, "Both Messi and Lee are products of our La Masia Academy, nurtured by us. This is the essence of Barcelona's existence." The smile faded from young Agnelli's face, feeling Laporta's words were laced with sarcasm. Barcelona boasts Messi and Lee, yet these are homegrown talents, thus their achievements are a matter of course. Juventus brought Ronaldo aboard, yet last season they achieved nothing, and this season his performance has been rather mediocre. Moreover, his arrival has disrupted the team's wage structure, causing discontent among many players. Juventus now sits atop a volcanic crater, uncertain when the eruption might occur, potentially leaving the club severely wounded. Young Agnelli, of course, was not oblivious to such consequences. Yet, like a gambler, he chose to place all his bets on Ronaldo, hoping for a Champions League title. Juventus has not claimed the Champions League trophy in over 20 years, and, as the stalwart of Serie A, such a record is truly embarrassing. Upon taking office, young Agnelli aspired for Juventus to seize the coveted Champions League title swiftly, thus elevating his own reputation significantly. Ronaldo's performance today rekindled Agnelli's hope for the Champions League triumph. As the game resumed from the center circle, Juventus's players remained unfazed by Mingyu's goal. However, securing a draw at home was certainly unacceptable for them, especially with Messi, the opposing team star, absent from the lineup. In the 40th minute of the first half, Ronaldo's cold shot from outside the box prompted a world-class save from Ter Stegen, who fingertipped the ball just enough to send it sliding past the post, eliciting gasps of disappointment from the crowd. This attempt sent shivers down the spines of all Barcelona players. At 36, Ronaldo resembled a Greek god of war, showing no signs of age, still as formidable as in his youth. Following a corner kick, Ronaldo outjumped Piku, delivering a powerful header that struck the crossbar and rebounded out of play. Within a minute, two threatening attacks from Ronaldo, though unsuccessful, had piled immense pressure on Barcelona's defense. Such a formidable player. In slow motion, Piku, who stood 7 centimeters taller than Ronaldo, was utterly dominated, as Ronaldo soared even higher, making it evident how elevated his leap was. In the final minute of the first half, Griezmann's long-range shot skimmed past Juventus's left post, leaving the goalkeeper in a cold sweat. Following this attempt, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. On the third match day of the Champions League group stage, the focal clash saw Juventus and Barcelona draw 2-2. In the first half, both star players, Ronaldo and Mingyu, scored 2 spectacular goals each, thrilling all spectators. During halftime, fans rose en masse to address personal needs, fearing that turning away might result in missing another brilliant goal, a loss too great to bear. In the away team's dressing room, Koeman expressed dissatisfaction with the forward line. Griezmann sat there, clouded with gloom, well aware that Koeman's criticism was directed at him. In the first half, Griezmann squandered at least 2 clear opportunities, one shot going wide and another where he hesitated, watching the ball slip past his toes. "If only the heavens would grant me another chance, I would hope to start my run earlier." However, Koeman was discreet, recognizing the scarcity of usable forwards in Barcelona's lineup. In the first half, Braithwaite, making his debut as a starter, performed admirably, creating several threatening attacks, with the first free kick opportunity stemming from his breakthrough. Koeman reiterated the importance of defense, particularly against Ronaldo. Although Ronaldo is a seasoned adversary, today's defensive efforts against him were insufficient. While his individual skills are remarkable, keeping Ronaldo at a distance to limit his shooting opportunities would greatly mitigate his threat. Regarding Mingyu, Koeman freely offered praise. With Messi absent, Mingyu is undoubtedly the team's standout star. Though Griezmann earns a higher salary, at times, Mingyu's contributions surpass even those of Messi. Mingyu expressed his gratitude for Coman's accolades, assuring that he would strive diligently in the second half. Having faced Ronaldo for the first time, Mingyu's first-half performance was nothing short of impressive. The score stood at 2-2. Chapter 103, Ruby Promotion Card, Direct Free Kick. Meanwhile, in the home team's dressing room, Pirlo calmly outlined the tactical arrangements for the second half before exiting without a backward glance. The players, however, were largely disengaged, particularly Ronaldo, who was absent-mindedly adjusting the bandage on his leg, not bothering to lift his head. The other players were engaged in hushed conversations, completely disregarding what Pirlo had to say. In the previous round of the league, Juventus suffered a shocking defeat at the hands of their city rivals, Torino, which incited the wrath of club president Andrea Agnelli. In front of all the players, he vehemently reprimanded Pirlo and berated the Juventus squad, exacerbating the internal discord within the team. This incident led to Pirlo losing the last shred of respect among the players, marking the countdown to the end of his tenure as Juventus coach. It is rumored that before this match, Juventus had already initiated contact with Massimiliano Allegri, Pirlo's predecessor. Allegri had previously advised Agnelli to part ways with Ronaldo if he wished for the club's betterment, as he believed Ronaldo's presence severely hindered the team's and club's development. Allegri's departure was due to tensions with Ronaldo, yet Agnelli sided with Ronaldo. Should Allegri return to Juventus, it might indicate that Agnelli is prepared to abandon Ronaldo. It is likely that Agnelli is currently in a state of indecision. Ronaldo's performance today could significantly impede Allegri's potential return to Juventus. The halftime break quickly concluded, and both teams returned to the field. Juventus fans, having taken a moment to rest, resumed their spirited singing and dancing. The referee blew the whistle to signal the commencement of the second half, with Barcelona kicking off first. Griezmann passed the ball to Mingyu, then dashed towards Juventus's half. Upon receiving the ball, Mingyu astutely sensed that Juventus's defense was in disarray. The Juventus players, disregarding their coach's instructions during the break, failed to discuss the tactics for the second half, instead indulging in music and lively conversations, leaving only Ronaldo focused on his own performance. Consequently, as the second half began, the Juventus players were completely out of sync, resembling a disorganized ensemble. Mingyu seized the opportunity. After receiving a pass, he skillfully maneuvered past the advancing Ronaldo and accelerated, like a flash of lightning, into Juventus's half. His sudden burst of speed caught Juventus off guard, as many players stood frozen, attempting to defend against him, only to be deftly outmaneuvered one by one. After evading 3 defenders, Mingyu reached the opponent's 30-meter zone. At last, 2 defenders charged toward him, one attempting to block his advance while the other provided cover. Mingyu executed a deft nutmeg, stumbling past the first defender, but was ultimately brought down by the second. The referee, poised to blow the whistle for a foul, suddenly brightened and gestured for play to continue. Whether intentional or not, as he fell, Mingyu deftly nudged the ball through the defender's legs, sending it to Griezmann, who had sprinted into the penalty area. With almost all Juventus players focused on Mingyu, Griezmann went unnoticed. One-on-one with the goalkeeper, Griezmann maintained his composure and expertly slotted the ball into Juventus's net. Barely a minute into the second half, Barcelona had regained the lead, making the score 2-3. Following his goal, Griezmann exuberantly celebrated, rushing to embrace Mingyu and lifting him in joy. This goal was monumental for Griezmann, having squandered 2 previous clear chances in the first half, which had affected his confidence. He feared that Mingyu might withhold future opportunities from him. Yet, at the outset of the second half, he received a splendid pass from Mingyu, netting the decisive goal. On the sidelines, Coman was momentarily taken aback by the sudden turn of events, his face blooming with delight. Meanwhile, Pirlo sat on the Juventus bench, his expression vacant, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. On the field, Ronaldo was visibly displeased, vociferously expressing his dissatisfaction with the conceded goal, lamenting, "After I toiled to score, you let the opposition score so easily. What a bunch of incompetent teammates." Many Juventus players were still in disbelief at the turn of events. Conceding a goal so early in the half dealt a severe blow to their morale. Juventus's captain, Chiellini, shouted in an effort to rally the team. His and Ronaldo's exhortations helped the players regain their competitive spirit. Upon resuming play, Juventus's attacks were somewhat promising. However, Barcelona quickly restructured their formation, forcing Juventus to press forward. Ronaldo, while attempting to advance the ball, consistently attracted 2 or 3 Barcelona players, rendering him unable to mount an effective attack and necessitating a pass back. Juventus's midfield lacked the control and incisiveness of Barcelona, with forward passes largely absent. Even with their players pushed up, they relied on crosses, hoping for headers from Ronaldo and Morata to create scoring chances. Morata's performance today was lackluster. He had scarcely touched the ball in the first half. And in the second half, he failed to generate any shooting opportunities, appearing quite ordinary. In the 60th minute of the second half, Pirlo, observing the dire situation on the pitch, noted Morata's lack of involvement and opted to substitute him for the Argentine playmaker Dybala, hoping to leverage Dybala's instincts near the penalty area for opportunities. When Morata exited the field, his face was ashen, fully aware that his poor performance stemmed from Ronaldo monopolizing possession, leaving him little opportunity to contribute. As Morata exchanged a brief high-five with Dybala and walked past Pirlo, there was no eye contact akin to strangers. Morata held a deep-seated resentment towards Pirlo, believing that despite his illustrious playing career, he was an inadequate coach. Meanwhile, Pirlo was unconcerned, recognizing that even if he won this match, his future at Juventus was uncertain, prompting him to contemplate his next steps. Dybala's entry indeed posed some threat to Barcelona's defense. A powerful long-range shot from Ronaldo resulted in an unfortunate fumble from Ter Stegen, allowing Dybala to surge into the penalty area like a phantom, striking the ball before Eric Garcia could intervene. Yet, Ter Stegen's reflexes were astonishingly swift. He leaped and, with a deft flick of his right hand, deflected the ball onto the crossbar. The Juventus supporters erupted with a deafening sigh, quickly followed by a wave of applause, all directed towards Dybala, who expressed his regret by clasping his head in disbelief at Ter Stegen's incredible save. Ronaldo, standing outside, stomped his foot in frustration, unsure whether to lament his missed shot or Dybala's thwarted follow-up. As Juventus took a corner, Ter Stegen charged forward to collect the ball. Juventus's rapid retreat thwarted Barcelona's counterattack, forcing them to initiate their offense from the back. Ter Stegen tossed the ball to Peak, who passed it to De Jong. Calmly, De Jong maneuvered the ball forward, and despite Ronaldo's relentless pursuit, he returned the pass. Ronaldo, tireless as ever, launched himself toward Barcelona's defense. Barcelona, like agile monkeys, exchanged passes, while Ronaldo resembled a tragic warrior, darting about the pitch. The crowd's cheers gradually subsided, giving way to an overwhelming chorus of boos. As Barcelona finally managed to switch the ball to the other side, Ronaldo halted, turning back to witness the absurdity of the situation. He was the sole player chasing the ball, while his Juventus teammates stood idly in their half, watching. What kind of extraordinary team is this? Ronaldo felt an undeniable urge to leave Juventus. Staying here would surely tarnish his legacy. Amidst the cacophony of jeers, Barcelona's attack continued its methodical pace. The ball reached Mingyu, who orchestrated the game like a conductor, managing the tempo and alerting his teammates to the rhythm of play. Soon, Juventus found themselves ensnared in Barcelona's tempo, chasing the ball fruitlessly. In the 78th minute of the second half, Mingyu suddenly accelerated, leaving the sluggish Juventus players trailing. With a clever through ball, he sent the ball to the left flank, where Braithwaite, having an exceptional match, received it, skillfully cutting inside before unleashing a right-footed shot that struck Cuadrado. Braithwaite raised his hand in protest, indicating a handball. The referee, positioned nearby, couldn't discern from his angle whether it had indeed struck Cuadrado's hand. Nevertheless, he quickly halted the match, consulting with the video assistant referee. Juventus players surged towards him, fervently arguing that the ball had hit Cuadrado's chest, not his arm. Cuadrado, having already received a yellow card in the first half, was particularly anxious. A handball would surely warrant a second yellow, and being sent off would spell disaster for Juventus. The referee furrowed his brow, separating the players before signaling to review the video footage. Tension gripped both teams as the significance of this decision loomed large. A handball ruling could seal Juventus's fate, while a non-call would surely incite Barcelona's outrage. After scrutinizing multiple angles, the referee reached a conclusion. Cuadrado was adjudged to have committed a handball, receiving a yellow card, his second, resulting in a red card and his expulsion from the match. Barcelona was awarded a free kick just outside the box. Fortunately, Cuadrado had been outside the penalty area at the time, averting a penalty kick. As Mingyu approached the ball for a third time, Juventus goalkeeper SZSNY felt a shiver race down his spine. Though closer to the goal, The threat posed by such a free kick diminished for a master of the craft. Once the ball clears the wall, it seldom has enough time to drop rapidly. Making such positions often result in shots sailing over the crossbar. Typically, the optimal range for free kicks lies between 25 to 30 meters from the edge of the penalty area, perfect for any free kick specialist. SCCZ shouted instructions to his wall, with Ronaldo positioning himself by the near post. Having witnessed Mingyu's 2 previous free kicks, Ronaldo found himself impressed by the young maestro's skill. Chapter 104. The free kick hat trick. Mingyu stood poised before the ball, his focus razor-sharp as he assessed the wall and goalkeeper's positioning. Juventus players recognized the young man's remarkable prowess in executing free kicks. Opting not to guard the far post, stationed himself centrally, having noted that Mingyu's earlier attempts had targeted his right side. Observing SCCSNY's stance, Mingyu felt a flicker of surprise, realizing this opened up the far post entirely. Was this a trap? The prospect of a free kick hat trick was a tantalizing temptation. Only 5 players in the history of football had accomplished such a feat. As Mingyu stood over the ball, the referee's whistle pierced the tension, sharpening his focus and clearing his mind of distractions. In that moment, the football pitch seemed to shrink to just him, the ball, and the opposing goal. The wall and goalkeeper faded from his perception. Exhaling softly, he began his run. With 2 swift steps, he planted his left foot firmly on the grass, leaving a deep imprint, signifying the full force he was about to unleash. As he leaned into the kick, all his weight shifted onto his left foot, causing his ankle to twist slightly. His rear leg swung forward rapidly, striking the ball with a powerful kick. Amidst the resounding boos, the ball arced beautifully, as if guided by an unseen force, heading directly for the far corner of the goal. Juventus goalkeeper Wojciech SCCZ anticipated that Mingyu would resort to his previous tactics, aiming for the near corner of the goal, prompting him to shift his position accordingly. However, as he adjusted his body, he witnessed the ball soaring from the other side of the wall, its trajectory indicating a strike toward his far left corner. Ronaldo leapt high, but upon seeing the ball emerge from the opposite side of the wall, he too was taken aback, quickly turning his head to follow the ball. A wave of despair washing over him. SCCSNY's center of gravity could not be recalibrated in time, leaving him helplessly watching the ball descend into the net. The Juventus supporters fell silent, having witnessed a hat trick executed against their team on home soil. While they had seen such feats before, having a single player score 3 direct free kicks was unprecedented, akin to treating free kicks as penalties. Mingyu etched his name into football history as the 6th player to score 3 direct free kicks in a single match, marking the first instance of a free kick hat trick in Champions League history. Following in the footsteps of Ronaldo and Messi, he became the 3rd player to achieve a hat trick in consecutive Champions League matches and, notably, the first to do so in his debut Champions League season. After scoring the free kick, Mingyu raised his fists in triumph, standing on the pitch and roaring with delight. Faced with such audacity, the Juventus fans found themselves at a loss for jeering him. They were utterly captivated by this 19-year-old prodigy. Coach Ronald Koeman, who had been directing the match from the sidelines, returned to his seat, curling up with a satisfied smile after the fervent celebrations. The so-called group of death? It seemed trivial. Barcelona had taken a commanding 4-2 lead on Juventus's home turf. This goal shattered Juventus's morale, and following the kickoff, their attacks devolved into Ronaldo's solitary efforts, repeatedly thwarted without support from teammates. Often surrounded in the Barcelona half, Ronaldo found himself brought down legitimately under the rules, sitting on the ground, helplessly raising his arm in frustration. The Juventus fans' initial fervor for Ronaldo had waned. They seemed to forget his 2 brilliant goals from the first half. Ultimately, after a minute of added time, the referee blew the final whistle. The stadium echoed solely with the jubilant cheers of the traveling Barcelona supporters, who had been subdued throughout the match but finally found their voice. Just before the referee's whistle, Ronaldo executed a high-quality long-range shot, which grazed the crossbar before flying out. Before he could contest for a corner kick, the referee signaled the end of the match. Exhausted, Ronaldo sank to the ground, a hint of discontent and confusion on his face as he watched Mingyu celebrating with his teammates not far away, envy filling his eyes. The Juventus players, dejected, departed the field without delay. Ronaldo, with a wry smile, shook his head, feeling utterly discontented. Neither on the field nor off it did he have any friends. With a sigh, He prepared to rise when he noticed someone standing before him, extending a hand. To his surprise, it was Mingyu. After celebrating with his teammates, Mingyu had noticed Ronaldo sitting alone and felt a pang of sympathy. Although Mingyu had idolized Messi since childhood, this did not diminish his respect for Ronaldo, particularly for the latter's indomitable spirit, which he greatly admired. Seeing the beaming Mingyu, Ronaldo returned a faint smile, extending his right hand for a firm handshake. Mingyu gently pulled him up. Ronaldo remarked, "Congratulations, you are remarkable. A hat trick of free kicks. I'm curious, who did you learn your free kick techniques from?" Mingyu replied with a slight smile, "I taught myself, but I do frequently watch the videos of your coach, Mr. Pirlo." Ronaldo glanced over to his own bench, where Pirlo had hurriedly approached Barcelona coach Koeman for a handshake before exiting the pitch as the final whistle blew. Looking at Mingyu, Ronaldo said, "You possess a natural talent for free kicks. Perhaps we could train together sometime." With that, Ronaldo removed his jersey and handed it to Mingyu. In turn, Mingyu quickly took off his own jersey to exchange with Ronaldo. After accepting Mingyu's jersey, Ronaldo patted his shoulder and made his way off the pitch. Mingyu returned to his teammates, bowing deeply to the Barcelona supporters who had traveled to cheer for him, expressing his gratitude. Following the match, various media outlets clamored to report on this thrilling encounter. The 19-year-old prodigy strikes 3 direct free kicks past Juventus, superbly shines, netting a hat trick against the old lady. In the so-called group of death, Barcelona temporarily led, leaving the demise to others. Mingyu's 3 splendid direct free kicks became the focal point of post-match discussions. Historically, 5 players had achieved a hat trick of free kicks, though some of these claims were questionable. The most renowned free kick maestro is Sinisa Mihajlovic, who in 1998 scored 3 free kicks against his former club Sampdoria, completing the first genuine free kick hat trick in history. Coincidentally, another free kick expert from Lazio, Signori, achieved a hat trick in 1994. But his final goal was a penalty, which, while akin to a direct free kick within the box, lacked the wall's obstruction. Thus, strictly speaking, Signori's feat does not constitute a true free kick hat trick. A lesser-known Scottish player, Ray McKinnon, also claimed a free kick hat trick, yet included a penalty among his goals. Kostas Franceskos, a free kick specialist from Greece, remains relatively unknown outside his homeland, but he too achieved a hat trick through various shooting methods across halves, though his accomplishments in the Greek league went largely unnoticed. The most recent free kick hat trick occurred in 2015 when Brazilian Cristiano da Silva scored 3 free kicks while playing for Kashima Antlers in the Japanese league. In the second free kick, he struck the ball powerfully, only for it to rebound off the wall and into the net, adding an unusually remarkable free kick goal to the list. Mingyu has become the second right-footed player on this list, with the exception of McKinnon. The other 4 players are all left-footed. Through this match, the media has conferred upon Mingyu the title of Master of Free Kicks, despite being merely 19 years of age. Achieving a hat trick of free kicks is a feat that many masters of the craft have yet to accomplish. His extraordinary achievement at such a young age is indeed a source of envy for many. In the post-match media interview, reporters specifically inquired about the 2 head coaches. Pirlo and Koeman, both renowned for their prowess in free kicks during their playing careers, were questioned. Pirlo's free kick abilities are beyond dispute, yet Koeman's name is less recognized. However, he is undeniably a significant figure in Barcelona's history. In 1992, it was Koeman's free kick that secured Barcelona's first UEFA Champions League trophy. At that time, he was hailed as an expert in free kicks, a powerful striker, and the foremost free kick specialist. When asked for their opinions on Mingyu's hat trick of free kicks, both coaches briefly displayed a glimmer of envy. Koeman, with admiration, remarked that Lee is an extraordinary player, not merely because he plays for Barcelona, but because he has grown before our eyes. One can only speculate on the brilliance he may showcase in the next match. I was unaware of the extent of his free kick prowess. He has never demonstrated such skill during our training sessions. Koeman expressed his astonishment. As a free kick expert himself, he always guides players on their techniques during training. Yet Mingyu had not shown remarkable ability. The journalists, hearing Koeman's comments, suspected he was merely throwing smoke. After all, the last time he claimed Lee would falter in penalty kicks, Lee proved him wrong. Now he suggests that Lee has never trained in free kicks. How can one achieve a hat trick in free kicks without practice? Clearly, Mingyu is adept at penalties as well. Pirlo, meanwhile, scoffed at Koeman's assertions. As a master of free kicks, he perceived a striking similarity between Lee Mingyu's style and his own. The grace of Lee's shooting motion and technique evoked a sense of reflection. However, Pirlo had never encountered Lee before. From whom had he acquired such skill? He remarked, Lee possesses remarkable talent in free kicks. I see a reflection of myself in him. His shooting technique is indeed reminiscent of mine. However, I have never met him, so I cannot claim to have taught him. I wonder which free kick master has influenced him. Perhaps it was Mr. Koeman? Oh no, while Mr. Koeman has his own merits, his style is more powerful, distinctly different from Lee Mingyu's finesse. He could not have taught him. Koeman smiled, secretly amused. When questioned about both teams' paths in the Champions League, Koeman casually stated, "We have now secured 2 consecutive victories. We will give our all in the upcoming matches, hoping to advance from the group stage, especially since it is a group of death." Koeman's words were infuriating, and Pirlo's expression darkened in response. Pirlo, with a serious demeanor, added, "We too will strive with all our might in the upcoming matches. Last season, when we first faced Barcelona, we lost. However, we ultimately advanced as group leaders." Chapter 105. The national derby approaches. The clash of Sun and Lu is imminent. Upon returning to Barcelona, Lee Mingyu was granted a day of rest. The weekend's match is of paramount importance in this season's league, as they face the formidable Real Madrid away. Following the Champions League group match against Juventus, Spanish media has reignited the excitement surrounding this national derby. Since Ronaldo's departure to Italy, interest in the Spanish national derby has diminished. However, this year's encounter is different. Previously a duel between Ronaldo and Messi, the emergence of Lee Mingyu has transformed the narrative, creating a trinity with Mbappe and Haaland, who were previously seen as Ronaldo and Messi successors. Currently, Mbappe remains with Paris Saint-Germain, while Haaland has joined Real Madrid. The upcoming derby is shrouded in uncertainty regarding Messi's fitness to participate. But promotional materials already highlight the showdown between Lee Mingyu and Haaland, both born in the year 2000. Haaland, a year older than Lee, has already become the youngest to score 20 and 25 goals in Champions League history. In his first season in the Champions League, Lee has netted 7 goals in just 2 matches. If he continues at this pace, breaking the record for the fastest 10 goals seems plausible. The record for the fastest 10 goals is held by Haaland, who achieved this in 8 matches. However, the record for the youngest player to reach 10 goals is one that Lee Mingyu cannot surpass, as Mbappe was only 18 years and 350 days old when he scored his 10th goal in the Champions League. Yet, with Lee Mingyu still 3 months shy of his 20th birthday, it is likely that his name will be etched in many future records. This marks Lee Mingyu's second national derby. In his previous encounter, he single-handedly humiliated Real Madrid, scoring 5 goals and leaving them utterly defeated. Real Madrid's captain, Ramos, suffered an ankle injury due to a challenge from Lee, but his prior actions of malicious fouls and racist remarks during the match led to severe repercussions from the Spanish Football Association, including the heaviest penalty in history. Consequently, the two have become sworn enemies. Even with Lee Mingyu's selection for the national team, there's been no communication between them, as the current Spanish national team heavily relies on Barcelona's system, with both the coach Enrique and the midfielders and defenders predominantly hailing from Barcelona. The voice of Real Madrid has become increasingly marginalized within the national team, leaving Ramos powerless against Lee Mingyu. Nevertheless, in the lead-up to this national derby, Ramos made it clear that he would demonstrate to Lee Mingyu what a true national derby entails. Real Madrid is currently riding high on momentum, with a very positive internal atmosphere. Haaland's arrival has bolstered the team significantly, reactivating their attacking front. Haaland quickly integrated into the squad, and Zidane has high hopes for him, even repositioning Benzema to accommodate Haaland. Benzema, being a reasonable individual, did not clash with Zidane or Haaland, accepting his role as a supporting striker. The Real Madrid lineup has now solidified, boasting an attack that is currently unrivaled in La Liga. On the eve of the match, Messi returned to the training ground. According to the team physician's assessment, Messi had not fully recovered. Thus, he would only appear on the roster as a substitute in the forthcoming match. Whether he would take the field depended on the circumstances of the game and Koeman's decision. Standing alongside Lee Mingyu, Messi smiled and remarked, "Lee, I watched the last match. You performed exceptionally well. I had no idea you possessed such remarkable free kick skills. Why didn't you showcase them during training?" Lee Mingyu chuckled and replied, "Would you believe me if I said I've never practiced?" Messi smirked, saying, "You rascal, what nonsense." After sharing a light-hearted moment, Messi turned serious and said, "Lee, I might not be able to play tomorrow, so I'm counting on you." Lee, with a solemn expression, assured him, "Don't worry, Leo. I want to let them continue their arrogance." The prospect of Messi missing the El Clasico was a profound anguish for him. Having spent his entire career at Barcelona, no match held the same significance for Messi as scoring and securing victory in the El Clasico. As they began their training, the electrifying atmosphere of the El Clasico enveloped Spain, reminiscent of an impending storm. Both teams were in remarkable form. Real Madrid remained unbeaten this season, decisively defeating opponents in both the League and the Champions League. Newly transferred Haaland continued his extraordinary performance, netting 8 goals in 5 league matches, leading the scoring charts. In contrast, Mingyu had not scored in the previous 2 matches, leaving him with 6 goals, placing him second in the standings. In the Champions League, Haaland also shone brightly, scoring twice against Belgian powerhouse Club Brugge and completing a hat-trick against Italian side Atalanta, leading Real Madrid to a resounding 5-0 victory. With 5 goals in 2 Champions League matches, he became the youngest player in history to reach 25 goals, shattering Mbappe's record. The transfer of Haaland was hailed as a win-win for both him and Real Madrid. The following day, from the afternoon onward, the area outside the Bernabéu was teeming with fans, not only from Madrid but from all corners of Spain, eager to witness another clash of future superstars succeeding Messi and Ronaldo. Yes, future superstar was a term first coined by the French newspaper Equipe, referring to Mbappe, Haaland, and Mingyu, who had become the leading figures among young players in football. This summer, Paris Saint-Germain had hoped to sign Haaland, envisioning a formidable trident alongside Neymar and Mbappe. However, Haaland was not swayed by PSG's financial allure and chose to join Real Madrid, believing it to be the place to fulfill his dream of winning the Champions League. Indeed, upon arriving at Real Madrid, he found himself in an environment that nurtured his talents, with immense support from both management and coaching staff. Veteran players welcomed the dynamic young talent, especially Ramos, who believed Mingyu could not be compared to Haaland, asserting that Haaland was destined to be the strongest player in the world. Ramos's praise delighted Haaland, prompting him to quip, "Please keep the compliments coming, Ramos." This El Clasico marked Haaland's debut in such a prestigious match in Spain. Having previously watched Messi and Ronaldo's duels on television, he was thrilled to now be a central figure. "I eagerly anticipate the confrontation with Barcelona, Lee. He is an exceptional player who fits perfectly into their system and is a fantastic playmaker. However, we at Real Madrid boast remarkable organizers too, such as the World Cup's best player and Ballon d'Or winner Pedri, alongside the brilliant Cruz. Our midfield certainly matches Barcelona's, and on the front line, the combination of Benzema and myself can overpower any team." After joining Real Madrid, Haaland fully displayed his rebellious spirit. Nevertheless, his exceptional abilities and astonishing goal-scoring efficiency quickly earned him the acceptance of the discerning Madrid fans. Following his bold statements, players from Barcelona also responded defiantly in the media. Piqué and Busquets shared sinister smiles, hoping the media would convey to Haaland that he should tread carefully. Tension filled the air at Camp Nou even before the match began, as fans from both teams faced off outside the stadium. However, both fan bases demonstrated remarkable restraint, having years of experience with El Clasico rivalries, resorting merely to verbal sparring rather than physical confrontations, which were exceedingly rare. As if to add an unexpected twist to the El Clasico, ominous clouds gathered over Madrid from 3 in the afternoon, with forecasts predicting heavy rain by evening. As the match approached, the rain began to pour. By 1700 hours, the Bernabéu, with a capacity of 81,044, was filled to the brim, predominantly adorned in white, except for a small section showcasing the vibrant red and blue of the devoted Barcelona supporters. Though their voices were drowned out by the rain, they fervently chanted Barcelona's name. The downpour could not extinguish the fervor of the fans. The atmosphere was akin to an impending volcanic eruption. With a thunderous roar, the volcano erupted. The players, guided by the referee and accompanied by cheerful ball boys, emerged from the tunnel. The momentous occasion was upon them. Good evening to our viewers on 10 Cent Sports. It's now 3:00 a.m., and we are live broadcasting the 6th round of the 2021-2022 La Liga season, featuring the familiar clash between Real Madrid and Barcelona, the first El Clasico of the season. Today's weather in Madrid seems uncooperative, As the match approaches, the rain intensifies. Nevertheless, perhaps this challenging weather will bring out the best in the players. It must be said that both teams' performances this season have been truly remarkable. Real Madrid, now in the Champions League, has achieved 7 victories in 7 matches and 5 wins in the league, leading the standings. Although Barcelona has drawn a match in the league and currently sits third, they have achieved 2 consecutive victories in the Champions League. Particularly notable was the last match, where the young Chinese talent, Mingyu, accomplished a historic hat-trick of free kicks, dazzling everyone present. Previously, I came across an article that compared the trio of Mbappe, Haaland, and Mingyu to the 3 kingdoms, with Mbappe having won a World Cup and being slightly older, being referred to as Chow Babe, symbolizing the formidable power of the Northern Chow Way. Haaland, on the other hand, is dubbed Lu Land, as his rapid transfers over the past 4 years, from brine to mold, then to Salzburg, Dortmund, and now to Real Madrid, mirrors the relentless journey of the noble Liu Bei. His arrival at Real Madrid is akin to Liu Bei establishing his stronghold in Shu, poised to embark on grand ambitions. Mingyu is humorously called Little Wu Master, as the current leader of Barcelona remains Messi, making Li merely a younger brother. Messi is akin to the fierce Sun Tzu, while Li represents Sun Quan. It is only after Sun Tzu's departure that Mingyu can truly ascend as the Wu Master. Today marks the inaugural clash between Sun and Liu, and although the 3 kingdoms stand firm, no faction has decisively outmaneuvered the others, rendering any notion of a Sun-Liu alliance against Chow Wei obsolete. This match, while an annual national derby for Spain, signifies a fateful encounter between Haaland and Mingyu for some, reminiscent of the legendary duels between Messi and Ronaldo, where each confrontation becomes a part of their legacy. Now, let us examine the lineups of both teams. Real Madrid, playing at home, has maintained a consistent lineup that has proven effective since the beginning of the season, and it is unlikely that Zidane will make any arbitrary changes. The formidable Belgian goalkeeper Courtois stands guard, with a defensive line comprised of Marcelo, Ramos, Nacho, and Mendy, providing both offensive and defensive capabilities. In midfield, Casemiro and Kroos form a dual pivot, while Modric and Isco support the attack. Up front, Benzema and Haaland lead the charge. Barcelona, playing away, has not undergone significant alterations, closely resembling their lineup against Juventus in the Champions League. Ter Stegen is in goal, with a robust defensive quartet of Alba, Eric Garcia, Piqué, and Dest. De Jong and Busquets form a solid double pivot, with Mingyu orchestrating the midfield, flanked by Pedri and the newly joined Wijnaldum, while Griezmann spearheads the attack. Both teams are now positioned, and the national derby is set to commence. With the referee's whistle, the match officially begins. Chapter 106. Beckham's Crescent Moon free kick. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the Bernabéu Stadium, receiving the skill Crescent Moon free kick from the legendary Real Madrid player Beckham. As the referee's whistle echoed, Mingyu was equally stirred by the exhilarating mechanical announcement. Beckham's Crescent Moon free kick is arguably one of the most iconic passes and free kicks in the realm of football. No one dares to claim superiority over Beckham's free kicks. His strikes have salvaged countless teams from the brink of defeat. During his time at Manchester United, Beckham's passes were renowned for their precision. Simply extending a foot or head would guarantee a goal. Just run forward, and the ball would appear at your feet. Scoring was that effortless. Beckham's Crescent Moon free kick has felled many renowned players. Having acquired the falling leaf skill, gaining Beckham's Crescent Moon free kick is truly an unexpected delight for Mingyu, suggesting a path toward mastery in free kick artistry. In the annals of football history, only 5 players have achieved a hat trick from free kicks, and with Mingyu, that number rises to 6. However, should he accomplish a second hat trick, Mingyu would etch his name as the foremost figure in free kick history. When discussing illustrious free kick maestros, names like Beckham, Juninho, Mihajlovic, Roberto Carlos, and Pirlo come to mind. Yet, the 2 most formidable current practitioners are undoubtedly Ronaldo and Messi. Since their debuts, Ronaldo has netted 55 free kicks, while Messi trails by just 3. They stand as the preeminent free kick specialists in contemporary football. Over the past decade, their free kick tallies have significantly surged alongside their conversion rates. Nevertheless, their numbers still pale in comparison to Juninho's 76 direct free kick goals, which currently reign supreme, and Beckham's impressive total of 65 is equally commendable. Mingyu's current tally stands at 4. Last season, he collaborated with Messi to score one through a clever sneak attack. However, with the acquisition of Beckham's crescent moon free kick, Mingyu's free kick goals are sure to soar. Real Madrid initiates the match, with Haaland sending the ball backward before darting forward like a cheetah into Barcelona's half. As he brushes past Mingyu, his eyes blaze with fierce determination, while he stares back defiantly. This marks Mingyu's first experience in rain-soaked conditions. Last season, the weather in Spain was less than favorable, yet curiously, on match days, it often transformed into splendid weather. The torrential rain obstructs Mingyu's vision, and the ball does not behave as obediently as usual beneath his feet. Moreover, the peculiar tactics at play in Madrid are quite frustrating. In the first half, Lee can distinctly feel that while the grass in his own half remains somewhat slick, the Bernabéu's excellent drainage system swiftly diverts the rainwater. However, upon entering Real Madrid's half, it feels akin to stepping into a quagmire. Such tactics, commonly employed on the football field, utilize the home team's drainage facilities to render their half muddy, complicating the opposition's passing and attacking strategies. It is reasonable to speculate that, during halftime, Real Madrid may switch their drainage settings to alter the condition of both halves. Yet, this is merely part of the home advantage, and one can only morally condemn such practices as Barcelona has similarly resorted to such tactics on their home turf. Real Madrid's current lineup is notably more complete than last season's. Modric has once again received Zidane's endorsement for his organizational role in midfield. In 5 league matches, he has provided 4 assists, ranking just behind Mingyu's 5 on the assist leaderboard. His partnership with Isco in midfield is marked by remarkable synergy. In the first 5 matches of the league, Isco has achieved a commendable record of 1 goal and 2 assists. The double pivot of Toni Kroos and Casemiro has fortified Real Madrid's defensive line. After receiving the ball, Casemiro passed it to Modric. At 36 years of age, Modric may no longer possess the sharpness that once led him to World Cup glory, yet his ability to control the midfield has become increasingly formidable with age. Mingyu's aggressive pressing was deftly evaded by Modric with a clever 1-2 combination. However, Mingyu's impressive speed in turning back surprised Modric, compelling him to return the ball upon receiving it. In the previous El Clasico, Modric had to watch from the bench as Mingyu, like a deity, wreaked havoc on Real Madrid. From the sidelines, he felt the vibrant energy of this young talent. Today, he immediately sensed Mingyu's intense pressure. Maneuvering past him in midfield proved to be a daunting task. Mingyu's exceptional ball sense allows him to anticipate the intentions of his opponents, and his lightning speed enables him to quickly cover any defensive lapses. Thus, Mingyu stands as the first line of defense for Barcelona's midfield, allowing the likes of Busquets and De Jong to defend with greater ease. Nevertheless, Real Madrid's midfield is undeniably formidable, rivaling that of Barcelona. The playing style of Real Madrid is markedly distinct from that of Barcelona, exuding a commanding presence. Modric received the ball again, faked a move that misled Mingyu, and delivered a pass to the advancing Isco. It was evident that once the ball reached Barcelona's half, it became significantly easier to control, rolling smoothly across the ground. However, this was not advantageous for the defending Barcelona side. Isco's incisive break on the right flank easily evaded De Jong's challenge as he surged toward Barcelona's penalty area. Alba's defense was impeccable. Well aware of Isco's prowess, he maintained his position without faltering. Isco refrained from a reckless advance, instead opting for a feint followed by a sudden lateral pass to the edge of the penalty area. At that moment, a figure darted out from within the box. Haaland had already stepped into the penalty area, feigning a forward charge that caused both center-backs to hastily retreat. Subsequently, Haaland executed a sharp run, skillfully eluding Barcelona's defense to receive Isco's pass outside the box. After controlling the ball, he swiftly executed a 180-degree turn and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball pierced through the defensive line, heading straight for the goal. Fortunately, Ter Stegen reacted promptly, his hands raised just in time to deflect the ball onto the crossbar. Given the rainy conditions, Ter Stegen was cautious not to catch the ball directly with both hands, as the risk of a fumble was high. This moment left Barcelona's players in a cold sweat. Haaland, realizing his shot was deflected, expressed his frustration with an anguished roar, echoing the collective sigh of disappointment from the fans. Just moments into the game, Haaland had already tested Ter Stegen with a thunderous shot, sending a clear message to Barcelona. Following a corner kick from Real Madrid, Piku leaped high to clear the ball from the box. Modric, positioned outside the area, seized the opportunity to unleash a powerful shot, which Haaland attempted to redirect with a flick of his foot. The ball changed direction unexpectedly, catching Ter Stegen off guard as it rolled into the goal. Haaland, exhilarated, pushed aside the defending player, eager to celebrate at the sidelines. Yet, before he could bask in his glory, the referee's whistle halted him, raising his right hand, not in validation of a goal, but signaling an indirect free kick. Upon glancing at the linesman, Haaland saw the flag raised high, indicating he had been in an offside position. Although he expressed his dissatisfaction with a vigorous gesture, he chose not to contest the call, acknowledging his transgression. Meanwhile, the other Real Madrid players were incensed, demanding the referee reconsider. However, the referee, resolute, gestured for them to disperse. Having received confirmation from the linesman and VAR regarding the offside, the Real Madrid players quickly shifted their focus, as Barcelona took advantage of their distraction to swiftly resume play. Mingyu received a pass from Busquets near midfield, with Griezmann and Pedri sprinting ahead. Without hesitation, Mingyu executed a long pass of approximately 35 meters, the ball soaring gracefully through the air to land perfectly at Griezmann's feet. Griezmann extended his right foot to control it, albeit with some difficulty, as he had already advanced past the defender. The slippery pitch proved challenging, yet Mingyu's intelligent pass transcended the muddy conditions. At this moment, both teams faced similar obstacles. The defenders were not aided by the wet ground, which added complexity to their defensive efforts. After controlling the ball, Griezmann wasted no time, unleashing a fierce shot that skimmed the ground, splashing water as it headed toward the lower left corner of the goal. Courtois, fully alert, quickly lowered his center of gravity and dove, managing to touch the ball with his fingertips, redirecting it just wide of the post. Griezmann, incredulous, clasped his head in disbelief. To have Courtois save such a shot felt utterly disheartening. Yet, he did not forget to give Mingyu a thumbs up, acknowledging the impressive quality of the pass. Mingyu felt a tinge of disappointment at the missed opportunity, as he had hoped for a more satisfactory finish from Griezmann. In such rainy conditions, it is preferable to play aerial balls, as the excessive water in the penalty area tends to impede the ball's speed. Nevertheless, Mingyu's recent long pass showcased some of the technical attributes reminiscent of Beckham's bending free kicks, allowing the ball's trajectory and speed to be expertly controlled. This long pass certainly astonished many Barcelona supporters, despite Mingyu having previously delivered an exquisite long pass during his time with the Spanish national team. In Barcelona, Mingyu had never before showcased such a long pass, leading everyone to believe that his previous display was merely a fleeting moment of brilliance. However, this particular kick served as ample evidence that Mingyu not only excels in short, penetrating passes, but also masterfully commands precise long passes. Truly remarkable. Upon assuming the position of attacking midfielder, his offensive prowess did not diminish. Rather, it became even more diverse. A player who is adept at both passing and shooting poses a nightmarish challenge for opposing teams. During a corner kick opportunity for Barcelona, Griezmann's shot aimed at the goalkeeper's right side was parried away, resulting in a corner for Barcelona. Pedri jogged over to the corner flag, requesting the ball from a ball boy in preparation to take the corner. To his surprise, Mingyu swiftly raced over from near the center circle, signaling for the ball. Pedri was momentarily bewildered, questioning whether Mingyu intended to take the corner as well. Typically, free kicks for Barcelona are taken by Pedri and De Jong, with Messi occasionally stepping in. Realizing Mingyu was about to take the corner, Pedri graciously yielded. However, the Real Madrid players were unaware of the situation, mistakenly thinking that Barcelona was preparing to execute a tactical corner. Pedri remained close to the corner flag, curious to see if Mingyu was indeed planning a corner kick combination. Yet, Mingyu stood firmly behind the flag, his gaze fixated on the goal rather than acknowledging Pedri. The Real Madrid players, mistakenly relaxed, assumed this was merely a corner routine. And even the Barcelona players inside the penalty area did not scramble for position, further easing the tension for Real Madrid. Despite the rain pouring heavily, Mingyu slicked back his hair and wiped the raindrops from his face, his determined expression captured by cameras and broadcasted to countless households. At the sound of the whistle, Mingyu began his run-up. He and Pedri had drawn the attention of two Real Madrid players, pulling them out of their defensive zone. Observing Mingyu's stride, They began to doubt whether this was truly a corner routine, as it appeared more like a powerful shot preparation. In truth, the feigned intention masked the reality. Having acquired Beckham's signature bending technique, Mingyu instinctively adopted Beckham's standard kicking posture. With a powerful stride, his left foot struck the grass beside the ball, sending a spray of water into the air. Due to the unique nature of Beckham's technique, Mingyu's left foot was positioned at a 45-degree angle to the ground. In that moment, he felt the weight of his entire body resting on his left foot, as though his ankle protested under the strain. His left arm rose high, maintaining a 90-degree angle with his body to ensure balance, while his right arm was deliberately pressed down to create an angle with his legs, enhancing the ball's trajectory and initial speed. In a swift motion, after raising his right foot, he executed a powerful kick, imparting significant velocity to the ball. His right leg continued its forward swing, nearly striking his left thigh, completing the motion. This marked Mingyu's first complete execution of Beckham's bending technique, a feat that imposed considerable physical strain, particularly on his left ankle. Players on the field and spectators alike barely had time to appreciate Mingyu's striking resemblance to Beckham in his kicking form, as all eyes were fixed on the ball soaring through the air. The soccer ball traced a graceful arc as it entered Real Madrid's penalty area. At that moment, both Real Madrid and Barcelona players focused on the ball's descent, preparing to contest for a header. However, they found themselves in an awkward predicament, as the ball appeared to drift toward the 6-yard box, seemingly destined to cross the goal line. Courtois, positioned centrally in the goal, watched the ball sail overhead and instinctively leaped, realizing he could not reach it. His heart lightened, believing the ball would surely go out of play. Yet, as he turned to track its path, he was horrified to discover that the ball, after clearing his head, exhibited a pronounced descent, accelerating in speed and curve, hurtling toward the far post. A glimmer of solace for Courtois was that his captain Ramos stood at the far post, presumably capable of clearing the ball. Ramos had positioned himself there to thwart any headers from Barcelona players, but unexpectedly, Mingyu's corner kick found its way directly to him. Confident in his ability to connect with the ball, Ramos leaped high, executing a powerful header. However, the torrential rain severely hampered his visibility. The ball descended with increasing speed and an erratic trajectory, causing Ramos to misjudge its arrival. As he leapt, he was dismayed to find the ball directly above him. Despite exerting all his strength to jump, he could only graze the ball with the top of his head, failing to direct it outward. The collision between his wet hair and the drenched ball yielded an unsatisfactory outcome for the Real Madrid players. Positioned on the goal line, Ramos's header sent the ball crashing against the underside of the crossbar, rebounding into the net before spinning back out due to excessive rotation. Unaware that the ball had crossed the goal line, Ramos, seeing it bounce back, rejoiced, believing he had successfully cleared it. He promptly cleared the ball with a swift kick, exclaiming in triumph, as if to bolster his own confidence. However, the Barcelona players, observing the situation closely, could easily ascertain what had occurred. With Ramos' position on the goal line, it was evident that the ball had indeed crossed the line before rebounding. Consequently, they urgently signaled to the referee, asserting that the ball had gone in. The referee, upon receiving feedback from his watch, confirmed that the ball had completely crossed the goal line and signaled that the goal was valid. This decision incensed Ramos, who stormed toward the referee, vehemently arguing that the ball had not crossed the line. However, the players of Barcelona had already rushed to the corner flag, embracing Mingyu in a frenzied celebration. The corner kick had directly resulted in a goal, a remarkable feat accomplished by Mingyu. On the sidelines, the contrasting emotions of both head coaches were palpable. Koeman, due to health reasons, remained seated beneath the shelter of the substitutes bench, clad in a sharp suit, arms crossed over his chest, watching the match unfold. Initially, he failed to react to the goal, misjudging it as out of play due to the distance and poor visibility. It was only when he saw the Barcelona players converging at the corner flag to celebrate with Mingyu that he realized the corner had indeed found the back of the net. Ignoring his physical discomfort, Koeman dashed out from under the shelter, embracing his assistant coach in a wild celebration. On the other side, the Real Madrid substitutes were engulfed in a profound silence. Zidane, who had been commanding the game in the rain since the start, stood there like a statue from ancient Greece, his expression devoid of emotion. He could not accept this goal conceded. Mingyu had proven to be incredibly cunning, exploiting the inclement weather to ambush the goalkeeper in such a manner. Youngsters these days seem to lack sportsmanship. dressed in a long black raincoat. Zidane held a towel emblazoned with the Real Madrid logo, frequently wiping the rain from his bald head. Upon witnessing the goal, he angrily tossed the towel to the ground, shaking his head in disbelief. Mingyu found himself surrounded by teammates, once again experiencing the familiar trio of playful jabs. While the scene of his teammates playfully overwhelming him unfolded, the television broadcast began to replay the spectacular corner kick in slow motion. As Mingyu's goal was showcased, nearly every football fan gasped the name David Beckham. The most iconic figure in English football, Beckham's passes and free kicks epitomize the exquisite arcs of that era. Both Real Madrid and Barcelona supporters fondly recalled Beckham's long pass that traversed half the field, sailing over Barcelona's defense and landing perfectly at Ronaldo's feet, allowing him to easily score. With Beckham, scoring became a simple affair. All one needed was a foot and a head. Mingyu's recent corner kick mirrored Beckham's signature style to an uncanny degree. Although Beckham's free kicks were unparalleled, and many have meticulously analyzed his technique, no player has yet mastered the essence of Beckham's bending free kick. The challenge lies primarily in Beckham's unique mechanics. When shooting, the left foot must maintain a 45-degree angle with the ground, bearing the full weight of the body, complemented by the centrifugal force generated by the rotation of the body. This left foot bears a pressure that few can withstand. Beckham himself adapted to this strain through rigorous training. While many have attempted to replicate Beckham's bending free kick, their efforts remain superficial. Today, however, Mingyu's corner kick seemed to evoke Beckham's essence. Yet, after executing the corner, Mingyu felt a slight pain in his left ankle. After all, his physical attributes could not yet compare to Beckham's, and he had not undergone specialized training, making the pressure of executing Beckham's signature move rather daunting. Nevertheless, if he returned to his home ground, he would be able to perform the bending free kick without any pressure, as there were no injury concerns at home. Mingyu maintained a strong trust in the system. Back in the match, despite their dissatisfaction, Real Madrid players could not alter the reality of their deficit. The game resumed with a kickoff in the center circle. Real Madrid's attacks grew increasingly frantic as the rain intensified. Barcelona's defenders had to tread carefully, as a misstep could lead to slips. Real Madrid's midfield and forward lines pressed Barcelona deep into their half. Haaland showcased his talent with 2 consecutive shots. One struck the post, while the other forced a remarkable save from Ter Stegen. Although Real Madrid had yet to score, continued pressure would inevitably yield results. In the 25th minute of the first half, Real Madrid launched another attack. Isco performed a feint, causing Busquets to slip and stumble. Seizing the moment, Isco darted past Busquets. The other Barcelona players, caught off guard by this error, faltered in their defensive communication, unsure of who should press forward. Real Madrid players would not squander such a rare opportunity. After cutting in, Isco executed a precise through ball with the back of his right foot, exposing a significant gap in Barcelona's defense, allowing Haaland to slip between the 2 center backs. Piqué raised his right hand, signaling for offside, yet neither the referee nor the linesman responded. Upon receiving the pass, Haaland struck a low shot, sending the ball through Ter Stegen's armpit and into the net. After scoring, Haaland charged toward the sidelines, arms wide open as if to embrace the world. However, upon reaching the edge of the field, he abruptly fell silent, sitting cross-legged on the ground in a meditative pose, as if a devout monk amidst the torrential rain. Real Madrid teammates rushed over, encircling him with laughter. Haaland was known for his diverse celebrations, and his teammates had grown accustomed to his exuberance. Fortunately, he did not keep them waiting long. Just 2 seconds later, he erupted into laughter, rising to embrace them. On the sidelines, Zidane clenched his fist and waved it vigorously, his expression noticeably more relaxed. Meanwhile, Koeman shook his head in resignation, turning away to return to the substitutes bench. This season, Koeman had adjusted Barcelona's lineup, positioning De Jong alongside Busquets as dual defensive midfielders. Recognizing that Busquets, due to age, often struggled to fulfill his role effectively, a single misstep can have far-reaching consequences. It was precisely Busquets' slip that had presented Real Madrid with such an outstanding opportunity. Chapter 108. The stellar clash of the National Derby following the goal. The rain in the sky seemed to lighten momentarily, such as the weather in Madrid, as unpredictable as the countenance of a child. The score stood at 1-1, bringing both teams back to a level playing field. The fervor of the fans intensified, their voices rising in a raucous cheer. The anthem of Real Madrid resonated continuously, and within the vibrant red and blue section of the stands, although their cheers went unheard, they expressed their unwavering support for Barcelona through their spirited display. The slippery pitch proved to be a challenge for Mingyu, who had never experienced such conditions. After the kickoff, several of his passes fell short of precision. Had it not been for Real Madrid's own subpar passing, Barcelona might have faced multiple counterattacks by now. On the sidelines, Koeman furrowed his brow slightly as Mingyu's lack of experience began to surface. Despite his commendable performance, it could not mask the fact that he had only half a season's worth of first-team experience. Having participated in too few matches, rain-soaked conditions are merely a unique aspect of football. As a Barcelona player, one must be prepared for the possibility of facing Russian teams in the Champions League, where snow-laden battles are a reality. The ferocity of a Russian snowstorm is incomparable to that of Spain's. It is said that Germany lost the war during World War II due to the harsh Russian winter. However, while Holland possessed greater experience than Mingyu, he too struggled amid the rain. He had already stumbled several times in Barcelona's half, missing numerous opportunities. For young players, playing in the rain is indeed a formidable challenge. As the first half approached its 40th minute, Real Madrid seized a prime attacking opportunity. With Barcelona's formation pressing high, Griezmann's ball was intercepted by Ramos, who sent Griezmann sprawling to the ground. While Barcelona's players protested to the referee, Real Madrid initiated counterattack. Casemiro received the ball and delivered a diagonal pass to Isco, who showcased his exceptional speed and ball control. He deftly maneuvered past two defenders and delivered the ball to Benzema. However, due to the wet conditions, Benzema miscontrolled the ball, causing it to roll too far ahead. Piqué intervened, kicking the ball towards the sideline. Undeterred, Benzema rushed to reclaim possession, though he found himself near the edge of the pitch. The retreating Dest had closed in, leaving Benzema with limited options for continuing the attack. Yet, glancing towards the center, he noticed Haaland charging into the penalty area. With a deft flick, Benzema propelled the ball towards the goal. Dest attempted to intercept, but was caught off guard by the suddenness of the play. The ball zipped low across the ground, heading straight for the goalkeeper. "Watch out," Piqué shouted, urging Ter Stegen to be vigilant. In that instant, as Benzema delivered the pass, Haaland, akin to a hawk spotting its prey, nudged aside his defender, Eric Garcia, and surged into the penalty area. Ter Stegen, recognizing the urgency, prepared to intercept the ball, but it was too late. Haaland's explosive start allowed him to reach the ball before Ter Stegen could react. Nevertheless, Ter Stegen, seasoned by experience, understood that he might not reach the ball first. Instead, he opted to block all possible shooting angles for Haaland. As the ball approached, Haaland's body formed an acute angle with the goal, while Ter Stegen effectively sealed off any direct shot. Behind Haaland, Eric Garcia pursued relentlessly, feeling a sense of relief upon seeing Ter Stegen's positioning. It appeared that Haaland's only option was to continue dribbling, ultimately forced out of the penalty area, resulting in at most a corner kick opportunity. However, to everyone's astonishment, Haaland did not choose to control the ball. Instead, he spread his legs, allowing the ball to glide through his thighs, and with a deft flick of his right heel, he struck the ball with precision. Ter Stegen could only watch in disbelief as the ball slipped past him, his mechanical attempt to intercept it proving futile. The ball nestled into the net. The formidable Haaland, leveraging his innate talent and football intelligence, toyed with Barcelona's defense. Witnessing this goal, Zidane's eyes widened in astonishment as he absent-mindedly stroked his bald head. Zidane held Haaland in high regard. During the summer, when deliberating whether to acquire Mbappé or Haaland, he deemed Haaland's capabilities more aligned with Real Madrid's style. Consequently, the club's executives consented to the acquisition of Haaland, bringing him from Dortmund to the Bernabéu. Indeed, Haaland unleashed his prowess at the Bernabéu, showcasing the terrifying talent of the young Norwegian to the Spanish audience. This goal perfectly encapsulated Haaland's football acumen and innate ability. In mere fractions of a second, he executed the most suitable shooting technique, sending the ball into Barcelona's net. The score now stood at 2-1, with Real Madrid taking the lead on home turf. The entire Bernabéu erupted with fervor, invigorated by the goal. This strike dealt a severe blow to Barcelona's morale, as the first half drew to a close. Returning to the locker room with this score would render the second half even more challenging for Barcelona. Detected low team morale, activating passive skill, iron will, Host gains full stamina recovery, significant boost to injury resistance, strength 10, greatly enhancing team morale for allies, duration 5 minutes. Mingyu suddenly felt an influx of energy coursing through him. Observing his teammates, whose spirits had waned, Mingyu remained silent and urged Griezmann to initiate the kickoff promptly. After the ball was in play, Mingyu, receiving a pass from Griezmann, accelerated towards Real Madrid's half. He deftly evaded Haaland, and through a series of 1-2s with the wide player Pedri, he navigated past 2 Real Madrid defenders. The sudden burst of speed caught the Madrid players, still reveling in their recent goal, off guard. At this moment, Mingyu had arrived within the 30-meter zone of Real Madrid. Observing that the opposing defender was approximately 3 meters away, he deftly nudged the ball, striking its side fiercely with his left foot, sending a spray of water into the air. His left foot tilted at a precise 45 degrees, and his body contorted in a graceful motion. Real Madrid's defenders, witnessing Mingyu's maneuver, hesitated and Ramos rushed forward, leaping in an attempt to obstruct Mingyu's shot with his own body. However, he was still a bit distant, and as he closed in, the ball whistled past him, slicing through the air. Once it landed, Ramos quickly turned to see the goalkeeper, Courtois, making a desperate leap, yet failing to make contact with the ball. The soccer ball traced a magnificent arc, brushing against the post and finding its way into the net. This goal silenced the entire Bernabéu stadium once again. Amidst the stillness, a discordant cheer erupted from a section of Barcelona fans, who, unfazed by the rival's home ground, celebrated exuberantly after witnessing Mingyu's spectacular strike. Zidane stood at the sideline, dazed, unable to comprehend the exuberant young man celebrating on the field. A pang of anxiety gripped Zidane's heart. Last season, this very young talent had humiliated him and Real Madrid with 5 goals in the El Clasico, nearly costing him his job. Unexpectedly, in the first El Clasico of this season, the same youth had scored 2 goals in the first half, complicating the situation further. The score was now 2-2, bringing both sides back to the starting line. This goal had come as a complete surprise. Zidane had already devised tactical arrangements for the second half after taking the lead, but Mingyu's goal had utterly overturned all his plans. On the substitute bench, all Barcelona players disregarded the rain and rushed to the sidelines, celebrating fervently. Mingyu's strike had immensely boosted their morale. Head coach Koeman, undeterred by his own discomfort, embraced the players amidst the rain. Watching Mingyu surrounded by teammates, Koeman couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude, deeming it a divine blessing. At that moment, the shadow of Messi began to dim in the hearts of Barcelona's players and fans. Was the new king of Barcelona about to ascend? Watching the match at home, Messi did not exhibit the exuberance he had shown in the past upon witnessing the goal. Observing his 3 sons huddled together, excitedly babbling, Messi felt a twinge of melancholy. His wife, Antonella, sensing Messi's shift in mood, reached out and placed his hand in hers. Feeling the warmth in her grasp, Messi's spirits lifted slightly, and he smiled, saying, "I am grateful that Barcelona has Lee. Even if I depart, I can rest easy." Last season, Messi had contemplated leaving Barcelona due to the chaotic management and nonsensical tactical decisions that had drained his patience. However, the emergence of Mingyu had altered Messi's perspective. Although he still wished to leave Barcelona, his affection for the club remained unyielding. His departure was intended to allow Barcelona to rise from the ashes, not to become an obstacle to its resurgence. Nonetheless, Mingyu's arrival delayed Messi's plans to leave. He hoped to use his own stature within Barcelona to elevate Mingyu to a leadership role, allowing himself to step back gracefully. Much like Ronaldinho, who had willingly relinquished his core position to pave the way for a new king at Barcelona. Thus, even now, Messi maintained a close bond with Ronaldinho, with the two gathering annually at Ronaldinho's home. Despite this, witnessing Mingyu's capability to bear the Barcelona banner independently still left Messi with a sense of loss. Nevertheless, the joy in Messi's heart predominated, and soon, with Antonella's comfort, he joined his sons in celebration. As the first half drew to a close, both teams played cautiously, refraining from reckless attacks for fear of conceding a counterattack. By this time, the rain over Madrid had begun to subside, with the referee's whistle. The first half of the El Clasico concluded at 2-2, with both teams equal. However, as Barcelona had leveled the score, the mood was quite different. The expressions of the players as they left the field were telling. Real Madrid's players wore frowns, exchanging no words as they hurried off, while Barcelona's players laughed and chatted. Mingyu, Griezmann, and Pedri animatedly discussed tactics together. Upon returning to the locker room, the first order of business for both teams was to quickly change into dry jerseys. The heavy rain had not only soaked their shirts, but also drained their stamina. Fortunately, the rain had ceased by halftime, though there was no guarantee it wouldn't return in the second half. Koeman urged everyone to eat some bananas to replenish their strength, as the second half promised to be even more grueling. It was likely that Real Madrid's ground staff had commenced draining the pitch on their side, anticipating a slippery playing surface for Barcelona in the second half. Chapter 109. The eruption of conflict within Real Madrid. The 15-minute halftime passed swiftly, and both teams returned to the field. Madrid was aglow with lights, and the Bernabéu Stadium was no exception. Although many fans could not enter the stadium to cheer for their beloved teams, they congregated in the plaza outside, reveling in the live broadcast on the big screen, singing and dancing to support their side. The supporters of Real Madrid and Barcelona were distinctly divided outside the venue. Despite the annual clashes between the two teams, their fans, though adversarial, exhibited remarkable restraint. Even last season, when Barcelona scored 6 goals in a dominant victory at the Bernabéu, Real Madrid fans showed grace and did not harass their rivals afterward. After all, this was not England. With the referee's whistle, the second half of the El Clásico commenced. Barcelona kicked off the second half. Griezmann sent the ball back to their half, and upon receiving it, Mingyu, confronted by the advancing Haaland, passed it back to De Jong before swiftly repositioning himself to create space for De Jong's pass. Mingyu had now become adept at executing Xavi's triangular attacking strategy. In the midfield, the presence of Mingyu invariably creates the impression that Barcelona's midfield boasts an extra player when facing their opponents. In every match, Mingyu consistently records the highest distance covered on the pitch. His extensive running, frequent positional shifts, an overwhelming number of passes are the reasons for Barcelona's seamless operation as a team. Statistical data from the first half reveals that Mingyu remains unparalleled across the field. Although the slippery surface posed some challenges for him, his exceptional ball sense and speed enabled him to orchestrate Barcelona's play with remarkable clarity. As the second half commenced, Mingyu observed that the flow of the football was quite smooth in his half. However, upon crossing into Real Madrid's territory, the ball splashed vigorously with each bounce, necessitating greater force for shorter passes. True to form, Real Madrid employed the same tactics as in the first half. Fortunately, the weather had cleared, and the advanced drainage system of the Bernabéu Stadium significantly reduced the standing water within 5 minutes. Thankfully, Real Madrid did not resort to the shameful tactic of watering the pitch during halftime, as some teams might do when it stops raining. It is well understood that maintaining a certain level of moisture on the pitch can accelerate the ball's movement, which benefits teams that favor possession play. However, the adage "too much of a good thing" holds true. While moderate moisture is beneficial, excessive watering without timely drainage can lead to water accumulation, causing significant issues during play, particularly for teams that thrive on possession. After the second half began, both teams engaged in cautious probing for approximately 10 minutes. Mindful of the high stakes of a national derby, the goal scored in the first half served as a stark reminder to avoid errors, as both sides boasted superstars capable of capitalizing on any mistakes. A moment's lapse could see players like Haaland and Mingyu teaching opponents a lesson. As the clock struck 65 minutes into the second half, Haaland seized a prime opportunity in Barcelona's attacking zone. A mishap in Barcelona's attack, occurring in Real Madrid's half, saw Pedri slip while receiving a pass from Mingyu, causing the ball to drift away from him. An opposing defender swiftly intercepted and propelled the ball back into Barcelona's half, landing perfectly at Haaland's feet as he retreated to midfield. Upon receiving the ball, Haaland pivoted rapidly and surged forward, leaving Busquets trailing behind. His pace, reminiscent of Gareth Bale's explosive runs during his time at Real Madrid, took the defenders by surprise. As Haaland barreled forward, nearly every Barcelona player stood frozen, unable to cope with his momentum. The crowd's roar crescendoed with each of his strides, echoing like the beating of war drums in support of their gallant warrior breaching enemy lines. Clad in white, Haaland evoked the image of Zhao Yun, the legendary general, charging fearlessly into battle. However, as he made a sudden change of direction, he evaded the last defender and stormed into the penalty area, facing Ter Stegen one-on-one. As Haaland prepared to strike, he felt an immense weight pressing down on him, causing his legs to buckle, and he fell to the ground. The referee's whistle sounded promptly, and upon glancing back, Haaland saw the referee pointing to the penalty spot beside him, prompting him to clench his fists in excitement. The referee then revealed a red card, showing it to Piku, who had brought down Haaland from behind, signaling his exit from a pitch. Piku, displaying a resigned expression, recognized the importance of the match for Barcelona and could only hope that Ter Stegen would save the penalty, justifying his sacrificial act. Meanwhile, other Barcelona players encircled the referee, pressing for reconsideration of the harsh red card. However, the referee remained resolute, gesturing for the players to step back. On the other side, Real Madrid faced their own dilemma, as Haaland and Benzema stood at the penalty spot. Haaland, visibly displeased, glared at Benzema, who reciprocated with a frown and some words of discontent. Despite Haaland's elevated tactical priority since joining Real Madrid this season, Zidane would not allow an imbalance within the team. Thus, Benzema, as the designated penalty taker, maintained his role. Young Haaland was eager to complete a hat-trick in the national derby and hoped that converting this penalty would extend his lead over Mingyu in the goal tally. Given that he had earned the penalty, he believed it was rightfully his to take. However, Benzema, the previous season's top scorer, felt his tactical position had already diminished with Haaland's arrival. Yet, being the humble player he is, Benzema did not wish to create discord with Haaland. Nevertheless, the opportunity to take the penalty was his right as a forward, and he felt uncomfortable watching Haaland bask in the limelight. Benzema displayed no intention of retreating, standing resolutely at the penalty spot, his displeasure palpable. Haaland, undeterred by the situation, believed he was the most formidable player in Real Madrid and expected everyone to revolve around him, leading to a standoff with Benzema. Zidane, observing the unfolding drama from the sidelines, was visibly agitated, his anger simmering. In such a crucial match, the players brought their locker room disputes onto the pitch, showcasing to the world how disjointed Real Madrid appeared. Unable to contain his fury any longer, the composed Zidane erupted with a loud shout on the field. Ultimately, with the intervention of Captain Ramos and others, Haaland angrily slammed the ball to the ground and stormed out of the penalty area, his defiance evident. Watching Haaland's rebellious demeanor, Zidane's expression grew increasingly grim. While superstars are entitled to possess their tempers, uncontrolled emotions can hinder their path to success. As Haaland glared disdainfully, Benzema stepped up and confidently converted the penalty, unleashing a roar of triumph as he raced towards the stands to celebrate with the fans. Haaland, observing from a distance, had no interest in joining the commotion. This scene instilled a sense of unease among the fans of Real Madrid. What was happening? Why was our team in trouble once more? As he observed the scoreline favoring the opposition, Mingyu felt little despondency. Instead, a faint smile appeared as he glanced at Real Madrid's twin strikers. Real Madrid, despite your current mirth, be wary of the reckoning to come. Consequently, in the ensuing match, the forward duo of Real Madrid found themselves isolated, unable to connect with one another. Barcelona, although a player down, thrived defensively. In the 75th minute, Griezmann received a precisely threaded pass from Mingyu, slicing through 5 defenders, and faced the goalkeeper, scoring the equalizer. After the goal, Griezmann brushed aside the defender rushing to celebrate with him, sprinting towards Mingyu to embrace him. That pass was nothing short of divine inspiration. At that moment, Griezmann had not even seen the ball at Mingyu's feet. He merely perceived a fleeting opportunity and instinctively made his move. After all, it is the nature of forwards to seize any opening. When Griezmann surged forward, he noticed the ball being delivered from the defender's flank. A pass so exquisitely placed that it seemed tantalizingly out of reach, yet filled with promise. This moment caused Ramos to falter, realizing he could not intercept. He turned to see Griezmann in the penalty area, receiving the ball and preparing to shoot. Ramos quickly raised his hand, signaling for offside, but neither the referee nor the linesman responded. Griezmann easily slotted the ball home, leveling the score at 3-3. Indeed, it was the El Clásico, a true goal fest. Following the goal, Real Madrid's coach could no longer contain his frustration and decisively substituted Vinicius for Benzema. This change infuriated Benzema, who walked off the pitch with a displeased expression, giving a light high five to Vinicius before taking his place on the bench. Zidane patted him on the back as he passed, but Benzema remained sullen, offering no acknowledgement. Once on the field, Vinicius revitalized Real Madrid's attacking front, utilizing his abundant energy to challenge Barcelona's defense relentlessly, leaving them in turmoil. Witnessing this, Koeman began to make his own adjustments. The exhausted Dest was replaced by Mingyu, who partnered with Eric Garcia in central defense. Araujo came on for Busquets, leaving De Jong to anchor the midfield alone. Barcelona reverted to a 4-defender setup, bolstered by De Jong, solidifying their backline with 5 defenders. Koeman's intentions were clear. He sought to preserve the draw. Zidane, however, would not allow the opposition to escape unscathed on his home turf. Cruz was substituted for Valverde, who took up position on the left wing. Barcelona's formation shifted to a 4-1-3-1, while Real Madrid adopted a 4-3-3 attacking layout. The trio of Real Madrid's forwards averaged only 21 years of age, and these 3 young men turned Barcelona's defense upside down. However, the need for Vinicius and Valverde to coordinate with Haaland's attack led to moments of awkwardness, compelling them to relinquish several promising opportunities to him. Frustratingly, Haaland's eagerness to outshine Mingyu led to a skewed mindset in his haste to score. He squandered 2 golden chances, one hitting the post, the other easily gathered by Ter Stegen. As the clock approached the 85th minute, the score remained unchanged. Barcelona, reduced to 10 men, found themselves under constant pressure in their own half, teetering on the brink of conceding yet another goal. Nevertheless, Barcelona's resilience shone through, thwarting Real Madrid's repeated assaults. Real Madrid earned a corner, prompting Ramos to join the attack from the backline. Evenly, Mingyu ventured into Barcelona's penalty area, ready to contribute to the offensive effort. With a sharp whistle, Pedri delivered the corner kick. In the chaotic scene within Barcelona's penalty area, a player suddenly collapsed. Clutching his face, Haaland executed a powerful header, sending the ball crashing into the net. Overcome with excitement, he raised his arms in celebration, eager to break through the crowd. Yet, the abrupt whistle forced him to temper his enthusiasm. Frowning, he turned to the referee, who, with a serious expression, moved into the penalty area, where a Barcelona player lay groaning on the ground, holding his head. The crowd erupted in a chorus of boos. The name of La Masia is not one to be taken lightly. However, as the injured player was shown on the big screen, the crowd's jeers gradually subsided. The player in question was none other than Mingyu, the central defender, whose brow was split open, blood trickling through his fingers, a gruesome sight. The referee hastily summoned the Barcelona medical team and stretcher. He also communicated with the video assistant referee, signaling his intent to review the incident on the sidelines. Minguiza's injury, while alarming in appearance, was not severe. It was merely a laceration to his brow, a common occurrence in both football and basketball. Koeman was infuriated by the situation, having to substitute a player he had just brought on. Although Mingyu insisted he could undergo treatment on the sidelines and return to play, Koeman refused to allow his player to endure such discomfort and opted instead to summon Lenglet, who had been sidelined for some time, to warm up. Lenglet, eager for an opportunity to return to the pitch, was filled with excitement. Meanwhile, the referee, after reviewing the video replay twice, finally grasped the events that had unfolded in the penalty area. Fans watching from home clearly witnessed the replay. After Pedri took the corner, players from both teams frantically jostled for position. Minguiza's task was to neutralize Haaland, and he exerted every effort to entangle him, denying him any chance to leap. In a moment of desperation, Haaland swung his left arm, his elbow colliding with Minguiza's forehead, sending him sprawling to the ground. Haaland was completely oblivious to the fact that his recent actions had caused injury to another player. He merely felt a wave of relief beside him, believing he had successfully evaded his defender. Consequently, he executed a powerful header in a moment of unmarked opportunity. The referee, once again, sought to clarify the situation. For this was a national derby. Even the slightest friction could ignite a tempest of controversy post-match. After removing his earpiece, the referee returned to the pitch and signaled that the goal was disallowed, although the players of Real Madrid had prepared themselves mentally for this possibility. The annulment of a potential match-winning goal was undeniably intolerable. Even Zidane on the sidelines expressed his discontent with a dismissive wave of his hand. Haaland, filled with rage, approached the referee to inquire about the reasoning behind the decision, insisting he had committed no foul. However, before he could utter a word, he witnessed the referee extracting a glaringly red card from his pocket, gesturing for him to leave the field. Haaland erupted in fury, charging towards the referee. The referee, taken aback, thought, "Goodness, is this lad truly so brazen?" Fortunately, Haaland managed to restrain himself, merely drawing closer to the referee without making actual contact. Yet, such an action constituted an infringement upon the referee's personal space. The referee, now wary, stepped back and warned, "If you continue this dispute, consider whether you still wish to play." This admonition brought Haaland's fury back under control. In that moment, his Real Madrid teammates quickly intervened to restrain him, exclaiming in disbelief at his audacity to confront the referee. Zidane, equally astonished, stood wide-eyed, realizing the young man's reckless courage. Ramos pulled Haaland aside, firmly directing him off the pitch to prevent further entanglement, knowing that the referee would not hesitate to document such behavior in the post-match report. As the farcical episode concluded, Mingyu was substituted and Haaland was sent off with a red card, leaving both teams with 10 players each. The clock struck the 90th minute. However, due to the previous interruptions, the fourth official indicated a 5-minute stoppage time. Following the recent turmoil, Real Madrid's morale had plummeted, as they aimed merely to survive these final minutes. Yet, they had forgotten about the formidable opponent before them. While Koeman hoped to secure a draw, Mingyu understood that a national derby must yield a victor. He would rather stand and face defeat than lie down for a draw. In the last 5 minutes, Mingyu orchestrated one final offensive maneuver. Receiving the ball in midfield, he executed a graceful turn, evading Valverde's challenge, and surged forward with the ball. A deft touch allowed him to perform a Marseille turn, leaving the eager Casemiro grasping at air. In the 94th minute, Mingyu approached the 30-meter zone of Real Madrid. Upon spotting him, Ramos felt a surge of past grievances and charged at Mingyu with ferocity. Instead of continuing his run, Mingyu cleverly flicked the ball to the right, where Pedri arrived just in time. After passing, Mingyu slipped past Ramos, who attempted to grab him. But the swift Mingyu eluded his grasp effortlessly. Upon receiving the ball, Pedri made a slight adjustment before delivering a precise pass into the penalty area. Mingyu positioned himself perfectly within the ball's trajectory, closely followed by Real Madrid's Nacho. Nacho exerted every effort to stay with Mingyu, attempting to disrupt him as the pass approached. However, Mingyu dismissed Nacho's presence, striding into the small box and, just before Courtois could intercept, delicately nudged the ball through the goalkeeper's legs and into the net. Following through, Mingyu found himself kneeling on the ground, sliding towards the goal line. His face radiated confidence as he placed his hands under his armpits, embodying an air of invincibility that silenced the Bernabéu Stadium. This commanding celebration, seamlessly integrated with the shot, was nothing short of devastating. Zidane, witnessing the goal, nearly stumbled backward in disbelief. Not again. How could it be him again? Koeman, upon seeing the goal, felt his face flush crimson and, in an outburst of exhilaration, ripped off his tie and threw it to the ground, desperate to express his elation. The Barcelona bench erupted in jubilation. This goal was magnificent, a seamless sequence from midfield through 2 defenders, culminating in a sliding celebration. Everything flowed effortlessly. With this goal, Mingyu once again proclaimed his supremacy in a national derby. Over 2 derbies, Mingyu scored 8 goals, thoroughly dismantling Real Madrid's defense. As this goal unfolded, every Real Madrid player fell to the ground, their faces buried in their hands in despair. Haaland, refusing to return to the locker room, stood in the player tunnel, and upon witnessing Mingyu's stunning goal and subsequent celebration, he violently kicked over a nearby trash can before storming off to the locker room. Unbeknownst to him, this moment had been captured by television cameras, marking an indelible stain on his career. Following this goal, the referee blew the final whistle. Mingyu was hoisted aloft by his Barcelona teammates, parading in front of the Barcelona supporters, acknowledging their distant cheers. The fans rose in unison, bowing in reverence, continuously showing their submission to Mingyu. Overcome with emotion, he reflected on the importance of his iron will, which had restored his stamina and strength, allowing him to execute the series of dribbles and the final shot. His sliding celebration was not an act of arrogance, but rather a consequence of sheer exhaustion. Though fatigued, he maintained a fierce expression, which, coupled with his audacious celebration, ensured Mingyu's feature on the front pages of every news outlet the following day. Almost all sports news outlets highlighted Li Mingyu's final sliding celebration. His expression of cold indifference, arms crossed defiantly, reminiscent of a deity descending from the heavens. Barcelona's prowess shone brightly, with Li Mingyu's hat trick illuminating the Bernabéu. In this rivalry, he stood unrivaled. In 2 national derbies, 8 goals were scored, heralding the emergence of the ultimate champion of the derby. The young Chinese star shone at the Bernabéu, while the Norwegian prodigy faced a red card. Who stands stronger? Haaland's elbow strike led to his dismissal, embroiling Real Madrid in a web of controversies. Following the match, European sports media inundated the airwaves with every conceivable narrative. Unlike the praises sung by Li Mingyu, Haaland, despite netting 2 goals, found himself the target of widespread criticism post-match. The final red card was not met with outrage. As slow-motion replays suggested, it was unintentional. However, the most contentious moment arose when Haaland contested a penalty kick with Benzema. Many esteemed legends of Real Madrid expressed their discontent toward Haaland's actions. Such behavior must be firmly condemned. Rules are rules. Competing for a penalty kick on the field is a blatant disrespect to the team, the head coach, and Benzema himself. I hope Haaland will apologize to Benzema. Youngsters must not allow their talent to breed arrogance. This is Real Madrid, not a small club. This remark sparked significant backlash, particularly from Haaland's former club, Borussia Dortmund. Who is a small club? Real Madrid boasts great prowess. If they have the capability, they should face us in the Champions League. Even though Haaland has departed, we remain undeterred. Jadon Sancho, the young English talent at Dortmund, expressed his displeasure in an interview with German media, highlighting his dissatisfaction with Real Madrid. Post Haaland's departure, Sancho has seized more attacking opportunities and has become the club's top scorer. Another team feeling the aftermath is Paris Saint-Germain, the dominant force in Ligue 1. Years ago, Neymar and Cavani were embroiled in an infamous squabble over penalty and free kick opportunities, becoming a laughingstock in football. Thus, when Real Madrid legends referenced such incidents, some sensitive PSG players felt aggrieved. Neymar, in an interview, expressed his irritation, labeling Real Madrid a nouveau riche club, vowing to make them suffer the next time they meet. As for Haaland, he is still young. I shall educate him properly upon our next encounter. The audacity of a PSG player to label Real Madrid a nouveau riche club is astonishing. In the aftermath of the match, Haaland became the focal point of controversy. After all, his departure from Borussia Dortmund was less than amicable. Dortmund, aware they could not retain Haaland, initially sought to extract a hefty sum from Real Madrid. However, Haaland's actions displeased Dortmund's management, leading to a series of overtures towards Real Madrid, leaving Dortmund in a precarious position. While a valuation of $1.5 billion is commendable, Haaland did not leave a favorable impression on Dortmund. Now, whenever Haaland stumbles, Dortmund's fans and media are quick to pounce. Li Mingyu, perplexed, wonders if he has become the target of their ire. Chapter 111. The FIFA Awards Ceremony following the match. The world of football was graced by a grand occasion, the FIFA Awards Ceremony. The 2021 FIFA Awards were held in London. Li Mingyu attended the ceremony alongside Messi, having received a nomination himself. In the final match of the previous season against Eibar, he had executed a breathtaking overhead kick in the dying moments, earning him a nomination for the Pusk's Award for the best goal of the year. Dressed in a tailored black suit that accentuated his perfect physique, Li Mingyu caught the eye of many. Messi, observing the dapper Li Mingyu, beamed with a paternal smile. In terms of appearance, the bearded Messi seemed to be the same age as Li Mingyu's father. Messi was accompanied by his wife and children. Upon seeing Li Mingyu, Messi's children were elated, engaging him in lively conversation. Witnessing this rapport stirred a sense of nostalgia in Messi. While walking the red carpet, Li Mingyu was astonished to see an Asian woman with yellow skin and black hair. Wang Shuang, he exclaimed, recognizing the superstar of the Chinese women's national football team. In the final match of the Olympic qualifiers last year in Suzhou, Wang Shuang scored 2 goals against South Korea, turning the tide in favor of the Chinese team. Known as the Chinese Messi, Wang Shuang scored a free kick to equalize and later clinched victory with a low shot reminiscent of Messi, securing a spot for the Chinese women's team at the Tokyo Olympics. Under her leadership, the team triumphed, defeating the formidable Brazilian squad 1-0 in the finals, ultimately earning the coveted gold medal, China's first in a major football tournament. Wang Shuang's stellar performance at the Olympics led to her winning the title of World Footballer of the Year in 2020, marking a historic achievement for Chinese football. As the awards were presented, Sun Wen, the vice chairperson of the Chinese Football Association and one of the greatest players in women's football history, was moved to tears. Despite being named FIFA's Player of the Century in 2000, she had never received the World Footballer of the Year title, a lingering regret. However, witnessing the emergence of a representative player like Wang Shuang filled her with immense pride. When she heard her name called in Mandarin, Wang Shuang turned curiously. Upon seeing Li Mingyu, she appeared momentarily perplexed, but recognition dawned upon her when she noticed Messi beside him. "Li Mingyu," she exclaimed in surprise as she approached him. Wang Shuang courteously nodded at Messi, saying, "Hello, Mr. Messi." Messi, recalling Wang Shuang from last year's awards, extended his hand for a gentle shake, replying, "Hello, Wang." Beside them, Li Mingyu couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing Messi and Wang Shuang, remarking, "Leo, perhaps you're unaware, but in Huaxia, Wang Shuang is affectionately nicknamed the female Messi." As Wang Shuang did not comprehend Spanish, she merely smiled awkwardly, unable to grasp Li Mingyu's words. Messi, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, "Really? That is truly an honor." Li Mingyu quickly assisted Wang Shuang by translating, which brought a genuine smile to her face. Observing Messi's proud demeanor, Li Mingyu teasingly added, "Leo, do not be too pleased. Although Wang Shuang is called the female Messi, her idol has always been Ronaldo." Instantly, the smile faded from Messi's face as he incredulously questioned, "How can that be?" "Why?" Li Mingyu shrugged, replying, "Who knows?" Indeed, it was during last year's Olympics that Li Mingyu became acquainted with Wang Shuang and learned some of her stories. Like Messi, Wang Shuang is a left-footed player who excels in dribbling, orchestrating attacks, and shooting, bearing a striking resemblance to Messi. Fans in Huaxiao affectionately refer to her as the female Messi. During an interview, upon hearing her nickname, Wang Shuang was elated, stating that it was a compliment from everyone. Although she felt she was still far from Messi, her idol remained Ronaldo, a fact that had never changed. In the Olympics, her goal celebration mirrored Ronaldo's exactly. As she leaped up, swinging her arms down vigorously, or placed her hands by her ears in a listening gesture. Thus, one might jest that Wang Shuang is a blend of Messi and Ronaldo. After chatting a bit more, Li Mingyu learned that Wang Shuang had left her home country to join Manchester City in England, becoming a member of the women's team. This time, she arrived as a candidate for the 2021 World Footballer of the Year, although her chances of winning were slim this year due to the absence of world-class competitions, making it difficult for players from Huaxia to grasp such prestigious accolades. The FIFA award ceremony also featured a red carpet event. Li Mingyu was escorted by staff to the red carpet area, a more than 20-meter strip leading directly into the Covent Garden Opera House. With a beaming smile, Li Mingyu stepped onto the carpet, eliciting cheers from fans who had come specially, igniting excitement in the atmosphere. His name was now renowned throughout European football, and his handsome appearance only added to his appeal. As he walked towards the theater entrance, a striking female host intercepted him. Li, I am thrilled to see you here," said Kate Brooke with a smile. Kate Brooke, a prominent football program host in London, was well known for her beauty and alluring figure in the football world. "Miss Brooke, it's a pleasure to meet you," Li Mingyu responded, having done his homework on the individuals he might encounter that day to avoid any embarrassing misnaming. Kate Brooke was pleasantly surprised that Li Mingyu recognized her. "Oh, Li, I didn't expect you to know me. Is my name quite famous in Spain?" Li Mingyu chuckled. "Of course. Who wouldn't know Miss Brooke?" Her laughter rang out, and Li Mingyu, feeling a bit shy, averted his gaze from her captivating presence. Noticing his bashfulness, a glimmer of surprise crossed Kate Brooke's eyes. Typically, the players she interviewed were eager to maintain eye contact with her. Had it not been for Li Mingyu's slightly flushed cheeks, she might have wondered if her charm had diminished. Returning to the topic at hand, Kate Brooke inquired, "Li, today you are nominated for the PUSK S Award. How confident are you about winning it?" The PUSK S Award annually recognizes 10 stunning goals, ultimately selecting one as the most remarkable. Li Mingyu, however, lacked confidence regarding his chances of winning, given that he was up against spectacular goals from the likes of Ibrahimovic, Ronaldo, Messi, Lewandowski, and Salah. If one disregarded the significance of his goal for the La Liga championship, it was merely a standard bicycle kick, lacking any distinct advantage compared to the others. Shaking his head, he replied, "I am merely here to participate. The competition for this PUSK S Award is indeed fierce, and whoever wins will certainly deserve it. His response left Kate Brooks somewhat astonished. Such composed demeanor was typically found in seasoned stars, not in younger players like Lee Mingyu, who often displayed an air of arrogance. Last year's PUSK-S award was bestowed upon South Korean star Son Heung-min, who, despite initially appearing modest during interviews, exuded confidence about securing the award. After winning, he exuberantly displayed a rather boastful attitude, revealing the less flattering traits of his character and altering many people's impressions of him. As a newcomer, even with a prolific scoring record, Lee Mingyu was still relatively unknown and had not garnered extensive media attention. After wishing him luck for the PUSK-S award, Kate Brooks concluded the interview, and Lee Mingyu made his way into the Covent Garden Opera House. This historic venue is one of the oldest opera houses in the UK, exuding an aura of antiquity. Guided by staff, Lee Mingyu found his seat in the fourth row. Once seated, he curiously surveyed his surroundings. The Covent Garden Opera House sparkled with luminaries, both active players and retired legends in attendance. After a moment, someone took the seat next to him. Turning around, Lee Mingyu was pleasantly surprised to see a familiar young man. "Mr. Holland, hello." Lee Mingyu greeted politely. It was unexpected that FIFA had seated him next to Holland, especially after their recent clash in the National Derby. It seemed FIFA was indeed keen on boosting viewership. Cameras were undoubtedly focused on the two of them at that moment. Holland, aware of this, flashed a radiant smile and shook Lee Mingyu's hand, saying, "Lee, it's great to see you." Lee Mingyu felt Holland's grip tighten slightly, and maintaining a neutral expression, he reciprocated. However, they kept it brief. In such a setting, any hint of a hamstring contest might result in FIFA issuing penalties. Observing their camaraderie, fans watching on television felt somewhat disappointed. Why hasn't there been any confrontation? How dull. Messi, seated in the front row, noticed the situation and, upon glancing back to see that the two were peacefully coexisting, simply smiled and turned away. Soon, the lighting in the venue shifted, and two hosts stepped onto the stage. A male and a female host emerged from behind, accompanied by solemn music. The male host, Hoforth, a journalist from England's The Guardian, appeared composed and dashing. The female host, Emma Jones, also from England, was notably the former girlfriend of the famed footballer Alan Shearer. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to the FIFA 2021 awards ceremony and to the Covent Garden Opera House. We hope to share a wonderful night together. Tonight belongs to the luminaries of the football world. The two hosts exchanged witty banter, eliciting soft laughter from the star-studded audience of players and their families. The first award announced was the PUSK-S award. Lee Mingyu immediately sat up straight while nearby. Holland displayed an envious expression. Despite scoring numerous goals this year, Holland had few that could be deemed spectacular, thus missing out on the nomination for the PUSK-S award. As in previous years, 10 remarkable goals were shortlisted, and now, after the initial selection, we would witness the final 3 contenders on the big screen. The first goal showcased was Cristiano Ronaldo's stunning strike from 35 meters out against Sampdoria, a breathtaking effort. Next was Robert Lewandowski's exquisite lob against Dortmund last season. Finally, there was Lee Mingyu's invaluable overhead kick in the last round of the league. The faces of the 3 players illuminated the big screen, prompting enthusiastic applause from the audience. Chapter 112. Lee Mingyu wins the PUSK-S award. As the award presenter took the stage, the atmosphere reached its first crescendo. The PUSK-S award is a significant accolade each year. In 2009, then FIFA President Blatter, after visiting the PUSK-S Football Academy in Budapest, declared the importance of commemorating those who have left an indelible mark on the sport. PUSK-S was a genius player with countless honors, deserving of remembrance, and thus, it was fitting to name this new award in his honor. The inaugural PUSK-S award was bestowed upon Ronaldo, then of Manchester United, for his astonishing long-range goal against Porto in the Champions League, a shot from approximately 40 meters that found the corner of the net. Television cameras frequently captured the expressions of the 3 nominees. Ronaldo appeared nonchalant. Lewandowski exuded grace, while Mingyu smiled but felt a surge of nervousness. The 2 veteran footballers presented an envelope, and the legendary Dutch women's football figure Quit announced the winner of the 2021 PUSK-S award is. As he opened the envelope and revealed the name, a radiant smile spread across his face. Lee Mingyu. Congratulations, Lee. Holland was taken aback that Lee Mingyu had triumphed over Ronaldo and Lewandowski to secure the PUSK-S award. Lee Mingyu shook hands with Holland, then stood up, adjusted his attire, and stepped toward the stage. As he passed the front row, Messi rose to embrace his younger clubmate. Congratulations, Lee. Go and claim your first trophy. With Messi's blessing, Mingyu ascended the stage to receive the PUSK-S award trophy from Eschen. Standing before such a vast audience for the first time, he felt a tinge of anxiety. Thank you to FIFA for awarding me the PUSK-S award this year. Of course, Ronaldo and Lewandowski's goals were equally spectacular. As Mingyu delivered his acceptance speech, the camera deftly captured the faces of several football legends in attendance. Today, Mingyu is no longer an obscure figure. Any aficionado of football recognizes that this young talent has immense potential. The PUSK-S award trophy he holds will undoubtedly not be the only accolade in his illustrious future. In just half a minute, Mingyu concluded his speech, and the players in the audience applauded in support. After all, the PUSK-S award was merely a prelude to the evening's festivities. Next, Emma Jones stepped onto the stage to announce the next awards presenter. A considerably significant accolade, the Best Men's Football Coach of 2021. The three nominated coaches were Liverpool's Jurgen Klopp, who, in 4 years, reached 3 Champions League finals, winning twice and finishing as runner-up once. Particularly noteworthy was his recent triumph in the Champions League after seemingly having no league opportunities. Klopp's presence has solidified Liverpool's status as a formidable force in the Premier League. The second nominee was Pep Guardiola from Manchester City, whose team clinched the Premier League title, the EFL Cup, and the FA Cup last season, achieving a remarkable treble that cemented Manchester City's dominance in England. Since Guardiola's arrival, he has guided Manchester City from the shadows of United to the forefront of English football, where only the blue Manchester City jersey reigns supreme. The third nominee was Ronald Koeman from Barcelona. At one point last season, Barcelona trailed Atletico Madrid by as many as 11 points. Yet they accomplished a legendary 13-match winning streak in their final matches, reversing the scoreline to ultimately claim the La Liga title. With Mingyu scoring an astonishing 37 goals during that stretch, proving to be the savior of the team. However, Koeman's contributions should not be overlooked. The camera focused on the faces of the 3 coaches, all of whom maintained a calm exterior, though it remained uncertain whether their insides mirrored such tranquility. The award presenter was the legendary American footballer, Michelle Akers, who, alongside Son when in 2000, was honored as the century's football queen. I'm delighted to be here today. First, I would like to congratulate these 3 exceptional coaches, who not only inspire players to perform better, but also ignite the passion for football among fans. Let us now turn our attention to the recipient of the FIFA Best Men's Coach Award for 2021, none other than Pep Guardiola. The esteemed manager of Manchester City, Guardiola, has been honored as this year's finest coach. Sitting nearby, Koeman could not help but smirk, fully aware that he was merely a spectator today. After all, how could a champion of La Liga be compared to these 2 illustrious coaches? Meanwhile, Klopp furrowed his brow, realizing that this was FIFA's awards ceremony, which could never place as much emphasis on a UEFA Champions League title as UEFA itself does. In contrast, Guardiola's treble achievement shines even more brightly. This discrepancy underlines the tension between FIFA and UEFA. UEFA has long proclaimed that the Champions League rivals the World Cup, even going so far as to create the UEFA Nations League to replace international friendlies, thus subtly encroaching upon the authority of national football associations. The heart of world football undeniably lies in Europe, where the top 5 leagues surpass the excitement of all other leagues combined. Hence, the discord between UEFA and national federations remains irreconcilable. The PUSK-S award was once a prestigious accolade. However, in recent years, its value has diminished significantly as the recipients have not been players from Europe's top 5 leagues. Although those goals were indeed spectacular, devoid of the star power, many awards lose their significance. It's a straightforward notion. If those goals were to occur in a school match, one could hardly deny that some young talents could produce equally remarkable strikes. Yet, would they be selected? If they were, would winning the PUSK-S award hold any meaning? This is indeed the most lamentable aspect. The football pitch is eternally a stage for stars, for it is the stars who draw attention and generate substantial revenue, which is why they are so fervently pursued. Naturally, a star's attributes must also be exceptional. After all, in competitive sports, results reign supreme. Guardiola's acceptance speech was notably brief. Once concluded, he stepped down from the stage. Following this was a rather intriguing award, the Best Fan Award. FIFA's acknowledgement of fans is profound, highlighting the cultural relationship and interaction between fans and the sport. This award serves to remind everyone of the myriad stories beyond the football field. Without fans, football would not have ascended to its current status as the world's premier sport. Hence, it has long been said that while each team comprises 11 players, the fans represent the 12th player. The large screens displayed scenes of fans from various teams, some ecstatic, others sorrowful, some helpless, and others euphoric. Yet, one common thread remained: their unwavering support for their teams, never faltering in the face of defeat or despair during trying times. They always express their steadfast devotion through encouraging words and gestures. This is the essence of true fandom, loving a team not just in moments of glory, but remaining loyal during periods of hardship. Ultimately, a young boy suffering from leukemia, seated in a wheelchair and adorned in a Barcelona jersey, astonished Mingyu, as a number on the shirt was identical to his own from the previous season, 36. In an instant, tears welled in Mingyu's eyes. Amidst the applause of the crowd, he rose from his seat and swiftly made his way to the stage. Approaching him was an 11-year-old girl, Elena, pale and hairless, gazing at Mingyu with admiration, her frail arm waving excitedly as she softly called out his name. Unlike others, this 11-year-old Elena exclaimed his full name, Mingyu. Though her pronunciation was imperfect, the familiar sound of her Mandarin resonated deeply within him. Elena reached out, tightly grasping Mingyu's hand. He could feel the bones protruding from her trembling grip, stirring a pang of empathy within him. Elena excitedly declared, "I specifically sought out a Chinese neighbor to teach me how to say your name. Did I pronounce it correctly?" Gazing at the timid Elena, Mingyu crouched down, smiling gently as he reassured her, "You did wonderfully." The host then shared Elena's story with the audience. She was a child from an ordinary family in Barcelona, diagnosed with chronic leukemia at the tender age of 7. The prolonged treatment took a toll on her family. Yet her parents never wavered in their support. Over 4 years, Elena transformed from a lively, cheerful little girl into a frail, withdrawn child. However, having been born in Barcelona, with parents who were ardent fans of Spanish football, young Elena had always been a staunch supporter of Barcelona, idolizing Messi. Yet, last season, she had a change of heart when Mingyu burst into her life like a prince on a white horse. Though Elena had never read Li Bai's poetry, she began to idolize Mingyu for his celestial performances. Ultimately, Mingyu pledged to cover all of Elena's medical expenses and promised to donate €1 million annually for the treatment and research of leukemia patients. His generous commitment was met with resounding applause from the audience. In recent years, an increasing number of athletes have joined the ranks of philanthropy. Many players now serve as charitable ambassadors for their countries, utilizing their earnings to assist those in need. Truly a noble calling. After embracing Elena, she was escorted backstage, while Mingyu returned to his seat. The awards ceremony continued, with FIFA presenting the Best Women's Goalkeeper Award, also known as the Golden Glove Award. This accolade was introduced just 2 years ago, as the ceremony had previously only featured the Men's Best Goalkeeper Award. The support and attention for women's football from national federations have grown exponentially over the years. Ultimately, this award was bestowed upon Australian goalkeeper Lydia Williams. The subsequent award was the FIFA Fair Play Award, which was a foregone conclusion. During the last round of the previous year's Championship League, Reading faced a critical moment when, due to an injury to an opposing player, the match was not halted. Even when the opposing team signaled their intent to kick the ball out of play, a forward, eager to score, seized the ball and netted a goal, putting them ahead. Had the score stood, they would have secured 6th place and a chance to vie for promotion to the Premier League. However, after discussions between the coach and captain, upon resuming play, all Reading players stood still, allowing the opposing forward to score. As a result, the two teams ultimately drew, and Reading lost their qualification for the playoffs. Continuing to battle in the championship this season, this match sent ripples throughout England, as Reading demonstrated commendable adherence to the principles of fair play in such a critical encounter. Thus, they are undoubtedly deserving of FIFA's Fair Play Award. The FIFA awards ceremony proceeded through its various categories, culminating in the most pivotal award, the FIFA Men's Player of the Year, commonly referred to as the World Footballer of the Year. This accolade marks the most significant moment of the National Football Federation's award ceremony. The previous accolade for the Women's World Footballer of the Year was awarded to England's Lucy Bronze, while Wang Shuang's votes placed her third, preventing her from retaining the title. However, Wang Shuang understood the improbability of her winning the award again, displaying a commendable sense of grace. The contenders for the Men's Player of the Year were announced on a large screen. The first nominee was Robert Lewandowski, a player for Bayern Munich in the Bundesliga. Last season, he helped secure the Bundesliga championship and the DFB Pokal, ultimately achieving second place in the Champions League after a defeat to Liverpool. Lewandowski's contributions were noteworthy, as he not only topped the Bundesliga scoring charts, but also led in the Champions League, culminating in him receiving the European Golden Shoe. At 33 years of age, Lewandowski's goal-scoring efficiency continues to soar. The second nominee was Mohamed Salah, representing Liverpool in the Premier League. The Pharaoh, Salah, played an indispensable role in Liverpool's triumph in the previous season's Champions League, scoring the decisive goal in the final against Bayern Munich, thus aiding his team in claiming the title and progressing into the current season's Champions League. The third nominee was Cristiano Ronaldo, a player for Juventus in Serie A. Ronaldo's performance last season with Juventus was remarkable. Although they did not clinch the league title, his personal statistics were impressive. He was the league's top scorer and ranked second in the Champions League scoring list, also assisting his team in securing the Coppa Italia. However, based on the achievements of these three candidates, it was evident that Ronaldo was merely present to accompany the competition. The ultimate award for Men's Player of the Year, the World Footballer of the Year, would likely be contested between Lewandowski and Salah. Lewandowski had won the accolade in 2020, and it remained uncertain whether he could defend his title this year. The exhilarating moment finally arrived, with a distinguished array of presenters. The Brazilian legend Ronaldo, as the sole presenter, was set to announce the new World Footballer of the Year. As the first to retain the title, Ronaldo seemed to foreshadow the outcome. Indeed, upon opening the envelope, he joyously declared that the 2021 FIFA Men's Player of the Year was Robert Lewandowski. Congratulations echoed through the hall. Lewandowski, overwhelmed with emotion, stood to embrace his wife before making his way to the stage. On the other side, Salah shook his head in resignation but offered a round of applause in congratulations. Ronaldo, maintaining his composure, also extended his applause. Lewandowski embodies the epitome of late-blooming success. The cancellation of the Ballon d'Or remains his greatest regret. In his prime, Lewandowski delivered a celestial performance, scoring 5 goals in 9 minutes, an achievement so extraordinary it seems almost fictional. Nevertheless, defending the title of World Footballer of the Year stands as the highest acknowledgement of Lewandowski's prowess. Mingyu watched Lewandowski on stage, feeling a surge of inspiration. Such a man should be emulated. He can indeed take their place. As a beautiful rendition of Swan Lake concluded, the annual FIFA awards ceremony came to a close. Upon returning to Barcelona, the Spanish media began to extensively cover Mingyu's Pusk-S award. After all, this year's award saw Spanish teams falter, with only Mingyu receiving this consolation prize. Yet, Mingyu declined to partake in any media interviews, choosing instead to focus on rigorous training and preparation for the upcoming matches. In the middle of the week, Barcelona would face Besiktas in the third round of the UEFA Champions League. Currently, Barcelona led their group with 2 victories, triumphing over Juventus and Chelsea with scores of 4-2. Juventus and Chelsea both held 1 win and 1 loss, but due to Juventus scoring more goals against Besiktas, they ranked second, pushing Chelsea to third. This round would see Juventus and Chelsea clash. A loss for either could jeopardize their advancement. Barcelona faced no pressure as they arrived in Istanbul, Turkey's largest city. Mingyu had always believed Istanbul to be the capital of Turkey, echoing Napoleon's sentiment that if there were only one country in the world, its capital would undoubtedly be Istanbul, a testament to the city's grandeur. Besiktas, one of Turkey's most renowned teams, is situated in the Beşiktaş district of Istanbul. The climate here is remarkably pleasant, with Istanbul straddling both Europe and Asia, exemplifying a typical Mediterranean climate. As November approached, the weather remained quite warm. En route to Vodafone Park, the team's bus was met with throngs of fans donned in Besiktas jerseys, singing and dancing. Upon sighting Barcelona's bus, these fans erupted in jeers and shouts. Despite Besiktas facing consecutive defeats in the Champions League, the fans remained undeterred. After all, being placed in such a death group alongside illustrious teams like Barcelona, Juventus, and Chelsea, Besiktas supporters did not harbor expectations of their team advancing. Without hope, there is no disappointment. Nonetheless, their unwavering support for their team remained steadfast. Even if they could not progress, they aim to claim a piece of their opponents. For smaller clubs outside the top 5 leagues, simply participating in the Champions League is a source of immense joy. The revenues from home match tickets and broadcasting rights during the group stage suffice to cover their annual expenses. Thus, they prefer to be grouped with renowned teams like Real Madrid and Barcelona, as higher ticket prices translate to greater profits. This encapsulates the survival strategy of Europe's smaller clubs. Besiktas' home ground, Vodafone Park, boasts an astonishing world record. On October 24, 2007, during a Champions League match against Liverpool, Besiktas Football Club set a world record for sound level at 132 decibels in Vodafone Park. This record had previously been established by Liverpool fans at Anfield, highlighting the fervor of Besiktas supporters. Inside the away team's locker room, Mingyu felt this intensity acutely. The away locker room was notoriously sparse and poorly insulated, leaving Barcelona's coach Koeman in frustration as his voice was drowned out by the raucous cheers of Besiktas fans. The players could not hear anything but the club's anthem, compelling Koeman to gesture for his players to prepare for battle, as tactical discussions had already been covered beforehand. It was Mingyu's first encounter with such a hellish home ground, and he was undeniably influenced by the atmosphere. Messi, seated beside him, patted his shoulder and leaned in to whisper, "Do not fear them. They are merely posturing. Once on the pitch, it will come down to skill." Messi's return from injury brought relief to Mingyu, who had felt physically and mentally drained from the previous 2 arduous matches, pressures that were indescribable to outsiders. Good evening to the audience of Tencent Sports. Today marks the 5th match day of the Champions League group stage, featuring the 3rd match for 4 groups. We present to you a clash between the Turkish Super League powerhouse, Besiktas, and the visiting Barcelona. Besiktas currently stands at the bottom of their group with 2 losses, while Barcelona leads with 2 victories. This match represents a contest between the top and bottom of the group. Although Besiktas has performed commendably in their domestic league, they have struggled on the European stage, suffering defeats at the hands of Juventus and Chelsea. Facing a formidable Barcelona, one wonders how long they can withstand the pressure. Let us first examine the lineups. Besiktas' goalkeeper is Turkish Disartano Lu, with defenders Vida, Rosie R, and Sakala, and Wellington. The midfield consists of Hutchinson, Zaya Up, Gazer, D'Souza, and Mensah, while the forward is Canadian striker Larin. Barcelona's lineup has undergone some changes, with Ter Stegen in goal, Piku, Gark A, and Mingueza forming the defensive line, and De Jong and Busquets in midfield. Alba and Pedri flank the sides, with Mingyu commanding the midfield, accompanied by the returning Messi and Griezmann up front. The match is about to commence. With Messi's return, Koeman has adjusted the formation to a 3-5-2, emphasizing wing play, requiring Alba and Pedri to make significant contributions. As a referee's whistle signals the start, Mingyu embarks on his 3rd Champions League match. Congratulations to the host for checking in at Vodafone Park and acquiring Quaresma's signature outside of the foot curled shot. Quaresma, once renowned alongside Ronaldo, was an extraordinarily gifted Portuguese player, known for his remarkable talent, versatility, blistering speed, and nimble footwork. However, his eccentric personality and volatile temperament rendered him a nomad on the football field. Today, Quaresma has long since distanced himself from elite leagues, returning to Portugal, likely nearing retirement. In contrast, Ronaldo, once his counterpart, has achieved monumental success. Such is the disparity of fate. Quaresma remains in the collective memory primarily for his dazzling outside-of-the-foot curled shot, a singular skill that once dazzled in Porto, honed over 4 years. Yet his reliance on such flamboyance hindered him from securing a starting position. As the match unfolds, Barcelona initiates play. Mingyu receives a return pass from Messi, swiftly directing the ball to Pedri, commencing Barcelona's first offensive foray. Besiktas players, possessing exceptional physicality, refrain from reckless challenges, instead retreating to their half, biding their time for Barcelona's advance. This method of attack is familiar territory for Barcelona. Mingyu orchestrates the game with finesse in midfield, occasionally executing bizarre outside-of-the-foot passes that catch even Besiktas players off guard, as well as some of his own teammates. Koeman furrows his brow at the sideline, puzzled by Mingyu's unconventional approach. Given Quaresma's history with both Barcelona and Besiktas, one wonders if Mingyu is paying homage to the player. Even the commentators have noticed Mingyu's unusual play. In the 10th minute, Receiving a cross from Pedri just outside the penalty area, Mingyu executed a right-footed outside of the foot pass, threading the ball behind the defenders. Messi, like a wraith, appeared unmarked, avoiding an offside position. A splendid play. Messi deftly controlled the airborne ball with his left foot, and as the goalkeeper advanced, he executed a low shot that pierced the Beckenbauer net. This exquisite goal momentarily silenced the home crowd, but they quickly responded with renewed fervor, countering the celebrating Barcelona players. After scoring, Messi turned to Mingyu and pointed, the two embracing warmly. This was Mingyu's finest gift to Messi in his return, a beautiful assist leading to a goal. Messi, acknowledging Mingyu's sentiment, ruffled his hair and exclaimed, thank you. Mingyu, feigning indignation, replied, "Is that how you express gratitude? Then I thank you too." He then playfully ruffled Messi's hair in return. As Messi laughed and dodged, teammates charged in, playfully pinning Mingyu to the ground. Just 10 minutes into the match, Barcelona took the lead in the away game, making the remainder of the contest seem more manageable. However, Beckenbauer appeared disinclined to mount an offensive, seemingly content to minimize their defeat. Chapter 114. A goal fest begins at the start of the second half due to Beckenbauer players' diligent defense. Barcelona struggled to find better opportunities in the remaining time of the first half, with several long-range attempts being thwarted by the goalkeeper. However, having already scored, and with Beckenbauer's offensive efforts thoroughly stifled by Barcelona's midfield, their forward Larin found himself isolated in the attacking third, virtually unable to touch the ball. The first half came to a close with the referee's whistle. Beckenbauer's players and fans expressed satisfaction with the score, especially considering their prior two losses of 3-0 and 4-0, which had served as a sobering wake-up call. In this daunting group, it seemed prudent to focus on defense and minimize further losses. Yet, the second half brought an unexpected turn of events. Beckenbauer, previously docile as lambs, launched a fervent attack on Barcelona's territory from the very start of the second half, catching the Barcelona players off guard. Even Mingyu was astonished that Beckenbauer, having been dominated for the first 45 minutes, suddenly surged forward as if invigorated. De Sousa and Gazer executed a clever 1-2 combination, bewildering De Jong and Busquets. Gazer delivered a precise through ball, allowing Beckenbauer's main striker Larin to receive the pass in the penalty area. With a deft touch, Larin struck the ball, sending it through Ter Stegen's legs and into the net. Within less than a minute of the second half commencing, Beckenbauer capitalized on Barcelona's unsteady footing to equalize. The Vodafone Arena erupted in jubilation. After 3 matches, their team had finally scored a goal, and against the formidable La Liga giants, Barcelona, this goal held significant weight. Following his goal, Larin exuberantly dashed to the sidelines, leaping over the advertising boards despite the security's protests, and embraced the ecstatic fans in the nearest stands. Such exuberance would undoubtedly earn him a yellow card later. The Vodafone Arena boasts 4 stands, with a northern stand accommodating 881 spectators, known for its passionate supporters. These fans waved their team's scarves and fists in excitement, chanting Beckenbauer, while the Barcelona players hung their heads in disappointment. Who would have anticipated that the first-half timid Beckenbauer would come out in the second half with such audacity, taking advantage of Barcelona's momentary lapse in concentration score? The equalizer significantly boosted Beckenbauer's morale, making the task ahead all the more challenging for Barcelona. The coaches on the sidelines displayed contrasting emotions. Beckenbauer's coach, Zinedine Zidane, a former goalkeeper, had meticulously planned this surprise attack. The initial 5 minutes of each half are often the most opportune for scoring. Guns was well aware that the visitors' dressing room lacked soundproofing, making it difficult for the players to rest amidst the roars of the home crowd. He had successfully employed this strategy in the Turkish Super League before, and he hoped to exploit Barcelona's potential oversight. His gamble paid off handsomely. Guns wore a satisfied smile. Even if Beckenbauer were to be eliminated, he would not face the wrath of the fans. Conversely, Barcelona's coach Koeman was infuriated, kicking a water bottle across the sidelines. He had repeatedly emphasized the need for focus, especially at the beginning of the second half. Yet once again, his players had let their guard down. This goal served as a wake-up call for the Barcelona squad. Mingyu reluctantly placed the ball that Ter Stegen had passed to him at the center circle, exchanging a glance with Messi. Messi, puzzled, followed Lee's gaze and noticed that Beckenbauer's goalkeeper had also rushed out from his area to celebrate with Larin. The referee urged the Beckenbauer players to return to their half as the match was set to continue. The jubilant Besiktas players, still chatting and laughing, made their way back to their half. The opposing goalkeeper also skipped toward his goal, though he did so leisurely, clearly still basking in the glow of the recent goal. Once the referee confirmed that both teams had returned to the pitch, he blew the whistle to restart the game. Mingyu, hearing the whistle, lightly nudged the ball, and Messi, from his center circle, unleashed an audacious long-range shot. The crowd gasped in disbelief, as Besiktas' goalkeeper had only just entered his penalty area and faced the goal, completely unaware that Messi had aimed for it. Initially, Besiktas players were unfazed, but when they turned to look, they were horrified, shouting to draw the keeper's attention. Destinoglu, hearing the commotion, curiously turned around, only to be bewildered by a white object soaring towards him from the sky. For a moment, he failed to recognize it as a football, staring up in confusion. However, it quickly dawned on him what it was, yet how had the ball arrived at such a position? In the blink of an eye, the ball flew right over Destinoglu's head. He sprang into action, hoping to intercept it before it crossed the line. Yet, as the saying goes, one cannot outrun the ball. Just as he began his sprint towards the goal, the ball descended, striking the small box before bouncing into the net. Destinoglu, feeling defeated, sank to his knees. After the ball nestled in the net, it rebounded back out, bouncing right in front of him. Had fate granted Destinoglu another chance, he surely would have refrained from celebrating with his forwards and instead remained steadfast at his post. This underscores why goalkeepers seldom partake in celebrations. The rules only dictate that players must be in their half at the kickoff, not that they must return to their respective positions. Besiktas players made this seemingly inconsequential error, which the astute Mingyu and Messi seized upon, with Lee providing 2 assists and Messi netting 2 goals. Messi's return to the pitch was nothing short of spectacular. This goal not only subdued Besiktas' earlier bravado, but also incited considerable discontent among the opposing players towards goalkeeper Destinoglu. Particularly, Besiktas' coach Şenol Güneş was livid upon witnessing the goal. It was an outcome that should never have transpired if Destinoglu had remained dutifully in the penalty area. Yet, it did happen. Koeman applauded Mingyu and Messi's quick thinking, marveling at the unexpected nature of the goal. Koeman was preparing for a challenging battle in the upcoming match. Yet unexpectedly, they regained the lead once again in no time. Watching Messi and Mingyu embrace joyfully, Koeman felt an overwhelming sense of pride. The strongest twin stars of Barcelona, an old star mentoring a new one, ensured that the club would not have to worry about its attacking prowess for the next decade. The second half unfolded with remarkable drama. Within a minute of the restart, Besiktas scored, leveling the match. After the kickoff, Mingyu capitalized on the opposing goalkeeper's sluggish return to the penalty area, assisting Messi with a brilliant midfield lob, restoring their lead. Within less than 2 minutes of play, both teams had netted stunning goals, truly theatrical. Barely 3 minutes into the second half, during the third kickoff, Besiktas attempted another assault. Mingyu denied them any opportunity, intercepting the ball in midfield. How foolish of you, Besiktas. Did you think Barcelona would be a group of Navi players, forgetting their defenses after one successful ambush? The players from Besiktas, instead of retreating to their half, tried to reclaim the ball on Barcelona's side. Witnessing this, Mingyu felt an exhilarating joy. He welcomed the challenge of an all-out attacking battle. Barcelona had never shied away from such confrontations. With a deft flick, Mingyu evaded an approaching defender, and as the opponent turned to grab him, he accelerated past them, igniting Barcelona's counterattack. As he dribbled, he swayed his head left and right, surveying the positions of his teammates and the defenders. Every player's potential movement was etched in his mind. This time I shall not pass, he resolved. Tired of merely assisting, he boosted his pace significantly. Observing his movements, his teammates recognized that he intended to take matters into his own hands. Messi wore a satisfied smile, understanding that sometimes, as an attacker, one must forge ahead solo. Meanwhile, Griezmann wore a wry smile, thinking, you've assisted Messi twice. Can't you spare me one? Nevertheless, he expertly maneuvered to help Mingyu break through the defensive line. Mingyu surged through the center, unstoppable as the Besiktas players struggled to contain him. With a swift turn and a feint, he approached the edge of the penalty area. A defender launched a desperate tackle, intent on dispossessing him. At that moment, even a foul would not deter them from stopping Mingyu. His touch was sublime. As the defender lunged, he elegantly lifted the ball over him, leaping in the process. The grounded defender, Rogier could only watch helplessly as Mingyu glided past him. Now, with no defenders in sight, he faced the goalkeeper. In an unexpected twist, Mingyu chose not to continue dribbling or perform his signature feint. Instead, as he landed, he swiftly struck the ball with the outside of his right foot. The ball curved in an extraordinary arc, gliding past the goalkeeper and into the far corner of the net. Besiktas goalkeeper, Destinoglu, stood frozen, a statue in disbelief, as he failed to react. In less than 2 minutes, Barcelona had netted 2 goals, the latter a breathtaking strike following an exceptional solo effort. This goal shattered Destinoglu's confidence completely. As Mingyu turned to celebrate with his teammates, Destinoglu sank to his knees, his eyes devoid of spark. The bright number 11 jersey glinted ominously in his gaze, destined to haunt him. Mingyu's magnificent solo run and the powerful finish were nothing short of artistry. If this moment had graced the FIFA awards, it would surely have clinched the Puskas award. His teammates surrounded him, exuberantly patting his head, expressing their thrill. The goal was simply stunning. In the slow-motion replay, one could see Griezmann, in disbelief, kneeling with his hands on his head, performing a gesture of worship. Griezmann had come to idolize Mingyu, not only for his ability to score such commanding goals, but also because his own chances of scoring now hinged on whether Mingyu would pass to him. Thus, Griezmann held Mingyu in high esteem within the team. Chapter 115. Bringing the opponent's goalkeeper to tears, the Besiktas coach wore a grim expression, more frustrated than after losses to Juventus and Chelsea. Mingyu alone had dismantled their defense, making for an excruciatingly poor display. With 2 assists and a goal, he helped Barcelona temporarily lead Besiktas 3-1 away from home. The impact of Mingyu's goal was devastating for Besiktas, leading to a midfield error upon the restart, allowing Pedri to intercept the ball yet again. As Pedri attempted to advance, he was brutally shoved to the ground from behind. Caught off guard, he fell hard, the vicious act igniting chaos among the players. Mingyu rushed to Pedri's side, shielding him and pushing back the encroaching Besiktas players. His actions incited further anger from the Besiktas squad, who quickly surrounded him. Barcelona's players were not to be trifled with. Soon, all 22 on the field were gathered near the sideline. Fortunately, this altercation occurred opposite the substitutes bench, where the substitutes might have joined the fray. The referee's whistle echoed relentlessly. Currently, UEFA has adopted a stringent approach towards incidents of conflict in stadiums. Should a significant disturbance arise during a match under its jurisdiction, both teams involved would face severe repercussions, and even the officiating referee would not escape a suspension. Fortunately, the players from both sides exhibited commendable restraint, merely expressing verbal condolences to one another's relatives and articulating their amicable intentions towards the female kin of their opponents. Amidst the chaos, Mingyu seized Pedri to prevent him from being deliberately injured, as the current Barcelona squad could ill afford any injuries. The referee, facing a challenging task, managed to separate the players and directed them back to their respective halves. Subsequently, he summoned the captains of both teams to convey his intentions. Gentlemen, please refrain from causing trouble. Should you fail to manage your players' tempers, I shall not hesitate to wield my ruby card. Referee Patrick, a stern German, was officiating his first UEFA Champions League group match, and the significance of this game was unmistakable. After addressing the captains, Patrick called forth Mensa, the midfield player from Besiktas, who was the source of the uproar, and promptly issued him a ruby card, expelling him from the match. This action incited discontent among the Besiktas players, who believed the incident constituted a tactical foul, at most deserving a yellow card, questioning the necessity of a ruby card expulsion when they were already trailing. However, Patrick maintained that Mensa's actions were clearly not those of a standard tactical foul, as the intent to push from behind was unmistakable, compounded by his subsequent provocative behavior. Thus, the issuance of the ruby card was justified. Faced with the incessant complaints from the Besiktas players, the referee frowned and made a motion to brandish another card, which compelled the players to reluctantly depart. Mensa's expulsion further exacerbated Besiktas' already precarious position. With a numerical disadvantage and trailing in the scoreline, they faced a daunting 30 minutes ahead. The free kick was too distant and off-target for a direct shot on goal. Mingyu executed a curling ball, directing it into the Besiktas penalty area. Griezmann leaped to contest a header, but due to interference from a defender, the ball lacked power and was easily gathered by the goalkeeper, Destinoglu. Noticing that almost all Barcelona players were stationed in their own half while his forward, Larin, was positioned near the center circle unmarked, Destinoglu seized the opportunity for a counterattack. He took 2 steps forward, exerting all his strength to hurl the ball towards midfield, letting out a roar as if to vent his frustrations. Larin, who had not retreated to the penalty area, was hovering around midfield, keenly seeking an opportunity for a quick counterattack. As expected, the ball was caught by his own goalkeeper. Larin quickly raised his hand near the center circle, signaling for the goalkeeper to throw the ball over. Destinoglu and Larin, sharing a telepathic connection, executed a powerful throw towards midfield. Larin anticipated the ball's trajectory, preparing to control it at midfield, mindful of Barcelona defender Eric Garcia lurking behind him. Suddenly, he perceived a figure in his peripheral vision, and before he could react, the shadow dashed towards him. The number 11 flashed before his eyes. Mingyu? How could this be? He had just taken a free kick near the sideline, and Larin was nearly 30 meters away. How could Mingyu possibly know the ball would be thrown to him? Mingyu was unconcerned with Larin's myriad questions, for after executing the free kick, he had proactively moved towards the center, positioning himself within 10 meters of Larin as the goalkeeper prepared to throw the ball. In a mere second, he sprinted to Larin's side, performing a chest trap right in front of him. Larin was infuriated. He had meticulously planned all his upcoming offensive maneuvers, even rehearsed his celebration. How could Mingyu shatter his dreams so ruthlessly? After trapping the ball with his chest, Mingyu realized something. Destinoglu, having thrown the ball, had been propelled forward due to inertia and was now standing on the edge of the penalty area. His furious shout had indeed released some pent-up frustration, but had also left his mind momentarily foggy. As he witnessed Mingyu intercepting his throw-in, Destinoglu's eyes widened in fear, hastily attempting to retreat to the goal. However, due to the nature of the indirect free kick, several players had congregated in front of the Beckenbauer goal, complicating Destinoglu's return. In the blink of an eye, Mingyu seized the opportunity. As the ball descended, he executed a stunning volley, sending it soaring like a rainbow over the defenders and into the net before Destinoglu could recover to the small box. The goalkeeper felt darkness envelop him as his legs buckled, collapsing to the ground. To be scored upon twice in a match by such lobbed shots, Destinoglu felt he had surely etched his name in history. In the midfield, witnessing the success of his lob, Mingyu jubilantly raised his arms, exclaiming with excitement. Behind him, Larin, deflated like a punctured football, slumped to the ground. Curse this football dream. Up front, Griezmann sprinted towards Mingyu, disregarding the peculiar gazes from others, and knelt before him, placing Mingyu's right foot upon his knee in a gesture of homage. Messi too joined in the celebration, embracing Mingyu. The goal was simply exquisite. Such a lob required the striker to possess exceptional footwork. The Beckenbauer players stood there, stunned, gazing at Mingyu, who had become the centerpiece of their despair, fear glimmering in their eyes. With 2 assists and 2 goals, Mingyu had descended upon Vodafone Park like a deity, utterly dominating the match. The Beckenbauer fans, dispirited, began to rise, unable to accept the harsh reality of their team being so ruthlessly outclassed on home turf. Adding to the absurdity, upon the restart, Barcelona players were astonished to find that Beckenbauer's goalkeeper had been substituted with the backup, Vakulian, now between the posts. At only 21 years of age, the primary goalkeeper, Destinoglu, was utterly defeated by Mingyu. As Mingyu and his team celebrated, Destinoglu removed his gloves and stripped off his jersey, holding it in hand, leaving the pitch like a walking corpse, without even acknowledging the head coach. The Besiktas coach wore a look of helplessness. Destinoglu is an exceptionally talented goalkeeper from Turkey, tall and remarkably agile, a prime candidate for the national team's starting position. However, to everyone's surprise, he crumbled under the pressure during the match against Barcelona today. The remainder of the game saw Barcelona playing with great ease. Not only was the opposing goalkeeper shattered, but the morale of the other players also plummeted. Ultimately, Turkey's formidable team Besiktas was trounced at their home ground, Vodafone Park, with a staggering score of 1-8, brutally vanquished by the visiting Barcelona. Mingyu contributed with 2 assists and 3 goals, thus completing a hat-trick, while Messi also achieved a hat-trick with 1 assist and 3 goals, accompanied by goals from Pedri and Griezmann. The first half saw only 1 goal, leading many fans to find the match rather unexciting. However, the second half brought a dramatic turnaround, with a total of 8 goals scored, leaving those who had dozed off during the latter half, regretting their choice. Henceforth, watching Barcelona's matches from start to finish became a necessity. Following this match, Barcelona remained unbeaten with 3 victories, amassing a total of 9 points and standing tall above their rivals. In another match of the same group that day, Juventus drew 0-0 against Chelsea at their home ground, keeping the second spot of the group shrouded in suspense. Across 3 Champions League group matches, Barcelona has netted an impressive total of 16 goals, a scoring efficiency that left other teams in awe. Mingyu once again found himself in the media spotlight, having scored a hat-trick in all 3 group matches, totaling 10 goals, and thus becoming the fastest player in Champions League history to reach 10 goals, achieving this in just 3 matches. Previously, this record was held by Haaland, who took 8 matches to score 10 goals. However, Haaland managed to score his second 10 goals in just 6 matches, which, while not quite matching Mingyu, is still a commendable pace. The formidable goal-scoring machine, Mingyu, has now established himself as the most fearsome goal scorer in European football. Returning to league play, Barcelona, riding high from their Champions League triumph, convincingly defeated Osasuna 4-1 at home, reclaiming the top position in the league, surpassing Sevilla, who had drawn with their opponents. In this match, Mingyu contributed 1 goal and 1 assist, maintaining his excellent form. With Barcelona back at the summit, the fans were filled with excitement. Currently, both Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid have faltered in their direct encounters with Barcelona, resulting in their standings slipping to 3rd and 4th in the league. Sevilla occupies the 2nd position, mirroring Barcelona's record of 6 wins and 1 draw, but trailing due to goal difference. After this match, all players were set to depart from their clubs as the World Cup qualifiers were about to commence. The Spanish national team once again called up Mingyu to participate in the final 2 matches of the World Cup qualifiers. The first match will occur in 3 days, where Spain will host Kosovo. Kosovo, having joined FIFA only in 2016, previously faced challenges in securing matches due to political reasons, often playing in neutral countries. They have suffered losses in all their previous matches, becoming a source of disappointment for their fans. Given Kosovo's impressive performance in the earlier Euro Cup qualifiers, where they achieved an 8-match unbeaten streak at home, it is surprising to witness them become such an easy target this year. The final match will see Spain travel to Sweden to face their last and most significant opponent in the qualifiers, the Swedish national team, led by Ibrahimovic. This encounter may determine whether Spain secures direct qualification or if Sweden advances instead. Chapter 116. The International Match Day returns, a crucial battle. Mingyu once again joined Piku and others at Real Madrid's home ground, the Bernabéu Stadium, for national team training. With the players from Barcelona and the Madrid Giants in excellent form, the current national team is once again predominantly composed of core players from these 3 clubs. Manchester United's first-choice goalkeeper De Gea did not make the starting lineup this time. Since the new season commenced, his performance has been subpar, often plagued by basic errors, much to Manchester United's chagrin. Thus, while Enrique still called him up, he refrained from assigning him the starting position due to the critical nature of the upcoming matches. Bilbao's main goalkeeper Simon has been appointed as the starting keeper. In the first 7 matches of the season, Simon secured 5 clean sheets and conceded only 3 goals, showcasing exceptional performance. Enrique specifically attended 2 of Bilbao's league matches and expressed satisfaction with this 24-year-old goalkeeper. Facing the weakest team in the group, Kosovo, Enrique's lineup was notably bold. The defensive line, composed of Ramos, Piku, and Eric Garcia, is formidable enough to intimidate any forward. The flanks are fortified by Alba and Atletico's Llorente, both rapid and versatile defenders. Koch and Busquets anchor the midfield, serving as an insurmountable barrier. Mingyu took the pivotal role of attacking midfielder, a position solidified by his previous performances and recent excellence, making Enrique confident in placing him there. The forward pair consists of Real Madrid's Asensio and Barcelona's Pedri. The entire starting lineup, aside from goalkeeper Simon, comprises players from the Madrid Giants and Barcelona, with all first-team players hailing from La Liga. This match is scheduled for a mid-afternoon on a pleasant day, ideal for football. In the previous encounter at Kosovo's home ground, Spain emerged victorious with a score of 2 o'clock. However, viewers of that match would know it was not an easy victory. Although most Kosovo players are relatively unknown, their 2 forwards, Malo Rashica, who plays for the Bundesliga as Werder Bremen, and Vedat Muriqi, a tall striker at Lazio in Serie A, posed significant challenges for Spain's defense. Rashica's speed and Muriki's height troubled Spain throughout that match. While the other Kosovo players may not be well known, their technical skills were commendable, allowing them to engage competitively with Spain. Were it not for their somewhat lackluster finishing abilities, the Spanish national team might have faltered in that match. At that time, the squad was predominantly composed of players from various leagues, lacking in cohesion. Enrique was focused on nurturing young talent, with many promising players like Fati and Pedri in the lineup. The underperforming Pique, Ramos, and Busquets occasionally found themselves sidelined. However, the current Spanish team boasts a formidable roster, featuring seasoned veterans such as Pique, Ramos, and Busquets alongside emerging stars like Pedri, Mingyu, and Llorente, with an impressive array of young talents on the bench. The transition between the old guard and the new has been remarkably successful. Following next year's World Cup, it is anticipated that Pique and his contemporaries will bid farewell to the national team, with Eric Garcia set to become a cornerstone of the defense. Coke from Atletico Madrid is poised to assume Busquets' role as the new midfield enforcer. In midfield and attack, Mingyu, Pedri, and Llorente, along with the recovering Fati, will form the backbone of the new Spanish squad. Good evening to our viewers on Tencent Sports. Tonight, we bring you a match from the European qualifiers, featuring the currently second-place Spain taking on the bottom-ranked Kosovo. Spain's form is quite promising, having decisively defeated Greece and Georgia in the previous month, closely trailing Sweden, who stand at 5 wins and 1 loss. The final outcome of this group will likely only be determined in the last match when Ibrahimovic Sweden hosts Spain. Turning back to the match at hand, Kosovo, as the challengers, have made no alterations to their lineup, which remains unchanged from their last encounter. Their goalkeeper is Samir Ichkani, a backup at Serie A's Torino, supported by his Torino teammate Mirjam Vojvoda, alongside Fidin Alatai and Dushku. The 5 midfielders are Hadzijona, Halimi, Kiziu, Kalali, and Selina. Up front, they feature Malo Rashica, who plays for Bundesliga side Werder Bremen, and the towering striker Vedit Muriqi from Lazio. In facing the formidable Spanish team, Kosovo has boldly opted for a highly offensive 3-5-2 formation. Coincidentally, Spain has also deployed a 3-5-2 attacking setup. Athletic Bilbao's goalkeeper Simon has been chosen as the starting keeper due to his recent stellar performances, while David De Gea of Manchester United sits on the bench, having appeared somewhat distracted in recent matches, leading to a series of uncharacteristic errors that cost him his starting position. The 3 defenders are Ramos from Real Madrid, Pique from Barcelona, and Eric Garcia. These 3 are currently among Spain's most outstanding defenders, significantly contributing to the success of their respective clubs. The attacking wingbacks are Alba from Barcelona and Llorente from Atletico Madrid, both known for their offensive prowess and remarkable stamina, capable of opening up play along the flanks for Spain. Busquets of Barcelona and Coke from Atletico Madrid form a solid foundation in the midfield, serving as Spain's most reliable defensive shield. Although age has diminished Busquets' ability to surge forward post-interception, his tackling skills and experience keep him at an elite level, while Coke, akin to Barcelona's De Jong, complement Busquets by providing attacking options, fostering an effective partnership. Mingyu has emerged as a linchpin for both Barcelona and the Spanish national team. Despite a tactical shift from left winger to attacking midfielder this season, his scoring prowess remains undiminished, having netted 10 goals thus far in the league, tying for the top spot with Holland. In the Champions League, he has been nothing short of sensational, scoring 10 goals in 3 matches, breaking Holland's record for the fastest 10 goals and leading the season's scoring chart. This season, Lee's transition to the attacking midfield role has not only showcased his playmaking abilities, but also allowed his scoring talents to flourish, a testament to the brilliance of Barcelona's coach Koeman. As for the forwards, Morata from Juventus has struggled recently, losing his starting position to Real Madrid's Asensio, who has been impressive this season, albeit overshadowed by Holland's exploits. The other forward is the promising young talent Pedri, who, while not prolific in scoring, has developed a remarkable synergy with Mingyu, forming a dynamic duo in Barcelona's attack. Both teams boast a potent 3-5-2 attacking lineup, promising an exhilarating encounter. Upon seeing Kosovo's formation, the Spanish players felt a sense of relief. After all, they have never feared engaging in an open contest. The most frustrating scenario for them would be facing a team that retreats en masse, fortifying their defense, a situation Spain dreads. With Kosovo out of contention for qualification, they have opted for an offensive strategy, hoping to score a goal or two against Spain, thus making the most of their experience. Upon arriving at the stadium, Kosovo's players appeared relaxed, having shed any expectations, intent on enjoying the game. Conversely, the Spanish players displayed signs of tension, fully aware of the match's significance, especially after Sweden's recent victory over Greece, which left them waiting for Spain's arrival. The Santiago Bernabéu Stadium in Madrid is packed to capacity today, with no fans of Real Madrid, Barcelona, or Atletico Madrid present, as everyone unites under the singular identity of supporters for the Spanish national team. As the players from both teams took to the field, the pivotal match of the European qualifying rounds commenced with the sharp whistle of the referee. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the Bernabéu Stadium, acquiring the powerful free-kick abilities of Roberto Carlos. Mingyu couldn't help but inwardly grumble. Was the system intent on steering him towards becoming a master of free kicks? Time and again, he had witnessed not only Xavi's long-range shots, but also Pirlo's curling free kicks and Beckham's iconic bending shots. Today, it seemed, he was to emulate Roberto Carlos's thunderous free kicks. While one could argue that versatility is a virtue, must he really be expected to replicate a hat-trick of free kicks? The thought stirred excitement within him, though he had already etched his name on the list of players who had scored a hat-trick from free kicks. Achieving a second hat-trick would render him a singular presence on that list. After all, who would willingly share such an accolade? Upon acquiring Roberto Carlos's powerful free kick skill, Mingyu felt an immediate surge in his strength, elevating him to the ranks of elite players with a power rating of 90. He sensed his thigh muscles taut and brimming with latent energy. Spain initiated the match, and as Mingyu received a back pass from Vinicius, he noticed Kosovo's players charging in for a pressing attack, which drew a peculiar smile from him. He deftly evaded Rashika's advance with a nimble flick and delivered a precise pass to the flanking Alba. Spain's strategy for today hinged on utilizing the width of the field, dynamically shifting Kosovo's players. Alba, brimming with enthusiasm and in excellent form, executed a brilliant dribble, leaving the opposing defenders behind before charging towards the center of the pitch. Kosovo's defensive midfielder rushed to provide cover, but faced with Alba's momentum, he felt utterly powerless. Alba's desire to showcase his skills was palpable. Upon seeing Mingyu in an optimal position for a pass, he chose instead to continue his dazzling display. A feint towards the baseline shifted the defender's weight, and a clever flick allowed him to cut inside. The opposing midfielder, completely out of position, resorted to pulling Alba down. In less than a minute, Alba's individual brilliance had earned Spain a direct free kick opportunity from 35 meters out, directly in front of the goal. Chapter 117. The powerful arc of the right foot free kick. The referee, showing restraint, merely issued a verbal warning to the Kosovo midfielder without brandishing a yellow card, leaving Alba somewhat disgruntled. He felt that the foul had obstructed a significant scoring opportunity, warranting at least a red card. However, the referee allowed the game to continue, and Alba could only mutter in frustration as he moved away. With Mingyu's reputation for free kicks now well established, Enrique appointed him as Spain's primary free kick taker. However, to Enrique's surprise, when he suggested that Mingyu also take on the role of the team's designated penalty taker, Mingyu firmly declined. This decision baffled the other players, as penalties were often considered the easiest way to score. After all, even Holland succumbed to the allure of penalties, vying with his teammates for the chance to score. Yet, Mingyu was an anomaly. He showed an aversion to penalties. Since Spain had yet to enter a major tournament, Enrique had not organized specific training for penalty shootouts, leaving Mingyu's weakness in this area undiscovered by the others. Nevertheless, the Barcelona players were well aware of it, stifling laughter at Mingyu's resolute demeanor. As the free kick opportunity arose, Mingyu stepped confidently to the ball. The Kosovo goalkeeper, familiar with Mingyu's prowess, nonetheless doubted whether he could score from such a distance. Historically, Mingyu's curling shots had been impressive, yet a direct attempt from approximately 35 meters seemed ambitious. Strangely, Mingyu positioned himself directly behind the ball, taking a run-up of about 13 to 14 meters, suggesting he intended to unleash a powerful shot. The Spanish players were taken aback, anticipating a classic bending shot that would set them up for a potential rebound. Instead, Mingyu's stance raised eyebrows, leading many to speculate. Every master of free kicks hones their craft to perfection. Take Beckham, for instance, whose signature bending shot sufficed. While he could practice other techniques, it seemed unnecessary, given the finite nature of human energy. Thus, it was uncommon for a specialist to suddenly attempt a powerful strike, which could be perceived as a lack of confidence in one's technique. Lee Mingyu's posture invited skepticism from seasoned fans and free-kick experts alike, prompting derision. Who did he think he was to attempt such a feat? As a referee signaled for Lee Mingyu to take the kick, having ensured the opposing players retreated a sufficient distance, Lee Mingyu observed the four-man wall before him, despite doubts regarding his ability to score from such a distance. Kosovo's team took the situation seriously, forming a defensive wall. Yet, Lee Mingyu keenly noted that the wall was not particularly well organized. Two players were distracted, focusing instead on the impending attack from the Spanish players already advancing toward the box. Recognizing the wall's laxity, Lee Mingyu also perceived that the goalkeeper's attention was not fully on him. A seasoned goalkeeper, he understood free kicks well and likely doubted that Lee Mingyu would attempt a powerful shot from such a range. The likelihood was that Lee Mingyu would ultimately opt for a pass. Even if he did shoot, it was probable that he would miss the target. Meanwhile, as the Kosovo goalkeeper calculated his approach, Lee Mingyu began his run-up. There was no resemblance whatsoever between Lee Mingyu's preparatory movements for the free kick and those of his previous attempts. With measured, minuscule steps, Lee Mingyu accelerated towards the ball, reaching his peak speed just before he struck it. In a swift motion, he swung his right foot, connecting fiercely with the outer instep against the ball's surface. During his setup, he had deliberately placed the ball directly in front of him. The entire crowd heard a resounding thud as the ball shot forth like a cannonball. However, the players in the wall immediately sensed that the shot was off target the moment it was struck. Particularly, the player positioned furthest to the right, standing just in front of his own goalpost, noted that the ball had veered at least a meter away from him, likely heading towards a corner flag. He couldn't help but feel a sense of disdain. After all, this was a young player who thought himself extraordinary after a few free kicks, eager to experiment with different techniques. Although the techniques of a curling shot and a powerful strike are not worlds apart, mastering the nuances between them is no simple feat. The Kosovo goalkeeper stood closer to his left post, as the right post was effectively blocked. Upon seeing the ball, he shared the same thought as his teammates. This shot was clearly going wide. He made no move to adjust his position, certain it would go out of play. Yet, just as the goalkeeper prepared to retrieve the ball that he assumed would exit the field, he was astonished to witness the ball's trajectory change dramatically, skimming past the right post and finding its way into the net. Not only was the goalkeeper left stunned, but even the Spanish players stood in disbelief. What had just transpired? Only the fans, blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama, erupted into cheers at the Bernabéu Stadium. Viewers at home were treated to a slow-motion replay of the astonishing goal. My goodness, the sheer brilliance of that strike sent shivers down my spine. How did it even go in? Let us review the footage. Lee Mingyu's run-up reminded me of the renowned Brazilian left-back Roberto Carlos's free kick positioning. It was strikingly similar. As Lee Mingyu's speed intensified, he approached the ball and unleashed a powerful shot with the outside of his right foot, visibly deforming the ball at the moment of impact. After executing the kick, his body twisted almost like a pretzel in mid-air, showcasing the immense force behind the strike. Observing the ball's trajectory, I was not mistaken. Initially, it appeared to be heading towards the corner flag, as it passed the wall with a distance of over a meter from one of the players. However, after clearing the wall, the ball's path altered drastically, curving in a spine-tingling arc that allowed it to graze the goalpost and ultimately nestle into the net. My word, Lee Mingyu is truly an enigma. Forgive my choice of words, but in my eyes, he's indeed a marvel. To my knowledge, no master of free kicks has ever employed two distinct techniques to score a goal. Even luminaries like Juninho and Beckham have not achieved this feat. Lee Mingyu has executed both the knuckleball and the curling shot, and today he demonstrated a powerful strike reminiscent of Roberto Carlos, delivering a spectacular goal that deserves to be nominated among the year's best. With such an extraordinary free kick, Lee Mingyu propelled Spain into an early lead. As the Spanish players celebrated with him, they could hardly believe that this young man with the charming smile had just scored. After the jubilation, Lee Mingyu approached the sidelines, playfully pulling up his pant leg and pointing to his thigh, showcasing his strength. What formidable thighs! His antics sent the crowd into a frenzy, particularly the female spectators who were nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Among the viewers at home, countless unaware young women were captivated, glued to their screens. The Kosovo goalkeeper, still in disbelief, retrieved the ball from the net and tossed it back to the field, his expression one of utter confusion. He could scarcely comprehend how that shot had found its way in. This was a shocking turn of events. Mingyu returned to his half, his smile unyielding. In that free kick, he not only channeled Roberto Carlos's powerful strike, but also incorporated Quaresma's curling technique. Otherwise, it would have surely sailed towards the corner flag. Quaresma's outside foot curl can indeed produce remarkable effects at times. After the restart, Kosovo players were visibly rattled by the earlier bizarre free kick, their focus waning. In Spain's offensive half, a careless pass from Kosovo was seized upon by Busquets, who executed a sudden interception, keeping the ball at his feet. Spain seized the opportunity for a rapid counterattack. Mingyu, recognizing the chance, quickly retreated 2 steps to receive Busquets' pass, then spun on the spot, leaving the advancing Kosovo midfielder behind before launching a long pass of approximately 30 meters without even glancing at his target. As Busquets intercepted the ball, Pedri sensed the impending attack and immediately surged forward into Kosovo's half. Through training and matches, Mingyu and Pedri had developed a remarkable understanding. There was no need for eye contact, as Mingyu's pass found Pedri effortlessly. The ball sailed over Kosovo's entire defensive line. With Pedri making the first move, the opposing defenders could only scramble to disrupt his control of the ball. As Pedri ran, he tracked the ball's descent, extending his right foot and delicately tapping it, resulting in the ball landing perfectly at his feet. Faced with 2 defenders closing in, just before entering the penalty area, Pedri selflessly swept the ball towards the center, leaving the goalkeeper stranded. The ball found its way to the far side, where Spain's other forward, Marco Asensio of Real Madrid, faced an open goal. He calmly slotted the ball in the net, sending the Bernabéu Stadium into a frenzy. Following the goal, Asensio, brimming with excitement, rushed past Pedri without expressing gratitude, instead heading straight to the sidelines to celebrate wildly. Observing this, Pedri merely smiled, turning to see Mingyu approaching, and the 2 creators of this goal embraced warmly in celebration. Other players, displaying remarkable camaraderie, embraced Mingyu and Pedri, completely disregarding Asensio, who celebrated alone. After all, within the team, the hierarchy was unmistakable. In the backline, Ramos watched the scene with a sense of helplessness. Alas, the Spanish team had once again become Barcelona's playground. This was a consequence of the divergent philosophies of Real Madrid and Barcelona, which often left Barcelona players in dominant positions within the national squad. After celebrating for a while, Asensio noticed the absence of his teammates in his jubilation. Turning around, he found his fellow players huddled around Mingyu and Pedri, celebrating fervently. A wave of anxiety washed over Asensio as he realized he had momentarily forgotten who the true backbone of the national team was. He hurriedly approached, and although there were no hard feelings between them, Mingyu warmly embraced him, exclaiming, "Asensio, splendid goal." Seeing that the star was not upset, Asensio finally felt a weight lift from his chest. After all, to score, one must maintain good relations with the true star, and as for club rivalries, they mattered little in the grand scheme. Chapter 118. Free kicks require thought within the first 5 minutes. The Spanish team had already established a commanding 2-0 lead against Kosovo at their home ground. This left Kosovo's coach, the Swiss Charlans, in a state of vexation. Although he held no hope for this match, having resigned to the fact that Kosovo was entirely out of the World Cup running, he could not allow the game to spiral into a humiliating defeat. A scoreline of 10 or more goals would forever brand him with disgrace, severely hampering his future job prospects. Thus, Charlans swiftly adjusted his formation, instructing the 2 fullbacks to withdraw into defensive positions, minimizing offensive pushes to bolster his team's vulnerable flanks. The tall striker, Vedat Muriqi, retreated to the defensive line, assuming the role of a libero. Up front, only the swift Malo Rashica remained as a potential surprise, ready to exploit any opportunity for a counterattack. Having to alter his lineup within mere minutes was a humiliation for any coach. Charlans shook his head as he observed the vibrant Mingyu, the young talent who had dismantled all his tactical plans with a brilliant free kick and an exquisite indirect assist. From that point onward, Kosovo was thoroughly subdued by the Spanish team. By halftime, Spain led 3-0. Kosovo's defense, though beleaguered, held firm, denying Spain any significant free kick opportunities. Just before the end of the first half, Spain finally seized an opportunity. A corner taken by Mingyu saw Pico leap above the crowd. Outmuscling the opposing 194 centimeters forward, Muriqi to power the ball into the net. It had been a long time since Piku had scored for the national team, having struggled for form last season and rarely featured. This season, however, he seemed rejuvenated, delivering spectacular goals in the league. As the second half commenced, Kosovo, buoyed by tactical adjustment, showed signs of resurgence, while Spain, comfortable with a 3-0 advantage, exhibited some complacency. An ill-timed pass from Mingyu saw Pedri miscontrol the ball, which bounced off his foot and was intercepted by a Kosovo defender. Kosovo's midfield general, Halimi, seized the opportunity, executing a beautiful through ball that advanced into Spain's half. Eric Garcia and Ramos sprinted back desperately, but the sole Kosovo forward, Rashica, displayed remarkable speed, darting past Ramos and into the penalty area with a clear shot on goal. The Athletic Bilbao goalkeeper, Simon, was left fuming at his teammates' defensive lapses, questioning how they allowed such an easy chance. Simon rushed out, but Rashica wasted no time, slotting the ball under his arm into the net. The score was now 3-1, igniting wild celebrations among the Kosovo fans who had traveled far. They waved their national flag, tears in their eyes as they sang their anthem, watching as Rashica acknowledged them with a gesture of respect. In an instant, emotions ran high. Spain's laxity had finally led to repercussions. Enrique, witnessing the goal from the sidelines, erupted in anger, cursing vehemently. Pedri, feeling the weight of responsibility, recognized that the blunder was solely his fault. His lack of focus had caused the ball to ricochet off his foot, slipping from his control. However, this moment served as a crucial reminder for the Spanish team that the match was not yet over, and their opponents were not entirely subdued. If Kosovo capitalized on this momentum to level the score or even take the lead, the players would surely find it difficult to face their hometown supporters. Suddenly, the Spanish players regained their focus. Due to their roster constraints, Kosovo was ill-equipped to confront Spain head-on. Upon the restart, Mingyu orchestrated a methodical advance towards Kosovo's defense, directing his teammates' movements with precision. Enrique nodded in approval from the sidelines, recognizing the burgeoning leadership qualities in the young player. After 2 lateral passes, Mingyu received the ball in the center, feigning another sideways pass that exposed a conspicuous gap in Kosovo's defense. With keen insight, he executed a deft through ball into the space. The referee's whistle pierced the air. A Spanish player had fallen just outside the Kosovo penalty area, and the position suggested a penalty might be imminent. Pedri, sprawled on the ground, raised his hand as the referee approached, signaling that a foul had occurred. Their previous connection had borne fruit, as Mingyu and Pedri demonstrated remarkable synergy. However, as Pedri attempted to maneuver past the defender, he was promptly brought down. Although Pedri fell within the penalty area, the opposing defender insisted that the foul had occurred outside the box. The referee, caught in the rapid unfolding of events, hesitated to make a decisive call, as his positioning hindered his ability to assess the nature of the incident. Thus, he motioned for both sides to refrain from further discussion, opting to review the video footage to determine whether the foul had indeed taken place inside or outside the penalty area. Players from both teams gathered anxiously near the box, their eyes fixed on the referee's back, awaiting the verdict. Mingyu extended his hand to help Pedri up and inquired, "Penalty?" With a mischievous grin, Pedri replied, "It should have been a free kick, but I rolled forward a bit. Not sure if I managed to deceive the referee." Mingyu couldn't help but roll his eyes at Pedri's theatrics, thinking to himself that if he didn't know better, he might have assumed Pedri was also a product of La Masia, like himself. Indeed, the referee soon lowered his headset and signaled for a free kick. Pedri shook his head in resignation, realizing he had failed to con the referee into awarding a penalty. The referee approached and issued a yellow card to the defending player. After all, it was a serious foul, and if Pedri had slipped past, a shot on goal would have been imminent. Mingyu walked over, placed the ball about a meter from the edge of the penalty area, and retreated over 10 meters. This distance caused the Kosovo players who were preparing to form a wall to turn pale. They recalled Mingyu's previous powerful free kick and understood that his free kicks were anything but ordinary. Years ago, Alan Smith of Manchester United had his leg broken by a fierce free kick from Liverpool's set-piece specialist, a sight that horrified young Ronaldo, who witnessed it firsthand and crouched in fear. Likewise, Roberto Carlos had numerous instances where his free kicks left opponents unconscious. Even Ronald Koeman had once struck an opponent in the stomach with a free kick, leading to the player being carried off on a stretcher. Thus, witnessing Mingyu's movements left the Kosovo players feeling uneasy. Why, They thought, had he never displayed such prowess before? Shouldn't this be his secret weapon reserved for the final match against Sweden? Did they truly warrant being bombarded with such ferocity? Regardless of the Kosovo player's trepidation, Lee Mingyu steadied his breath, fixating intently on the goal. Given the proximity of the free kick, the likelihood of scoring was notably low. Whether it was a knuckleball or a curling shot, the ball would struggle to dip after clearing the wall. Thus, a powerful shot seemed a prudent choice, exploiting the fear within the wall to breach it and catch the goalkeeper off guard. The referee marked a line 15 meters from a ball, instructing the wall to stand behind it, a line precariously close to the edge of the small penalty area. The goalkeeper positioned himself near the left post, feeling a surge of anxiety. With a whistle, the atmosphere in the stadium became electric. The 80,000 strong crowd at the Bernabéu fell into a hushed silence, everyone holding their breath, afraid to disrupt Lee Mingyu's impending strike. The tension in the penalty area was palpable as the Kosovo players gazed in fear at Lee Mingyu, who began his run-up with quick, measured steps, his eyes glinting with determination. Accelerating swiftly, Lee Mingyu reached the ball and lifted his right leg high, striking the ball with a resounding thud. The Kosovo players, brave as they were, leapt in anticipation to block the shot. However, they were taken aback when Lee Mingyu executed a low drive rather than a high shot. The ball skimmed the ground like a bolt of lightning, darting beneath the wall and into the net before the goalkeeper could react. Stunned, the goalkeeper could only watch as the ball whizzed past him. The Kosovo wall, having leapt, realized too late that the ball had zipped through their legs. They wished to land quickly, but Newton's law was not on their side. The Bernabéu erupted once more in celebration. With this remarkable free kick, Lee Mingyu outsmarted the opposition, delivering a seldom-seen low shot that found its way into the net. The score was now 4-1, a clear message to Kosovo that they were not worthy of such indulgence in this arena. This goal extinguished any flicker of hope Kosovo had managed to muster. Faced with such a formidable opponent, the Kosovo players felt a growing sense of despair. In the ensuing minutes, they struggled to maintain cohesion. In the 65th minute, Lee Mingyu orchestrated an attack from midfield, delivering a subtle pass to Asensio. Asensio, confronted by the advancing goalkeeper, selflessly squared the ball to Pedri, who slotted it home effortlessly, bringing the score to 5-1. In the 75th minute, Enrique substituted Ferran Torres for Pedri and Casemiro for Busquets. By the 80th minute, Enrique intended to replace Lee Mingyu with Rodrigo. But just as the substitution was about to take place, Spain won a direct free kick in a promising position, approximately 28 meters from a goal. Aware of the impending substitution, Lee Mingyu gestured to Enrique, indicating his desire to take the free kick. With a resigned smile, Enrique allowed Rodrigo to wait a moment longer. This free kick filled the Kosovo players with trepidation once more, as it was in an ideal position, neither too far nor too close, akin to a penalty for a top-tier free kick specialist. This time, Lee Mingyu did not retreat far, but positioned himself about 3 meters to the left of the ball, suggesting he might attempt a curling shot or a knuckleball. This thought put the Kosovo wall at ease. As long as it wasn't a thunderous strike, they could manage it. However, for the goalkeeper, the challenge remained formidable. Even a powerful free kick might be thwarted by the wall, but a skillfully executed shot was far less forgiving. To preempt Lee Mingyu from utilizing his low drive again, the Kosovo team arranged for a player to lie behind the wall. Though it may seem somewhat amusing, it is evident that the Kosovo team has exerted every effort to prevent Lee Mingyu from completing a hat-trick of free kicks. They formed a wall of 6 players, along with one lying behind, totaling 7 individuals, leaving only 3 defenders aside from the goalkeeper. Had Lee Mingyu opted to pass instead of shooting directly, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Kosovo to thwart Spain's attack. However, judging by Lee Mingyu's expression and movements, it was clear he intended to take the shot himself. After all, with the match virtually secured, the allure of a hat trick from free kicks was undeniably enticing. Should he succeed in achieving this feat, Lee Mingyu would become the first recorded player in football history to accomplish 2 hat tricks from free kicks, an unprecedented achievement that would likely remain unmatched for the foreseeable future. Utilizing a one-time Ronaldinho free kick enhancement card, Lee Mingyu felt a newfound lightness within his body. In previous home matches, signing at Camp Nou had no longer granted him the skills of a star player, yet he consistently received various items or one-time cards. At this pivotal moment, he decided to employ the Ronaldinho card. In an instant, the spirits of 4 free kick maestros, Pirlo, Beckham, Roberto Carlos, and Ronaldinho seemed to inhabit him. Tilting his head slightly, and upon hearing the referee's whistle, Mingyu strode purposefully towards the ball. After a 5-step run-up, he positioned himself to the left of the ball, forcefully planting his left foot beside it, while his right leg swung back vigorously and his left hand rose high to maintain balance. With a swift motion, he struck the ball with the laces of his right shoe, imparting tremendous initial velocity. His right foot swung through until it nearly collided with his left leg. Completing the motion, Mingyu's body twisted into a corkscrew shape, yet he paid no heed, his gaze intensely fixed on the soaring ball. The positioning of the free kick was impeccable, directly facing the goal, complicating Kosovo's formation of a wall that could only muster 6 players, effectively blocking the entire right side of the goal. The Kosovo goalkeeper stood near the left post, but for him, the brief span from the kick to the ball's arrival at the goal, no more than a second, rendered quick judgment crucial. Despite the wall effectively covering the right side of the goal, seasoned free kick specialists often opt to curve the ball over the wall, targeting the right side, as the left side was guarded by the goalkeeper. Consequently, the goalkeeper, stationed on the left, began shifting his weight towards the right side. As Mingyu struck the free kick, the Kosovo goalkeeper had already begun to move towards the left side. To his shock, Mingyu aimed directly towards him. However, as his center of gravity had already shifted, he found it impossible to recover in time. Thus, a comical scene unfolded. The Kosovo goalkeeper was forced to halt abruptly and leap in the opposite direction, hoping that inertia might spare him. The harsh reality, however, was that to the spectators, the goalkeeper executed a hilariously exaggerated jump as the ball glided past him into the net. Had he not moved prematurely, the shot would have been an easy save. Yet due to his miscalculation in the psychological duel with Mingyu, the ball found its way into the goal with ease. With a score of 6-1, Mingyu achieved his second hat trick from free kicks, leading his team to a resounding victory over Kosovo. Currently, Spain's record in the group stands at 4 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, accruing 13 points, placing them second in the group. Sweden leads with 5 wins and 1 loss, amassing 15 points. In the final round, Sweden will host Spain, needing only to avoid defeat to secure their position as group leaders and advance directly to the 2022 Qatar World Cup. Conversely, Spain must secure a victory to qualify as group leaders. The second-place team will have to navigate 2 rounds of playoffs to determine the final qualification spot. At that juncture, a single elimination match poses a significant risk for both Spain and Sweden. Following the penultimate round of matches, all eyes once again turn to Mingyu. A hat trick from free kicks is arguably the most formidable achievement among hat tricks. Any player who manages to accomplish a hat trick from free kicks during their career is often dubbed a master of free kicks, with many such masters never having achieved this feat even once. Yet, within a mere month, Mingyu has accomplished 2 such hat tricks, a prodigious feat that has drawn the attention of numerous free kick specialists to this young talent, yet to reach the age of 20. The renowned Brazilian left-back Roberto Carlos, during an interview in Brazil, expressed his excitement, stating that he saw his own reflection in Mingyu, particularly noting the near 40-meter free kick struck with the outside of his right foot, which nearly brought him to tears. In the past, during a 4-nation tournament, Roberto Carlos had executed a similar free kick against France, although he later humbly attributed his success to luck and the wind's assistance. However, the clarity of Mingyu's execution left no doubt in the minds of spectators. Juninho, the free kick maestro and sporting director of the formidable League One club Lion, also expressed a keen interest in Mingyu, particularly regarding the versatility of his free kick techniques. As one of the greatest free kick specialists in football history, Juninho's remarks garnered attention from many football legends. Both Pirlo and Beckham noted that they saw reflections of their own styles in Mingyu, and these masters of the free kick were astounded and intrigued by his ability to master such a variety of techniques. How could one individual possess such a diverse repertoire of free kick styles? It is well understood that many movements in football are honed through extensive repetition, resulting in muscle memory. This is particularly true for free kicks and penalties, where players often exhibit little variation in their approach and rhythm. How Mingyu has managed to master so many styles remains an enigma in the world of football. Even the teammates in Barcelona are filled with curiosity during training. Mingyu hardly showcases his free kick prowess. Where did he acquire such skill? Lee Mingyu simply states, "Don't ask. I learned it from watching videos." For a week, the Spanish team has engaged in closed training sessions, preparing for a pivotal match that could determine the fate of the team. Similarly, the Swedish national team has conducted secret training at their home ground. The iconic Ullevi Stadium in Gothenburg, home to the leading team of the Swedish Super League, will host this crucial encounter. Located in the renowned city of Gothenburg, Ullevi Stadium boasts a rich history. Ranked 15th in the world, Sweden is considered a formidable team in Europe. The recent inclusion of Ibrahimovic has provided the team with a reliable backbone. At 40 years of age, Ibrahimovic's physical condition remains remarkably robust, and his influence continues to be formidable. Last season at Milan, he scored 18 goals, ranking second in the team, a testament to his enduring strength. This season, having transferred to Atletico Madrid, Ibrahimovic faces challenges from the likes of Mingyu and Haaland. Yet he has not shown any significant decline. Currently, he trails only Mingyu and Haaland in the scoring charts with 6 goals. Such performance is astounding for a forward of his age. Ibrahimovic places immense importance on this match, as he was narrowly defeated by Mingyu in their previous league encounter, where he suffered a dramatic last-minute loss. Through various matches, Ibrahimovic has come to understand Mingyu well. In his eyes, Mingyu has become one of the world's elite players, and if he continues to develop at this rate, his future achievements are boundless. In their last World Cup qualifying match, Mingyu's impressive performance, including 2 free-kick hat-tricks, has elevated his significance in Ibrahimovic's and the Swedish national team's eyes. The presence of a player capable of treating free kicks like penalty shots poses a significant headache for Sweden's coach, Andersson, who can only instruct his defenders to be vigilant and avoid conceding advantageous free-kick positions. However, Mingyu's recent display has made it clear that any area within 40 meters is within his range. During training, Ibrahimovic remains intensely focused, experiencing a thrill he has not felt in many years. As he faces the challenge posed by Mingyu, a defiant smile graces his face. "Last time, you ended our match with a dramatic goal. This time, I will show you my strength." On November 10th, 2021, at 3:00 p.m. local time, Ullevi Stadium was filled to capacity. This venue holds an unbreakable world record, established during the 1958 World Cup, when Frenchman Fontaine scored 4 goals in a single match. Finishing the tournament with 13 goals, an unprecedented feat. Ullevi Stadium, having undergone renovations while retaining its name, now boasts a more modern design, accommodating even more fans. The atmosphere surrounding today's decisive match is electric, with Swedish fans and those who traveled from Spain filling the stands. Outside, additional supporters from both teams gather, yet there is no historical animosity between them, allowing for a restrained atmosphere, unlike that of English fans. The Spanish team arrived in Sweden 3 days prior, but it was only yesterday that they were allowed to train at Ullevi Stadium, having practiced at Malmö FF's home ground for the rest of their stay. As the match draws near, the excitement within Ullevi Stadium intensifies. When the players take to the field for warm-ups, the crowd erupts in cheers, rallying behind their teams. Amidst the fervor, Mingyu successfully executes several stunning free kicks, eliciting exuberant roars from Spanish supporters. Meanwhile, the Spanish substitute goalkeeper, David De Gea, appears displeased, muttering, "Why am I the target?" In contrast, Spain's starting goalkeeper, Sim In from Athletic Bilbao, finds humor in the situation, relieved that he is not the one facing the onslaught. After a brief warm-up, both teams return to their locker rooms as coaches finalize their strategies. Soon, the players emerge from the tunnel. Mingyu and Ibrahimovic exchange a glance, both recognizing the competitive fire in each other's eyes. At 40, Ibrahimovic faces the 19-year-old Mingyu, a testament to their age difference, yet their competitive spirit is equally matched. As the players enter the field, the match is about to commence. Chapter 120. Ibrahimovic's supernatural free kick ability. Good evening, viewers of Tencent Sports. Welcome to our broadcast of this exhilarating match, the final round of the European World Cup qualifiers, a crucial game determining who will secure the top position in the group and qualify directly for the World Cup. The Swedish national team, currently ranked 15th in the world, faces off against the 6th-ranked Spanish team. The current standings show Sweden with 5 wins and 1 loss, totaling 15 points, while Spain has 4 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, with 13 points. For Sweden to secure first place in the group and a direct entry into next year's World Cup in Qatar, They must avoid defeat against Spain. Conversely, Spain must win to qualify directly. This matchup features numerous star players from the European leagues, with key figures Ibrahimovic and Mingyu both starting. To put it in the words of a Chinese netizen, this match is akin to a showdown between the great El Bu and Sun Quan. With Ibrahimovic at 40 and Mingyu not yet 20, the age gap mirrors that of El Bu, born in 156 AD, and Sun Quan, born in 182 AD, highlighting a 26-year difference. This match marks their first encounter since their time in La Liga, and it remains to be seen what sparks will fly on the field. Let us eagerly anticipate the unfolding drama. As the players take the field, allow me to introduce the starting lineups for both teams. The Swedish national team, competing on their home turf, deployed a notably conservative lineup today, employing a 4-5-1 formation that spoke volumes about their strategy. Today, the Swedish squad is akin to a tiger lurking in its den. The goalkeeper is Nordfeldt, the starting keeper for Swansea, who has just risen to the Premier League this year. The four defenders consist of Augustinsson from Werder Bremen, Helander from Rangers, Lindell F. from Manchester United, and Digger from Gent. A shared characteristic of these defenders is their towering stature, indicating that Sweden has taken extensive measures to fortify their aerial defense against Spain, with their height also providing a significant advantage in wall formations during free kicks. The tactical approach of the Swedish team is evidently well calibrated. The five midfielders include Larsson, Olsson, and Klaas N from the Swedish Allsvenskan, along with two players from Serie A, Svanberg and Kulusevski. At the forefront, the legendary Ibrahimovic assumes his role as the lone striker. The primary advantage of Sweden's lineup lies in their impressive height, with most players standing over 185 meters. Once the ball returns to their half, Spain will find it quite challenging to capitalize on aerial opportunities. The Spanish team, playing away, has made minimal adjustments to their lineup, maintaining the same formation as in their previous match against Kosovo. The match is about to commence. Following the coin toss, both teams have taken their positions in their respective halves, with Sweden initiating the kickoff. Congratulations, host, for signing in at Ullevi Stadium. Receiving the Ibrahimovic's miraculous goal ability card, one-time use. Ibrahimovic's miraculous goal ability card, one-time use. Upon using this card, the host will execute a classic miraculous shot from Ibrahimovic's career with an 80 success rate. Mingyu watched as Ibrahimovic sprinted past him, unable to suppress a gulp. The miraculous goals, of which Ibrahimovic has scored hundreds, include at least dozens that could be deemed extraordinary and worthy of the Puskas Award. Shaking off all distractions, Mingyu focused intently on the match. Following the kickoff, Sweden did not hastily launch an attack, but instead leveraged their numerical superiority in the midfield and defense to pass the ball around. Spain's midfielders pressed high into Sweden's territory, initiating an effective frontline press. Under pressure, Sweden resorted to passing back to their goalkeeper, who had no choice but to execute a long clearance into the forward area. However, with only Ibrahimovic in the attacking line and his heading ability being average, he struggled to maintain possession amidst a double team, allowing the Spanish team to regain control of the ball. Nevertheless, Sweden's defensive structure remained solid, and Spain found it challenging to create quick counterattacking opportunities. They gradually pushed forward, preparing for a protracted siege. With the Swedish players towering over their Spanish counterparts, Spain was compelled to rely on short ground passes. Mingyu continually sought to advance the ball through the center, hoping to unravel the Spanish defense with his passes. However, Sweden's defenders had clearly studied the characteristics of Spain's forwards well, effectively blocking their movements and denying them any turning opportunities. Spain's repeated assaults crashed against Sweden's steadfast defense like waves against a cliff, yielding no chances. 15 minutes into the match, Spain's vigorous attack began to wane. Although their rapid passing and frequent movements had left the Swedish players panting, it had also taken a toll on the Spanish squad. Mingyu felt waves of fatigue, having covered approximately 4,000 meters in relentless passing and positioning. The constant sprints, changes of pace, and sudden stops began to weigh heavily on him. The weather in Gothenburg was pleasant, yet the high humidity made it difficult for Mingyu to adapt despite several days of acclimatization. Both coaches stood on the sidelines, vocally directing their players, though the roar of the crowd made it uncertain whether the players could hear their instructions. Mingyu certainly could not discern what Enrique was shouting, but he understood the coach's gestures. Stay composed, do not rush. At this point, both sides had expended considerable energy, and the game would hinge on which team made a critical mistake first. Ibrahimovic had refrained from participating in Sweden's defensive efforts, as his age dictated that he conserve his energy for offensive plays. Mingyu made a forward pass to Pedri, who, upon receiving the ball, found himself unable to turn and had to return it to Mingyu before being double-teamed by the opposing defenders. However, Pedri's pass was slightly off target and sent in the opposite direction of Mingyu's run. Oh no! Mingyu quickly halted and shifted in the opposite direction. He felt a warning from his knee with that sudden movement. After all, such abrupt directional changes are quite taxing on the knees. This was not his home ground, and executing such maneuvers posed significant risks. Yet, he could not dwell on it, for he had already spotted Ibrahimovic, who had been dormant in the midfield, charging towards the ball like a shark sensing blood. Mingyu, unable to match Ibrahimovic's pace, watched as the latter seized the ball first. Nevertheless, Mingyu quickly closed the gap, preparing to disrupt Ibrahimovic's dribble. To the astonishment of the crowd, Ibrahimovic simply nudged Mingyu with his left hand in a protective maneuver, causing Mingyu to tumble to the ground. A chorus of boos erupted from the Swedish fans, questioning whether it was a dive. However, the referee showed no indication of a foul and signaled for play to continue. After tumbling to the ground, Mingyu quickly sprang back to his feet, but Ibrahimovic had already surged forward with the ball into Spain's half. Mingyu felt as if he had been shoved by a bear when Ibrahimovic's hand made contact with him. Having extended his leg in an attempt to intercept the ball, he lost his balance and fell. As he watched Ibrahimovic's retreating figure, Mingyu marveled at the man's extraordinary strength. Ibrahimovic intercepted the ball in midfield and surged ahead, with Mingyu in pursuit. Ahead lay the formidable duo of Ramos and Piku, seemingly eliminating Ibrahimovic's chances. However, as Ibrahimovic approached the 40-meter mark in Spain's half, he deftly flicked the ball and unleashed a powerful long-range shot. The ball rocketed forth like a cannonball, whizzing past Ramos, who instinctively recoiled in shock. The sheer force of that strike could undoubtedly leave an opponent in tears. As Mingyu observed Ibrahimovic prepare to shoot, a sudden jolt of alarm surged through him. Trouble was brewing. The Spanish goalkeeper Simon, having been largely idle for the past 15 minutes with Sweden failing to take a single shot, had become the most inactive player on the pitch, occasionally retreating to the edge of the penalty area to receive back passes, acting as a sweeper in the defense. He had not anticipated that his team would concede a goal so early in the midfield. The transition from Ibrahimovic's interception to a shot took a mere 2 seconds. At that moment, Simon was still positioned near the penalty line, and upon seeing Ibrahimovic intercept the ball, he felt little threat, merely taking a couple of steps back. However, as Ibrahimovic advanced with the ball, Simon began to sense the impending danger and started to retreat hastily. Just as Simon reached the vicinity of the penalty spot, Ibrahimovic unleashed a powerful strike from approximately 40 meters away. The ball soared through the air for about a second before entering the penalty area. By this time, Simon had just stepped on a goal line. Faced with a rapidly approaching ball, he could only leap backward in an attempt to deflect it. Although Ibrahimovic's shot had lost some power by the time it reached the goal, it was still too formidable for Simon to counter after his awkward jump. Ultimately, Simon managed to make contact, but the sheer force of the shot drove the ball firmly into the net. Lying on the ground in the small box, Simon felt the ball bounce twice along the goal line before striking his face, a slight pain finally revealing to him that a goal had been conceded. In the 18th minute of the first half, Ibrahimovic intercepted the ball in midfield, advanced forward, and unleashed a stunning strike from about 40 meters out, shattering Spain's defenses. The score was now 1-0, with Sweden, playing at home, taking the lead. This scene evoked memories for Spanish fans of the first encounter between the teams earlier in the year, when Ibrahimovic had also opened the scoring in the first half. That match had ended with Spain suffering a 0-2 defeat on home soil. Would history repeat itself? After scoring, Ibrahimovic exuberantly roared in the midfield, resembling a deity of war descending to the earth. The Swedish players, equally exhilarated, rushed to embrace him. Upon witnessing Ibrahimovic's goal, Mingyu couldn't help but silently commend the brilliance of the shot. It was spectacular. Ibrahimovic's football intelligence was remarkable, although he had remained dormant in midfield. He had meticulously assessed the positioning of Spain's defense, understanding the distances between Ramos and Piku, as well as Simon's placement, with pinpoint accuracy. Everything was in place, just awaiting the opportune moment. The long-awaited chance arrived when Pedri made a crucial back pass error, allowing Ibrahimovic to seize the opportunity after more than 10 minutes of waiting. With a single shot, he secured a goal, showcasing Sweden's offensive efficiency that utterly dwarfed Spain's. This goal silenced the Spanish fans momentarily, but suddenly they erupted with fervor, akin to water splashing into a hot frying pan, as the Spanish national anthem resonated once more within the Allianz Stadium. The players, inspired by the enthusiasm of the fans, quickly shed the gloom of conceding a goal and regained their focus, preparing to restart the game. With Sweden having scored, the situation became dire for Spain. They needed at least 2 goals to secure the top spot in the group, all while ensuring that Sweden would not score again. Mingyu and Pedri stood in the center circle, ready to kick off. As Ibrahimovic and his Swedish teammates returned from their celebration, he passed by Mingyu, offering a slight smile and a provocative glance. "Youngster, I've taken the lead. Care to retaliate?" Mingyu's expression grew more serious. Time was slipping away for Spain, with only about 70 minutes remaining. Chapter 121. The referee who controls the match? The kickoff commenced. Following their lead, the Swedish players visibly relaxed, further solidifying their defensive stance. Ibrahimovic positioned himself near the center circle, leaving Spain feeling as though they had a thorn lodged in their throats, causing Enrique on the sidelines to squirm uncomfortably. Mingyu, employing his adept skills, attempted to weave through Sweden's defense with short passes, seeking to exploit any potential weaknesses. However, despite Sweden's somewhat rough defensive style, each player maintained highly effective positioning, offering Spain little opportunity or space. Ground-level penetration was thwarted by Sweden's dense formation, making it challenging to create openings for incisive passes. Conversely, aerial assaults were rendered ineffective due to the height advantage held by the Swedish players, leaving Spain unable to contest for aerial superiority. In a state of desperation, Spain resorted to attempting long-range shots from the periphery, hoping to test the goalkeeper's reflexes. Yet, they found themselves frustrated as Sweden's goalkeeper Nordfeldt, a key player for Swansea City, newly promoted to the Premier League, was in excellent form. This season, Swansea had made a striking impression, boasting a record of 4 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss across 7 matches, currently placing them 6th in the Premier League with 14 points. Most notably, Nordfeldt had achieved 4 clean sheets in 7 matches, conceding only 3 goals, including against formidable opponents like Manchester United and Tottenham. As Sweden's primary goalkeeper, Nordfeldt's performance today was equally commendable. Mingyu's 2 high-quality long-range attempts were expertly parried, and Pedri's distant shot elicited an impressive save from him as well. As the first half approached the 40th minute, the score remained unchanged. On the sidelines, Enrique could no longer remain still, pacing restlessly as he observed the tense situation on the field, his frustration evident. Sweden's defensive strategy of parking the bus was proving highly effective, and with most of their players towering over 185 centimeters. Even a free kick or corner posed little threat to them. It seemed that Spain's vulnerabilities had been expertly exploited by Sweden. All eyes were now on Spain's youthful attacking midfielder. Mingyu, despite his evident talent and world-class organizational skills, lacked the necessary experience. Faced with Sweden's dense defensive setup, he appeared a loss. His usual strengths seemed ineffective. In the first half, Sweden had already granted Spain 2 excellent opportunities for free kicks. Yet Mingyu's second attempts had been thwarted, one blocked by the wall, and another, aimed to arc over it, had soared directly over the crossbar. After all, the probability of scoring from free kicks remained low, even with a repertoire of free kick specialists at his disposal. Mingyu could not guarantee that every set piece would result in a goal. Detecting that the host team is in distress, the indomitable fighting spirit is automatically activated. In an instant, Mingyu felt the fatigue drain from his body, and even the mental exhaustion from failing to break the deadlock vanished, replaced by an invigorating surge of strength. At that precise moment, the towering midfielder Larsson charged towards him, attempting to seize the football at his feet. Larsson appeared to be a quintessential Nordic brute, with his golden hair and even the golden-hued mustache gracing his lips, his robust physique resembling that of a lumberjack. During the first half, Mingyu had already been brought down by this lumbering giant twice. However, the fouls were minor, and the crafty Larsson swiftly reached out to pull Mingyu up after each incident. Consequently, the referee refrained from issuing a yellow card. This time, as Mingyu deftly nudged the ball to the right, preparing to maneuver past Larsson, the latter readied himself to employ the same tactic again. using his body to impede Lee Mingyu's control. Yet, to Larsson's astonishment, when their shoulders collided, he felt as though he had not struck Lee Mingyu, but rather a formidable presence akin to Ibrahimovic, thanks to the passive skill Iron Will, which upon activation bestowed Lee Mingyu with not only a revival of stamina and enhancement of condition, but also a hidden attribute of increased strength by 10 points. He now possessed a strength score of 91. While this was no match for Ibrahimovic's 98, it was still commendable. With the additional 10 points, Lee Mingyu transformed into a human tank. With a powerful shoulder shove, Larsson stumbled back. This spectacle elicited a tremendous gasp from the crowd, as despite Lee Mingyu's exceptional passing and control in the first half, he had been at a disadvantage in physical confrontations with the Swedish team. Larsson, second only to Ibrahimovic in stature on the Swedish team, was unexpectedly toppled by the seemingly frail Lee Mingyu. With this newfound momentum, Lee Mingyu faced no impediments on his path forward. The Swedish formation fell into disarray, caught off guard by Lee Mingyu's sudden advance. As he approached the opposing defenders, Lee Mingyu remained laser-focused, while Pedri and Asensio's movements created confusion within the Swedish backline. Despite the abundance of defenders, they couldn't all occupy the penalty area. Lee Mingyu executed a slick nutmeg on an advancing defender, leaving him behind effortlessly. The Swedish defenders, now relegated to a reactive stance, could only extend their long legs in a futile attempt to disrupt Lee Mingyu's dribbling. However, endowed with an exceptional sense of ball control from his time training alongside Messi at Barcelona, Lee Mingyu maneuvered gracefully through the tightest of spaces, eluding the desperate swipes of the Swedish defenders. After bypassing 3 of them, he entered the penalty area, where the defenders grew even more hesitant, acutely aware that a foul would result in a penalty kick. Yet, Lee Mingyu was unfazed. As he entered the box, he created a sliver of space and unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot, the ball threading through the legs of a central defender and aiming for the far corner of the net. Swedish goalkeeper Nordfeldt remained vigilant, his eyes fixated on the ball at Lee Mingyu's feet. However, the congestion within the penalty area made it difficult to maintain sight of the ball. At that critical moment, as the ball was obscured by a defender's legs, the unmistakable sound of a firm strike echoed through the noise of the stadium. It was a shot. Nordfeldt braced himself for the save, only to see the ball unexpectedly emerge between the legs of the defender before him, causing his heart to race as he lunged to the right. He felt his fingertips graze the ball, a fleeting sense of hope swelling within him, but upon turning, he was dismayed to witness the ball nestling into the net behind him. Tumbling to the ground, Nordfeldt rolled over. Frustration etched on his face as he struck the turf in despair, casting a helpless glance at Lee Mingyu, who had dashed to the sidelines in celebration. How had he managed to accomplish such a feat? Lee Mingyu, having evaded 5 defenders in front of goal, had equalized with a low shot. In the aftermath of the goal, Lee Mingyu was ecstatic, racing towards the Spanish fans, fists raised in triumph as he shouted out the frustrations that had built up during the first half. His teammates, witnessing the goal, surged towards him for a jubilant embrace. This timely goal rekindled hope for a Spanish team that had begun to lose faith. On the sidelines, Coach Enrique mirrored the excitement of a player who had scored, enveloping his assistant in a fervent hug, his raised fists alleviating some of the tension that had gripped him. Observing the exuberant celebration of the Spanish team, Ibrahimovic, standing near the center circle, wore a grim expression, dissatisfied with his defense for allowing Lee Mingyu to navigate through the throng with such ease to execute his shot. Watching the encircled Lee Mingyu, Ibrahimovic scoffed, feeling a pang of annoyance, vowing to replicate a stunning 5-player maneuver of his own. As the match resumed, both teams found themselves back at square one, yet the psychological edge still lay with Sweden, as a draw would secure their advancement as group leaders. Nevertheless, this goal infused a newfound vitality into the Spanish team. After the kickoff, Sweden promptly relinquished possession back to Spain. Yet, time was dwindling in the first half, with the 4th official indicating a single minute of stoppage time. Even Ibrahimovic retreated to his own 30-meter zone, recognizing this as Spain's final offensive opportunity, effectively precluding any chance for a Swedish counterattack. The referee, glancing at his watch, prepared to signal the end of the half. In those dying moments, Lee Mingyu, positioned 40 meters from midfield, executed a precise through ball to Pedri. Upon receiving it, Pedri spun and unleashed a stunning shot. However, while powerful, the angle was not particularly challenging. Positioned well, Nordfeldt remained alert, parrying the ball out of the penalty area. As the ball soared towards midfield, Spain's last attack bore no fruit, and just as the ball was airborne, the referee blew the final whistle, marking the conclusion of the first half. However, a shocking scene unfolded. At the point where the football descended, Mingyu had already adopted the stance of drawing a bow to shoot an arrow. Just as the referee's whistle pierced the air, Mingyu struck the football, sending it sailing towards a goal. The referee had signaled the end of the first half, causing the opposing goalkeeper to relax his vigilance. The shot was unexpected and taken from an acute angle, finding its way into the corner of the net. Nordfeldt stood in stunned silence, watching the ball enter, and quickly glanced towards the referee near the midfield. The referee wore a grim expression, but promptly signaled that the goal was invalid. After all, the ball had crossed the line only after he had blown the whistle to end the half, rendering it a null goal. Mingyu and his Spanish teammates were incensed, rushing toward the referee in protest. Spain's captain, Ramos, disregarded his personal grievances with Mingyu and hurried over, fervently appealing to the referee. Strictly speaking, the attack by the Spanish team had not concluded, as the football had not gone out of play, nor had it been claimed by the Swedish team, indicating that Spain still had the opportunity for a second attack. The referee's reasoning was straightforward. Prior to the goal, and just before Pedri's shot, the 1-minute stoppage time had elapsed. He had granted them additional time, and after their shot was saved, he had rightfully blown the whistle to end the match. The subsequent goal was indeed unexpected. The players from Sweden, still recovering from the shock, approached to confront the Spanish team. Tensions mounted on the field. The referee, internally cursing the absurdity of the situation, called the captains to his side and reiterated his decision, affirming the goal was invalid and urging them to disperse and return to their locker rooms. Ramos recognized the futility of contesting the referee's ruling and left, muttering under his breath. Meanwhile, Ibrahimovic wore a sly smile. The disallowed goal was a significant blow to Spain. Had Mingyu's strike counted, they could have entered the locker room with a draw, ready to regroup for the second half. However, the psychological impact of the disallowed goal was significant, particularly in such a critical match where every goal holds immense importance. One can only hope they maintain their composure. Chapter 122. The Awakened Mingyu. A powerful strike back in the locker room. The Spanish team wore expressions of discontent, and Mingyu furrowed his brow in frustration. The disallowed goal before halftime left a bitter taste. Enrique entered with a dark expression, forcefully shutting the door behind him. The team's performance in the first half had been commendable, and he urged them to continue their efforts in the second half without dwelling on the previous incident. Maintaining a calm mindset, despite his inner fury, Enrique knew he had to soothe the players' emotions. Allowing them to carry their frustrations onto the pitch would be perilous. The significance of this match needed no reiteration. He hoped they would continue to implement their pre-match strategy, pressing against the opponent's defense. He had observed that many of the Swedish players appeared fatigued and urged them to capitalize on this in the second half. "Lee, the offense will be entrusted to you." Enrique's gaze bore into Mingyu, placing all his hopes upon him. Without hesitation, Mingyu nodded resolutely. After 10 minutes of discussing the details for the second half with the players, Enrique managed to mitigate the impact of the earlier incident. However, this was merely a FA-ade. The players would not easily forget the events that transpired. As the halftime break concluded, both teams returned to the field. The fans had experienced some unrest during the intermission, spurred by the disallowed goal. Spanish supporters, driven by emotion, had reacted irrationally, while Swedish fans engaged in mockery, leading to minor clashes in the stands. Security personnel swiftly intervened, quelling the altercations. The stands became a clear demarcation of loyalty, with Swedish and Spanish fans separated by a line of riot shields, creating a surreal atmosphere. Upon taking the field, the players were aware of the tensions, and a flicker of anger emerged in their gazes. As the taunts from the Swedish fans echoed around them, Mingyu narrowed his eyes, and Pedri, standing beside him, sensed a surge of intensity. The second half commenced with Spain taking the kickoff. At the referee's whistle, the match resumed. Asensio passed the ball back to Mingyu. Facing Ibrahimovic's advance, Mingyu deftly redirected the ball to the flank, slipping past the towering forward. Noticing Mingyu's serious demeanor, Ibrahimovic sensed a marked difference from the first half. Mingyu was now fully immersed in the game, his focus sharpened. He had discarded all negativity and external noise from his mind. Before him lay only the football and the 22 players on the field. Even the referee had faded from his thoughts. With unwavering concentration, Mingyu skillfully maneuvered the ball, his head swaying as he scanned the positions of nearly all players on the field, adjusting his passing lanes with precision. Having absorbed the skills of legendary midfielders such as Zidane, Xavi, Iniesta, and Ronaldinho, he had gradually developed his own unique midfield prowess. In this pivotal match, Mingyu finally awakened to his mastery of the midfield. Congratulations, host, for discovering your unique midfield mastery skill in a crucial match. Absolute focus. Absolute focus. While controlling the ball, Mingyu can achieve complete concentration, allowing him to be acutely aware of the movements of nearly every player on the field, enabling him to plan his passing routes with centimeter precision. Although this skill does not confer any statistical bonuses, it represents a qualitative enhancement in Mingyu's control over the midfield. This transformation was felt not only by the Spanish players, but also by the Swedish team, who sensed that Mingyu had become an entirely different player. In the first half, while Mingyu had demonstrated competent ball control, the pressure had caused some imperfections in his passing, leading to noticeable errors when engaging with the Swedish defense. Yet at the beginning of the second half, his passing awareness had become markedly refined. Even in physical contests with opposing players, Mingyu ensured his passes remained impeccably accurate. In the second half, the players of the Swedish team found themselves unable to touch the ball for nearly 10 minutes, merely trailing behind the rhythm set by the Spanish team, or rather, following the tempo dictated by Mingyu, engaging in fruitless runs. Sweden's head coach, Andersson, stood on the sidelines with his arms crossed, his expression growing increasingly grim. He realized that the Spanish team intended to exhaust Sweden using their most proficient tactics. Unfortunately, he had no countermeasures at his disposal. After all, this was a blatant strategy. If one does not keep pace with me, then, amidst the pulls and tugs, gaps will inevitably emerge. Conversely, if you do follow my lead, your stamina will eventually wane. The energy expenditure of proactive positioning differs significantly from that of reactive positioning. The Spanish team's possession-based technique has been honed over the past 2 decades, reaching its zenith a decade ago, leaving opponents baffled. Since the retirement of Xavi, however, this style has faltered, leading to a sharp decline in Spain's performance. Upon studying this strategy, teams have discovered that its essence lies in the necessity of having a maestro like Xavi to orchestrate the play, alongside a cadre of equally skilled teammates to execute it flawlessly. Thus, many teams have approached this strategy with trepidation. Even Spain and Barcelona have nearly abandoned it. The emergence of Mingyu has resurrected this tactic from the annals of history. Many players in Barcelona are former stalwarts, and during training, their understanding is remarkably swift. Since the Spanish team is fundamentally structured around Barcelona's framework, this tactic quickly became a staple of their play. Enrique, a former player for both Barcelona and Spain, is well acquainted with this system. While Mingyu's previous performances only mirrored about 70% of Xavi's prowess, the current Spanish teammates differ significantly from the invincible squad of yore. Thus, when confronted by a defensively robust team like Sweden, Spain's shortcomings in finishing became apparent. Forwards Asensio and Pedri found themselves utterly immobilized by the opposing defense, unable to showcase their brilliance displayed at their clubs. However, in the second half, with Mingyu's sudden awakening, the entire demeanor of the Spanish team transformed dramatically. The crux of possession play lies in the timing of passes. With his newfound focus, Mingyu exhibited an exquisite mastery over the timing of his passes. Each ball was delivered to his teammates in the most comfortable positions, allowing them the space to maneuver. Unlike the first half, where although his passes were precise, poor timing often resulted in missed opportunities, with teammates being tightly marked by opponents, forcing them to retreat and squander chances, causing their performance to fluctuate. With a deft through ball, Mingyu set up Llorente, who, upon receiving the pass, was pleasantly surprised to find that the defender shadowing him had not closed in. In a moment of joy, Llorente swiftly pivoted, effortlessly evading the approaching defender. Smooth and fluid, the instant he received the ball, he sensed its perfect weight and angle, allowing him to execute his next move with remarkable ease, a stark contrast to the first half. Llorente had no time to ponder the drastic change between halves, as this attacking opportunity was incredibly rare. Racing down the flank, after slipping past the defender, he kept an eye on the situation along the edge. Feeling in top form, He executed 2 quick step-overs, throwing off the opponent's balance, and with a deft touch of his right foot, he began to cut inside. This maneuver left Sweden's defense in disarray. As 2 defenders were bypassed, gaps began to appear in their backline. The opposing center back could no longer stand idly by and charged forward, gritting his teeth. Llorente glanced at the center, his eyes lighting up as he pushed the ball with the instep of his right foot, sending it towards the edge of the penalty area. At that moment, Mingyu had made a swift run into the space created, drawing the opposing defensive midfielder away, while the center back strayed from his position. Mingyu met the incoming ball with a powerful long-range shot from 28 meters out, the ball soaring through the air with no spin, akin to a guided missile aimed at the Swedish goal. Sweden's goalkeeper, Nordfeldt, had been drawn to the left post by Llorente. Fearing a direct shot, he moved towards the left, but as he saw Llorente pass the ball centrally, he hurriedly adjusted back to the middle. Mingyu's strike took Nordfeldt by surprise, as the ball was aimed squarely at his left post. With his weight already shifting towards the center, he found it nearly impossible to redirect himself, resulting in a desperate flail of his left hand, hoping to make contact with the ball. Alas, his hand merely brushed against the air, and the ball nestled into the top left corner of the net, lingering there for nearly 2 seconds before succumbing to gravity. The sheer power of the shot was undeniable. After scoring, Mingyu exuberantly rushed to the stands, celebrating fervently with the Spanish fans. Overwhelmed with guilt for having let them down during the halftime break, he dedicated the goal to these devoted supporters. The fans, moved to tears by Mingyu's spectacular goal, waved Spanish flags and chanted his name. Mingyu. 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 To Mingyu's astonishment, the fans were calling out his name in imperfect Mandarin, which only heightened his excitement. Whether within the team or during interviews, he was mostly addressed simply as Li, so hearing his full name chanted was a delightful surprise. With open arms, he gestured a kiss to the fans, igniting even more fervor among them. His teammates rushed over, with Pedri playfully toppling Mingyu to the ground, disregarding his protests, while others joined in, creating a heap of jubilant bodies. The celebratory scene, while amusing to spectators, was a rather unfortunate predicament for the one at the bottom. There was a past incident where a player, after scoring, was buried beneath his teammates, and, when they finally got up, they were horrified to find him unconscious, prompting immediate medical attention. Such incidents are all too common on the field, with some players even sustaining fractures to their legs or arms from being pinned beneath others. Consequently, many teams have explicitly prohibited such celebratory gestures. However, Pedri was utterly exhilarated. The recent strike of the ball had soared past him, allowing him to feel its power. For Mingyu, whether in club or national team settings, he is always looked up to as a leader. Amidst Mingyu's ongoing protests, his teammates reluctantly disentangled themselves from him. Observing Mingyu's dejected and disheveled demeanor, Pedri instinctively recoiled and hastily retreated. Unable to identify the culprit, Mingyu could only shake his fist in frustration. On television broadcasts, Mingyu's comically fierce gesture was captured in countless screenshots, transforming into a popular meme. His expression of annoyance quickly spread across the internet, garnering widespread acclaim from netizens. Chapter 123. Time is running short for the Spanish team in the 55th minute of the second half. The score stood at 2-1. The visiting Spanish team had astonishingly taken the lead against Sweden on their home turf. Now it was Sweden that found themselves anxious, for if this score remained until the final whistle, they would be relegated to a playoff. The Swedish head coach, no longer able to maintain his composure, began to signal for substitutes to warm up in preparation for a change. The Swedish players on the field were equally disheartened. Mingyu's recent strike had caught them completely off guard. At the outset of the second half, Spain's possession play had escalated dramatically, leaving them momentarily stunned. Particularly Mingyu, playing as an attacking midfielder, seemed to have transformed, with his passing and positioning exhibiting an elegance reminiscent of a finely tuned machine, as if the aging Spanish squad had received a much-needed oiling. Llorente's sudden dash down the flank caught them unprepared, and the ensuing sequence of plays left the Swedish defense in disarray. With the absence of a defensive midfielder and center-backs to provide protection, Mingyu received Llorente's cross and unleashed a spectacular long-range shot, propelling Sweden to the brink of despair. Ibrahimovic, his expression as frosty as the winter air, stood in the center circle, waiting for the Spanish players to retreat to their half before launching the ball backward. The morale of the Spanish team surged. and their pressing in midfield grew increasingly ferocious. Sweden's attempts to advance were stymied, as they could only resort to long balls aimed at Ibrahimovic. Although towering, Ibrahimovic was not renowned for his heading prowess, and lacking support from teammates in the forward line, any header he could muster would hardly yield a significant scoring opportunity. Busquets firmly pressed against Ibrahimovic's back, hindering his ability to leap comfortably. Ibrahimovic managed to nod the ball, but Mingyu was already positioned to intercept it effortlessly, turning to initiate an attack. Seeing Mingyu's composed control of the field, Ibrahimovic's expression darkened with frustration. Mingyu had a comprehensive understanding of the positions of all players on the pitch. In midfield, he operated with remarkable ease, each pass perfectly weighted to enable his teammates to receive the ball comfortably, while simultaneously putting the opposing defenders on edge. Upon receiving a return pass from Pedri, Mingyu executed a feint before pivoting to let the ball roll behind him. With a graceful swing of his left foot, he delivered a stunning half-volley from approximately 25 meters, finding the advancing Alba on the opposite side of the field. A collective gasp of astonishment echoed from the crowd, regardless of whether they were Spanish or Swedish supporters. From their perspective, Mingyu seemed positioned near the right flank, with the defender on his left, his gaze fixed to the right. Alba's sudden run was entirely unexpected. Mingyu could not possibly have spotted him from that angle. Yet, Mingyu possessed an expansive field of vision. Though physically situated on the right, he constantly scanned the field, anticipating Alba's run well within his calculations. The two were teammates at Barcelona, having developed a seamless understanding through countless unspoken combinations in their club outings. Thus, Mingyu's pass was premeditated. However, for Sweden, the ball's swift transition was utterly unforeseen. Alba received the pass comfortably, and upon stopping the ball, he noted that the nearest defender was still a considerable distance away. After a relatively quiet performance, Alba revved up his pace, hurtling towards the Swedish defensive line. The Swedish defense braced itself. Alba's advance rendered Sweden's defense reactive. Their towering fullbacks were adept at managing aerial threats and structured defenses, but they appeared cumbersome when faced with a rapid offensive thrust. The Swedish fullback, Olsen, was easily bypassed by Alba's deft change of pace. Alba surged forward, eyes scanning the central area of the field. Asensio, Pedri, and Mingyu formed a triangular offensive formation. A brief exchange between Asensio and Pedri unsettled the Swedish backline. Nevertheless, Sweden's defensive shape remained intact, with at least one defender closely shadowing each Spanish attacker. Observing that the central passing options were lacking, Alba became somewhat fixated on taking matters into his own hands. Sensing Alba's intentions, Mingyu thought to himself, this could end poorly, as he recognized that Sweden's defensive setup had formed a compact encirclement, awaiting Alba's intrusion. Mingyu swiftly moved towards the left flank, extending his hand in a gesture to indicate he wanted the ball. Yet, two Swedish defenders closely followed him, effectively obstructing his attempt to receive the pass. Alba, prepared to execute his dribble, was fixated solely on the goal ahead. His continuous step-overs bewildered the Swedish defenders, yet he squandered the optimal moment to pass. After evading one defender, he suddenly found himself confronted by two more. Faced with this dual pressure, Alba, with no other option, opted for a hasty shot from outside the penalty area. This rushed attempt posed no real threat to the Swedish goal, and Alba's advancement had inadvertently left Spain's flank vulnerable. Ibrahimovic had drifted to the right sideline, receiving a long pass from the Swedish goalkeeper. Only then did Busquets arrive from midfield to assist. Indeed, this was a significant blunder on Busquets' part, for when Alba surged forward, the space left behind should have been filled by Busquets. However, due to his diminished form, he was unable to reposition swiftly, resulting in a lapse in defense. Faced with Ibrahimovic, beads of sweat formed on Busquets' brow as he attempted a fierce challenge, only to be effortlessly evaded by Ibrahimovic. Busquets stretched out both hands in a desperate attempt to grasp Ibrahimovic. Yet the towering figure of Ibrahimovic offered no opportunity for such a hold, swiftly leaving Busquets in his wake. Watching Ibrahimovic's retreating silhouette, Busquets stumbled slightly, a flicker of despondency appearing in his eyes. How is it that at just 33, I feel as though I am already 40? After bypassing Busquets, Ibrahimovic found himself confronting Spain's defensive line composed of Ramos, Piku, and Irigarce, all of whom are world-class defenders. Yet, even they dared not underestimate Ibrahimovic. The disparity between Ibrahimovic's imposing stature and his deft footwork was striking. Piku, rushing forward, hesitated to extend his leg, acutely aware that any such attempt could lead to his being easily bypassed by Ibrahimovic. Instead, Piku sought to shepherd Ibrahimovic towards the flanks, hoping to buy time for his teammates to regroup. The other two defenders remained vigilant, as two Swedish players were already advancing rapidly from the center. However, having witnessed Mingyu's earlier brilliance, Ibrahimovic was brimming with pent-up frustration, unwilling to squander such a promising opportunity. In response to Piku's close marking, Ibrahimovic used his formidable physique to collide forcefully with Piku's shoulder. Piku gritted his teeth, feeling as though he had been struck by a truck, momentarily losing his balance. Seizing this moment, Ibrahimovic executed a sudden stop and deftly maneuvered, sending Piku sprawling to the ground. This spectacle left Ramos and Garca in disarray. Garca, as a Barcelona teammate, rushed in without verbal communication, intent on covering for Piku. Yet, this reactive defense was no match for Ibrahimovic, who elegantly sidestepped Garca with a skillful feint. Ibrahimovic surged into the penalty area, with Ramos positioned about 3 meters away, unable to thwart the shot that was already in motion. The goalkeeper, Simon, had also committed to rushing out to block the angle, but as a top striker, Ibrahimovic rarely misses such opportunities. With a fierce strike, Simon found himself unable to touch the ball, helplessly watching as it danced into the net. The score leveled at 2-2, igniting a volcanic eruption of enthusiasm among the Swedish supporters. Following his goal, Ibrahimovic rushed to the sidelines, tearing off his jersey to reveal his tattooed physique. Resembling a statue of an ancient Greek warrior, roaring in catharsis as he released the frustration that had built within him. Such ferocity belies his age. Ibrahimovic's explosive power and agility remain at an elite level. Truly, he is akin to the legendary steed Red Hair, charging into the fray with the ferocity of Elbu. This goal delivered a devastating blow to the Spanish team. With less than 30 minutes remaining, they now required another goal to secure direct qualification. Meanwhile, Ibrahimovic's strike served as a potent stimulant, revitalizing a previously dispirited Swedish squad. As the Swedish players rallied around Ibrahimovic, their spirits lifted. The Spanish players could only furrow their brows in concern. The ensuing match would prove challenging. Mingyu stood near the center circle, having been sidelined during the previous moment. Once Alba's shot was saved by the opposing goalkeeper, Lee sensed impending trouble and swiftly turned to assist in thwarting the Swedish advance. However, the goalkeeper's decisive long pass found Ibrahimovic, who was well positioned. As Lee sprinted back, reaching the center circle just as Ibrahimovic executed a splendid attack, he felt a wave of frustration. The goal could have been prevented had it not been for Alba's premature advance that ensnared them in the opponent's trap. Alba's overcommitment, Busquets' lapse, Piku's failure to contain, and Garca's being outmaneuvered. Barcelona's defensive quartet bore the brunt of the blame for this goal. The transition from Alba's reception to Ibrahimovic's strike occurred in a mere 20 seconds, a roller coaster of emotional turmoil that elicited a chorus of boos from the Spanish supporters. On the sidelines, Enrique was visibly furious, kicking a water bottle in frustration. This scene mirrored that of Barcelona's coach Koeman, showcasing a shared lineage in coaching style. Ibrahimovic's exuberant celebration earned him a yellow card, yet this was trivial in his eyes. Passing by Mingyu, Ibrahimovic bore a defiant expression, their gazes locking momentarily, igniting a spark in Lee's eyes. With the sound of the whistle, the match resumed. This time, the Swedish team displayed a more resolute defense, with even Ibrahimovic retreating to his own 30-meter zone. A multitude of players crowded into the Swedish half, pressing the Spanish defense to the center circle. Such a compact defense made it exceedingly difficult for Spain to penetrate into threatening territory. In the forward position, Lee remained patient, vocally urging his teammates to reposition and stretch the Swedish defense. In the 75th minute, both coaches began to make substitutions. For Sweden, Ibrahimovic, as an irreplaceable forward, would remain on the pitch despite his fatigue. His mere presence posed an intangible threat to Spain. The Swedish side made defensive substitutions to maintain their defensive integrity. Conversely, Spain introduced Morata, who had been benched the previous match, forming a 3-forward lineup by replacing the exhausted Busquets. Asensio, having underperformed, was also substituted for a pacey winger. Spain's lineup now bore the hallmarks of desperation. Chapter 124. The return of the Iberian Divine ball. The Spanish team intensified their offensive. Yet the newly invigorated Swedish squad showed no signs of faltering. On several occasions, when Spain's attempts at goal proved futile, Sweden launched two sudden counterattacks that sent ripples of alarm through the Spanish defense. Nevertheless, these counterattacks drained the last vestiges of energy from Ibrahimovic, whose formidable physique began to succumb to cramping. After all, at the age of 40, even the finest athleticism cannot withstand the ravages of time. Seated on the pitch, a look of frustration etched on his face, Ibrahimovic pounded the turf with his fists. The prospect of being substituted again filled him with unease. He vividly recalled a previous encounter in the league when, representing Atletico Madrid against Barcelona, he too had been substituted in the dying moments due to exhaustion. Helplessly watching as Mingyu scored a last-minute winner, sealing his team's fate in a high-stakes match. The feeling of impotence had been a source of profound anguish for him. Now, as he faced yet another substitution nearing the 80-minute mark with the score still tied, an inexplicable sense of dread washed over him. Would his team repeat the same fate? From the bench, Ibrahimovic grimaced at the unfolding scene on the pitch. Following his departure, Sweden retreated into their defensive third. As the clock ticked towards 90 minutes and the match veered into stoppage time, Spain remained unable to breach Sweden's defense. The score still locked at 2-2. Tension mounted among the Spanish players, their composure beginning to fray. Although a draw would not eliminate their chances of qualifying for the World Cup, it would significantly diminish their prospects, introducing unnecessary complications. The referee's whistle echoed repeatedly, leading to 2 yellow cards being issued to the Spanish team in a mere span of 2 minutes. Mingyu shouted fervently, urging everyone to remain calm, reminding them that the match was far from over. His voice had a modicum of effect. Yet the electronic board displaying 3 minutes of stoppage time reignited anxiety within the Spanish ranks. Time was running out. On the sidelines, not only were the coaches of both teams standing anxiously, but even the substitute players huddled together, their expressions a mix of concern and hope as they prayed for their respective teams. In the 91st minute, Mingyu unleashed a long-range shot that demanded an extraordinary save from the opposing goalkeeper, denying a spectacular attempt. The crowd erupted in mixed reactions. Spanish fans clutched their heads in disbelief, emitting desperate sighs, while Swedish supporters gasped in relief, celebrating their narrow escape. However, the match was far from over. The ball, deflected away by the goalkeeper, did not find a Spanish player. A Swedish defender, unwilling to hesitate, sent the ball soaring into the Spanish half. A yellow-clad figure surged forward like an arrow, initiating his run from Sweden's half toward Spain's goal. Due to Spain's high defensive line, Ramos and Eric Garc matched the runner's pace almost simultaneously. Yet this player had just been substituted onto the field, bursting with energy as he charged into Spain's territory. Upon receiving a pass, he left nearly all Spanish defenders trailing behind, striding confidently toward the penalty box. A collective gasp arose from the stands. The broadcast captured the player as he dribbled from the left sideline toward the center, glancing back at the approaching defenders. Noticing that Eric Garca was still 2 meters away, confidence surged within him. But from his left, a player in the wide-awake kit of Spain, like a flash of lightning, closed in from behind. Mingyu, having just taken a shot, had no time for regret as he began a frantic chase. Fortunately, the ball lingered in the air long enough and veered sufficiently off course to grant him a chance to recover. Just 2 minutes prior, the system had reactivated the iron will passive skill, greatly restoring his stamina, allowing for this remarkable pursuit. Good heavens, who is that? The commentator exclaimed. It's Mingyu. Sprinting back with astonishing speed, even surpassing Forsberg, who recently entered the pitch. What remarkable physical prowess. One must note that last season, Mingyu's stamina was a significant concern. It appears he has made tremendous strides this summer. Forsberg seemed oblivious to Mingyu's pursuit, his pace diminishing as he prepared for a lob shot. Noticing that Spain's goalkeeper, Simon, was slightly advanced, Mingyu positioned himself beside Forsberg, who appeared startled, losing control of the ball. In a moment of brilliance, Mingyu executed a clean tackle, reclaiming the ball, while Forsberg fell to the ground, gesturing to the referee for a foul that went unacknowledged. As the tackle was entirely legitimate. After regaining his feet swiftly, Mingyu surged towards Sweden's half. The prospect of scoring ignited enthusiasm among his teammates. prompting them to push forward while the Spanish players scrambled back to defend. Sweden's formation began to fray. Upon witnessing Mingyu's interception, the Swedish players relaxed momentarily, neglecting their defensive strategy and instead pursuing him in the midfield. Mingyu glanced up and spotted a significant gap on the left flank, where Alba had made a rapid advance. With a precise diagonal pass from 40 meters away, he delivered the ball directly to Alba's feet. Having passed, Mingyu did not halt his momentum. Instead, he continued his rapid advance toward the opponent's goal. Upon receiving the pass, Alba took a few strides before delivering a cross. The Swedish defense, having been disrupted by the pass, left a gaping hole in the center. The recently substituted young talent, Bryan Gil, unleashed a volley that rocketed toward the goal like a cannonball. The atmosphere in the stadium reached a fever pitch, with every gaze fixed upon the ball. Time had reached 92 minutes and 40 seconds. If this shot found the net, it would undoubtedly seal the match. However, what shattered the hearts of all Spanish fans was that Bryan Gil's powerful shot, despite its immense force, was directed too straight, allowing the opposing goalkeeper to effortlessly deflect the ball with his fists. Nevertheless, due to the sheer strength of the shot, upon striking the goalkeeper's fists, the ball soared high into the penalty area. At that moment, the referee was glancing at his watch. The time had reached 92 minutes and 50 seconds, with merely 10 seconds remaining before the match concluded. If the ball would be cleared from the penalty area by the opposing goalkeeper or players, the referee would likely blow the final whistle. However, recalling the own goal in the first half, the referee silently reminded himself to wait until the Swedish team regained control or the ball exited the sidelines before signaling the end of the match, to avoid unnecessary disputes. Although the referee's decision regarding that earlier goal was sound, one could argue that Spain still had grounds for complaint regarding the finer details. The players from both teams began to jostle within the penalty area, vying for the high ball, with Spanish players tumbling to the ground, hoping the referee would award a penalty. Yet, the referee remained impervious to such amateur theatrics, his gaze sharp and his demeanor wise. Within the imposing presence of the Swedish team's defense, Spain's players found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Even the opposing goalkeeper surged from the 6-yard box, attempting to catch the ball. Standing at 195 centimeters tall, coupled with his wingspan, he was the most formidable contender for aerial duels on the field. However, with so many players contesting for the header, the goalkeeper was unable to position himself effectively. Realizing the precariousness of his advance, he leapt high, striking the ball with his right fist, sending it out of the penalty area. The referee had already brought the whistle to his lips, ready to signal the end of the match. At 92 minutes and 55 seconds, the ball soared out from the Swedish penalty area towards the right side of the field. There stood a Spanish player, albeit seemingly out of position. The ball flew over Mingyu's head as he sprinted forward. Upon reaching the edge of the penalty area, he discovered the ball had ascended high, landing behind him. At 92 minutes and 58 seconds, just as the referee was poised to blow the final whistle, he noticed Mingyu near the ball's landing spot. A flicker of hope ignited within him, causing him to swallow the whistle's impending sound. "Young man, please commence your performance." Ding, the host uses the Ibrahimovic's divine shot ability card. One-time use. With an optimal position and angle, the probability of scoring exceedingly high. Mingyu suddenly alta. Pivoting away from the goal, leaping high to meet the descending ball, executing a magnificent bicycle kick. From approximately 30 meters away, he struck the falling ball with elegance, sending it hurtling back towards the Swedish goal. The ball, akin to a guided missile, plunged into the net, leaving the entire Swedish defense in a state of shock. Witnessing this moment, the crowd was left speechless, particularly Ibrahimovic, who stood on the sidelines waiting for the match's conclusion. He felt as if he were gazing into a mirror, watching Mingyu replicate his iconic bicycle kick. On November 14, 2012, during a match between Sweden and England, in the 91st minute, Sweden led England 3-2. In response to a long pass from Sweden's defense, England's goalkeeper Joe Hart emerged from the penalty area, heading the ball clear, but with little foresight. Unbeknownst to him, Ibrahimovic, unlike an ordinary player, did not attempt to control the high ball to organize another attack. Instead, much like Mingyu today, he sprinted towards the ball's landing spot, executing a phenomenal bicycle kick from 33 meters out, sending the ball into the England net. At that time, Ibrahimovic was in his prime, his physical attributes surpassing even those of today. The slow-motion replay revealed his foot soaring over 2 meters high, Witnessing this spectacle, commentator and former England manager Graham Taylor exclaimed, "Ibrahimovic shot from there. He had no right to do that. This is undoubtedly the most beautiful goal I have ever witnessed, and I will forever remember this match." The Guardian echoed, 999 players would never consider attempting such a shot in that area. They wouldn't even think of it. That was over 30 meters away from the goal. Ibrahimovic is simply audacious and confident. The Daily Mail humorously cautioned fans, "Do not attempt this shot at home." Meanwhile, Sweden's head coach Erik Hammer remained remarkably composed, stating, "Whether in training or official matches, he consistently executes seemingly impossible maneuvers, sometimes making you feel as if you're watching someone play a football video game." At the subsequent FIFA awards ceremony, Ibrahimovic was honored with the 2013 PUSK-S award for this extraordinary goal. Lee Mingyu astonishingly replicated Ibrahimovic's near-identical goal. Although this shot was facilitated by a one-time use ability card obtained from the system, Lee Mingyu's physical prowess was magnificently showcased in this moment. The referee, after a brief pause following Lee Mingyu's goal, finally signaled the goal to be valid. 2-3. The Spanish team, playing away, achieved a stunning last-minute victory over Sweden. Chapter 125. Champions League Group Stage. Encountering Juventus again, the entire Allianz Stadium was engulfed in a scene half aflame, half submerged in ice. In the center of the stands, a line of security personnel, armed with riot shields, stood tensely, separating the two distinctly polarized factions. On the left, Spanish fans clad in red Matador jerseys descended into madness. As in the final second of the match, Lee Mingyu delivered a breathtaking divine shot, leading his team to triumph over Sweden, securing the top spot in the group and earning a direct ticket to the 2022 Qatar World Cup. Meanwhile, on the right, separated by a human wall, Swedish fans were plunged into a silence akin to the sky collapsing. Many could hardly believe their eyes, struggling to comprehend how their team could be defeated in the dying moments of the match. One side erupted in nearly frenzied celebration, while the other was engulfed in despair. Fortunately, the stadium's security system was highly advanced. Noticing the escalating situation, a contingent of armed security personnel swiftly intervened, restoring calm among the increasingly hysterical Swedish fans. On the field, Swedish players sat despondently with their heads in their hands, unable to grasp the reality of the situation, while the Swedish goalkeeper remained motionless on the goal line, staring blankly at the still ball nestled in the net, his heart unsettled for an extended period. The players of the Swedish team, standing on the sidelines, wore expressions of anguish, frozen in place. After Lee Mingyu scored, Ibrahimovic stood motionless, his face devoid of expression. Yet his eyes were filled with torment. Having faced Lee Mingyu twice and drawn both times, he was substituted due to fatigue, helplessly watching as his opponent delivered two decisive blows. This sense of powerlessness ignited thoughts of retirement in Ibrahimovic. Given his current physical condition, he could easily continue playing in top-tier leagues for another 2 to 3 years, even when he could no longer compete. The Major League Soccer or Qatar League had already offered him attractive conditions. Yet, suddenly, Ibrahimovic felt it was time to depart. In 1995, at the age of 14, Ibrahimovic joined Malmö FF in the Swedish Super League. By 1999, at 18, he officially commenced his professional career. In 2021, at 40, Ibrahimovic had traversed over a dozen clubs, leaving his legendary mark across Europe and America. Now he felt weary. In Lee Mingyu, he saw a reflection of his younger self. During a match between Atletico Madrid and Barcelona, Ibrahimovic stood on the sidelines, witnessing Lee Mingyu execute a stunning scorpion kick that sealed the victory. Today, once again, he stood by, watching as Lee Mingyu replicated his own iconic PUSK-S award-winning overhead kick, once more sealing the fate of his team. This led Ibrahimovic to ponder whether he truly was aging. Lee Mingyu, exuberantly celebrating on the field, remained oblivious to the turmoil he had stirred within Ibrahimovic. The recent goal made Lee Mingyu feel as if he were a deity dominating the game. The instant he executed the bicycle kick, he knew it was destined to find the net. Like a mere act of replication, Lee Mingyu had pasted Ibrahimovic's brilliant goal into this match, with the irony being that the victim was none other than Ibrahimovic himself, defeating an opponent by employing their own most adept technique. The following day, the European football scene was once again abuzz. Lee Mingyu's name graced the covers and headlines of football magazines. heralded as the Spanish prodigy who had emulated Ibrahimovic's divine goal. Each front-page report featured the moment of Mingyu soaring high, executing the overhead kick. The photographer who captured this instant was rewarded handsomely for their shot. The image vividly showcased Mingyu's exceptional physique. His top thigh muscles left many fans astounded. The seemingly slender Mingyu boasted remarkably developed legs, explaining his ability to strike powerful free kicks reminiscent of Roberto Carlos. With the conclusion of the match, the 10 teams qualifying directly for the European World Cup qualifiers were determined. Portugal, Spain, Italy, France, Belgium, Denmark, the Netherlands, Russia, England, and Germany. These teams would proceed directly to the main event of the 2022 Qatar World Cup. Additionally, 3 World Cup spots remained, to be contested among the second-place teams of the 10 groups and the 2 winners from the UEFA Nations League. 12 teams would be divided into 3 groups, facing off in knockout matches. Among them were football powerhouses such as Turkey, Czech Republic, Poland, Sweden, Switzerland, and Ukraine, making the path to qualification perilous. After the international match days, Mingyu returned to Barcelona. Meanwhile, in Madrid, a quiet yet significant plot was unfolding within the football world. Florentino Perez, revered as the Lord, presided over Real Madrid at the age of 74, remaining the influential figure behind the club's operations. In a secluded manner on the outskirts of Madrid, a meeting of great consequence to the football world took place. What transpired during this conference remains a mystery to all but the attendees. Yet it would soon ignite a revolution within global football. Upon returning to Barcelona, the team faced a modest Valladolid at home in the league. Despite several players being hindered by the international match day curse, Mingyu's performance remained unaffected. He contributed 2 goals and 1 assist, leading his team to a resounding 5-0 victory over Valladolid, maintaining their position at the top of the league. In a contrasting match, Real Madrid was surprisingly held to a draw at home by Valencia. Haaland struggled significantly, managing only 2 shots throughout the match, and was substituted in the 70th minute by Asensio. Frustrated, Haaland ignored Asensio's outstretched hand as he exited the pitch, his demeanor dark. Zidane's equally displeased expression was captured by the cameras, signaling Haaland's growing tensions with the veteran players. In the post-match interview, Zidane bluntly remarked that some players must first understand their place, otherwise they would not go far. The following day, Haaland publicly acknowledged his shortcomings during training, admitting to being blank-minded and failing to see Asensio. This apparent reconciliation suggested harmony within the Real Madrid locker room. Yet the glaring discord between the arrogant Haaland and the seasoned players was undeniable. Following this league match, Barcelona remained at the top of the standings, while Sevilla, despite their loss, clung to second place by a narrow margin. The Madrid clubs occupied the 3rd and 4th spots. On the scoring charts, Mingyu had widened the gap ahead of Haaland to 3 goals. With 12 goals in 8 matches, his scoring efficiency may not match the latter half of last season. Yet it remained a formidable statistic. In the midweek, Barcelona prepared for the second leg of the Champions League group stage, facing Beckenbauer, a team that had lost all 3 of its previous matches. In their prior encounter, Barcelona had decimated their opponent with an 8-1 victory, solidifying their position at the top of the group. A win against Beckenbauer would ensure Barcelona's qualification for the next round 2 matches early. Currently sitting on 9 points, with Chelsea and Juventus both at 4, a victory would elevate Barcelona to 12 points, guaranteeing their advancement to the knockout stage regardless of the outcomes in the other matches. In their home ground, Barcelona delivered an exquisite performance, leaving Beckenbauer utterly defenseless. Mingyu completely dominated the match, contributing a goal and an assist to secure the victory for his team. The scoreline of 4-0 ensured that Beckenbauer left without even a single goal. With this triumph, Barcelona amassed 12 points, advancing into the knockout stage of the tournament. In another match, Juventus superstar Ronaldo shone brightly, scoring twice and leading his team to a 2-0 victory against Chelsea at Stamford Bridge, plunging Chelsea into despair. Following these matches, Barcelona topped the group with 12 points. Juventus secured second place with 7 points. Chelsea trailed in third with 4 points. And Beckenbauer languished at the bottom without any points. After the match, Mingyu traveled to Turin, Italy, where he received a significant accolade, the Golden Boy Award. This prestigious award, established by Tuttosport in 2003, is conferred by a panel of 30 journalists from 20 European countries, recognizing the best young player of the year. However, the award comes with strict age limitations, specifically for players under 21 years of age competing in European clubs. Last year, Holland won the Golden Boy Award with a commanding majority, besting Barcelona's Ansu Fati. This accolade is widely regarded as a rite of passage for young talents, as only players under 21 are eligible. Lee Mingyu's receipt of this award is truly well-deserved, with his 400 votes overshadowing Barcelona teammate Pedri's 230. Nonetheless, Pedri is younger than Lee Mingyu, and given Barcelona's current trajectory, it is highly probable that the Golden Boy Award next year may be claimed by him. Historically, there has never been a case of consecutive winners hailing from the same club. Upon returning to his residence in Barcelona, Lee Mingyu carefully placed the trophy in his display cabinet, alongside his championship medal from the 2020-2021 La Liga season, the Pichichi Trophy, and the Pusk S Award. Within less than a year, Lee Mingyu has accumulated such a plethora of honors. Gazing at the medals in his cabinet, he felt an overwhelming sense of ambition, pondering when he might fill the room entirely with trophies. In the league, Barcelona continued their triumphant march, securing a 2-0 victory against Cadiz, with Lee Mingyu providing a splendid assist to Messi with a precise through ball from 40 meters. Midweek, Barcelona welcomed their strongest opponent in the Champions League group stage, Juventus. In this match, both Ronaldo and Messi were set to start, mirroring last year's confrontation. However, this year, Barcelona boasted the presence of the remarkable Lee Mingyu. This match would be pivotal in determining the group's advancement. As long as Barcelona did not lose to Juventus, they would advance as group leaders into the knockout stage, gaining a significant advantage in the draw. Conversely, should Juventus triumph over Barcelona, the suspense regarding the group leader would extend to the final match. Confronted with the formidable challenge posed by Juventus, the players of Barcelona were resolutely prepared and brimming with confidence. Despite facing their old rival Ronaldo, the current Barcelona squad was robust and unafraid of any challenge. At 1600 hours local time in Spain, a crowd of 100,000 fans flocked to Camp Nou to witness this crucial Champions League group match. Both teams maintained their lineups unchanged, reflecting their strong form this season, with Juventus leading Serie A and Barcelona atop La Liga. This match was perceived as a direct confrontation between Serie A and La Liga. Although Serie A has lost some of its former glory, it remains steeped in rich history, once dubbed the Little World Cup. As the players entered the field, a humorous incident unfolded in the players' tunnel. Each player was accompanied by a young ball boy from Barcelona's youth academy. Among them was a young boy who idolized Lee Mingyu. Upon spotting him, the boy rushed forward, extending his hand in hopes of a handshake. However, due to his diminutive stature and Lee Mingyu's preoccupation with speaking to Messi, the boy went unnoticed. Consequently, the camera captured the boy's dejected expression as he turned and dashed away. Little did Lee Mingyu know that he had inadvertently hurt the feelings of a young player. Just as the broadcaster was about to inform Lee Mingyu of the incident, the referee signaled for the players to enter the field. As both teams took to the pitch with their respective ball boys, Lee Mingyu realized that his young companion had vanished. With everyone already on the field, he had no choice but to follow suit. As the players emerged hand in hand with the ball boys, Lee Mingyu stood out conspicuously without his own. Feeling somewhat awkward, he was oblivious to what had transpired. Just then, a small figure emerged from the players' tunnel, appearing flustered and scanning the crowd in confusion amidst the deafening cheers. Lee Mingyu recognized the little shadow as his ball boy hastily approached and took the boy's hand, leading him onto the pitch. Throughout the journey, young Lucas kept his gaze fixed on Lee Mingyu's chin as his height limited his view. Earlier, frightened by the rejection of a handshake, Lucas had fled to a nearby corner, only to find when he returned that everyone had disappeared. In a state of distress, he hurriedly sprinted out of the players' tunnel. However, upon entering the stadium for the first time, Lucas was overwhelmed by the thunderous applause, rendering him momentarily disoriented. Just as he was about to burst into tears, he spotted a familiar figure approaching, his idol, Lee Mingyu, who extended his hand to grasp Lucas's, leading him onto the field. In that moment, Lucas felt an immense wave of happiness wash over him. Standing before Lee Mingyu and feeling the warmth of his hand on his shoulder, Lucas beamed with joy. After the photo session concluded, the ball boys scampered off the field, but Lucas turned around, shyly calling out to Lee Mingyu, "Lee, go for it." With that, he hurriedly trotted off the pitch. Lee Mingyu gazed at the silhouette of the little fellow, warmth blossoming in his heart, and a smile graced his lips. However, the smile soon faded as the match was about to commence. With a sharp whistle, The game began. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the Camp Nou and receiving the one-time God Hand card of the legendary Diego Maradona. The God Hand card, one-time use. This card allows the user to discreetly touch the ball with their hand within the penalty area without detection. Upon seeing this one-time ability card, Mingyu fell into contemplation. This card presented a true test of his principles. To use it or not to use it. Ultimately, he decided to place it at the bottom of his box, as the match had already commenced. Juventus kicked off first. Ronaldo had been in exceptional form over the past fortnight, not only showcasing a hat-trick for the national team, leading Portugal to advance directly from the group stage, but also excelling in both the league and the Champions League. In pre-match interviews, he had boldly declared his intent to fully demonstrate his prowess in this game. Messi, too, was not one to be underestimated. Although the focal point of Barcelona's organization had shifted to Mingyu, Messi remained the cold-blooded assassin he had always been. Under his leadership, Argentina had triumphed over their old rivals, Brazil, successfully breaking through the South American qualifiers for the 2022 Qatar World Cup. In the league, Messi had already netted 6 goals, placing him third in the scoring charts. Juventus initiated their attack with remarkable sharpness. After receiving the ball in midfield, Ronaldo began to collaborate with his teammates, executing a series of 1-2s that brought him to a position 35 meters from goal. Despite the defensive players surrounding him, he unleashed a powerful long-range shot that soared toward the far corner of the net. Ter Stegen reacted swiftly, moving his feet with agility, leaping high to palm the ball away from the goal. As the ball crossed the goal line, Ronaldo grimaced in frustration, baring his teeth and shaking his head. Just moments into the match, Ronaldo had ignited the entire stadium with his fierce long-range effort. Following a corner, Ronaldo soared into the air, jumping higher than Piku, who stood 7 centimeters taller than him. It was evident just how high Ronaldo could leap. However, his header crashed against a crossbar, rebounding out of play. Frustrated, Ronaldo thumped his head, a fierce determination etched on his face as he emerged from the penalty area. Today, he was a force to be reckoned with. Announcing his presence with 2 near-miss shots, Juventus, shedding their elderly image, displayed the vigor of youth, beginning to suffocate Barcelona in midfield. Ronaldo was not alone in his efforts. The Juventus coach, Pirlo, had gained temporary trust due to the team's recent successes and remained at the helm. However, reports from Italian media suggested that his voice had become inaudible in the locker room, with Ronaldo and several other players having sidelined him. The tactics employed today had been devised through discussions among Ronaldo and his teammates. Recognizing Barcelona's formidable midfield, Juventus was determined to maintain control. Ronaldo's relentless running indeed disrupted Barcelona's advances. Mingyu's passes remained precise, yet his teammates struggled to manage the ball, causing their attacks to falter. In the 10th minute of the first half, Mingyu received a transitional pass from Messi in midfield. He executed a swift turn to evade Chiesa's challenge and aimed to return the ball to the advancing Busquets. After passing, Mingyu moved to a position where he could comfortably receive the ball. However, Busquets failed to deliver the pass. Ronaldo had been roaming in midfield, but after 10 minutes of intense running, he began to tire. For about a minute, he had not engaged in the pressing game, slowly moving through midfield. He drew little attention, even fooling Mingyu. As Busquets received the ball, he spotted Mingyu's positioning and instinctively prepared to push the ball to him. At that moment, Ronaldo, like a cheetah, sprang forward, intercepting the ball between them. In an instant, the dynamics of the match shifted dramatically. The ball was now approximately 45 meters from the goal. After winning possession, Ronaldo surged toward Barcelona's goal. Busquets hurried to intercept, while De Jong rushed over to join the effort. Witnessing Ronaldo's interception, Mingyu quickly pursued from behind. A triangle of pressure formed around Ronaldo. If Busquets could slow him down or force a change in direction, Mingyu would soon catch up with the encirclement. Yet, Ronaldo executed a linear burst of speed, effortlessly surging past Busquets. Even if Busquets had attempted to physically block him, he would have been unable to do so. Ronaldo barreled through like a powerful bear. He soon faced Barcelona's defense, which was thrown into disarray by the sudden turn of events. Before Barcelona's defenders could react, Ronaldo, from 35 meters away, unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot. Mingyu, now just 2 meters behind him, heard a thunderous crack and watched as the ball arced beautifully through the air, curving towards the left side of the goal. Ter Stegen, unprepared, had not anticipated the loss of possession in the backfield, nor Ronaldo's effortless bypassing of Busquets' defense. and certainly not the audacious long-range shot that followed. Ronaldo's 35-meter strike soared for about a second before kissing the inside of the goalpost and nestling into the bottom corner. Ter Stegen barely had time to react, swaying slightly in the direction of the ball before witnessing it ripple the net. In just 10 minutes, Ronaldo's stunning goal reverberated throughout the stadium, signaling his triumphant return. The Camp Nou fell into a hush. The brilliance of that goal akin to a relentless warrior shattering the stalemate with an extraordinary display of skill. 0-1, Juventus competing away, took the lead with a stunning strike. Busquets stood dumbfounded, watching as Ronaldo leaped high and celebrated passionately, his hands swinging downwards, while a wry smile crossed his face. Still formidable as ever. Whether at Real Madrid or Juventus, Ronaldo remained an indomitable force. Although his Juventus teammates were often displeased with his assertive demeanor and obstinate nature, there was never a doubt among them regarding his prowess. Following Ronaldo's goal, the Juventus players rushed to the sidelines to celebrate with him. From the substitutes bench, players stood up, exuberantly joining in the jubilation. Only Pirlo, upon witnessing Ronaldo's goal, returned to his seat in silence, head bowed, as if the scorer was a stranger to him. The live camera panned over Pirlo's expressionless face, his weary eyes hinting that 2 years of coaching Juventus had drained his vitality. Despite conceding a goal, Barcelona's players remained unfazed, knowing that even a loss in this match would bear little consequence. They returned to their half, awaiting the Juventus players to resume play. Once the game restarted, Barcelona's attacks grew more methodical. Juventus midfield pressing remained sharp, yet having scored, the players began to experience inner turmoil. Some, like Ronaldo, sought to continue pressing forward, while others, particularly in midfield, leaned towards defense. This lack of unity in thought diminished the effectiveness of their pressing. Pirlo, observing from the sidelines, wore a faintly sardonic smile. Did he think all head coaches were inept? At that moment, if he could swiftly align his players' mentalities, Juventus' strength would significantly amplify. But since they did not trust him, he saw no need to confront the issue. Pirlo resolved to endure in his role as Juventus head coach until the upper management dismissed him, at which point he could walk away with a severance package. Ronaldo, after repeatedly trying to press, noticed that his teammates failed to form a solid support around him, rendering his efforts futile. Frustrated, he began to vocally chastise his midfield colleagues. The players, accustomed to his outbursts, remained unresponsive. As Ronaldo aged, his temper seemed to have intensified. Any slight annoyance triggered his fury, and the once cheerful player on the pitch appeared to have vanished. Mingyu regained control of the midfield rhythm, yet he refrained from reckless forward passes, instead collaborating with Messi on the flanks to dismantle Juventus formation. In the 20th minute of the first half, after a 1-2 exchange with Mingyu, Messi commenced his artistry. Within his designated corridor, Messi deftly maneuvered past 2 Juventus defenders, and just as he prepared to surge into the box, he was abruptly shoved from behind. Chapter 127, a moment of controversy. Ronaldo evades the free kick. A prime opportunity for a free kick arose. The whistle blew. The referee hurried to the scene, signaling for a direct free kick. Juventus players, of course, protested, gathering to claim that it was a theatrical fall by Messi. Particularly, the culpable midfielder, Ratul, feigned innocence, insisting he had not touched Messi, who had simply collapsed in an act of deception. However, the referee disregarded Ratul's protestations and promptly issued him a yellow card, expressing his disapproval of the player's conduct. "Stop pretending. Here's a little gift for you." Seeing that he could not fool the referee, Ratul sulkily waved his arms and stormed off. The free kick was positioned just outside the right side of the penalty area, perfectly suited for Messi's left foot. During Messi's absence from the game, Mingyu had already showcased his free kick prowess. Yet, with Messi's return, the first choice for free kicks remained with him. However, each time Messi prepared to take a direct free kick, he called Mingyu over, both standing over the ball. 2 of the world's foremost free kick specialists standing side by side before the ball was a nightmare for any goalkeeper. With one left-footed and the other right-footed, the ball could be struck from any angle. Moreover, Mingyu had demonstrated the unpredictability of his free kicks. Faced with such a scenario, a goalkeeper must first consider who would take the kick, then ponder the potential technique employed by Mingyu, whether it be a dipping shot, a curling free kick, or a powerful strike. My goodness, what a dilemma. Every goalkeeper, when confronted with such a situation, would likely feel overwhelmed. Today, Juventus goalkeeper embodied this mindset. wearing a look of despair. How many times have we discussed avoiding such free kick opportunities for the opponent? Are you trying to sabotage me? Juventus Polish goalkeeper Wojciech SZY wore a troubled expression. He had a gamble that Messi would take the shot. SZY arranged the wall, with the towering Ronaldo predictably positioned within it. This time, Ronaldo did not stand at the edge, but rather in the center of the five-man wall. In their previous encounter, Mingyu had displayed his skill with a dipping shot that left Ronaldo tasting defeat. In this match, Mingyu stood behind the ball, but his positioning caused alarm among Juventus wall and goalkeeper. Mingyu stood well over 10 meters behind the ball, indicating a potential thunderous strike. Ronaldo instinctively shrank his neck, recalling the harrowing moment he witnessed at Manchester United when Liverpool's powerful striker, Reece, delivered a free kick that shattered Alan Smith's leg. That image lingered in Ronaldo's mind, particularly when facing powerful free kick specialists. Although Mingyu seemed poised to take the free kick, Juventus defenders remained wary. Messi, stationed to the right of the ball, fixed his gaze intently on the goal. Who would take the shot? The referee's whistle pierced the silence enveloping Camp Nou. Mingyu initiated his run, beginning with small steps that gradually quickened in rhythm. Messi also began his movement, halting just 2 steps from the ball. The pause brought a sense of uncertainty to the hearts of Juventus players and their goalkeeper, as it seemed evident that the free kick would not be taken by Messi. However, not every Juventus player was quick to shift their focus. From the outset, Ronaldo was convinced that the kick would surely be executed by Mingyu, though he could not fathom why he held such a belief. Upon witnessing Messi halt his stride, Ronaldo felt no surprise, his gaze fixated on Mingyu. A peculiar tremor coursed through his body. At that moment, the camera did not capture Ronaldo's face, but had it done so, spectators would have been astonished to find a flicker of fear in his eyes. Mingyu's stride remained undeterred, swiftly positioning himself before the ball. He raised his right foot high, bringing it down with the swiftness of a battle axe, striking the ball with tremendous force. The ball emitted a thunderous sound, soaring from the turf towards the wall of defenders. The Juventus wall players donned expressions of grim determination, leaping to shield their faces and vital areas, attempting to use their bodies to block Mingyu's strike. Yet, surprisingly, Ronaldo did not jump at that moment. Instead, he bowed his head, shielding his face with his arm and retracting his neck. The ball narrowly grazed over his head, while the 2 adjacent wall players attempted to redirect it with their heads. But the ball's velocity rendered their efforts futile as it zipped through the gap. Juventus goalkeeper SZY stood in a state of stupor, dumbfounded as he witnessed the ball emerge from the wall and nestle into the net beside him. Such a shot that penetrated the wall left the goalkeeper with no chance to react. After the goal, Mingyu and the rushing Messi embraced joyfully. Messi had placed great faith in Mingyu's ability to execute the free kick, thus granting him this opportunity. The 2 players communicated intuitively regarding free kicks, allowing the one in better form to take the shot. Meanwhile, the Barcelona players erupted into frenzied celebration, while a comical scene unfolded in front of Juventus's goal. The players flanking Ronaldo expressed their dissatisfaction over his failure to leap during the free kick. Ronaldo, however, nonchalantly brushed them aside and ambled toward the midfield, although an awkward expression betrayed him. As he bowed his head, he sensed the ball had narrowly missed his scalp as it sped toward the goal. Had he not lowered his head, he might have intercepted its trajectory. Yet, what would the outcome have been? Ronaldo dared not dwell on that. Perhaps, had he jumped, the ball could have struck him squarely in the chest, rendering him unconscious. Was such a possibility too far-fetched? As he walked, he pondered his actions with little remorse. Who would have anticipated that an opponent would strike a free kick from his position? It was merely an accident. A draw was hardly a disaster. He could always score again. Why the incessant nagging? It was maddening. 1-1, with a magnificent, powerful free kick. Mingyu had leveled the score for the team at home. Both sides returned to a level playing field. Following the kickoff, Juventus intensified their assault. Ronaldo, in particular, sprinted desperately in the forward line, seeking to regain the lead through his efforts. However, Barcelona's defense became increasingly vigilant, denying Ronaldo any significant opportunities. His repeated failures to capitalize on chances frustrated Morata and the other midfielders immensely. Time and again, Ronaldo found himself ensnared with supporting players ready. Yet he insisted on taking desperate shots, leaving Juventus empty-handed. On the sidelines, Pirlo sat, his expression steeped in sarcasm. This Ronaldo was indeed a double-edged sword for Juventus. While he scored frequently, he squandered even more opportunities. Numerous times, Morata found himself in a prime position, where a simple pass from Ronaldo would have opened the scoring door. Yet, Ronaldo, accustomed to battling alone, left Morata increasingly exasperated. In the 40-minute mark of the first half, Juventus had a golden opportunity. After regaining possession in midfield, Ronaldo and Morata surged into Barcelona's half, creating an advantageous 2-on-2 situation. Chiesa delivered a precise through ball to Morata, who charged toward the penalty area. Pursued by Eric Garcia, Piku positioned himself directly in front of Ronaldo. As Ronaldo darted around, Piku stumbled slightly, struggling to keep pace. Suddenly, Ronaldo halted abruptly and accelerated, leaving Piku helpless as he watched Ronaldo slip past him. Piku cast a desperate glance at Morata, knowing that a timely pass would grant Ronaldo a clear shot on goal. However, to the astonishment of all, Morata seemed oblivious to Ronaldo's run, fixated instead on engaging in a one-on-one duel with Eric Garcia. Ronaldo, having outrun his marker yet not receiving the ball, halted in frustration, realizing he was now offside. With Morata's failure to pass, Ronaldo's subsequent positioning became moot. Ignoring Ronaldo's complaints and accusations, Morata executed a brilliant feint, drawing Eric Garcia off balance before advancing into the box. At this juncture, Ronaldo took 2 steps back, signaling for the ball. He had positioned himself behind the ball, eliminating any offside concerns. Goalkeeper Ter Stegen, witnessing Morata break past Eric Garcia, decisively charged forward to thwart him. Despite the presence of 2 opposing players in the box, the ball remained at Morata's feet. If Morata could deliver a cross, Ronaldo would find himself facing an open goal. Ronaldo, too, envisioned this, eagerly extending his arms and signaling for the ball. Yet, Morata remained undeterred, facing Ter Stegen before executing a low shot that rolled beneath the goalkeeper's arm and into the net. 1-2. Morata, displaying remarkable individual skill, propelled Juventus into the lead on their opponent's turf. Following his goal, Morata exuberantly dashed towards the sidelines, celebrating passionately. His Juventus teammates joined him in the jubilation. However, a discordant scene was captured by the cameras. After Morata's goal, Ronaldo's expression darkened, and he violently shook his hand, clearly displeased with Morata's failure to pass. During Morata's celebration on the sidelines, Ronaldo, head bowed, observed with discontent, retreating to the midfield alone. This behavior was entirely captured by the cameras. The large screen at the Barcelona venue cleverly displayed this moment. Initially disheartened by the goal, the Barcelona fans could not help but unleash a cacophony of boos and derisive laughter upon witnessing Ronaldo's antics. His demeanor resembled that of a child in a kindergarten, not having received a red flower, turned away in indignation upon seeing another child receive one. Shortly after this goal, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half, with Juventus temporarily leading 2-1 in this away match. During the halftime break, several European commentators began to analyze various moments from the first half of the match. The principal point of contention was Ronaldo's 2 actions in the first half. The first was during Mingyu's powerful free kick, where Ronaldo displayed a posture of covering his face with his arms and ducking his head in dismay. What was he doing? His actions suggested he was utterly oblivious to the whereabouts of the ball. My goodness, is my handsome face truly of such paramount importance? If one holds their appearance in such high regard, I would advise them to leave the football world and perhaps try their hand in Hollywood, where they might find a more suitable environment. The most exasperating aspect was his apparent lack of self-awareness, as he pushed away 2 teammates, resembling a prima donna. The consensus among commentators online was overwhelmingly critical of Ronaldo's attempt to evade the ball. How can a player burdened with such a significant idol status still consider themselves a player? The second moment, of course, occurred after Juventus's second goal. Ronaldo's displeased expression led many to believe that it was Barcelona celebrating, rather than Juventus. This behavior further fueled speculation and dissatisfaction among observers. Was the internal discord within Juventus so glaringly evident? Chapter 128. Ronaldo's loss of composure. The players in the locker room were oblivious to the external happenings. Pirlo did not even return to the locker room. Instead, he stood silently in the players' tunnel, contemplating his future. In the Barcelona locker room, Koeman was fervently encouraging everyone. Although Barcelona was trailing at halftime, he believed the tactical approach was sound. The aging of the midfield and defense had become a troubling concern for the team. Lenglet had been completely sidelined by Koeman, only to be brought on toward the end of the match to waste time. Once a player of great hope for Barcelona, he had committed multiple egregious errors in defense, leading a frustrated Koeman to bench him. However, due to recent fatigue issues among the defenders and the upcoming congested schedule, including the Copa del Rey and the Spanish Super Cup, Koeman had been considering giving Lenglet a few matches to assess his current form. After all, he was an expensive acquisition, and to let such talent go to waste would be a tremendous financial folly, particularly given Barcelona's current fiscal constraints. In stark contrast to the fervent atmosphere in Barcelona's locker room, the away team's locker room was in disarray. Absent their head coach, Juventus players gathered in small groups. Ronaldo, frowning, initially attempted to quiet the room, wishing to rally his teammates for the second half. However, aside from a few players who glanced at him, the rest continued to converse boisterously. Ronaldo's performance in the first half had led to significant discontent among his teammates. His failure to defend during the free kick, an error even a child would not have committed, wasted their collective efforts. Moreover, had he not been so self-centered, refusing to pass the ball when surrounded, the score could very well have been more than 2-1, perhaps even 4-1. Additionally, following Morata's goal, every player except the goalkeeper made their way to celebrate. But Ronaldo isolated himself, which did not sit well with some observant teammates, who began to question his worthiness. The team had won, yet for Ronaldo, personal glory seemed to eclipse team success. Frustration mounting, he could no longer contain his anger, erupting with a roar. Several teammates, caught off guard, stared at him in shock. Meanwhile, Chiesa, observing silently, expressed his discontent with a sarcastic remark. "Mr. Ronaldo, it seems you lack the standing to speak like that." Upon hearing Chiesa's words, Ronaldo's fury ignited, and he shot to his feet, glaring at Chiesa with a menacing expression, angrily retorting, "Damn it, if it weren't for your inaccurate passing in the first half, we would have already concluded this match." Federico Chiesa, one of Juventus' forwards, was the son of the famed Italian striker Enrico Chiesa. Despite being on loan to Juventus, his remarkable talent had made him indispensable to the squad. However, Ronaldo's monopolization of the ball had long frustrated Chiesa. In response to Ronaldo's reprimand, Chiesa, filled with indignation, retorted, "Mr. Ronaldo, are you referring to yourself? Have you counted how many attacking opportunities you squandered in the first half? If you understood the essence of teamwork, we would have already secured victory." Seeing the younger Chiesa display no hint of deference, Ronaldo's expression darkened, and he venomously replied, "When I was winning the Champions League, you were still a mere child. What right do you have to critique me?" This remark struck like a hornet's nest. Juventus last claimed the Champions League title in the distant past of 1996. Now, apart from Ronaldo, no one on the Juventus roster possessed that illustrious honor. Ronaldo's boastful comment ignited discontent among all his Juventus teammates. At that moment, however, the veteran defender and Captain Chiellini intervened, separating the two before matters escalated further. Ronaldo disdainfully returned to his seat, while Chiesa, fuming, sat down as well. Though they resumed their positions, they glared at each other like two bulls ready to charge. On Chiellini's face appeared a bittersweet smile. As a lone player, young Chiesa would return to his parent club at the end of the season, indifferent to his relationship with Ronaldo. Thus, Ronaldo's ire directed at him was utterly futile. Having served Juventus for 16 years, Chiellini's affection for the club was undeniable. When Ronaldo first joined, Chiellini welcomed him on behalf of the entire team. Although Ronaldo's arrival significantly impacted the team's dynamics, Chiellini remained committed to the club's aspirations for the Champions League. However, after 2 years, the coveted trophy still felt tantalizingly out of reach. Moreover, Ronaldo's presence had inflicted considerable damage within Juventus. The club's foundational principles faced turmoil, and the financial implications of Ronaldo's arrival were profound. His annual salary of $30 million, while not a top salary for him, constituted a superlative wage in the tightly budgeted Serie A. Ronaldo's earnings were fourfold that of the second highest earner in the league. Previously, Juventus' highest paid player was their young defender, De Ligt, who earned merely $8 million, while Morata, who partnered with Ronaldo in the attack, earned only $6 million. Ronaldo's exorbitant salary shattered the club's wage equilibrium. While players previously earned in the hundreds of thousands, the disparity brought by Ronaldo created a palpable sense of inequality, contributing to his unpopularity within the team. At 37, Chiellini surveyed the disjointed Juventus locker room, feeling a sense of exhaustion. The 15-minute halftime passed swiftly, and players returned to the pitch amidst thunderous cheers from the Camp Nou crowd. Observant fans noted the unease etched on the faces of the Juventus players as the camera panned to them. Ronaldo emerged from the tunnel with a grim expression, and few were willing to walk alongside him. The second half commenced with Barcelona taking the first kick. The initial Barcelona attack was measured, with Mingyu maintaining firm control of the ball, executing short passes, and maneuvering to stretch Juventus's formation. Although the Juventus players exhibited a facade of discord in the locker room, on the field, they adhered to their professional duties without engaging in unethical conduct. In midfield, Juventus players unleashed relentless pressure. Ronaldo's aggressive pursuit resulted in him pushing Mingyu down from the side. The referee issued only a verbal warning to Ronaldo, who continued to protest, accusing Mingyu of embellishing the incident. As the foul occurred near the center circle, Mingyu quickly took the free kick, forcing Ronaldo to cease his complaints and resume his chase. In their previous encounters, Mingyu sensed Ronaldo's heightened agitation as his defensive actions began to exceed reasonable bounds. A minute later, Mingyu received the ball in the attacking third, deftly flicking it past the advancing Arthur, preparing to drive towards the opponent's penalty area. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous force from behind, stumbling as he was unceremoniously knocked to the ground. Unprepared for the foul, Mingyu fell face first, fortuitously bracing himself with his hands to avoid a harsher impact. Although he was on home turf, protected by the system, the foul was undeniably egregious. While Mingyu collected himself on the ground, Messi dashed over, confronting Ronaldo, who had committed the foul. Standing before Ronaldo, Messi appeared diminutive. Yet undeterred by the latter's towering presence, he pressed close and angrily addressed him. Ronaldo, unwilling to back down, shoved Messi aside, hurling a stream of vulgarities. The two giants faced off, a confrontation that promised to ignite chaos on the pitch. However, to the astonishment of the spectators and the referee, Barcelona players rushed to the scene, while Juventus players reluctantly approached. Only Chiellini, the veteran captain, who was nearby, hurried to separate Messi and Ronaldo, averting further conflict. Yet, it was evident that Messi and Mingyu were surrounded by teammates, including goalkeeper Ter Stegen, who disregarded the goal to join the fray. In contrast, Ronaldo was flanked only by a weary Chiellini, attempting to pacify the Barcelona players. Witnessing this, Ronaldo's face reflected humiliation and anger. The animosity he once held for Messi and Barcelona swiftly shifted to his Juventus teammates, whom he felt had disrespected him. At that moment, the referee retrieved a yellow card from his pocket, addressing Ronaldo's foul with a stern warning, indicating that further indiscretions would result in harsher penalties. With a sullen demeanor, Ronaldo walked away, met with a chorus of boos from the crowd, directed at him and the Juventus players who seemed to revel in the spectacle. In the VIP box, Juventus chairman Agnelli wore a dark expression, observing the embarrassing scene unfold, a shadow passing through his eyes. Meanwhile, Laporta sat composed, swirling his glass of red wine, savoring its taste with a look of satisfaction. Agnelli glanced at Laporta, a broad smile on his face, as if the previous incident had no bearing on him. "Mr. Laporta, this matter has been agreed upon by Juventus." Laporta replied with a slight smile, "Mr. Agnelli, your choice is astute. I believe this great Juventus team will flourish under your stewardship." As Agnelli raised his wine glass in a toast, a sudden roar of cheers erupted from outside. Both chairmen turned their attention to the field, where the ball had rolled into the Juventus net, as Mingyu and a throng of Barcelona players erupted in celebration. Though they had not witnessed the goal's execution, the score of 2-2 was glaringly evident. Yet, for both chairmen, this turn of events stirred not a ripple in their thoughts. Little Agnelli smiled slightly and politely remarked, "Congratulations, Mr. Laporta. That young player on your team is truly enviable. Are you willing to sell him? Name your price." Laporta, maintaining a calm demeanor, took a sip of red wine, shook his head with a smile, and replied, "Mr. Agnelli, do not entertain such thoughts. Lee is our non-transferable asset. He will be the cornerstone of Barcelona for the next decade, and I will never sell him. Non transferable." A mocking smile appeared on little Agnelli's face. Chapter 129. The second dodgeball incident with Rowe. Injury time rewound to a minute prior. After the referee presented Rowe with the yellow gemstone warrior card, he attempted to argue but was pulled away by Chiellini. Chiellini brought Rowe to the goal, preparing to form a wall. Although Rowe's performance in the first half while arranging the wall was rather glaring, as one of the taller players on the team, he still had to participate. This free kick was well-angled, approximately 30 meters away, presenting a plethora of options for execution. Both Messi and Mingyu stood poised in front of the ball, covering their mouths and surveying the goal. The goalkeeper and the wall engaged in hushed conversation. Who would take the kick? Would it be Messi, or would Mingyu continue? Juventus goalkeeper SZCZ found himself once again in a state of distress. This time, Juventus formed a wall with 6 players, completely obstructing the goal to SZCZ's right. He positioned himself in the middle, closer to the left side of the goal, anxiously observing the 2 impending threats 30 meters away. As the wall was set, it appeared that Messi and Mingyu had reached a consensus, both retreating simultaneously. Mingyu, as in the first half, stepped back over 10 meters before halting. Messi, as per his usual routine, stood to the right of the ball, gazing towards the goal. Tension enveloped the stadium. Rowe, positioned within the wall, furrowed his brow. His intuition warned him that this time, it might be Mingyu who would strike. A powerful free kick. Oh no, this could be devastating. Rowe's mind flashed back to his days at Manchester United, recalling the moment he witnessed Alan Smith's leg shattered by a fierce free kick from Reece. The psychological scars were difficult to erase. As the referee blew the whistle, Mingyu commenced his approach, taking rapid, small steps that quickened with each stride. Rowe felt each of Mingyu's steps resonate with his heartbeat, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. Instinctively, he covered his vital areas, one arm shielding his face, the other guarding his groin. As Mingyu drew near to the ball, Rowe's anxiety intensified. Mingyu lifted his right leg high, like a battle axe, and struck the ball with tremendous force. The moment the ball met his foot, it emitted a thunderous sound, hurtling towards Juventus wall. It was evident that the ball was aimed directly at Rowe within the wall. This was a psychological gambit from Mingyu. Having keenly observed Rowe's expressions during previous free kicks, Mingyu sensed Rowe's underlying fear of powerful shots. Although he lacked detailed knowledge of Rowe's past, it did not hinder him from leveraging this insight for psychological advantage. Initially, Messi believed the angle was favorable for him to take the shot, suggesting he would execute it himself. However, Mingyu wished to validate his hypothesis through this free kick. Messi, ever accommodating, shrugged and agreed upon hearing Mingyu's thoughts. This time, Messi refrained from providing cover, his gaze fixed on Rowe, eager to ascertain whether Rowe truly harbored fear towards powerful free kicks, as Mingyu had claimed. Despite their decade-long rivalry, Messi was unaware of this particular weakness in Rowe. In previous matches, Mingyu had showcased his prowess with powerful free kicks, with media reporting the astonishing speed of his strikes. His peculiar free kick had clocked in at an astonishing 191 kilometers per hour, ranking third among all powerful free kicks in football history, surpassing even Roberto Carlos' famed kick. After that match, a prominent Spanish television program invited Mingyu to demonstrate his powerful free kick skills. They presented him with 8 panes of glass, spaced half a meter apart, challenging him to shatter as many as he could. Naturally, like most children who played football, Mingyu had his own tales of shattered neighbors' windows. This testing segment was aptly titled Rediscovering the Joy of Childhood. Under high-speed cameras, Mingyu unleashed a powerful kick that shattered the 4 panes directly in front of him, astonishing everyone present. 5 years prior, the same show had invited Rowe, then with Real Madrid, to partake in a similar experiment. With identical materials and distances, Rowe had managed to break 3 panes, a remarkable feat after all. The nature of football does not typically allow for the retention of significant kinetic energy post-impact with glass. While an average player might break 1 pane, shattering 2 spaced panes was nearly impossible. Though seasoned players might achieve this, the ball would have lost most of its momentum, making it exceedingly unlikely to strike a 3rd pane. Rowe's powerful free kick, recorded by high-speed cameras, reached a remarkable speed of 150 kilometers per hour. Although this speed did not place him among the top 10 in football history, it was still an impressive achievement among current specialists. However, on this day, Mingyu's kick clearly surpassed Rowe's. Ultimately, upon receiving the data, the host could not help but reconfirm with the backstage team, subsequently announcing the astonishing speed of this free kick, 201 kilometers per hour. My goodness, it exceeded 200 kilometers per hour. This was nothing short of miraculous. While this speed may not constitute the fastest free kick in football history, only 2 free kicks have ever been recorded at over 200 kilometers per hour since the advent of technology in the sport. Upon its airing, This television program swiftly ascended to become the highest-rated talk show in the annals of Spanish history. Meanwhile, the testing video featuring Mingyu spread across every corner of the globe connected to the internet. One cannot help but ponder the sensation of such a fearsome free kick striking a person directly. This question lingered in Luo's mind, yearning for expression. For Luo, who frequently executed powerful free kicks, it was a source of pride to see his shots connect with the wall of defenders, leaving them momentarily incapacitated. However, the thought of standing amidst that wall and being on the receiving end of a free kick would certainly unsettle him. It was akin to a competent driver feeling fearless behind the wheel, yet becoming anxious when seated in the passenger seat, even if the speed was less than what he could handle himself. As Luo found himself tightly wedged between his teammates, he felt an instinctive urge to flee. But escape was impossible. He could only watch as Mingyu approached the ball. With a resounding thud, the ball hurtled towards the wall in less than a second. Luo barely registered the flash of white as it soared toward him. In that split second, he exerted all his strength to push aside his right-side teammate, the captain, Chiellini. Faced with Mingyu's powerful free kick, Chiellini was understandably tense. He had witnessed the sheer force of Mingyu's shots on television before. Yet, as captain, he gritted his teeth and prepared to shield his team from the impending strike. However, as Chiellini leaped, he felt an overwhelming force propel him backward, leaving him bewildered as he glanced at Luo, unable to comprehend his intentions. What unfolded next ignited Chiellini's fury. After shoving Chiellini aside, Luo swiftly pivoted, positioning himself sideways to evade the ball. Mingyu's shot, akin to a cannonball, struck Luo squarely in the chest, creating an eerie deflection that, in a terrified gaze of goalkeeper SCCSNY, ricocheted into the net. Anticipating that Mingyu would target the wall, SCCSNY had already shifted his weight to the right. But upon witnessing the ball's deflection, he could not reorient in time, helplessly watching as it sailed into the goal. At the moment of impact, Luo let out a pained cry, clutching his chest as he collapsed to the ground. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, Mingyu having equalized the score with yet another masterful free kick. Following the goal, Mingyu embraced Messi with palpable excitement, while Messi marveled at the moment, whispering in his ear that Luo had indeed guessed correctly. The scene of Luo evading the ball had not gone unnoticed by Messi, who was astonished to discover such a flaw in his longtime rival. On the field, two factions momentarily formed, one celebrating Mingyu's brilliance with Barcelona, and the other rallying around Luo from Juventus. Lying on the ground, Luo felt as though he had been struck by a bullet, struggling to catch his breath. Yet, he was grateful he had turned his body. Had he remained stationary, the ball would have undoubtedly struck him squarely in the chest, potentially leading to dire consequences. However, apart from Chiellini and SCCSNY, Luo's other Juventus teammates were unaware that he had been hit after trying to evade the ball. They presumed the ball had struck him directly, resulting in the goal. Such a stroke of luck was hard to dismiss. The Juventus medical staff rushed onto the field to conduct an initial assessment. Meanwhile, the large screen displayed the moment of Mingyu's free kick. As viewers witnessed Luo shoving Chiellini aside and attempting to dodge the ball, a chorus of boos erupted from the stands. Juventus players glared at Luo with displeasure, realizing he had once again evaded a free kick leading to a goal. Misfortune seemed to compound. Following the preliminary examination, it was determined that Luo's body was unfit for further play, with possible rib fractures. Each breath brought waves of pain, and as he was carried off the field, fans learned that Mingyu's free kick had reached a staggering speed of 170 kilometers per hour. The subsequent footage revealed Luo on a stretcher, his expression one of agony, eliciting sympathy from onlookers. Yet, during the Spanish broadcast, a football commentator remarked with a smirk that Luo's injury was, in essence, self-inflicted. This statement provoked the ire of a commentator who admired Luo. "Mr. Gregg, please retract your words. They are far too callous." Gregg waved dismissively, responding, "Mr. Sanders, allow me to finish. Do not rush to defend your idol." The play we witnessed was strikingly similar to one in the first half, where Luo once again chose to evade Lee's free kick. This time, however, his evasion was a grave mistake. Why do I assert that Luo's injury was self-inflicted? Had he stood firm, it is likely the ball would have struck his chest. Instead, with his right arm pressed against his chest, shielding his face, the free kick would have likely impacted his arm instead, potentially leading to dislocation. But that did not occur, and who can say what might have happened? The commentator who supported Luo opened his mouth to respond, but chose silence, as even he recognized the shame in Luo's actions. Greg continued with a smile, stating that when Rowe attempted to evade, his arms were unable to shield his chest, leaving it completely exposed as he leaped sideways. Thus, I assert that Rowe's injury was entirely self-inflicted. Had he exhibited a modicum of courage, he might have escaped unscathed. Moreover, that ball would undoubtedly not have found its way into the net. In the end, Greg's cutting remark only darkened Sander's countenance further. Sander tossed the script aside and exited the studio, leaving the commentators in a state of bewilderment. Rowe was substituted by Dybala, who had returned from injury. Upon Dybala's entrance, the game resumed from the center circle. Dybala had been Juventus' top scorer prior to Rowe's arrival. However, due to Rowe's presence and Dybala's recurring injuries, he gradually lost his starting position. Now, with Dybala back in action, the primary positions were firmly held by Rowe and Morata, making it difficult for him to find playing time. Unexpectedly, Rowe's sudden injury was perceived by Dybala as a fortuitous opportunity. Upon taking the field, Dybala exhibited a fervent desire to attack, demonstrating remarkable synergy with the team. Juventus fans suddenly noticed that without Rowe, their team seemed to play with greater fluidity. The match evolved into a captivating exchange of attacks, with rapid transitions between offense and defense, captivating both the spectators in the stadium and those watching from home. The game, at this juncture, appeared to have regained its rhythm. In the 65th minute, Dybala executed a clever 1-2 with Morata, penetrating the penalty area. Faced with Ter Stegen, he unleashed a powerful shot, which was brilliantly deflected by the vigilant goalkeeper, resulting in a corner kick. In the 68th minute, Mingyu delivered a penetrating pass that breached Juventus' defense, allowing Griezmann to find himself in a one-on-one situation, only to be thwarted by an offside call. In the 73rd minute, Barcelona mounted a resurgence. Messi, in possession on the right flank, evaded three defenders with deft footwork before unleashing a long-range shot, which was expertly parried onto the crossbar by a focused SZZZSNY. In the 75th minute, Juventus intercepted the ball in their own half. Chiellini sent a long pass that landed in Barcelona's territory. Dybala, sprinting past Eric Garcia, deftly nudged the ball, creating another opportunity. On the edge of the penalty area, Dybala faced the advancing Ter Stegen and executed a low shot, finally breaking the deadlock. The score was now 2-3, with Juventus regaining the lead at Camp Nou. After a relentless back and forth, Dybala's goal marked a decisive moment. The Juventus fans erupted in jubilant cheers. Though their numbers were few, their enthusiasm invigorated the players. Dybala rushed towards them, making a heart gesture that further exhilarated the crowd. This goal significantly impacted Barcelona's morale, especially as they had been applying pressure on Juventus' defense, seemingly on the verge of scoring. However, Chiellini's keen instincts led to a sudden interception, followed by a long pass that found Dybala. Today, Dybala was in exceptional form. During a duel for a high ball with Eric Garcia, he opted not to control it directly, instead deftly flicking it past him, leaving Garcia momentarily stunned. Confronting a well-performing Ter Stegen, Dybala remained composed, striking low and leaving the goalkeeper helpless. Although a loss would not affect Barcelona's advancement, it could have implications for the knockout stage. Should Barcelona lose, they would stand at 4 wins and 1 loss, with 12 points, while Juventus would rise to 3 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, totaling 10 points. Consequently, the pressure would shift to Barcelona, as they would face Chelsea in the final match, needing a victory to maintain any hope of progressing to the Champions League knockout rounds. This impending clash promised to be fiercely contested. If Barcelona were to fall to Chelsea while Juventus triumphed over Besiktas, Juventus would secure the top spot in the group with 13 points. This scenario would present Barcelona with a formidable opponent in the knockout stage. Therefore, they would not relinquish this match lightly. Both teams began to make substitutions. Although Pirlo's focus seemed to drift from Juventus, he understood the importance of the moment and sought to enhance his resume with a potential victory. Consequently, he began to make tactical adjustments. With his team in the lead, Pirlo aimed to preserve the win by substituting Morata for a defender, prompting the team to adopt a more defensive posture. In contrast, Barcelona's substitutions were incisive, replacing Busquets with forward Braithwaite to bolster their offensive efforts. With less than 20 minutes remaining, time was of the essence for Barcelona. Last season, They had swept through the group stage, winning all 5 matches, including a victory over a role-less Juventus in their first encounter. Yet, in the final match against Juventus, they were decisively defeated 3-0, allowing Juventus to advance to the knockout stage based on goal difference. Subsequently, Barcelona faced Liverpool in the knockout phase, where they were eliminated in a 2-legged tie, ending their Champions League journey prematurely. Would this season mirror last season's misfortunes? As Juventus fortified their defense, Barcelona's players displayed an intense desire to attack. Except for Eric Garcia and Ter Stegen, the rest of the Barcelona squad surged into Juventus's half, intensifying their assault. In the 85th minute, Messi's low strike deflected off a defender, narrowly grazing the goalpost before going out of play, causing SCC Senwai to breathe a sigh of relief. Fearing he might be haunted by his own teammates again, Barcelona earned a corner. Mingyu approached the corner flag, placing the ball down before stepping back. The Juventus penalty area was crowded, with players jostling for position. The referee had already halted the game twice to address handball infractions within the box. However, once the referee stepped away, both teams resumed their antics. The referee could only turn a blind eye and blew the whistle to resume play. Mingyu surveyed the congested penalty area, furrowing his brow. The towering players of Barcelona, adept at heading the ball, were tightly marked by Juventus defenders. It seemed that no matter how well he executed the free kick, it would be challenging for them to contest for the ball. As for a direct shot from the corner, the difficulty was rather immense. In the heat of the game, it was not easy to catch the opposition off guard, especially since a tall figure stood poised by the far post, ready to thwart any direct attempt at goal. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up in Mingyu's eyes. An opportunity had arisen. He dashed a couple of steps forward and unleashed a spectacular curve shot, sending the ball soaring. Although this maneuver put considerable strain on his ankle, it posed no issue in the home ground. As Mingyu took the corner kick, players from both teams in the penalty area began to jostle and grapple fiercely. Yet, upon witnessing the trajectory of the ball, they all froze. For its landing point was far beyond the penalty area. Unmarked outside the box, Messi had already drawn back as if preparing to shoot an arrow. The Juventus defenders were taken aback, utterly astonished that the corner had been directed outside the penalty area. With a resounding thud, Messi's left foot struck the approaching ball with ferocity. The football soared through the air, nearly devoid of spin, akin to a cannonball being fired, heading straight for the upper right corner of the goal. Juventus goalkeeper SCCZ SNY stretched his body to its limits, reaching out in an attempt to intercept the ball. However, due to the ball's remarkable speed and acute angle, SCCZSNY was unable to make contact, and the football crashed into the back of the net. In the 85th minute, Mingyu's corner kick led to Messi's breathtaking volley from outside the box, leveling the score at 3-3. The resilient Barcelona team, refusing to concede defeat in the dying moments, finally reaped their reward. Following the restart, Juventus launched a vigorous counterattack, but their midfield players were utterly exhausted and posed no threat to Barcelona's goal. After 3 minutes of added time, the referee finally blew the whistle to conclude the match. Juventus, having traveled a great distance, begrudgingly departed from Camp Nou with just 1 point. Simultaneously, another match concluded, with Chelsea triumphing 3-0 over Besiktas. The group standings were as follows. Barcelona secured 4 wins and 1 draw, totaling 13 points, placing them at the top of the group. Juventus, with 2 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss, garnered 8 points, securing second place. Chelsea held 2 wins, 1 draw, and 2 losses, amassing 7 points, ranking third. Besiktas, after 5 matches, suffered 5 defeats, tallying 0 points, and languished at the bottom of the group. At this point, Barcelona had already advanced to the next round as group leaders. The fate of Juventus and Chelsea for the second spot would hinge on the final match. However, Juventus held a natural advantage. If they could triumph over Besiktas, their advancement would be assured, regardless of Chelsea's performance against Barcelona. Conversely, Chelsea faced a more complicated scenario. They not only had to secure a victory against Barcelona in the final match, but also had to rely on Besiktas to impede Juventus. If Chelsea could defeat Barcelona while Juventus failed to overcome Besiktas, they would displace Juventus to third place, sending them to the Europa League. The last round of matches was scheduled for the following week to be played simultaneously. Barcelona was set to visit Chelsea at Stamford Bridge. Yet, given that Barcelona had nothing left to strive for, it was conceivable that they might not exert their utmost effort. thus presenting Chelsea with a potential opportunity. This group was indeed a group of death, and only in the final round would the identity of the second-place team be revealed. However, for Barcelona, a group of death. Was it truly so? After the match concluded, Mingyu and Messi visited the hospital to check on the injured Ronaldo. Upon seeing Mingyu, a flicker of something unusual crossed Ronaldo's eyes. Messi approached to inquire about Ronaldo's condition, to which Ronaldo replied with a wry smile, "Rib fracture." Messi felt a pang of sympathy and instinctively glanced at Mingyu. Mingyu stepped forward to express his apologies, but to his surprise, Ronaldo graciously waved his hand and said, "On the field, we play for our respective teams. Injuries are inevitable." Mingyu had always perceived Ronaldo as a difficult person to engage with, yet he was taken aback by this response. In truth, many misunderstand Ronaldo, thinking him unapproachable or aloof. However, in Ronaldo's view, only those who could stand on equal footing with him could be deemed friends. Interestingly, a similar character exists in the basketball realm. Individuals like these often struggle to forge genuine friendships, as they are inherently proud, looking down upon those they consider inferior. Despite competing against each other in La Liga for a decade, Ronaldo and Messi share a strong camaraderie, a testament to heroes respecting one another. Now, Mingyu had also earned Ronaldo's recognition through his prowess. Nonetheless, the grudge from that kick lingered in Ronaldo's heart. After all, he was known for his short temper, a fact well known across the globe. Chapter 131. The life-and-death battle of Chelsea upon returning to league play. Barcelona continued their formidable offensive, decisively defeating the newly promoted Mallorca 3-0 at the Iberostar Stadium. Mingyu scored the team's opening goal and was instrumental in facilitating 2 additional goals. The transformation Mingyu brought to Barcelona grew increasingly evident. His presence in the attack was akin to replacing an antiquated engine in an old automobile with a state-of-the-art one, allowing the entire Barcelona machine to operate with remarkable efficiency. In the league standings, Barcelona maintained their lead. Mingyu also dominated the league's scoring chart with 13 goals, far ahead of his competitors. Moreover, he led the assist rankings with 8 direct assists. This season, Mingyu had become more comprehensive and formidable than ever, and at under 20 years of age, his potential seemed boundless. The Barcelona fans expressed their elation at the emergence of such a well-rounded superstar following Messi, believing that as long as Mingyu remained with the club, Barcelona would continue to dominate La Liga and the UEFA Champions League even after Messi's retirement. Time swiftly brought the midweek UEFA Champions League group stage to its climax. On a local English evening at 1900 hours, Stamford Bridge was already filled to capacity, as spectators eagerly awaited the commencement of the match. Chelsea, once an obscure name in the Premier League before 2003, had transformed dramatically following the acquisition of Russian billionaire Roman Abramovich, which catapulted the club into the spotlight. His substantial expenditures in the transfer market astonished all of England, introducing many to the notion that players could be acquired in such a manner. From that day forth, Chelsea emerged as an indomitable force in English football, one that could not be overlooked. Chelsea, once a formidable force in football, continues to exhibit remarkable resilience. Barcelona has already secured its position as the group leader, leading to a significant question ahead of their final match against the Blues. Will they exert their utmost effort? Italian media has begun to extol Barcelona, emphasizing its rich history and esteemed reputation within European football, asserting that the team embodies a strong sense of professionalism, making it improbable for them to concede any match, particularly one as crucial as the Champions League. Implicitly, they hope Barcelona will showcase its full prowess to thwart Chelsea. Conversely, English media, particularly those sympathetic to Chelsea, have been rallying support for Beşiktaş, urging them to demonstrate the tenacity characteristic of Turkish teams, as they cannot accept a record of 6 consecutive defeats. Beşiktaş shares this sentiment. Even though the final match holds no significance for them, defeating Juventus would be a gratifying achievement. Excitement swells among Chelsea and Beşiktaş as news breaks that Ronaldo has sustained a fracture in his 3rd right rib, rendering him unavailable for at least 2 weeks. Juventus, deprived of this double-edged sword, faces uncertainty about whether this is a boon or a bane. However, for Beşiktaş, this is undoubtedly fortuitous news, and they eagerly prepare to challenge Juventus, motivated solely by the desire for victory rather than any allegiance to Chelsea. Upon his inaugural visit to England, Lee Mingyu sat in the team bus, acutely aware of the electric atmosphere surrounding English football, as he gazed out at the bare-chested Englishman adorned with various tattoos. Clutching beer bottles, he couldn't help but swallow hard. English football hooligans are notorious worldwide, and their reputation for unruliness is unmatched. In places devoid of Russian fans, English supporters reigned supreme in their rowdiness. The intimidating expressions of these fans sent a chill down Lee Mingyu's spine. Despite the wealth of Chelsea's owner, Ibrahimovic, the away team's dressing room was dilapidated. The cramped space featured merely a coat hook and a hanger, indicative of the conditions for visiting teams. Meanwhile, Barcelona's players donned their uniforms with ease, casually seated on long benches, engaging in light conversation. Coach Koeman refrained from imposing any strictures, as the match held no significance for them. Any outcome was acceptable. Notably, Messi did not accompany the team, having chosen to stay home to care for his young son, who had fallen ill. His absence bore no impact on Barcelona, as the team's reliance on him has diminished significantly with Lee Mingyu's emergence. In crucial matches without Messi, Lee Mingyu has consistently risen to the occasion, guiding the team to its current standing. The existing Barcelona players have grown to recognize Lee Mingyu's contributions, occasionally placing his tactical acumen above that of Messi. Messi, aware of this shift, felt a pang of discomfort. Nevertheless, his deep affection for Barcelona and his past experiences with figures like Ronaldinho, Xavi, and Iniesta taught him the importance of gradually ceding his position. Observing Lee Mingyu was akin to witnessing Ronaldinho's gaze upon him in the past, an assurance that the legacy of stardom continues. In the previous match, Messi allowed Lee Mingyu to take 2 free kicks, a gesture that could spark contention in other teams. Yet, Messi's intent was to facilitate the team's adaptation to Lee Mingyu's evolving role. Naturally, Messi would not relinquish his core position until his departure from the team, as the allure of being a revered figure is hard to resist. In the players' tunnel, Lee Mingyu, hand in hand with an English ball boy, wore a peculiar smile. During the last Champions League group match at home, he had inadvertently overlooked the boy's gesture for a high five, nearly causing the child to miss the opening ceremony out of disappointment. After the match, upon learning of the incident, Lee Mingyu sought out the boy, gifting him a signed jersey and capturing a photo together, fulfilling the child's wish. Lee Mingyu felt immense pride in winning over such a young fan. As he followed the referee onto the renowned Stamford Bridge pitch, the atmosphere erupted with excitement, akin to a volcanic eruption. Lee Mingyu was the last to enter, hand in hand with the charming ball boy, nearly overwhelmed by the cacophony. The ethereal strains of the Champions League anthem seemed to purify the very souls of those present. While all players displayed solemnity, Lee Mingyu appeared to suppress a smile. As a Chinese player fluent in his native language, he often found the anthem amusing, especially as a Barcelona member. The anthem, a fusion of English, French, and German, signifies the victorious spirit, yet in Mandarin, it humorously translates to kick Barcelona. Thus, each time the melody played, Lee Mingyu struggled to contain his laughter, fearing he might inadvertently burst out. Once the anthem concluded, players returned to their respective halves. For Chelsea, this was a do-or-die encounter. Victory would provide them an opportunity, while a loss or draw would relegate them to the Europa League. On the Chelsea bench, an assistant coach monitored another match via an earpiece, mirroring the actions of his counterpart from Juventus, who was likewise keeping an eye on the unfolding events. A tense atmosphere enveloped the 2 playing fields. The referees on both pitches glanced at their watches and simultaneously blew their whistles, signaling the commencement of the matches. Stamford Bridge erupted with deafening boos as Barcelona took the first kick. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Stamford Bridge, earning the ability to make late runs into the box, akin to Chelsea legend Frank Lampard. Renowned as one of the most formidable midfielders in European football for his late runs, Lampard holds the record as Chelsea's all-time leading scorer. His terrifying late runs and shots are a sight dreaded by goalkeepers. Lee Mingyu, as the orchestrator of the front line, possesses commendable long-range shooting capabilities. Yet his late runs have been rather mediocre. With this newfound ability, it is believed that his attacking threat in the central area will significantly increase. Lampard, Chelsea's former head coach, has not brought about substantial changes to the team, leading to internal doubts regarding his leadership. Current midfield stalwart Jorginho has openly expressed dissatisfaction with Lampard, acknowledging his respect for the former star, but criticizing his lack of experience as a manager, especially when taking the reins of Chelsea at such an opportune moment. Presently, Chelsea's new head coach Tuchel has been performing admirably, with the team still positioned at the top of the league. However, the current state of affairs in the Champions League has left Tuchel somewhat perplexed. Should Chelsea finish third in their group and miss out on the knockout stages, the temperamental Ibrahimovic may not hesitate to dismiss him. Thus, this match holds immense significance for Tuchel. Upon Barcelona's kickoff, Chelsea did not engage in a frenzied pursuit. Having gained a profound understanding of Barcelona through numerous encounters, Tuchel instructed his players to conserve energy at the start, waiting until Barcelona's attack penetrated Chelsea's half before launching a vigorous press. Mingyu maintained possession with poise, guiding Barcelona's measured advance. With Messi absent, Braithwaite returned to the starting lineup, solidifying his position within the team through tireless running and agile positioning, despite being 30 years old. Fati is on the brink of recovery, having undergone partial ligament surgery, demonstrating remarkable healing in just 2 months instead of the anticipated 3. His recovery, however, poses a challenge for Braithwaite, who must now strive to secure a starting position. As Mingyu advanced into Chelsea's half, he immediately sensed the pressure of their formidable defense. Chelsea's midfield depth is astonishing. Their 3-4-2-1 formation allows for 6 to 7 defensive players at times, complicating Barcelona's offensive maneuvers post-midfield. Due to the match being inconsequential for Barcelona, their attacking intent was notably subdued. In such a low-stakes encounter, the players instinctively avoided collisions, particularly during 50-50 challenges, opting for evasion. This cautious approach resulted in Chelsea's players exhibiting fierce aggression, while Barcelona's players appeared timid, akin to frightened children in the presence of giants. Chelsea swiftly intercepted the ball within their half. Jorginho carried the ball forward, delivering it to the young star Mount, who was unearthed during Lampard's tenure. With his speed and well-rounded skills, Mount is heralded as a future hope for English football. He charged towards Barcelona's half with purpose. Pulisic and Werner flanked him, forming a trio that surged towards the edge of Barcelona's penalty area. Communication breakdowns within Barcelona's defense saw both Pique and Eric Garcia converge on Mount, leaving Pulisic unmarked in a prime scoring position. Mount, quick to react, executed a precise through ball to Pulisic. Pulisic controlled the ball with his left foot and surged into the penalty area. A one-on-one opportunity. Barcelona's goalkeeper, Ter Stegen, true to his nickname, pounced like a lion from the 6-yard box, roaring fiercely. Pulisic, startled by the roar, stumbled, resulting in a weak shot that Ter Stegen easily smothered. The crowd at Stamford Bridge erupted in boos as Pulisic lamented the squandered opportunity, clutching his head in disbelief. Mount, on the other side, looked on helplessly, thinking to himself that he should have taken a shot. Ter Stegen, having thwarted a clear goal, stood tall, cradling the ball and exuberantly raising his fists. Pique and Garcia, drenched in cold sweat, recognized the peril of their simultaneous rush towards Mount. They were fortunate Ter Stegen had saved them. With a swift throw, Ter Stegen sent the ball to the retreating Mingyu. The previous near-miss caught Mingyu off guard, marking an unusual passing error for him. Given the match's lack of importance for Barcelona, despite pre-game motivation, their mindset was not as tense. Additionally, the fatigue from recent matches weighed on Mingyu. Nevertheless, the near goal spurred him into action. Faced with Chelsea's ferocious defense, Barcelona navigated their attacks cautiously. Although Chelsea's defense was aggressive, resorting to fouls to halt Barcelona's progress. Once within 30 meters, their intensity escalated without excessive physicality, making it difficult to grant Barcelona free kick opportunities. In the previous match, Mingyu's free kick once again showcased his exceptional prowess to the world. Even a robust figure like Ronaldo suffered a fractured rib from single strike, necessitating a 2-week recovery. The players of Chelsea thought to themselves, "We certainly do not wish to find ourselves on a hospital bed. Whoever awarded that free kick should be the one to face the consequences." Once Chelsea's players harbored such apprehensions, Barcelona's offense flourished effortlessly in the opponent's half. Mingyu orchestrated the attack with a casual grace, while Chelsea's players resorted to physicality, their feet wary and precise. On the sidelines, Barcelona's coach Koeman sported a satisfied smile, exemplifying the threat posed by Mingyu. When a team boasts a maestro capable of treating free kicks like penalties, their offensive initiative becomes overwhelmingly formidable. Even when the opponent is on the verge of the penalty area, they hesitate to commit fouls. Mingyu's free kick has established itself as a standard tactical weapon for Barcelona. Chelsea's coach Tuchel frowned on the sidelines, stroking his chin in contemplation, utterly perplexed by the enigma that is Mingyu. Since his emergence, Barcelona's style has rekindled the dread that once enveloped Europe during their reign. In that era, Barcelona's dominant performances earned them the title of the Cosmic Team. Spain, benefiting from Barcelona's system, achieved unprecedented success with consecutive victories in the European Championship and World Cup. At that time, no team desired to encounter Barcelona in European competitions, nor did any national team dare to challenge Spain on the global stage. However, following the retirements of Xavi and Iniesta, both Barcelona and the Spanish national team's results plummeted. Since 2015, Barcelona has not reached the Champions League final, and the Spanish national team's performance has been dismal. The arrival of Mingyu, repositioned by Koeman from the wing to the attacking midfield role, has seemingly activated his potential, elevating Barcelona's performance with his extraordinary football intelligence. In the Spanish national team, Mingyu's presence led to a resounding 4 victories, securing a direct ticket to the World Cup from Sweden. Despite having been in the limelight for less than a year, his reputation has swiftly eclipsed that of many contemporaries and even some predecessors. Both Haaland and Mbappe rose to prominence as youths. Currently, Mbappe stands out due to his remarkable World Cup performance and the title of champion. Haaland, though lacking any championship titles, has become the youngest player to score 20 goals in the Champions League. While this record may soon be surpassed by Mingyu, Haaland's prowess remains indisputable. In league play, Mingyu outshines Haaland in both club achievements and personal statistics. Meanwhile, in the Champions League, both Barcelona and Real Madrid have successfully advanced from their respective groups as leaders. Conversely, Paris Saint-Germain faces considerable challenges. In their final match, they must defeat Sevilla away to secure second place in their group, as Sevilla currently holds a 1-point advantage. A draw or loss would relegate PSG to the Europa League. This match coincides with the one between Barcelona and Chelsea, where the score remains 0-0. In recent years, PSG has performed commendably in the Champions League, yet Mbappe yearns for the illustrious trophy. Returning to the match between Barcelona and Chelsea, the first 20 minutes saw both teams struggle to create substantial attacking opportunities. The players of Barcelona appeared relaxed. Suddenly, cheers erupted from Chelsea's substitute bench. In another venue, a comedic incident occurred as Beckenbauer hosted Juventus. In the 22nd minute of the first half, a careless back pass from Juventus defender was intercepted by Beckenbauer forward Larin. As goalkeeper SCSY rushed out, Larin skillfully evaded him, resulting in a collision that led to a penalty awarded by the referee. SCSY, visibly frustrated, tossed his gloves to the ground. The culpable defender was none other than Juventus veteran captain Chiellini. Overwhelmed, Chiellini crouched on the ground, realizing that his momentary lapse had catastrophic repercussions. On the sidelines, Coach Pirlo shook his head in wry amusement, substituting a midfielder for the renowned young goalkeeper Buffon. This change felt utterly disheartening. At 43, Buffon, in decent physical condition, had made several starts in the league and performed admirably. However, called into action at such a critical juncture, the seasoned Buffon felt no trepidation. Having participated in Serie A since he was 17, amassing 26 years of experience. Regrettably, his illustrious career has yet to yield a Champions League trophy. Confronted with Larin's penalty, Buffon was unable to deliver a miraculous save. The score stood at 1-0, with Beckenbauer taking the lead at home. Upon hearing this news, Chelsea's substitutes erupted in jubilation. Their rival faltered, and now it rested upon Chelsea to assert themselves. The players on the pitch soon caught wind of this development, visibly invigorating Chelsea's morale. Facing a more ravenous Chelsea squad, Barcelona's players expressed their apprehension. In a swift turn of events, Chelsea pressed Barcelona back into their half, mounting an offensive siege. Although Mingyu preferred not to appear overwhelmed, he found himself isolated and, combined with the team's lack of focus, rendered the situation precarious. In the 35th minute, Chelsea launched a counterattack. Young Mount received a pass from midfield, deftly maneuvering past 3 Barcelona defenders. A feint led Piku to believe he would pass, allowing Mount to penetrate the penalty area. Confronting Ter Stegen, Mount unleashed a powerful shot, sending the ball into Barcelona's net. The score was now 1-0, with Chelsea finally taking the lead at their home ground. Stamford Bridge erupted in euphoric celebration. Following the goal, Chelsea remained vigilant in defense. After Mingyu's long-range attempt fell short, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half. Both teams departed the field with smiles and camaraderie. As news arrived, Juventus found themselves unable to equalize on another pitch, grappling with the challenges posed by Besiktas' team that had withdrawn into a defensive shell following their goal. With one player down, Juventus was ensnared in a predicament. The atmosphere in the locker room during halftime was palpable, while the media outside erupted in fervent discourse. Italian media, particularly those sympathetic to Juventus, unleashed a barrage against Barcelona, accusing them of violating the principles of fair play and engaging in negative tactics in their previous match. With Messi not injured, questions arose as to why he was absent from the squad altogether. In the first half, Mingyu's performance resembled a daze, as he remained rooted in midfield during Chelsea's goal, failing to track back. Other Barcelona players exhibited a distinct lack of desire to secure victory, showing no urgency even after conceding. In summary, Italian media vehemently criticized Barcelona's lack of sportsmanship. Conversely, English media, especially those aligned with Chelsea, refuted these claims, asserting that Chelsea's players earned their goal through sheer determination rather than being handed a gift by their opponents. If they could not overcome Besiktas, they should refrain from disparaging others. The remarks from Barcelona's media were even more direct. Had Chelsea triumphed over Besiktas, even if Barcelona had withdrawn, Chelsea would still not have advanced. This statement nearly incensed the Italian media. They remarked on the harshness of such words. Subsequently, Italian media turned their ire towards Juventus, epitomizing the notion of a poor ally. Since World War II, it has been well established that it is preferable to ally with pigs than to collaborate with Italians. The brief 15-minute intermission vanished in an instant, and both teams returned to the field. Chelsea's players emerged invigorated, with victory within their grasp. As long as Besiktas could withstand Juventus's onslaught, they could launch a counterattack. The fans at Stamford Bridge erupted in resounding cheers, expressing their affection for the home team. However, as the second half commenced, reality doused Chelsea supporters with a chilling dose of disappointment.